You've developed a 4D hyperrealistic game. It instantly shattered the defenses of all 1 billion players nationwide. Players threaten to quit unless the game difficulty is lowered. Your game will be reported until it's taken down. But you insist that this is the game Chinese descendants should play. Bullets are limited, pain is maxed out, death means account deletion. The player cursed outright, even dogs wouldn't play this. Yet when they were holding the Hanyang rifles, appearing on the battlefield wearing tattered straw sandals, facing the overwhelming numbers of the Japanese troops, all players fell silent. This is not just a simple real-time battle game, but a highly accurate recreation of the Battle of Nanjing. The next second, the entire internet collectively loses it. This is what you call a real game. If you can't even handle 70% of the pain settings in a game, how to comprehend the 100% despair endured by our predecessors? When the reporter asked, "You claim this game is so good, then why is the clearance rate so low?" Low-level player, "That bullet seemed to have eyes. I popped up and fell straight down." Intermediate players, "The environment is too harsh. Even if you don't get shot by the enemy, I'm too hungry to walk any further." High-level players, "This time, it's my turn to defend our homeland. Charge, warriors, defend Jinling with your lives." A month ago, you've traveled to this parallel world with highly advanced technology. You are currently participating in the first game innovation competition. The rapid advancement of technology has ensured that people in this world are free from worries about food and clothing. Yet at the same time, they gradually faded away from the hardships their ancestors once endured. That history filled with blood, tears, and resistance is gradually fading from people's memory. What pains you even more is, the people here choose to confront history in a distorted manner. They are passionate about filming some anti-Japanese war dramas with exaggerated plots, healing historical wounds through exaggerated and fabricated narratives, as if doing so could escape that heavy past. To love war is to lack wisdom, to forget war is to lack conscience. Since you wish to escape, then I must give you something strong. Your gaze is resolute. A strong sense of mission surged in my heart. The Battle of Nanjing has commenced. You silently vow to make the people of this world recognize the true history anew, in your own way. Remember the dedication and sacrifice of our forebears. That history soaked in blood and tears. It is a scar in the depths of national memory that never heals. 300,000 compatriots' lives were reduced to cold statistics. The wails of Jinling City still echo in my ears. It was the unwavering will of those heroic martyrs who defended with their lives. Only then can we safeguard this land of Huaxia. If we don't fight this war, it is our next generation that will have to fight. We fought through life and death so they wouldn't have to wage war anymore. You start working on game development. Decided to make the digital world the battlefield. Recreate that tragic and heroic history in virtual space. Here's a small preview to give everyone a taste. Time passed minute by minute as creation unfolded. The three judges kept switching between live streams. Just wanted to check how everyone's progress is coming along. This competition requires participants to provide a general direction and game framework within 8 hours. When Judge Ouyang Nanbei saw your large-scale 4D production, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. As a game experience tester, he knew full well that creating a game required a tremendous amount of time and effort. And it's this kind of large-scale 4D production. The mental effort required is no small matter. Even now, AI can already replace a significant portion of the production process. But the conception and portrayal of NPCs still require human creativity. Is this person just making a trash game for the sake of it? Host Luo Qianxue also noticed your game creation at this moment. You actually set it against a historical backdrop, recreating the historic battle, the defense of Nanjing, capable of accommodating 100,000 players simultaneously. Every player is the protagonist in the game. The unfamiliar rules made her eyes widen like copper bells. Ouyang Nanbei couldn't help but complain, 100,000? Has he ever made a game? Taking such a big step? Another judge, Su Rue, wore an expression of anticipation. Finally, someone's thinking has broken free. Now it's all about 4D technology. Those who still create single-player games are really outdated. 8 hours later, all contestants were forcibly stopped from creating. Submit your work. The following process involves the judges sequentially experiencing the contestants' creative works. Soon it was your turn for your work, the defense of Nanjing. Host Luo Qianxue and the three judges lay down together in the gaming pods. But Ouyang Nanbei and Chen Shang were both somewhat reluctant. As the game pod's hatch closed, the full-body nerves of the four individuals began to connect with it. Upon entering the game, you are greeted with a dark red interface. Lines of crimson text began to emerge. Battle of Nanjing. One of the most brutal battles during the 14-year War of Resistance. 18 generals fell in battle. 60,000 warriors heroically sacrificed their lives. In front of Zang Hua Gate, beneath the Rainflower Terrace, countless forebears faced death unflinchingly. 200,000 bandits are at the city gates. What would you do? Are you willing to devote your life to this crumbling city? As the subtitles fade away, the game begins. Game level, defense battle zone at Nyosho Mountain on the right side of Jinling. Clearance condition, survive for 30 days. Game difficulty, easy. You will be bestowed with various extraordinary abilities upon entering the battlefield. Do you wish to be a fool who only indulges in fantasies? Game difficulty. Difficulty, you will possess combat equipment on par with your enemies. But you've already started running away, coward. Game difficulty. Back then, faithfully recreating the environment and conditions of the battlefield from those days. A warrior who dares to face death. Are you ready to face the enemy? The game's difficulty options are using reverse psychology. Who are this fool and coward mocking? Send me a gaming pod by mail. I'll show him what a pro gamer really is. I've never seen a clearance condition that requires the player to survive for 30 days. It must have been back in the day when he still dared to look down on others. Subtitles in the live stream room floated by. Then we'll all choose back then. I have to say, he's already piqued my interest. As a gaming enthusiast, Ouyang Nanbei was already rolling up his sleeves in anticipation. I'm starting to look forward to it. After a brief moment of darkness in sight, the gray sky looms before my eyes. A cold wind blew against my face. The four of them couldn't help but shudder. What is this place? Why is it so cold? I think I'm hurt. Ouyang Nanbei looked at the bloodstained bandage on his arm, very puzzled. The game has just begun, how come I'm already hurt? We all have our wounds too. All three individuals sustained varying degrees of injuries. Hurry up, the orders from above have come down. Our 74th Army is holding firm at Nyosho Mountain. The Battle of Shanghai could last for 30 days. Jinling must also be fought for 30 days. The sound of urgent commands and orderly footsteps reached the ears of the four. They saw soldiers dressed in tattered uniforms, wielding shoddy rifles, rushing toward the city gates. The trio knew the game's storyline had begun, quickly caught up with the troops and began to march. Is this scene from a previous era? It looks so desolate. These wounded soldiers rushing to the battlefield look so fierce. Their fighting spirit seems to be taking shape. Speaking of which, wouldn't a carrier be able to wipe out the battlefield in no time? Exactly. And this is different from what I've seen in TV shows. These soldiers are dressed in rags, while the ones I've seen are neatly dressed with their hair styled with gel. This primitive combat environment is beyond what audiences expected. After all, in today's Blue Star, few people can recreate such a detailed depiction of an environment from so long ago. It's so cold. I feel like I'm going to freeze to death. Su Rui was shivering as she ran. She didn't understand why the game started in such a harsh environment, and her clothes were so thin. You lot, stop whispering. The Japanese are already attacking. An officer shouted angrily in the direction of the three. The four of them could only endure the discomfort. Soon, they saw a charred city wall with large openings at the base. Quick, the first and second units stay here and hold the line. The third unit follows me to the front. Chapter 4, Ouyang Nanbei, you're a coward. The damp trenches were filled with the pungent smell of rust and gunpowder. Ouyang Nanbei touched his chin and thought for a moment. Something was wrong. There were 4 people in the group, yet only 3 voices echoed back. Ouyang Nanbei was the first to notice something was wrong. They had entered as 4, yet only 3 were together. Wait, someone's missing. Quick, check who it is. It's me, Su Rui, said the soldier with his arm wrapped in bandages. I'm Chen Shang, said the soldier with a wounded thigh. Ouyang Nanbei finally realized that Luo Qianxue was missing. What is going on? Where did Luo Qianxue go? Isn't this game supposed to have everyone enter together and be grouped together? Nanbei is indeed a gaming expert. He immediately noticed that the game had other Easter eggs, and everyone who entered the game was randomly assigned. Where did our beautiful Luo go? Did she end up in the enemy camp? Ha ha ha. Before anyone could think further, a bone-chilling sound of metal scraping echoed from the front of Nyosho Mountain. Ouyang Nanbei followed the sound and saw a sea of yellow figures wielding bayonets, surging forward like a tidal wave. He raised his Hanyang rifle without hesitation, cocked the trigger, loaded the bullet, and pulled the trigger. However, the bullet seemed to be pulled off course by an invisible hand, flying off in an unknown direction. Minister Bu Mu Chao. There's something wrong with the gun's trajectory. Ouyang Nanbei cursed, but before he could adjust, a sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out. Whoosh! Get down! A soldier's terrified shout echoed, but Ouyang Nanbei was completely focused on studying the rifle and didn't react in time. A dark figure streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away. Ouyang Nanbei's pupils contracted sharply, but it was already too late to dodge. Boom! The deafening explosion sent a wave of heat and debris crashing toward him. Ouyang Nanbei felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck, his internal organs trembling violently. The pain surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming him in an instant. Damn it, did this player crank the pain setting in the game to 100%? His agonized screams echoed through the smoke, and then everything went black as he lost consciousness. Wow, what did Nanbei just go through? He's screaming so terribly. That shell was so fast, I didn't even see it before it exploded right in front of me. This game is getting more and more interesting. I want to try it too. When Ouyang Nanbei regained consciousness, all he saw was pitch blackness. A line of white text slowly appeared. You have been killed. Do you want to switch perspectives? He finally realized that this game was a brutal one-life system. The excruciating pain that seared through his bones was unbearable, and he couldn't endure it a second time. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he clicked yes. The perspective instantly shifted to Su Rue. Huddled in the corner of the trench, Su Rue trembled uncontrollably, her face splattered with dark red bloodstains, her eyes filled with fear. Don't blow me up. Her voice trembled with tears, still shaken by the recent explosion. Ouyang Nanbei couldn't help but mutter to himself, this is just a game. Is it really that scary? Su Rue suddenly looked up, her voice trembling with tears. I don't want to. Even if it's a game, I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to fight. Ouyang Nanbei was startled. So you could communicate with teammates even after death. He quickly switched perspectives, and the screen shook violently. Chen Shang was lying on the earthen slope, his body trembling slightly. Chen Shang, it's okay. This is just a game. Get up and kill the enemies, Ouyang Nanbei said. Nanbei? You're still in the game? Why does your voice sound so weak? Chen Shang asked in surprise. Nothing. It was just a bit intense. My adrenaline is still pumping. This game lets you talk to teammates even after you die. Get up and kill the enemies. Ouyang Nanbei forced himself to stay calm. Chen Shang raised his head skeptically, looking at the machine gun in the distance spewing flames, and swallowed hard. Nanbei, tell me the truth. What's the pain setting in this game? Ouyang Nanbei coughed twice, trying to sound casual. Cough. It should be around 20 to 30%, like pulling on the inner side of your thigh. Chen Shang's tense nerves finally relaxed, and a surge of adrenaline rushed through his body. The intense battle scene had ignited his fighting spirit. Kill! He roared, lifting his head and pulling the trigger. Though the bullet missed, he didn't give up, continuing to fire. Ha ha ha! Chen Shang is so cute when he's being stupid. The way Nanbei screamed just now clearly showed he was in a lot of pain. He was tricked into limping. I wonder what expression he'll have when he gets hit next. Kill! Kill all the invading enemies. It's over. The guy upstairs hasn't even started playing yet and he is already getting all fired up. Chen Shang grew more daring with each battle, exposing himself, firing, and crouching down. His movements were smooth and fluid. He had developed his own set of techniques and felt completely at ease. Bang! 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 Bullets kept flying out. Boom cannon fire continued to roar all around. On the battlefield, bullets whizzed through the air, smoke filled the sky, and the sounds of trumpets and battle cries intertwined. Trouble! They're charging! Chen Shang shouted. A dense horde of enemies charged forward like starving wolves, their yellowish-brown figures flickering in the gunfire. Bang! 10. I've killed 10 enemy soldiers. Chen Shang excitedly waved his gun, immersed in the thrill of battle. Ouyang Nanbei watched the scene with envy. He had gotten a faulty gun on his first try and was blown to pieces before he could even get the hang of it. Meanwhile, Chen Shang grew more daring with each battle, but his bullets were slowly running out. Oh no, I'm out of bullets. Chen Shang's voice was filled with disbelief. Wait, does this game only have this many bullets? He looked at the enemies charging toward him, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. At that moment, the enemy's bayonets glinted in the light, closing in on his position. Fix bayonets. Close combat. The commander on the battlefield drew his sword and roared loudly. All the soldiers began to fix their bayonets and leaped out of the trenches to engage in close combat with the enemy. Kill! Chen Shang, seeing this, followed suit, attaching his bayonet to his rifle and shouting as he charged forward. Su Rue, get up quickly. The enemy is already upon us. Ouyang Nanbei switched to Su Rue's perspective and saw her still cowering in the trench, looking dazed. Su Rue finally managed to crawl to her feet, trembling, but I don't know how to use a bayonet. Then shoot. You still have bullets. But before she could raise her gun, she was stabbed through the heart by a bayonet wielded by an enemy soldier who had charged forward. Ah! Ah! Su Rue suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, filled with endless fear and pain, causing the hearts of all the audience members to tremble violently. The second scream was accompanied by Chen Shang's furious curses. Ouyang Nanbei, you're a complete scoundrel. Chapter 5, I'll go get you some bullets. 1937, a biting wind carried the smell of gunpowder across the southern bank of the Yangtze River. Wounded soldiers retreating from the Songhu battlefield, their wounds still oozing blood, bandages soaked in blackish-brown pus, clutched their rifles with spent magazines, limping and leaning on crutches, charging relentlessly toward the walls of Nanjing. These men, who had narrowly escaped death in the crossfire, had no time to tend to their wounds before once again taking up the heavy burden of defending their homeland. Beneath the crumbling walls, the soldiers formed the final line of defense with their blood-soaked bodies. Beneath the walls, countless women clutched crying infants, while elderly men with white hair leaned on canes, their eyes filled with fear and hope. The soldiers looked back at those eyes and suddenly recalled the parting words of their parents before they left for battle, and the cloth shoes their wives had stuffed into their bags before they departed. Hot tears mixed with blood trickled down their cheeks. The people of this city were the reason they could not falter. As long as the city stands, we stand. Luo Qianxue entered the game and saw this background description. The unwavering resolve in every word touched her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. I feel like sand got into my eyes. Really, behind us are the elderly, women, and children. If we lose this battle, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't cry, Luo Mei. Let's fight together and defeat the enemy. The game began, and Luo Qianxue's perspective was different from the other three. She was actually a platoon-level commander. Looking at the 20 or so warriors before her, their bodies wrapped in bandages, Luo Qianxue's sense of despair was amplified once again. All units, attention! This battle, we will fight to the death to defend Jinling. The words left her mouth before she could stop them. The boiling blood in her chest felt like it wasn't part of the game's data, but rather a shout awakened from a dormant fragment of history. Fight to the death. Fight to the death, no retreat. Fight to the death, no retreat. The warriors' morale soared, their eyes blazing with intense light, the resolve of those who knew they were doomed but refused to extinguish the last embers of hope before their final demise. Luo Qianxue led her men toward the city walls. Their unit was responsible for central defense, and the command center had deliberately stationed them in the middle section of the walls. Though it faced enemy fire directly, collapsed debris served as a natural barrier, and the intact fortifications on either side were already manned by elite warriors capable of moving freely. Take your positions. No sooner had they dispersed at the front lines than mortar shells fired by the enemy as small artillery began to rain down. Hit the ground. Her command and muscle memory activated simultaneously, and she assumed the standard tactical prone position. She instinctively knew that when lying prone, the body should be as close to the ground as possible, with the chest and abdomen not fully pressed against the ground, but slightly raised to reduce the impact of the explosion on internal organs. This is so realistic. This game is actually subconsciously teaching me combat knowledge. Our goddess Luo is so strong. Her reaction speed is incredible. Speaking of which, the enemy weapons in this game are so advanced. Can you really survive 30 days? That's not even the craziest part. The heaviest machine gun only has over 100 bullets. As the roaring subsided, she quickly stood up, raised the heavy machine gun, and began firing at the crowded area. The Type 24 Maxim machine gun has a theoretical rate of fire of 600 rounds per minute, but its actual rate of fire is only 200 rounds per minute. 100 rounds were fired in an instant, but since Luo Qianxue was firing in bursts, it took her a full minute to empty the magazine. Click, click, click. She looked at the machine gun in her hands, which was now empty, and was stunned. What? I haven't even fired that much. Where are the bullets? Machine gun bullets? Luo Qianxue hurriedly asked the soldier beside her. The soldier, holding a Zhongxing type rifle and aiming, replied, "Platoon leader, there are only 100 machine gun bullets left. Once they're gone, that's it. What should we do? How can we fight without bullets?" The soldier looked at her in disbelief. "Platoon leader, without bullets, we'll have to wait for the enemy to charge and fight them with bayonets. If we kill them, we'll get bullets." The soldier described the harsh reality. No bullets meant we had to fight for them. If we got them, we'd have bullets. If we didn't. A sense of helplessness rose in Luo Qianxue's heart. Enemy bullets were flying everywhere, and artillery fire was raining down. On their side, the machine gun had 100 rounds of ammunition, while the rifles had less than 40 rounds per person. Luo Qianxue drew the Type 94 pistol holstered at her waist. The magazine held 6 rounds, with a total ammunition capacity of 18 rounds. This time, she dared not fire wildly like the machine gun. She forced herself to steady her trembling hands and aim at the target. Bang! Missed. She felt a surge of self-blame. Every bullet was more valuable than gold now. Every shot had to hit its mark. Luo Jie's hands are shaking with every shot. Is she afraid? It makes sense. This game is too realistic. Lives are being lost right before her eyes. It's truly despairing. I don't think Luo Jie is scared. I feel like she blames herself every time she misses a shot. Go, Luo Jie. We believe you can do it. You've already killed 10. You're amazing. The 74th Army's overall firepower is extremely weak. The Huaxia Army has always been short on supplies, and after just enduring a brutal war, they're now on their last legs. The first wave of the charge has begun. Quick, fix your bayonets. Luo Qianxue hurriedly grabbed the soldier who had been aiming beside her, now limping and preparing to charge forward to fight. What are you doing? You can barely stand. The soldier, with his head wrapped in bandages and leaning on a wooden crutch, turned back and gave him a resolute look. Platoon leader, I'm going to get you some bullets. With that, he turned and charged forward, shouting in the Jinling dialect, "Come on, you little bastards. I'll beat you to a pulp with my fists." Looking at the battlefield ahead, which resembled a meat grinder, Luo Qianxue's eyes turned bloodshot, and a strong will arose from within her. She drew her machete from her back. Despite being dubbed a beauty host by the audience, she exuded an overwhelming aura of strength. She didn't know why she was acting this way, but she followed the will within her body. Kill. The other three game commentators had just shifted their focus to Luo Qianxue at that moment. Luo the beauty was actually at another defensive position. I wondered where she went. Ouyang Nanbei's voice echoed. But Luo Qianxue seemed oblivious to his words. Her eyes were fixed on the figure wielding a bayonet, slaughtering the soldiers. A cold gleam flashed, and she swung her blade, cutting down the enemy soldier who was facing away from her. She had always had a severe case of OCD, and the blood splattering on her face would normally have made her gag from the sticky sensation. But at that moment, she merely mechanically shook the blade. No! The soldier who had just been begging him for bullets was impaled by an enemy's bayonet. Even so, the soldier tried to raise his wooden crutch to strike the enemy's head, muttering incoherently, little bastard. But he gradually lost his strength. Chapter 6, Let us play again. I'll get you the bullets. Luo Qianxue's ears rang with those words, spoken with such force they seemed to echo endlessly, taking root deep in her mind and refusing to fade. A wave of indescribable sadness surged through her like the rising tide, overwhelming her heart. She couldn't believe she was so deeply saddened by the death of a character in a virtual game. It's just a line of code, just a set of data. She repeated these words to herself, trying to dispel the turmoil within her, but the sorrow clung to her like a stubborn wound, refusing to let go. At that moment, the three judges and she, as the host, were already deeply engrossed in the game's gripping storyline. Host Luo, enemies are approaching from your right. Ouyang Nanbei's urgent warning rang out like a thunderclap, snapping Luo Qianxue out of her sorrowful reverie. She whipped her head around to see a short figure holding a .38 caliber rifle taller than himself, charging toward her with a menacing aura, resembling a wild beast ready to pounce. Kill! Kill! The sharp, piercing screams, filled with arrogance and brutality, pierced everyone's eardrums. Luo sister, hurry! Its bayonet is about to pierce you. Su Rui's voice still carried a heavy sense of weakness. The intense pain from the bayonet piercing her abdomen moments ago still lingered in her nerves, leaving her trembling with fear and nearly fainting in the game pod. Luo Qianxue dared not hesitate for a moment, swiftly raising her knife and swinging it with all her might at the incoming bayonet. Clang! The blades collided, sparks flying in all directions. However, the immense force of the collision traveled along the blade, swiftly transmitting through Luo Qianxue's wrist, causing it to go numb and her arm to ache faintly. She suddenly realized that her strength was no match for the little guy in front of her. The gap between them was enormous. Sure enough, the large knife was skillfully deflected by the opponent. The cold, gleaming blade tip, like a venomous snake bearing its fangs, lunged forward. In the live stream, the viewers' comments flew like snowflakes. Luo Mei's strength is still too weak, otherwise, that single strike could have knocked the rifle out of the opponent's hands. The opponent looks short, but he's stronger than all our warriors. Yes, look over there, it takes 3 or 4 soldiers to take down one of them. This gap is simply impossible to bridge. I wonder if everyone has a masochistic tendency. Why play this impossible game when there are so many cheat-enabled games out there? Put. The heart-stopping sound of a bayonet-piercing flesh echoed through the air. Luo Qianxue felt an excruciating pain explode from somewhere in her body. But she grit her teeth, ignoring the excruciating pain, and raised the large sword in her hand, slashing it viciously across the cowardly soldier's cheekbone. Bam! Little Life let out a piercing scream. In this game, such a tactic of trading injury for life had long been deeply ingrained in the very bones of the platoon leader she controlled. The platoon leader seemed to possess a soul of its own, precisely seizing the fleeting opening when the enemy thrust their bayonet into its body, striking with decisive force to deliver a fatal blow. Is Luo the host a professional player? I don't know, but she's really skilled. You, on the other hand, can't even get into the game. I just wasn't paying attention. Let's try again later. I'll show you what I'm made of. Everyone watched the intense battle while chatting excitedly. However, during their conversation, Luo Qianxue found herself in a desperate situation, surrounded by 2 little devils attacking her from both sides. She fought back desperately, but ultimately couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers. In a moment of carelessness, one of them launched a surprise attack from behind, and the sharp bayonet ruthlessly pierced her heart. In that instant, Luo Qianxue's breathing became rapid, and an intense pain, like an invisible hand, gripped her throat, leaving her unable to utter a sound as she struggled in agony. All players have been eliminated. Game over. For participants in this game, a total of 30 enemies eliminated. As the system prompt sounded, Luo Qianxue's vision went black, and the 4 of them simultaneously exited the game. The game interface clearly displayed everyone's battle statistics. Chen Sheng killed 13 enemies, Luo Qianxue killed 17 enemies, Ouyang Nanbei 0 kills, and Su Rui 0 kills. The audience, seeing this, began to mock the 4 players' skills in the chat. As a game tester, North-South is surprisingly terrible at this. Our beautiful Luo killed 17, and he died as soon as he entered. I volunteer to take Nanbei's judge position. I don't want any appearance fee, I just want to play this defense battle. Su Rue probably doesn't dare to play anymore. This game not only has realistic battlefield environments, but the pain intensity must be pretty high too. Who would have thought Chen Shang plays better than North-South? Ha ha ha. As the audience expected, Su Rue was still immersed in the fear and shock brought by the game, still trembling with fear. In the game, the bullets whizzing past her head, the deafening explosions of shells, and the brutal, hellish scenes all filled her with terror. This isn't something just any girl could easily handle. Let us play another round? This time, if we end up together, we'll coordinate our attacks when the enemy charges in with bayonets. Ouyang Nanbei looked excited and eager to try again. The first game ended too quickly for him to fully enjoy it, leaving him itching to play again and prove his skills. I need a break. The pain level in this game is set too high for player 20. I need some time to recover. Chen Shang said nervously, still visibly shaken. In the game, the piercing pain of the bayonet entering the body, especially the brutal act of twisting it once it was inside, still sent chills down his spine, and sweat poured uncontrollably down his face. Player 20 managed to create a game with such realistic graphics and storyline in just 1 hour? Is he really a natural-born gaming genius? Luo Qianxue stared at the screen, her awe nearly overflowing. Xin Qingshan's imagination was truly beyond the ordinary. The current game market is already flooded with cheat-friendly titles, where defeating enemies relies on auto-targeting and healing is as simple as pressing a button. Yet he chose to go against the grain, creating a gunfight game that could be called a hellish starting point. There were no cheats to exploit, and players' guns were an entire generation behind their enemies. Ammo was always in short supply, and sometimes, even after being shot, players had to grit their teeth and keep fighting. It's precisely this storyline of defending the homeland alongside their predecessors that makes the game increasingly addictive. Chapter 7, Rate It. She couldn't imagine what kind of mind and skill it would take to survive 30 days and nights in this hellish battlefield. As everyone was still immersed in the complex emotions of shock and frustration, unable to fully escape the realistic gunfire. Ouyang Nanbei couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and blurted out, "Hey, stop spacing out. You've been asked to rate this hardcore masterpiece, what score would you give it?" Based on his previous gaming experience, he had to retract his previous prejudice toward the game's developers, as he had indeed immersed himself completely in the game just now. I'll give it an 80. Chen Shang rubbed his chin, his eyes filled with contemplation. He narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully recalling every detail of the game, the intense battle scenes, the rudimentary equipment, the powerful enemies all flashing through his mind. While this game is more innovative and unique compared to others, it's essentially just a contrast. Others are invincible, but you're not. They cheat their way through the game, enjoying the thrill of victory, while you get killed repeatedly, feeling the pain of defeat. So its replayability is limited. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and firm. The outdated equipment and lack of weapons in the game mean there's little room for tactical maneuvering. Most of the time, you're just waiting passively for enemies to charge in for close combat. This is essentially a test of physical endurance, but since the enemy's weapons are so advanced, it's impossible to keep competing on physical strength alone. So the core gameplay feels lacking. Every word he spoke was clear and concise, dissecting the game's strengths and weaknesses with precision, leaving no room for doubt. I have the exact opposite opinion about the game having no room for tactical maneuvering. Ouyang Nanbei immediately countered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I believe it's precisely because our weapons and equipment are inferior to the enemies that we need tactics to compensate for the gap. He grew increasingly passionate, as if he had already envisioned countless ingenious tactics in his mind. After just one playthrough, I can't really gauge the game's mechanics. I need more time to experience it fully and understand the overall strategy of the 20th ranked player. So I'll give it a provisional score of 90. The audience's comments were divided. Wow! If Nanbei can give a game a 90, it's bound to go viral. I think Chen Sheng is right. This game uses the guise of realistic recreation to make it impossible to pass, thereby stimulating your competitive spirit. The core gameplay is still lacking. Now that you mention it, I agree. If it's a game, the focus should be on playability, not all the flashy gimmicks. I give it 100 points. Luo Qianxue's voice was clear and firm, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples across the surface. Splash! The three judges and all the audience members turned their gaze toward her in unison, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Su Rui, also a woman, was equally puzzled, unable to fathom why the other judge had given such a high score. Luo Qianxue met everyone's gaze with a composed expression and spoke slowly. This score is for the game's background and setting. Her voice was soft yet powerful. This background story left a deep impression on me. The warriors' resolve to fight for their families, their courage to stand on the city walls despite knowing they were outmatched, it's truly inspiring. Its setting abandons the traditional invincible style, forcing players to think more strategically about how to defeat enemies. Su Rui nodded in understanding after hearing this explanation. Girls are indeed more emotional creatures. When a story touches her heart, she will support you wholeheartedly. I'll give it a 95. When Su Rui smiled, two playful dimples appeared under her eyes. Once everyone had calmed down from the excitement, Ouyang Nanbei couldn't wait to start playing again. Everyone, shall we play another round? Su Rui refused first. I'm not playing anymore. The pain level of this game feels like it's already at 100%. I don't want to try it again. Excluding Su Rui, the other three decided to play again. Just as they were about to start the second round, Xinxing Shan from room 20 slowly got out of bed. He pressed the meal order button on the bedside table and went to the bathroom to freshen up. He was now very satisfied with the organizers of this event. Everything was arranged clearly. Meals, restroom facilities, and even recreational amenities like a gym and a swimming pool were all available. Approval rating plus 10. Approval points plus 20. Satisfaction points plus 100. Total satisfaction score, 11,240. The sound of the system in his mind continued for a long time before finally settling at over 10,000. Xinxing Shan stretched lazily as he emerged from the bathroom. At this rate, how long will it take to break the 10 million mark? Our contestant number 20 has finally woken up. Su Rui looked at the live stream from room 20, where the handsome contestant was visible. His high, straight nose, thin lips pressed into a pale curve, his cheeks pale and sickly, and the corners of his lips slightly turned down, exuding an aloofness that kept others at a distance. This guy must be suffering from kidney deficiency. Mainly because Shinifei's gaunt face had sunken eye sockets, and he looked like his vitality had been drained. Little did they know that Xinxing Shan had simply stayed up all night and overexerted himself, resulting in his current appearance. Xinxing Shan walked over to the computer and noticed there were still 3 people playing Jinling Defense War. Watching their moves, he smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, they've already mastered the triangle tactic. Ouyang Nan led the charge, with Chen Shang and Luo Qianxue flanking him on either side, coordinating their movements to provide cover. Player number 20. Your game is just average. The North-South Masters are already leading the charge with Luo Jie and Chen Shang. The North-South Masters truly live up to their reputation as game experience experts. They've already found their rhythm and are dominating the game in their second round. Besides the pain factor, what else is there to look forward to in this game? Looking at the chat messages, Xinxing Shan shook his head helplessly. As expected, where there are people, there will inevitably be mindless haters. Not to mention that the judges were only playing a small section of the game he had created. The defense zone of the Jinling defense battle wasn't limited to Nyosho Mountain, and that wasn't even the hardest place to defend. Ignoring the online criticism, he ate the food just delivered by the staff while opening the game development interface. Next, I'll finish the entire game and give you all, who are about to forget your roots, a little shock. Xinxing Shan believed that a game should be made complete, allowing everyone to experience the full picture at once. He wasn't the type to hide things. Yesterday, he had ended early out of fear of collapsing suddenly. Fortunately, today the system showed his physical condition had improved from 30 to 45, changing from prone to sudden collapse to fragile. As long as I don't collapse, I'm good as new. Xinxing Shan's 95 speed hands began to move swiftly. Even though he was eating while updating the game, his speed was astonishingly fast. Su Rui watched his hands dance across the keyboard, leaving trails of shadows, and her mouth dropped open in shock. Wait, does the 20th contestant even need to think? Others are racking their brains to come up with a plot, and he is just munching on a chicken leg while writing it out? Chapter 8, North and South, help me. This 20th contestant must have just had a good start and is messing up the rest, right? I think it's probably just messing around. Normal people can't write plot code that fast, can they? Oh no. I thought it was going to be the rise of a gaming masterpiece, but it ended up being a total mess. Xinxing Shan had long since lost interest in their complaints. After all, this generation of netizens cursed like they were whining, and it didn't even raise his emotions the slightest bit. Meanwhile, the 3 players inside the game were unaware of this scene. At that moment, they were all assigned to the same team and stationed on the left side. In this round, they were elite warriors who hadn't suffered any injuries, with ample weapons and ammunition, and they could feel their physical abilities were significantly enhanced. After gaining some game experience, the 3 decided to stick together on the battlefield, forming a triangular formation. Ouyang Nanbei and Chen Shang took the front lines with their swords, while Luo Qianxue stayed in the rear, hiding and firing sniper shots. Nanbei, there are 3 enemies 300 meters to the left front and 2 500 meters to the right front. Which side should we attack? Right front. Ouyang Nanbei responded without hesitation. They knew they had no chance against 3 enemies, especially after witnessing the Japanese soldiers charge formation. The enemy divided their infantry into multiple columns, with rows of scattered soldiers advancing in formation. As they charged, they fired their weapons and simultaneously used grenade launchers and light machine guns to suppress the enemy with concentrated fire. They combined squad-based charges with fire suppression to assault the enemy's positions. They were fighting so fiercely that they were barely able to endure it. The tactics they were using now were all copied from the Japanese formation. If it weren't for Luo Qianxue providing backup fire from the rear, the 2 of them would have been killed instantly, with their bodies covered in bayonet wounds. It's not that they're inexperienced, it's just that Xiaori's physical conditioning and battlefield experience far surpass theirs. Prolonged combat has left them both starving and exhausted. Damn it, the soldier I'm controlling seems like he didn't eat enough. His stomach is growling, and his stamina is almost gone. Chen Shang moved toward the two Japanese soldiers while complaining. His vision was already starting to blur. Ouyang Nanbei wasn't much better off. His legs were trembling as he walked, everything edible in the backpack is gone. Let's hold off this charge and see if we can scavenge some meat cans from the Japanese soldiers' bodies. Luo Qianxue crouched low behind the two, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters to provide cover. As soon as the two showed any signs of being overwhelmed, she would fire a shot to kill the little Japanese soldier. She kept an eye on the surroundings and occasionally checked the body of Xiaori to replenish her ammunition. The gatekeeper of death is coming. Get down! A soldier in the distance shouted loudly. In the sky, countless black shadows roared toward them with a deafening noise. Wave after wave of bombardment engulfed the three of them. Boom! The entire defensive position shook violently as artillery fire kicked up clouds of dust that settled on the three of them, the explosions deafening. This is too difficult. Our weapons are already outdated, and they have bombers. There's no way we can defend against them. That's right. With such a huge technological gap, these soldiers are still charging to the front lines without hesitation. They're literally risking their lives. Ouyang Nanbei and Chen Shang lay side by side, their mouths filled with dust, the intense shockwaves leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Chen Shang raised his head to see the enemy troops taking advantage of the bombing to charge forward. They had already been nearly wiped out, but now another wave was surging forward. The company commander bellowed, "Charge! Kill those bastards! Kill!" The soldiers who had been lying on the ground, narrowly escaping death, leaped to their feet, some wielding large knives, others clutching bayonets, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy. Hold on, hold on. The Japanese soldiers' charge is losing momentum. The company commander shouted, trying to encourage his men. Luo Qianxue lay motionless on the ground. During the previous round of bombardment, a shell had exploded near her, and the shockwave felt like her internal organs were being torn apart. Hunger, exhaustion, dizziness. She wanted to stand up, but her weak hands and legs wouldn't obey her. She forced herself to lift her head and look at the chaotic battle before her. To her left, a comrade had been stabbed in the abdomen by a Japanese soldier's bayonet, and his intestines spilled out, but the soldier merely frowned, stuffed the intestines back inside, and charged forward again with his sword raised. Kill! From Luo Qianxue's perspective, all the spectators were holding their breath in horror. My goodness, is this a real battlefield? It's so bloody, I'm getting goosebumps just watching. Can a person really endure such excruciating pain and shove their intestines back inside? This feels a bit unrealistic. Luo Mei's breathing was rapid and heavy, clearly showing she was about to give it her all. Without Luo Qianxue's backup fire, Chen Shang was quickly cut down by a single blow and fell to the ground, gasping for breath as he tried to pick up the rifle that had slipped from his hands. But before he could sit up, the cold blade of the bayonet was already lunging toward him. Ah! Chen Shang let out a heart-wrenching scream. The blade was deflected slightly, missing his vital organs, but it pierced his lower abdomen. As the blade entered his body, it began to twist, sending waves of excruciating pain throughout his entire body, instantly bringing him back to his senses. He regretted dodging the vital area. The pain made him think that being killed instantly might be a mercy. Nanbei! Help me! But Ouyang Nanbei was also in dire straits, being hacked back by the two young men. His clothes were no longer blue, but had been stained dark red by blood. Damn it, you're done for! Seeing how difficult it was to kill Ouyang Nanbei, the young thug erupted in anger, cursing loudly. FCK! For some reason, seeing the other's face made a surge of unbearable anger well up inside Ouyang Nanbei, causing him to forget he was live streaming. Ha, North has been driven mad by the little thugs. This is still live streaming. North should behave more civilized. After all, we are the land of etiquette. Civilized my ass. Etiquette my ass. They're cursing you to your face and threatening to kill you, and you're still talking about civility? You're just a piece of trash. The person above said it well, that's so satisfying. I don't know why, but seeing the other side's face makes me want to vomit national treasures. Once the game launches, I'm definitely playing it. I'll trample on their faces and spit on them. Ouyang Nanbei was unaware that his unconscious curse had sparked a heated discussion among the viewers. At that moment, he was already blinded by rage. Seizing an opportunity, he risked having his arm pierced and slashed at the opponent's neck with all his strength. Shin Changshan was editing code while watching the three players' perspectives. Seeing Ouyang Nanbei's desperate, life-or-death fighting style, he couldn't help but grimace. He's a ruthless one. Even with the real pain setting at only 70%, that blow would still make a normal person lose consciousness from the pain. Only 70%? Chapter 9, can we adjust the pain threshold? Only 70%? Su Rue, who wasn't playing the game, came in to check out the commotion in Shin Changshan's livestream. She never expected to hear him mutter that, and her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. She recalled the excruciating pain of the bayonet piercing her body, causing her entire body to shudder. She shook her head vigorously, unable to believe it. Impossible. It can't possibly be only 70%. It's clearly 100%. Just moments ago, she had been writhing in pain, feeling as though the stab wound had been twisted into a knot, nearly unable to breathe. Yet Xin Shan had told her that this was only 70% of the pain. What would 100% feel like? In fact, Su Rui's concerns were completely unfounded. As the pinnacle of Huaxia Technology's achievements, the bioscanning system built into the game's sensory pod was nothing short of precision engineering. The moment a player connects, it calculates each individual's unique pain tolerance threshold with extreme precision and strictly controls the pain levels in the game within a safe range, ensuring players can enjoy the game without any harm. However, Su Rui, completely unaware of this, was filled with fear of the terrifying pain. She immediately dialed Xin Shan's call. Contestant, Su Rui is on the phone. Contestant, Su Rui is calling. In the 20th live streaming room, the yellow button on the left side of the programming computer began to flash continuously, and a sharp alert sound echoed throughout the room. Xin Shan's lips curled into a faint smile. He had to admit that the organizer's decision to install phone buttons connected to all 20 live streaming rooms at the judges' table was a clever arrangement, allowing the judges to communicate with the contestants about game bugs or suggest changes in real time. He pressed the button to answer the call, his voice steady and professional. Hello, do you have any suggestions for changes to the game? Ha! How did you know I was here to suggest changes to the game instead of reporting a bug? Su Rui's tone was filled with surprise. I put a lot of effort into creating the game. There's no way there could be any bugs, Xin Shan replied with unwavering confidence. Are you kidding? This is a system-produced game. Do you even know the value of the word system? Carefully crafted? Su Rui nearly jumped out of her skin. The calm and composed face of Xin Shan in the holographic projection now seemed unbearably irritating to her. Recalling the surveillance footage from earlier, where this person had stared blankly at an empty programming interface for 7 hours straight, only to create a small segment of the game in less than an hour, she couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. And you call that careful? However, there was no denying that the Battle of Nanjing was flawless in terms of logical structure and scene rendering. At least, she hadn't found any programming bugs yet. Still, if more time had been spent polishing it, could this game, set against a real historical backdrop, have achieved an even more breathtaking effect? It's indeed very thoughtful. Don't underestimate the time I spent on it. Every line of code was meticulously crafted. Xin Shan spoke with unwavering conviction. Alright, you're very dedicated. Su Rui massaged her throbbing temples and decided to drop the topic. Can you lower the pain level a bit? I really want to play your game, but I'm afraid it'll hurt too much. On the other end of the phone, Xin Shan heard the casual tone of the person asking and couldn't help but smile. It's impossible to change it. We've already reduced the pain level significantly. If we lower it any further, how would you be able to truly experience the hardships of our ancestors? Su Rui furrowed her brows, feeling utterly helpless. How stubborn can this person be? But if you don't change the game, it's not very friendly to girls, she couldn't help but complain. The real battlefield doesn't discriminate based on gender or age, Xin Shan replied, his tone heavy and serious. His profound words made Su Rui feel a bit uneasy. She just wanted to play a game to relax, not actually go to war. Humph. If you won't change it, then don't. Su Rui hung up the phone angrily. In the livestream, Su Rui's fans were all up in arms. Are you even a man? Our beautiful Su Rui just made a small suggestion and you won't even agree? You deserve to be single. Do you really think you're so great? In my opinion, this game is trash. I wouldn't even play it if you gave it to me. You don't know how to treat a lady. If you're so confident, don't lower the difficulty. Let's see how many players will play your game. Exactly. Why not make the game simpler? Is it not okay to make it challenging? Setting the opponent so strong, I think you're just copying foreign games. In the face of sudden online abuse, Xin Shan simply laughed it off. This pain is but a fraction of the suffering endured by our forebears. If we cannot endure even this much pain, how can we claim to truly understand that period of history, or how can we so easily forget it? His expression grew solemn as he began to explain seriously. Do you really think that deceiving yourselves can change history? At that time, the Japanese invaders had undergone extensive preparation and rigorous training, equipped with state-of-the-art artillery, tanks, and aircraft, and their soldiers were well-trained and experienced in combat. In contrast, our Chinese troops were clearly at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry and equipment. We lacked firearms and ammunition, and heavy weapons like artillery were scarce. The training levels and combat experience of our soldiers were also highly uneven. I can assure you with complete responsibility that the true history was far more brutal than what is portrayed in the game. From the very beginning of the game's design, I gave you a choice. There's an easy mode and a hard mode, both equipped with advanced weapons, more than enough to let you enjoy a thrilling bloodbath. You don't even need to activate the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. I've already prepared cheats for you in advance. If you want to escape or deceive yourselves, you can choose either of these modes. As he spoke, he thought of those who wore kimonos on commemorative days and cosplayed as various characters. Though he upheld the principle of freedom of expression, couldn't they at least refrain from such behavior on such important days? His voice rose sharply, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. But do you really want to escape this history? Only by remembering this heavy history can we remain vigilant in times of peace, isn't that right? Xin Shan designed this game with the hope that people in this world would remember that history. Though it was filled with hardship and tragedy, it was real and must not be forgotten or erased. Meanwhile, Su Rui, who had angrily exited the livestream, did not hear Xin Shan's words. She was still immersed in the anger of being rejected earlier. This is infuriating. It's just a game statistic, why not just change it so players can choose for themselves? Why make it so complicated? Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had come up with a brilliant idea. If you won't change it, then I'll just play the easy mode. Chapter 10, a soul-shaking history lesson. If you won't change it, I'll just play the easy mode. Su Rui angrily threw out those words, her ponytail swinging wildly behind her. It was only now that she realized how she had been drawn into this game in the first place. It was all because of that provocative phrase on the main interface, "Dare you challenge the real battlefield?" This time, she was determined to see what secrets the so-called easy mode held, and she once again lay down in the gamepod. As the metal cabin door slowly closed, the distinctive pale blue mist of the sensory chamber enveloped her. The live stream exploded with activity, the screen flooded with scrolling comments. "My sister is so cool. She has got such a great attitude. If you won't change, then I'll just play another game. You're acting so arrogant, like you're some big shot. Who cares about your crappy game anyway?" Exactly. There are 19 other games besides this one. We'll just play them all. I don't believe there isn't one that our beautiful Su Rui likes. Trash Jinling Defense War, not even a dog would. Until someone in the live stream noticed something unusual. Wait, the person above spoke too soon. Su Rui seems to have chosen Jinling Defense War. Isn't Su Rui angry? Why is she still playing this game? Only to see Su Rui skillfully flip the game module to the last page, tap the screen twice with her fingertips, and as she pressed the confirmation button, the cabin suddenly erupted with deafening cannon fire. This time she had learned her lesson, skipping the provocative opening animation and trembling as she locked the difficulty to hard mode. "I'm just afraid of pain, not a coward," she murmured to the silent cabin, as if trying to etch those words into her bones. However, when the darkness faded, the battle scene that unfolded before her eyes shattered her last shred of hope. In the blood-red mist, beneath the crumbling city walls, the bodies of soldiers and Japanese invaders lay scattered in every direction. The ground, churned up by artillery fire, was saturated with dark brown bloodstains, and the air was filled with the metallic, sweet smell of rust. A broken figure suddenly burst into view. The man's right arm was severed at the shoulder, and his right leg was little more than a stump, yet he knelt on one knee with the resolve of steel, clutching a fluttering military flag with his left hand. As the battered body slowly turned toward her, Su Rui gasped in horror. The blood-soaked face bore a single, fiercely glowing left eye, and the cracked lips twisted into a grimace that was more painful than a smile. "You've come? This time, can you take us home?" Before the words had even finished, time suddenly froze. Crimson letters floated in the air like drops of blood. "Dear player, welcome to the battlefield. Since you have a competitive spirit, deceive your own heart, use equal strength, lead the warriors to rewrite history, and achieve victory." Two options flickered before his eyes. Cancel. Begin. No, I really feel suffocated. I don't know why, but seeing the words equal strength makes me feel so guilty I can't breathe. Is this real? Why do I feel like this is just another trap set by the player to provoke us? Shan, give me back my tears. Seeing this scene has made me cry like a baby. Is this really a game you made? The visuals in this scene are so realistic they could be a movie. The one above said even dogs won't play this. You better not be the dog I'm definitely playing. I'm playing Jinling Defense War. I want to fight alongside our ancestors. Su Rui doesn't even need to be mentioned. This scene hit her straight in the heart. The intense atmosphere and sense of oppression made her breathing heavy. This time, clicking start wasn't just about deceiving herself, it was about those 150,000 soldiers. If she chose to begin, wouldn't that make her no different from those who make those over-the-top war dramas? The thought of starting felt like 1,000 pounds on her shoulders, but in the end, she clicked cancel. Lying in the motion simulator, she recalled the scene from just now. Her pain felt like not even a fraction of what that hero had endured. Luo Qianxue is still fighting, why should I back down? When the pod door opened again, Su Rui's eyes were red and swollen. She wiped her face and hurried to the observation screen. The battlefield was now witnessing a thrilling turnaround. Luo Qianxue's pale face was covered in cold sweat, but she steadied her trembling body with astonishing resolve. She aimed at Chen Sheng's vital spot, pulled the trigger, and the bullet pierced the enemy's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. Luo beauty, thank you. Chen Sheng collapsed in a pool of blood, the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth staining his military collar red. This tough guy now looked like a broken doll, each breath accompanied by painful moans. Just a moment ago, he felt like he was being tortured to the brink of collapse. Now, all he wanted was to lie down. His body had no strength left to move. Hold on, the Japanese troops have retreated. We've held them off this time. Luo Qianxue knelt on the ground, skillfully bandaging his wounds. Her fingertips trembled, but her voice was as firm as iron. I can't hold on anymore. I've figured out this game. That contestant just wants us to never forget the atrocities committed by those damn little Japanese devils. The pain and anger I felt just now, I'll never forget them for the rest of my life. Chen Sheng was in immense pain, but he was smiling broadly because he had finally understood the suffering of his ancestors and the despair of this battle. Chen Sheng, well done. The three of us killed over 20 of those little bastards. It was worth it. Ouyang Nanbei had also dealt with the Japanese soldiers surrounding him and limped over. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to his knees. Luo Qianxue held back her tears and turned to look. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, littered with the bodies of invaders, and the surviving warriors lay on the ground, still clutching their weapons. At that moment, the game was no longer a game, but a soul-shaking history lesson. Did you see it? Did you feel it? This is the true reality of history. Heavy and despairing are the backdrop of that era. Please, let future TV dramas follow this style. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is fearing and avoiding failure. Besides, we didn't lose. Seek hope for survival in adversity, carve out a bloody path in despair. This is the motto of our forebears. We want the true history, not sensationalized portrayals of tearing apart Japanese soldiers. So talented. The seniors above are so talented. My family asked me why I was crying while watching the live stream, so I showed it to them, and now they're all crying too. Luo Qianxue called over a few comrades to carry Chen Sheng and Ouyang Nanbei back. Along the way, there were many soldiers who were more severely injured than the two of them. They muttered, "I can still hold on. Since we can't stand up, let us crawl along the city walls to defend them. Fight to the death, no retreat. Fight to the death, no retreat. Fight to the death, no retreat." Chapter 11, in those few short lines lies their entire lives. As twilight seeped through the glass facade of Blue Sea City, the 8th floor of Building 13 in Blue Sea Bay No. 1 residential district, the dazzling neon lights and shimmering waves outside the floor-to-ceiling windows intertwined to form a luxurious tapestry. This smart residence, designed by top architects, has always been a haven for political and business elites. In the elevator lobby's climate-controlled greenhouse, every orchid plant is priceless. At that moment, in the bedroom adorned with Persian carpets, Qin Shanglin stared intently at the livestream on his computer. In the livestream, the scene where Su Rue entered the difficult mode and the moment when Luo Qianxue turned back after repelling Xia Rize's charge triggered an inexplicable emotion within him. He desperately wanted to be there in that battle. Qin Shanglin picks up the phone on the desk, finds a contact labeled Old Qin, and dials the number. "I'm in a board meeting. Get to the point." The call connected, and a voice that sounded slightly tired but still carried an air of solemn authority came through the phone. "I need the latest model of the Huanxia Technology Motion Sensing Pod." Qin Shanglin stated his request succinctly, "I need it now." After a brief pause, the sound of a pen tapping on the desk echoed. That equipment is still in the testing phase, and the initial games being developed for it are still in the creation stage. No need to go through all that trouble. Qin Shanglin impatiently interrupted the other party. "My game pod just needs to synchronize the game creation of contestant number 20 at all times." His mind was filled with scenes from the Battle of Nanjing, and no other game could spark even a shred of interest in him. "Alright, I'll have someone arrange it." After a brief response, the call was hung up. Qin Shanglin tossed his phone onto the sofa and refocused his gaze on the computer screen, his eyes brimming with anticipation. At the same time, in the president's office of Huaxia Technology Company, Limited's headquarters, the bright floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the city's dazzling night lights. Qin Lang put down his phone and gently pressed the yellow button on the desk with his slender fingers. Soon, the office door opened, and a poised woman dressed in a champagne-colored business blouse and a tea-brown pencil skirt entered, her feet adorned with beige high heels. Her makeup was flawless, and she wore a professional smile on her lips. Her hands were elegantly folded in front of her as she asked in a soft voice, "Mr. Qin, what can I do for you?" "Send someone to deliver a company motion simulator to Blue Bay No. 1. Qin Lang leaned back in his leather armchair, his gaze deep and his tone solemn. "Yes, Mr. Qin. Is there anything else?" The secretary nodded slightly and asked earnestly. "Compile a report on all participants' personal information and the games they created for the company's game creation competition and send it to me." "That's all for now." Qin Lang finished speaking, then turned his gaze to the night view outside the window, seemingly lost in thought. The secretary nodded again in acknowledgement, turned, and left the office with graceful steps. The door closed softly, leaving Qin Lang alone in the quiet room, lost in thought. At the game creation competition site, Luo Qianxue and the two judges were still lying inside the motion sensing pods. Another day had passed in the game, and it was now the third night of the defense at Nyosho Mountain. The atmosphere at the defense position grew increasingly tense. The company they were in had fewer than 30 soldiers remaining, with more than half of them severely wounded. Luo Qianxue walked over to a soldier, sat down beside him, and looked at his dazed expression. She asked softly, "Do you think we can win?" The soldier seemed lost in thought, his eyes vacant and unfocused. After hearing Luo Qianxue's question, he paused for a moment before answering, I don't know either." Luo Qianxue looked at the soldier's innocent expression, feeling as though an invisible force was choking her throat, and bitterness spread across her tongue. Then are you afraid? What are you talking about?" The soldier suddenly turned his head sharply, his cloudy eyes flashing with anger. "You're staying here too. If you're not afraid, why should I be?" As he spoke, his chest rose and fell violently, causing the blood-stained bandages to tremble slightly, as if his dignity had been insulted. Just then, a dark figure suddenly leaped out from the corner of the trench. The company commander crouched down and crept over, pointing his index finger at his temple and shaking it at the warrior named Gudan. "Gudan, don't listen to him. This guy has been acting strange since the day before yesterday." Just then, a voice echoed from the distance, "Assemble. All soldiers who can move or run, gather here immediately." This command interrupted Luo Qianxue, who had been about to ask more questions. She glanced at her limbs and realized she was probably the one being called in the order the soldiers who could still run. She immediately followed the company commander's footsteps. The company commander was already crouching forward, but suddenly stopped and turned around. Under the cold light of the flare, she could see the crisscrossing traces of gunpowder on his face. "Li Anwei," the company commander said sternly, "remember that. My name is Ming Can. Don't die without knowing your company commander's name." With that, Ming the company commander ran off to join the formation. Luo Qianxue stared at the muddy ground, repeating the two names in her mind, Li Anwei, Ming Can. I will remember them forever. She now understood that when each player died, the screen displayed the soldiers' names, birthdates, and dates of death. These few words encapsulated the entire life of a martyr. It's deep into the night now. The Japanese bombers can't take off, so our combat operations can significantly reduce casualties at this time. After catching up with the crowd and gathering together, Luo Qianxue looked at the battalion commander directing the battle ahead. I am now forming a suicide squad to launch an attack on the Japanese camp from the flank. Those willing to go, step forward. As soon as the battalion commander finished speaking, all the gathered soldiers took a step forward. A night raid may seem less dangerous than daytime combat without enemy bombers, but the Japanese threat was far more formidable. They also had to contend with natural factors. First, they had no information about the Japanese army's specific deployment. A reckless surprise attack would be like a blind man fighting a blind man. It would come down to who was braver and more daring. Second, limited night vision meant that soldiers could lose track of each other while running, leaving them isolated and outnumbered. Third, they were already exhausted from prolonged defense, and the long-distance march had further drained their strength. When engaged in combat, their ability to raise their guns and fire relied solely on sheer willpower. There are many more such factors, but despite these immense difficulties, these soldiers resolutely took that step. Li Anwei, are you staying behind in the city? The battalion commander called out to Luo Qianxue, who was standing motionless. Luo Qianxue snapped out of her daze. She had been wondering why these soldiers, despite knowing the odds were against them, showed no fear, as if this were their mission. No, I was just... Reporting to the commander, Li Anwei may have been injured in the explosion during the daytime battle and is now reacting slowly. Ming, the company commander, hurried out to explain for Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue finally took a step forward and shouted, reporting to the commander, I also want to participate in this night raid. Chapter 12, Night Raid. The chat messages in the game livestream rolled by like a surging tide. Is this really a game? Why do the NPCs seem to have their own emotions? They can even respond to Luo's questions. Contestant number 20 is unbelievable. He created such a detailed game in less than an hour. It feels like there are real people inside. Gudan said he doesn't know if he can win. Let me ask you all, if you were doing something and risking your life but still couldn't get results, would you still have the courage to do it? Ming Company Commander, I'll remember that. If I'd known, I would VE snagged a spectator spot. Can you get me an internal motion simulator? I want to play right now. Yeah, sell me the motion simulator cabin that Luo Meili tried out. It's just a prototype anyway, and I don't have OCD. I don't mind the sweat smell. Just now, my grandfather came over and asked if I was watching the new TV series. He even asked me the name of the show so he could watch it too. I told him it's a game, and he said to remember to buy him one when I get it. Just buy him a motion sensing cabin. Veteran returning, this is the chance to take down the little Japanese. Bro, my grandpa is over 80 years old. He has diabetes, rheumatism, high blood pressure, and heart disease. Are you sure he can play this game? At that moment, the game world was filled with suffocating smoke. In the trenches, Chen Sheng and Ouyang Nanbei stood like two weathered, battered sculptures. Layers of bandages tightly wrapped around their bloodied bodies, the blood-soaked gauze had long since fused with the wounds, forming horrific scabs. Every slight movement feels like torture, with excruciating pain surging through their bodies like a tidal wave. They can only barely maintain a half-lying position, their eyes filled with exhaustion and resentment. In the distance, the footsteps of the night raid troops grew louder and clearer. Those footsteps sounded like war drums, urging the warriors to rush to the battlefield. However, Chen Shang and Ouyang Nanbei could only lie there, helplessly watching their comrades prepare for battle with renewed vigor. Chen Shang struggled to lift his upper body using his bandaged elbow, each movement accompanied by painful gasps. He looked toward Ouyang Nanbei, who was curled up beside a sandbag, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Nanbei, what do you think Luo Mei is going to do this time?" Ouyang Nanbei strained to turn his head. His face, wrapped in bandages, revealed a half-bloodshot eye filled with confusion. "I don't know. I want to go too, but I just can't move." "Forget it, you'd just be a liability." Chen Sheng snapped, his tone tinged with stubborn concern. "What are you barking about? Don't you know who's lying on the ground screaming? If it weren't for Luo Mimi, we'd all be dead by now." Ouyang Nanbei retorted without backing down. The two continued to argue back and forth, their bodies unable to move, but their words flying back and forth, neither willing to give in. As they argued, the topic shifted to who had killed more Japanese soldiers in the game, one of the few things they could compete over. Watching the live stream outside the room, Su Rui was amused by the two of them arguing like children. These two are wrapped up like dumplings, arguing away. It's hilarious. But as she laughed, her smile suddenly froze. A strange emotion welled up inside her. Looking at the screen where Qin Shang, Ouyang Nanbei, and Luo Qianxue had once fought side by side, and then at herself, alone and isolated, an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloped her like a dark cloud. But soon, she channeled that emotion into a deep appreciation for the game and a genuine admiration for its creator, Xin Shan. Affirmation value plus 10. Affinity plus 20. Affinity plus 100. Total recognition points 403,810. There's still a long way to go before reaching 10 million. I guess I need to speed up my creation process. Xin Shan stared at the over 40,000 and couldn't help but sigh. However, it was reassuring that such a significant increase in approval value had been achieved with just this small section of game content. After all, Niushou Mountain was merely the outermost defense line of the Jinling defense battle, and the defenders there faced relatively less Japanese firepower. The most challenging defensive points in the entire Jinling defense battle were infamous for their extreme danger. Yuwatai, which was easy to attack but difficult to defend and had been targeted as a key breakthrough point by the Japanese forces, where every inch of land was soaked in the blood of soldiers. Zijin Mountain, an important barrier for Jinling and the site of the longest-lasting battles, witnessed countless brutal clashes. Zang Hua Gate, simultaneously subjected to fierce tank attacks and intense artillery fire, resembled a hell on earth. What Luo Qianxue and his companions were currently experiencing was merely the tip of the iceberg in this grand and brutal campaign. Xin Shan thought to himself, when the entire map of the Jinling defense battle is fully unfolded, these gamers will truly feel how brutal and despairing this battle was. He had no intention of lowering the game's difficulty, as his original purpose in creating this game was not only to help people in this world remember that gradually forgotten history, but also to make them deeply understand the brutal nature of war. In the game, Luo Qianxue was carefully following a 100+ strong suicide squad through the nighttime jungle. The dense jungle resembles a mysterious and dangerous beast. In the darkness, the members of the suicide squad move silently, their figures flickering like ghosts. It wasn't until she truly participated in such an operation that Luo Qianxue deeply understood the hardships of nighttime combat. The jungle was shrouded in mist, with thick layers of decaying leaves and uneven ground beneath her feet, and vines occasionally tangled around her. Once, she nearly lost her footing and fell behind, but Ming, the company commander, had been vigilant, keeping a close eye on everyone in the group. He quickly reached out and pulled her back into the ranks. "Stay close. If you fall behind here, no one will be able to save you if a fight breaks out." Captain Ming's tone was stern and urgent, his eyes filled with concern for her safety. They were already nearing the Japanese army's positions. Once the assault began, the battlefield would descend into utter chaos. At that point, acting alone would be a suicide mission. "Got it." Luo Qianxue nodded solemnly, silently reminding herself to stay alert. Soon, they spotted the bright flames several hundred meters away, glowing brightly in the darkness. That was the Japanese camp they were about to raid. "Watch your step. Be careful of the traps the Japanese have set." A scout in the group whispered urgently. Everyone knew that when the Japanese set up camp, they would clear away all obstacles within a radius of 300 to 400 meters, leaving no hiding place for any approaching enemies. Beyond this perimeter, in the dense jungle, they had also set up alarm devices such as bell traps and tripwires. If anyone accidentally triggered them, their position would be immediately exposed. Chapter 13, Trust me, I can do it. A tripwire has been detected 100 meters to the northeast. Stay clear. The scout whispered the dangerous information. The soldiers held their breath, moving forward cautiously, taking each step with utmost care. After much effort, they finally reached the outermost edge of the jungle. Before them lay a vast open area spanning 200 or 300 meters. In the darkness of night, this empty expanse seemed like an insurmountable chasm separating life and death. And they were about to charge across this dangerous terrain to engage in a life and death struggle with the brutal Japanese troops. There's a Japanese machine gun company stationed ahead. We must charge quickly and break through their defenses before they can complete their 3-point gun emplacements. Captain Ming ordered in a low, firm voice. Luo Qianxue took a deep breath, gripped her weapon tightly, and felt her heart pounding in her chest. She knew that a fierce battle was about to begin. Stay with the teams you were assigned before departure. Team 1 will flank from the left, Team 2 will charge head-on, and Team 3 will encircle from the right. Machine gunners provide cover. Riflemen form 3 waves and advance in alternating waves. Don't give the enemy time to react. Charge to close range before firing. Wait for my signal. 3, 2, 1 advance. As the orders came down, the soldiers sprang into action. Luo Qianxue was following Ming Company commander's left flank flanking squad. Over 30 men charged forward, but despite the seemingly short distance of 300 meters, every step carried the risk of being spotted. Their charge coincided with the moment the Japanese patrol turned around. Seizing this opportunity, they covered over 100 meters in just a few breaths. Damn it! Enemy night raid! The Japanese patrol squad turned around just in time to see dozens of men charging toward them like madmen. They hurriedly raised their guns, but before they could pull the triggers, they were shot dead by the charging soldiers. Kill! Since they had already caused a commotion, Ming Company commander decided to shout at the top of his lungs to boost morale. Luo Qianxue felt his adrenaline surge, his mind going blank. His only goal was to charge forward and shoot any Japanese soldiers he saw. Their sudden attack was extremely swift, and they quickly closed in on the Japanese camp, then each found a concealed position to suppress the enemy. The Japanese defenders, their formation disrupted, scrambled around like headless flies. Large numbers of Japanese soldiers began to gather on their side. Quick, there's a large enemy force attacking from the rear. Hold the line. Kill them all. The Japanese commander, wielding a samurai sword, directed the battlefield. Luo Qianxue happened to be close to the commander. She looked at the gleaming head of the enemy and slowly raised her rifle. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out behind the tent near the Japanese commander. Congratulations to player Luo Qianxue for your first kill of a Japanese captain, unlocking the hero rank. Congratulations to player Luo Qianxue for killing a Japanese captain for the first time, unlocking the hero board. Congratulations to player Luo Qianxue for killing a Japanese captain for the first time, unlocking the hero board. The electronic voice echoed in the minds of the 3 players. Holy crap! Luo, the beauty, killed a captain. This is huge. She's only on her second playthrough and already achieved a milestone. What rank is a major? Are you a military illiterate? A captain is usually the commander of a company, leading 180 to 250 soldiers. Oh, that's really impressive. My goodness, where has Luo the beauty gone? Chen Sheng sat up in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Ouyang Nanbei's eyes sparkled with envy. We're still arguing over who killed more grunts, and Miss Luo is already taking out officers with ranks. This server-wide announcement was truly making the two of them drool with envy. Though it was a rather cliché incentive system, this was about killing enemy officers with ranks that wasn't the same league as those monster-slaying, level-up announcements. I hate it. Why didn't I join this operation? Ouyang Nanbei regretted his decision, slapping his chest in frustration, only to accidentally touch his wound, causing him to wince in pain. Xin Qingshan naturally noticed the commotion in the game, his face twitching uncontrollably. He was just following the program code. Many of the game's Easter eggs were unknown to him. This is interesting. This system can actually create a game. Killing Japanese soldiers and having it announced to the entire server can even get you on the heroes board. This kind of incentive system could turn the Chinese into fanatics. Looking at the rapidly increasing approval ratings on the system panel, he couldn't help but wonder how many Chinese youths would become frontline warriors if this game were to gain widespread popularity. The mastermind behind this scene, Luo Qianxue, was also stunned. She hadn't expected that the commander she had casually shot dead was the captain of the machine gun squad. However, their current situation was still dangerous. Although the machine gun squad leader was dead, the firepower of the Japanese soldiers was still intense. This was their territory. They couldn't tolerate enemy troops trampling it like this. Everyone charged forward like madmen. Retreat quickly. The Japanese troops surrounding us are closing in. Carry the wounded and provide covering fire while retreating. The soldiers quickly organized an orderly retreat. This night raid had decimated 2/3 of the Japanese machine gun company, and their mission was complete. They loaded all the machine guns they could carry onto the vehicles and began their withdrawal. However, after continuous exertion, the soldiers were nearly exhausted, and the Japanese troops were closing in rapidly. Especially in open areas, many exhausted soldiers were mowed down by machine gun fire. After finally retreating back into the jungle, the Japanese soldiers were already very close. Luo Qianxue saw several soldiers running while stuffing hand grenades into Gudan's hands. "What are you doing?" she asked urgently. "If we keep running like this, none of us will escape. We need to leave someone behind with grenades to hold them off and give the other units time to retreat," Ming, the company commander, explained, panting heavily. Luo Qianxue's head spun. "So you're sending Gudan to his death? This isn't suicide. My life is worth the lives of so many brothers." Gudan corrected her misunderstanding and shouted, "Hurry up and leave. Take these weapons back." Luo Qianxue snatched the grenades from Gudan's arms. "I'll cover the rear. You all retreat quickly." Ming, the company commander, hesitated for a few seconds, but time was running out. He could only nod solemnly at Luo Qianxue. "You're a hero. I'm honored to have a warrior like you." Gudan grew impatient. "No, I'll go." Lianwei's brain was blown out. "What if? Trust me." Luo Qianxue cut off Gudan's words, looking at him seriously. "I can do it." Company Commander Ming grabbed Gudan's arm forcefully. "Go. There's no time. Captain Ming, I'll always remember you." Luo Qianxue watched the two of them leave and shouted after them, then muttered under her breath, "In real life." The last sentence was for herself. After watching the soldiers depart, Luo Qianxue hugged the grenade and hid behind a tree. She wasn't a hero, she was just a host who had become famous because of her looks, an ordinary person as ordinary as they come. She knew this was just a game, and that everything would start over after death. But this time, she wanted to protect her ancestors in the game. "Lianwei, you must be thinking the same as me, right?" Chapter 14, The Heroes List. "Lianwei, you must be thinking the same as me, right?" Luo Qianxue, leaning against the tree, heard the footsteps growing closer and closer. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. She had to wait until the large group of Japanese soldiers were close before pulling the pin and charging out, so she could inflict greater damage on them. "Baka, run faster. If you let these Chinese soldiers escape, you'll have to apologize to the careless Japanese for your negligence." Luo Qianxue heard the language that filled her with hatred. "Closer, closer." Luo Qianxue felt her heart pounding so hard it seemed like it would burst. The most thrilling thing she had ever done was arguing with her father, but at that moment, she felt a million times more nervous. "Now! Fire!" She yanked the fuse of the cluster grenade, and the acrid smoke filled her nostrils. But she didn't feel choked. Instead, she screamed, "All of you, die! Scatter! It's a suicide soldier!" The Japanese soldiers, who had been huddled together for safety, scattered in all directions in panic. But Luo Qianxue wasn't going to let them escape. Wherever there were more people in her line of sight, she charged toward them. The Japanese commander, who had been enjoying the sweet-smelling flowers, was right in the middle of the crowd. Seeing the massive suicide soldier charging straight toward him, he panicked and tried to run away. But the grenade's explosion was brief. Luo Qianxue charged out when they were off guard, and the grenade detonated the moment she reached the Japanese commander. Boom! Dozens of grenades exploded simultaneously, sending a powerful shockwave radiating out from Luo Qianxue. Over 20 Japanese soldiers were thrown in all directions. If one observed the ripples of the shockwave closely, they would notice they were blood red. Luo Qianxue could only feel the intense heat of the explosion for an instant before losing consciousness and being ejected along with the game interface. Lianwei, 1912-1937. Heroes List, first place Luo Qianxue. Battle record, killed 1 captain, 1 lieutenant, and 45 Japanese soldiers. Excellent! What a remarkable woman, Luo Qianxue. Xin Shengshan clapped his hands in admiration for the female host. It's important to note that the game's difficulty back then was a faithful recreation of the original setting: no high-tech gadgets, no special abilities, and players started with injuries. It was all about sheer willpower. And yet, despite enduring 70% pain, Luo Qianxue achieved such an impressive score in the second round, which speaks volumes about her true strength. So intense. Luo beauty is truly amazing. Charging forward with a bunch of grenades strapped to her body, that scene made my blood boil. Hidden energy on her back. Isn't that more shocking than pulling a grenade out of your pants? As a professional game tester, Nanbei Dede isn't as fierce as Luo the host? Is that what they call a high-level player? Don't try to be cool, you'd get blown up in an instant if you went up there. Su Rui watched from the judge's seat, her blood boiling with excitement. She clenched her delicate little fists in the air, feeling as though it were her own glory. Well done. Qianxue really brought honor to women. She had temporarily forgotten that she had been too afraid of pain to join the team. Luo Qianxue's precise self-destruction bought the team a significant amount of time to retreat. By the time she switched back to Chen Sheng and the two of them were exchanging information until dawn, Ming company commander and the others finally returned to their positions. Brothers, we've captured 3 heavy machine guns and 4 Type 92 rifles. Let the Japanese devils taste the power of their own weapons in their next charge. The battalion commander also spoke up to boost morale. Brothers, we've seized so many guns, ammunition, and explosives from the Japanese. What does this mean? It means the Japanese aren't anything special. We have the ability to defeat them, and we also have the ability to use their weapons to give them an even harsher counterattack. In the next battle, we'll take these weapons with us and wipe them out completely. As Soldier A said to his comrades, haha, the Japanese guns are now ours. Before, they used them to bully us, but now we'll use them to teach them a lesson. Let's see if they dare to be so arrogant anymore. Chen Shang and Nanbei saw their excited expressions and felt happy as well. We will definitely hold this Neosho mountain. As dawn broke, the sound of rumbling echoed in the sky. It's bombers. Hide quickly. Ouyang Nanbei looked up at the sky and saw countless missiles falling from the plains, mixed with mortar shells. The entire battlefield of Neosho Mountain was completely covered with no blind spots. My goodness, how are we supposed to fight this battle? The gap between us and the enemy is too huge. We're still celebrating getting a heavy machine gun while their shells are falling like rain. How are we supposed to fight this? Is this really what our ancestors went through in history? What did they rely on to win back then? This is so hopeless. We barely have any bullets left, and the Japanese are firing shells like they're free. We're just sacrificing our lives. Please, release the full version of Contestant number 20. I want to buy a motion simulator and join the battlefield. In the relentless barrage of fire, Chen Shang and Ouyang Nanbei were killed by a shell that landed in their trench. Game over. Player, Chen Shang. Achievements, killed 6 Japanese soldiers. Player, Ouyang Nanbei. Achievements, killed 11 Japanese soldiers. After exiting the sensory pod, Ouyang Nanbei looked at Chen Shang in shock. What's going on? You said you killed 15 of them? What are these 6? Chen Shang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I just rounded it up a bit. Ouyang Nanbei rolled his eyes. You call that rounding? Did you round up too much? 1 more makes 10, right? Stop yelling. You said you killed 15 too. Chen Shang argued, his face turning red. Ouyang Nanbei, so my rounding is wrong? Enough, stop arguing. Su Rue came over to mediate, then added, the two of you combined don't even have as many as Qianxue. What's there to argue about? The two were silenced and walked toward the judges' area in silence. Luo Qianxue picked up the microphone again and walked back onto the stage. Alright, everyone watching, after seeing the game experience process with me and the 3 judges, I'm sure you all have your own favorite game in mind. A large portion of the audience below couldn't wait any longer and shouted excitedly, hurry up and move on to the next round. I'm dying to see it. I'm a 20-year veteran of CF and I'm here to compete. This time, I'll defend the homeland. I want to play Tutu's Haunted House. Get lost. Why buy a GamePod to play a horror house? Just go to an amusement park. You're wasting a spot. Luo Qianxue looked down at the enthusiastic audience, tilted her head back, and smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. Alright, let's move on to the second round. Chapter 15, The Difficulty of the Past, Defending Jinling. Luo Qianxue's crimson lips, fair face, and bright eyes caused the male audience members below to feel a sudden surge of emotion. Many of them had rushed to get these on-site audience tickets just for her. I won't waste any more of your time. I'm sure after watching my game experience with the 3 judges, you all have a game you want to try. Luo Qianxue pointed to an open door on the left side of the hall. Shall we head to the audience experience area for the next segment? Everyone please enter one by one and find the room with the same number as yours. Inside, the company has prepared motion sensing pods for everyone. As Luo Qianxue finished speaking, all the audience members rushed to form a line and enter the left side of the hall to find their rooms. Upon entering the rooms, their first action was to lie down in the motion sensing pods. 3 judges, which game do you think will attract the most audience members to play first? Luo Qianxue turned her gaze toward the judges' table. This second phase of the competition was all about which contestants' creativity could resonate with the most audience members. These audience members had come here because they shared a passion for games, and their choices would ultimately determine the final rankings of the competition. This is hard to predict, as everyone has different interests, and each game has its unique style and playability. However, I can only offer my personal opinion. I retract my initial evaluation because I truly found contestant number 20's creativity refreshing and appealing. I'm very eager to see his next innovations. The first to respond was Ouyang Nanbei. This tournament has always been broadcast live in its entirety. Although his evaluation contradicted his initial stance, it was a stark contrast to his earlier comments. However, as a professional game tester, he has always adhered to the principle of objectivity. Mr. Ouyang's evaluation is very objective. He doesn't let his personal preferences influence others' opinions. He truly lives up to his reputation as the iron-faced judge of the gaming industry. Luo Qianxue turned to the other 2 judges. What about you, Rui Jie and Chen Shang? Su Rui flipped her chestnut brown curls and spoke second. I think Tutu's Haunted House really suits my taste. Although I'm a bit of a coward, the chill you can feel through the screen, along with the sudden appearance of those eerie NPCs, is truly eye-catching. But she changed the subject. I still feel it's lacking something. As a motion-based game, its interaction design is still stuck at the traditional horror house level and lacks true breakthroughs in utilizing virtual reality technology. She then proceeded to critique each of the other contestants' games, from wuxia theme to sci-fi, with some good and some bad, until she reached Xinxing Shan's turn. She puckered her lips, her face contorted into a vicious expression. The thought of that arrogant man rejecting her so coldly made her teeth grind with anger. She spoke through clenched teeth. This, number 20, the game is well made, but the developer's emotional intelligence. I suggest a complete overhaul. Luo Qianxue, who had been engrossed in the game, was unaware of the exchange between Su Rui and Xinxing Shan. She laughed awkwardly and said, "Ha ha ha. It seems like Sister Rui had an unpleasant exchange with our contestant, but she still gave a high evaluation of contestant number 20's creativity. It was very unpleasant. I told him I wanted this game, but I'm afraid of pain, so I asked him to lower the pain threshold, but he flat out refused." Xinxing Shan heard this and could only nod helplessly. His original intention was to allow the people of Huagui to experience the suffering endured by their ancestors and remember it deeply. If it were changed to a pain-free war, could you remember the game? The three judges all gave high praise to his Jinling defense battle. Looking at the steadily rising approval rating on the system panel, he was thoroughly satisfied. However, today's game was almost finished. Glancing at the time, he had been working for 4 or 5 hours and it was time to catch up on sleep. Host Luo and the three judges all gave high praise to contestant number 20. It seems the first prize will go to him. There's something fishy going on. Contestant number 20 created this game in less than an hour and already received such high praise. There must be some underhanded dealings. Is there a company executive in the live stream? Note down the personal information of the person above. Never let him download Jinling Defense when he buys a motion simulator. I won't download it. I play wuxia games, I fly on swords, I slay demons with a single sword. You're all jealous. Ha, I fought alongside my ancestors, defeated enemies, and made it onto the heroes list. I defended the homeland and died bravely. Our honor is something you traitors who have forgotten the national humiliation could never compare to. Look at contestant number 20, he's gone to sleep again. He's only been awake for less than 6 hours, and he's already gone back to sleep. Is he crazy? With such high popularity, he's not focusing on creating the game and is going to sleep instead? Does he not want the 1 billion yuan prize for first place? The fans in the livestream were chatting heatedly, while at the venue, the audience had already set up their game rooms in their respective rooms, ready to kick off this long-awaited game. Everyone's here, so I'll start now. The hostess' voice was filled with excitement. Let us start. I can't wait. I have to choose the old version. I'll show those Japanese what Chinese people are made of. Back then, it has to be back then. Everyone echoed in unison, their voices filled with passion and enthusiasm. The moment the host clicked start, the screens of 90 people plunged into darkness. Soon, subtitles began to appear slowly in the darkness. November 1937, the Japanese invaders occupied Pudong at the cost of 100,000 casualties. The Japanese invasion forces immediately demanded from their headquarters to capture Nanjing. If Nanjing fell, the central government would be reduced to a local regime without a capital, and the Chinese government would lose its ability to rally the people. The Japanese invaders sought to plant their patch flag on the capital of China. As the subtitles faded away, the scene before everyone's eyes suddenly became clear. They found themselves in a solemn and dignified meeting hall. The hall was filled with generals in military uniforms, their straight uniforms highlighting their tall figures, exuding an air of solemnity and dignity. Every face bore a look of gravity and resolve. They were gathered around the conference table, seemingly discussing matters of national survival. It started. This plot is different from what the judges played. A player exclaimed in surprise. The Japanese invaders are dreaming. They dare to invade our Chinese territory? I'll be the first to stand up and resist. Kill them. Let these arrogant little devils pay a terrible price. The fall of Nanjing is my responsibility. The players were filled with patriotic fervor, their blood boiling with passion. Holy crap! The game map was updated on the 20th. It seems to be a full map dynamic defense mode now. Seamless transition. Goodness. This update speed is insane. The quality is top notch. Watching the soldiers rush to the front lines, my blood is boiling. I'm hooked. I just kicked my younger brother who's obsessed with the little Baga anime, and he's still whining. The live stream chat exploded like a floodgate, surging with excitement. Everyone was completely captivated by this epic scene, their emotions reaching a boiling point. A cold, synthetic voice suddenly rang out, game difficulty, back in the day. Clearance conditions, hold the city of Jinling for 30 days. Chapter 16, take up the spear and defend the city. Game begin. Before the gates of Zhanghua, beneath the rainflower terrace. Countless ancestors once sacrificed their lives to build the Great Wall, pouring their scorching blood and indomitable spirits onto this storm-tossed land of China. The smoke of battle has dissipated, but the spirits of the fallen remain. Today, it is your turn to take up arms and defend this city. Can you fulfill your duty and protect this land soaked in blood and tears? The order was given, and 90 players were instantly hurled by the hand of fate to the fiercely contested front lines across Nanjing. Where am I? Heaven help me. Over there. That's a tank brigade? A player newly assigned to the front lines screamed in terror, his voice trembling with fear. We have them too. Look over there. Another player suppressed his fear and excitedly pointed toward the rear of their own position. Players in the Yawatai defense zone hurriedly looked in the direction of the shout on the barren, charred battlefield. A lone, dilapidated tank lay on its side, its gun barrel pointing toward the sky, appearing so fragile and powerless. As far as the eye could see, the Japanese positions were swarming with tanks and armored vehicles, forming a forest of steel behemoths. Their tracks ground against the earth, emitting a deafening rumble that sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. However, the players soon noticed the unusual nature of their weapons, which were far superior to the universal brand weapons used by Luo Qianxue and the others. Shiny German-style steel helmets, standard-issue rifles, and even a few rare submachine guns. They were unaware that they had been assigned by the system to the legendary 88th Division of German Weapons. This nationalist army unit, hailed as the 800 Brave Soldiers, was an elite force that had written a bloody chapter in history at places like the Four Banks Warehouse. Their courage and resolve were enough to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. Some players were still marveling at their superior weapons, while others had already been swept into the meat grinder. In the outskirts of Zhejiang City, where the Ningxin Mountains meet the Maoshan Hills, the Japanese 16th Division was launching a relentless assault. Two unlucky players had barely landed when their figures, still blurry in the forest, collided head-on with a squad of advancing Japanese soldiers. Hell mode right from the start? Why me? One of them screamed in despair. The only response was a faint SSSH sound. A smoke-belching grenade rolled precisely to his companion's feet. Boom! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. His comrade who had landed alongside him didn't even have time to utter a scream before he was reduced to a flash of white light and vanished. Where are the bullets? How are we supposed to fight with an empty gun? Another player frantically pulled the bolt of his old Zhongjing type rifle, only to find the magazine empty. Despair gripped his heart in an instant. The bullets are all gone. We're surrounded, the supply lines are cut. Fix bayonets. Let's fight to the death with these bastards. A nationalist army veteran, his face covered in blood, screamed hoarsely, violently pulling out a gleaming bayonet and fixing it to the muzzle of his rifle. Charge! Rat-tat-tat-tat! Boom! Boom! The player's mind went blank as he watched the soldiers in gray uniforms charge forward like moths to a flame, defying the Japanese machine gun fire and deafening artillery barrage, shouting as they charged forward with no cover. One after another fell, and those behind them stepped over their comrades' bodies without hesitation, continuing their charge. This ISNT fighting, the player's voice choked up. This is clearly using their lives to fill the gaps. Thinking of the peaceful and secure life outside the screen, which was precisely what these ragged, starving soldiers were sacrificing their lives for, the 7-foot-tall man could no longer hold back, and hot tears streamed down his face. Only by experiencing this hellish ordeal could one truly understand what sacrifice truly meant. Kill. A surge of unprecedented bloodlust surged through his head. He bent down to pick up another rifle with a bayonet, mimicking the old soldier's movements to attach it, and let out a bestial roar. Holding the long gun, covered in blood, he stood at the front of the Zhuanggang position and shouted, with the founding father by our side, "How dare I, Lu, fear death? There are no surrendered soldiers in China." Rat-tat-tat. A sudden heat in his left abdomen was followed by excruciating pain that spread throughout his body. He looked down and saw his uniform instantly soaked in blood. He tried to shout, but only gushes of blood poured from his mouth. His vision began to blur, and his body collapsed forward uncontrollably. So this is it, this is the battlefield, this is the hell on earth where our ancestors fought every day? These were his final thoughts before consciousness faded into darkness. This is the real meat grinder battlefield. Those warmongering hawks and island nation devils who peddle weapons should all go to hell. They never valued human life. Contestant number 20 was spot on. Be vigilant in times of peace. Today's peace wasn't handed to us on a silver platter. We must remember this bloody history. Remember the island nation's demons' towering debt of blood. It's too brutal. Some militia members didn't even have swords, they charged forward wielding hoes and carrying poles. It's breaking my heart. This battle looks like the Japanese invaders are using cheat codes to crush us. Our equipment is way too inferior. Can we really win? We must fight even if we can't win. We'll fight to the death to tear a piece of flesh from the invaders. Sell me a motion simulator. I'm logging in to fight these bastards. This game is legendary. What junk are the other players using? That space carrier battle? As number 20 would say, it's pure fantasy for the deluded. History must never be forgotten. Born in adversity, we die in comfort. The enemy's desire to destroy us never dies. We must strive endlessly to strengthen ourselves. Stay vigilant at all times. Chapter 17, Tanks are charging. Quick, everyone to your battle stations. The enemy is already here. Yuwatai has an elevation of approximately 100 meters, with a flat summit composed of 3 hills, the main peak reaching 61 meters in elevation. This terrain provided the Japanese tanks and armored vehicles with an ideal battlefield, allowing them to coordinate their infantry and tank units and launch a swift assault on the Yuwatai positions. Some players looked at their rifles and then at the steel fortress, momentarily losing their composure. Don't just stand there. Shoot the tanks on the sides. One player, who had some combat instincts, quickly snapped into action. The mortar and howitzer gunners behind the positions had already opened fire on the enemy tanks, but the tanks continued to advance, with many shells missing their targets. Although a few shells that had anticipated the tank's movement trajectory exploded on its left and right sides, they only killed a few soldiers following behind the tank. The tank paused briefly before continuing its advance. The black muzzle suddenly shifted direction, and the entire tank shook as a shell screeched toward them with a tearing sound. Boom! The machine gunners on the position were instantly blown away. What is that? Why does that tank look different? A player spotted a vehicle resembling a tank but with a massive iron frame instead of a turret on top. It's a tank with a car chassis. They're trying to charge straight at us. Stop them. Cover me, let me charge. A soldier wrapped in white cloth suddenly leaped out of the trench, his figure appearing particularly frail amidst the hail of tracer bullets. But he didn't know that his teammates were just a few new players who had just arrived on the battlefield, complete novices. The players had no idea what he was doing and raised their guns in confusion to cover him. Rat-tat-tat. The heavy machine guns fired wildly from both sides. The players saw the soldier with the bundle getting closer to the tank, 20 meters, 10 meters when the soldier was only 10 meters away from the bridge-laying vehicle. The player hiding in the tank's shadow suddenly emerged with a submachine gun, and a hail of bullets instantly pinned his body to the muddy ground, with the white cloth wrapping rolling aside. That brother is dead. What do we do now? Hold the position. The game objective is to hold the position. The surviving players lay in the trenches, firing wildly, but none of them realized what the blood-soaked bundle meant, so no one went to take over the soldier's unfinished task. The tank, using the car as a ramp, smoothly rolled up to the anti-tank trench. The massive iron frame slowly slid into the trench. More tanks followed one after another. Once the massive beasts reached flat ground, they moved with ease, their speed increasing instantly. Grenades! Throw grenades at the tanks. The players were unaware that the position was already in danger. The grenades had little effect on the tank, unable to slow its advance. Boom! The tank shells mercilessly pounded the position. At that moment, in the command center behind the Rainflower Terrace, a communications officer, soaked to the bone, burst through the wooden door. Sir! The tanks on the right flank have broken through the 3rd defensive line. The commander sprang to his feet. It's only been 2 hours. Is the 3rd Regiment made up of good-for-nothings? Move the heavy machine gun company up there. Even if it costs lives, hold the anti-tank trenches at all costs. Several players had no understanding of the battle situation. They didn't realize that their ignorance had put the entire Yuwatai defense line in danger. Stop throwing grenades, they're useless. Tie a bunch of them together like Luo Qianxue and blow them up. What are these players doing? Do they think they can hold the position by just lying in the trenches? The tanks are already right in front of them. I can't watch this anymore. Because of them, the soldiers in the position are being blown to pieces by tanks. If this continues, the Yuwatai position will fall. As expected, without Wind Spirit Moonshadow, people are as useless as pigs. If the position was so easy to defend, why did so many predecessors have to sacrifice their lives? So what's that white package? What's it for? That's called an explosive charge, used against fortified positions like bunkers and tanks that are hard to destroy. The car frame is used to help tanks cross anti-tank trenches. Without that frame, tanks usually can't get over the trenches. The guy above has some knowledge. I'll go educate everyone on military matters. We can't end up making fools of ourselves on the battlefield like these guys. On the battlefield, unchecked Japanese armored units rampaged freely. Amid the screeching of bombers, trenches were leveled to the ground. More and more soldiers shouted as they charged forward, only to fall under the crossfire of tanks and infantry. Watching the soldiers being brutally slaughtered by the tanks, several players felt a surge of fear, trembling in place with weak knees. Charge! More and more soldiers rushed toward this side, trying to block the tanks' advance, but before they could get close, they were mowed down by infantry and tanks. What are you doing? Quick, grab the explosives and blow up those tanks. Some players who had been killed in other areas shifted their view to the Rainflower Terrace and witnessed the horrific scene. Our ancestors risked their lives and never backed down, yet you're already afraid in a mere game? Stand up and charge forward. Under the repeated shouts of encouragement, their eyes began to harden. Kill them. Kill these bastards. But they were nothing but hot-blooded fools. As soon as they jumped out of the trenches, they were blown to pieces by a tank shell. Sigh, after all, it's their first time on the battlefield. We can't expect too much from them. Ouyang Nanbei shook his head, his voice filled with disappointment. Due to their failure, the entire right flank of the Yuwatai defense line was thrown into crisis, with countless soldiers sacrificing their lives in vain. A single mistake on the battlefield can lead to disaster. If someone had realized the importance of the explosives from the start. Shen Sheng shook his head as well. The battlefield is like that, a single misjudgment can be magnified endlessly, triggering a chain reaction that threatens to collapse the entire defense line. The situation grew increasingly dire. The Japanese tanks grew more brazen, charging into the core of the right flank and beginning to shell the position. The field of view is too open. Our men can't even reach the tanks before they're killed. Have the artillery units provide covering fire. We must stop these tanks at all costs. The casualties are too heavy. With tanks blocking their advance, the Japanese soldiers charged with unprecedented ferocity. Everyone watching the battle on this side clenched their teeth in frustration. They desperately wished those tanks would explode on the spot. Heaven seemed to hear their cries. A shell burst into everyone's field of vision, whistling through the air. Chapter 18, I apologize to you all. If only a shell could blow those tanks to pieces. Watching the soldiers sacrifice themselves is tearing my heart apart. But the soldiers carrying the explosives can't charge forward. So many have already died trying to retrieve those explosives. Our weapons and equipment were already so inferior, and now the situation has suddenly turned against us. I can't think of how we can hold out for 30 days. Wait for an opportunity. I believe our predecessors can turn the tide. Just as everyone was praying, a shell suddenly burst into everyone's field of vision, followed by a piercing whistling sound in the sky. Everyone on the battlefield instinctively turned to look. It wasn't the familiar dull thud of Xiao Rizi's grenade launcher, but a more powerful, piercing roar, like the blade of death tearing through the night sky. Boom! As the flames erupted, the turret of the Japanese tank at the front was blown skyward, and burning debris rained down like meteors, creating a dense network of craters in the scorched earth. It's the 88mm cannon. From the right flank, the horse shouts suddenly erupted with new force. Everyone followed the trajectory of the shells and saw a German Type 1 tank painted with the blue sky and white sun emblem breaking through the smoke, its tracks crushing Japanese corpses and raising crimson dust. Its gun barrel still smoking, it glowed with a cold metallic sheen in the setting sun, like a dormant steel beast finally baring its fangs. Is that our tank? It's our tank. Some were doubtful, others stunned. In the veterans' memories, their tanks couldn't fire such precise shells. Their tanks were only capable of destroying fixed bunkers or gun emplacements, and when they encountered Japanese tanks, they were always crushed. Yet now, this tank had avenged past defeats, destroying a Japanese tank with a single strike. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Beautiful. Well shot. I knew we weren't defeated yet, there is still hope. The players on the field were inspired by the stunning shot and began a counterattack, charging forward without hesitation to pick up explosives. The German-made tank did not disappoint them, swiftly maneuvering across the battlefield to draw the Japanese tank's fire. The Japanese tanks, seeing their own tank under attack, immediately targeted the tank that posed a threat to them, frantically adjusting their gun barrels to bombard it. The German tank, however, darted left and right like an eel, evading every attempt to predict its movements with sudden turns. Damn it! The Japanese tank commander's scream caught in his throat as he stared intently through the periscope at the agile steel beast. The German tank, painted with the blue sky and white sun emblem, was maneuvering through the hail of bullets with astonishing snake-like movements. The rumble of tracks crushing scorched earth echoed like a mocking laugh from hell. Damn it! When did the armored forces of our brother nation become so weak? The sealed tank compartment was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and sweat. The Japanese gunners' veins bulged on their foreheads, and beads of sweat trickled down the edges of their steel helmets. They dared not relax for a moment. Tower 1, turn left 30 degrees, lower 15 degrees. As the command echoed, the turret creaked heavily, and the gun barrel slowly pointed toward the smoke-filled earthen slope. However, just as the shell roared out of the barrel, the mysterious German tank suddenly accelerated, darting to the left like a ghost, and the shell exploded on the open ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Turret 2, turn right 15 degrees, lower 5 degrees. Hurry! The Japanese tank commander's roar echoed through the cabin, making everyone's eardrums ache. 8 tanks bearing the rising sun flag formed a fan-shaped encirclement, but their gun barrels remained unable to lock onto the target. Useless! 8 tanks being toyed with by one? How can we face our country's honor? The commander kicked the loader beside him. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the battlefield, and another Japanese tank was hit precisely. The tank's hull was instantly engulfed in flames, its shattered tracks twisting like a giant serpent, slowly curling in the inferno. Meanwhile, the German tank lay in wait behind a crater, its gun barrel as calm as the pupil of a grim reaper. Should the Japanese tank hesitate for even a moment, it would face a fatal blow. Outside the virtual battlefield, real-time comments flooded the livestream like a tidal wave. This is the true might of the Chinese Iron Cavalry. Crush the invaders under your wheels. Recommend awarding this tank a medal. It is truly the battlefield's ghost. These players are standing still like robots, shaking their legs. I can't watch anymore. If you don't understand the game, send me your motion simulator. Inside the Japanese tanks, the Japanese soldiers frantically adjusted their aim, firing shells one after another toward their designated targets. Useless. Useless. The Japanese tank commander curses, but it doesn't seem to vent his anger. You so-called elite tankers have disgraced the face of His Majesty the Emperor. Boom! Another deafening explosion, and another tank bearing the rising sun flag was blown to pieces. Impressive. Are those our tank drivers? They're so much better than those little Japanese. This tank turned the tide of battle the moment it entered the battlefield. A man who can drive is always so charming. I've decided I'm going to get a tank driving license. The tank warrior of Yuwatai must have my name on it. Go for it. I knew you were special from a young age, and now I see I underestimated your potential. This calls for a battle hymn. Catch the shrimp and shout. On the other side of the battlefield, smoke and battle cries intertwine. Under the players' shouts, Chinese soldiers surge forward like a black tide. Under the players' coordination, our forces manage to execute an epic infantry tank coordination maneuver. Soldiers clutching explosive charges, their eyes filled with resolve, darted through a hail of bullets, charging toward the Japanese tanks like moths to a flame. Comrades! Since the front line is behind us, we must fight to the death today. A player, using a shell crater for cover, crawled forward. When he was less than 5 meters from the tank, he suddenly leaped up, clutching the burning explosives, and jumped onto the tank. The position nearly fell because of them, but it was also because of them that the tide of battle turned once more. Boom! The explosive charge detonated on the tank's turret, instantly destroying its gun barrel and rendering it combat ineffective. Countless suicide soldiers charged forward in a frenzy. They had no combat experience and could only sacrifice their lives to clear a path for the soldiers behind them. They've gone mad. Retreat quickly. The Japanese soldiers inside the tank felt fear for the first time, as they had momentarily looked away and were now surrounded by countless figures clutching white packages. The remaining Japanese tanks began to retreat, and as they turned suddenly, the Japanese soldiers behind them were left exposed, facing a hail of machine gun fire. Textbook perfect infantry tank coordination. Through our timeless coordination, the wisdom of our forebears has awakened in this moment. Salute to the heroic players charging forward with explosives. This is the spirit of resistance etched into our blood. I admit I spoke too loudly just now. I apologize to you all. Chapter 19, The Craftsmanship of the Little Days. We held the line. We held the line. Deafening shouts pierced the smoke-filled sky as soldiers raised their blood-stained rifles high and threw their mud-covered helmets into the air. The retreating Japanese troops scattered like a swarm of ants, fleeing in panic as the sun set. The rumbling of tank tracks crushing the scorched earth faded into the distance. Ouyang North and South witnessed this scene. Their faces flushed with excitement as they slammed their fists on the table and shouted, "That was a thrilling battle. Who would have thought that the once collapsing defense line could be turned around by the appearance of this tank?" Chen Shang was also excited, but he was more curious about the driver's identity. The driver of this tank seems to know its performance inside out. Could this be a famous general from history? Since all players' game screens were displayed on the shared screen, Chen Sheng couldn't see which player was controlling the tank, so he assumed this was a pre-existing mission in the game. Su Rui, however, wasn't as deep in thought. She only saw the young soldiers helping each other up and celebrating their victory. The deafening cheers echoed in her ears, but what she heard most clearly was the pounding of her own heart. She suddenly realized that the and passion of this moment were far more thrilling than any romantic plot. Oh no, I'm a woman and I like watching this kind of intense game. Is that normal? Luo Qianxue raised the microphone, a smile on her lips. It's perfectly normal. I get emotionally invested in this game too. I have to say, contestant number 20's creation is truly perfect. I feel like I'm not watching a game, but a big movie, and every player is the main character in the film. They can fight alongside the heroic warriors of the War of Resistance in the game, and every move they make can change the course of the battle, perfectly showcasing their patriotic spirit. Don't underestimate the player's willingness to die for the cause. This game has a pain threshold as high as 70%, and every death is excruciatingly painful. Only 35 out of 90 players are still alive in the game. A total of 40 players appeared at Yuwatai, and now only 3 remain. These 3 players also have varying degrees of injuries, but they haven't let their temporary victory go to their heads. Instead, they're dragging their weary bodies around the battlefield, cleaning up like other warriors. This is incredible. I can brag to my brothers over drinks that I've been on the battlefield and killed some of those little Japanese. This surviving player had a bullet hole in his left shoulder, but it didn't stop him from holding a crooked barrel light machine gun in his right hand and boasting with his head tilted back. Another player scoffed, "Cut the crap. Your legs were shaking the hardest when the fighting started. You could power an entire village for a day with the electricity your legs are generating. You 2 big shots aren't laughing at the second brother, you're both just as bad." The third player mocked the 2, then added with a shudder, "But you know what? At first, watching the 3 judges play just made me feel all fired up. But once you're actually on the battlefield, you feel the sheer terror of shells exploding right next to your ears. The people who were right in front of you just a second ago are now nothing but limbs and body parts. Without a strong heart, you really can't play this game. On December 11, the soldiers at the Yuwatai position hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath when the Japanese invaders launched their second assault. This time, the Japanese forces deployed their entire mechanized force onto the battlefield, making this assault even more intense than the previous one. All 38 Type 89 medium tanks of the Japanese 6th Division were deployed on the battlefield, not including the 3 tanks destroyed in the previous round. The tanks advanced in 4 groups, forming a fan-shaped formation. The right flank was once again hit by 10 tanks and 4 armored vehicles. The Japanese tank commander, who had just suffered heavy losses on the right flank, now aimed to regain face with these 10 tanks. These Japanese bastards are cowards. We only have 1 tank each, yet they send out 10. They're just relying on numbers and have no tactics whatsoever. Exactly. They keep shouting about samurai spirit. If they're so brave, let them fight one-on-one. I guarantee we'll send them back to their mothers. You're overthinking it. Samurai spirit is just talk. They usually bully the weak in numbers. If they can't win with numbers, they demand one-on-one, and if they still lose, they bow and kneel. Their whole being is defined by one word: submissive. Spot on. The person above said it perfectly. The Japanese bowing spirit is legendary. Now they VE switch to kneeling. After all, I've already knelt down. If you still want to let me go, that's challenging the authority of the Japanese. What a bowing spirit. When it comes to kneeling etiquette, I've never lost. On the battlefield, 3 players watched the advancing army and felt a sense of despair. How are we supposed to defend this? The firepower is even stronger than last time. How are we supposed to hold out for 30 days? Don't even mention 30 days ID die in a day. Are we really incapable of doing better than our ancestors? You want to do better than our ancestors? Just don't disgrace them. This time, I'll blow up a tank. Even if it kills me, at least I'll die with meaning. Before the battle began, the company commander shouted from the front lines, "This battle is a struggle for our nation. Behind us are our fellow villagers. We are the elite of the elite, the direct troops of General Chang. We must hold fast to the belief that we will win. If we don't succeed, we'll die trying. Even if every soldier is killed, we must fulfill our duty as soldiers. Brothers, do you have confidence?" Yes. The company commander raised his fist and roared, shaking the heavens, "Kill the enemy and defend the nation. Today is the day. Defeat the Japanese invaders, defend Nanjing, and never retreat. Defeat the Japanese invaders, defend Jinling, and never retreat. Defeat the Japanese invaders, defend Jinling, and never retreat." The 3 players shouted until they were nearly out of breath. There was no choice, the atmosphere had reached its peak. The 3 recent college graduates had been so swept up in the moment that they felt fearless, as if they truly were on the battlefield, ready to shed blood for their country. "Take your battle positions." The soldiers rushed back to their positions. At that moment, the Japanese bombers began taking off, their roaring engines growing louder as they approached overhead. "Quick, take cover in the air raid shelters. The harbingers of doom are here." A common Japanese tactic, planes lead the charge, dropping a barrage of missiles onto the positions, causing the entire area to shake violently. Yellow earth and gunpowder mingled in the air. After a series of bombings, the soldiers peeked out to see that the Japanese tanks had already advanced a considerable distance. "Damn Japanese bastards, go to hell. Throw your mother into the furnace and burn her to ashes. We'll mix the fat from her body with your father's bones and eat it with rice." The soldier manning the machine gun fired wildly while cursing, his words so vulgar that the player standing beside him was stunned into silence. Are there such people in this unit? Chapter 20, Why Don't We Try Again? The second wave of Japanese troops had launched nearly their entire force. The 3 players at Rainflower Terrace tried to charge forward and blow up their tanks, but they fell under the impenetrable hail of gunfire. "We have the passion, but our brains have been washed away. Charging in like this is no different from suicide. If you don't charge, you'll be the one cursing when the tanks roll over you. If you charge and die, you'll say it was a waste. How others play is their business. If you're so capable, go grab a spot and play yourself." Exactly. They're also new to the battlefield. Demanding this and that if you're so capable, have Huaxia Technology send you a motion simulator. Pardon my frankness, but compared to how you were cursing earlier, this sounds like you're just whining. In the game, with the deaths of 3 players, the battle at Yuwatai faded from the viewer's sight. What a pity, we won't get to see the tank tear those little devils to shreds. The camera shifts to Purple Mountain, a strategically crucial location in the Battle of Nanjing. December, biting cold winds. The Japanese Central China Army Group divided its forces into multiple columns and advanced toward Nanjing with overwhelming force. Among them, the task of attacking Purple Mountain and Jinshan was assigned to the 16th Division. Purple Mountain, a natural barrier to the east of Nanjing, with its majestic peaks and dense forests, has been a strategically vital location since ancient times. Jinshan, though less renowned than Purple Mountain, also held a crucial position in Nanjing's defensive system. Its surrounding terrain was complex and interlinked with Purple Mountain, forming a united front to protect the city. Defending the front line of Purple Mountain and Golden Mountain was the elite force of the Huagua Army, the Central Military Academy Training Brigade. This unit is the elite of the Huagua Army, dressed in German-style uniforms, armed with German-made weapons, and having undergone rigorous military training. They are highly motivated and serve as a crucial pillar in the defense of Jinling. The training brigade fully understood the strategic importance of Purple Mountain and Jinshan. If these two positions were to fall, the gates of Jinling City would be wide open, leaving it vulnerable to annihilation. With a resolve to fight to the death, they constructed sturdy defensive fortifications on Purple Mountain and Jinshan, preparing to withstand the Japanese army's attacks. On December 9, after completing the initial encirclement of Nanjing, the Japanese 16th Division launched a probing attack on Purple Mountain and Jinshan. In the sky, Japanese aircraft swarmed like locusts, dropping heavy bombs that exploded with deafening roars, causing the earth to tremble. On the ground, Japanese howitzers and cannons opened fire simultaneously, raining shells down on the positions at Purple Mountain and Jinshan. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, smoke filled the air, trees were blown to pieces, and earth was hurled several meters into the air. Bombardment! Bombardment! A Japanese major, wielding a samurai sword, stood at the foot of the mountain, directing the artillery unit behind him in the bombardment. The Japanese soldiers loaded ammunition into the mortar tubes in perfect unison. As the shells hit the ground, they were propelled into the air, raining down on Purple Mountain like a torrential downpour. The explosions never ceased from the moment they began. The soldiers of the training brigade huddled tightly in their trenches, enduring the barrage of fire. They crouched as low as possible in the air raid shelters. Damn it, the Japanese firepower is too intense. They've been bombarding us non-stop from the start. I feel like the entire mountain is shaking. These bastards aren't going to blow the mountain flat, are they? The players felt the trembling ground, their hearts pounding wildly with each explosion, fully experiencing the ruthless nature of battlefield artillery fire. As the artillery fire gradually subsided, the Japanese invaders' first wave of bombing came to an end. One by one, the Japanese soldiers, clutching their rifles and machine guns, began to charge forward. Kill them all! Charge! Charge! The soldiers of the training brigade began to peek out and return fire, their Mauser rifles in check made light machine guns firing wildly. Return fire! Return fire! Hold the line! Send these damn Japanese devils to meet their heavenly grandmother! Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The Maxim heavy machine guns formed a fire network, and under a hail of bullets, the Japanese soldiers fell like wheat in a field, row after row. Artillery battalion, all units take your positions. Elevation 156, direction right 230, single shot, fire. One after another, counterattack shells left the barrels, slicing through the sky, directly targeting the Japanese army's positions. 5 or 6 seconds later, explosions echoed through the air. The Japanese soldiers' charging formation was disrupted by the sudden artillery fire. Disperse! Attacks simultaneously on both flanks. The Japanese command was equally swift, with the main assault force instantly splitting into two companies and launching surprise attacks on both flanks. The Japanese soldiers at the center of the battlefield knew there was no time to run. They quickly dropped to the ground and crawled forward. Reporting to the commander, enemy target units have been successfully hit. All units have hit. Range 150, direction left 315, 3 rounds simultaneous fire. Range 150, direction right 115, 3 rounds in rapid fire. Ready! Once all gunners were ready, the commander gave the order to fire. Fire! The signal flag was suddenly lowered, and shells scattered in two directions, striking the Japanese troops attacking from both sides. As the explosions echoed, the Japanese soldiers screamed in agony. This time, their counterattack had failed, and the Japanese forces had already suffered heavy casualties. Reporting to the commander, the artillery fire is effective. Request to continue firing. The Japanese infantry division advancing in the attack was quickly routed by the relentless mortar barrage, forcing them to abandon their first assault and begin organizing a retreat. Which unit is this? The command is truly brilliant. The Japanese haven't even reached our lines, and already so many of them are dead. Excellent command. The coordination between the soldiers is flawless. This must be our elite unit. With these soldiers, this position should be secure. Moreover, their weapons and equipment are the best I've ever seen. Other units either have no guns or no ammunition, they can't even fire a shot and have to charge with knives. If our army had such good equipment, we wouldn't be able to hold the line. Sigh. It's so tough. Even if we hold this one place, it's useless. Eventually, we'll be surrounded and overrun by other forces. The battle at Purple Mountain also ignited a glimmer of hope for victory among the viewers. As long as they can repel the Japanese troops here and then reinforce other areas, there's still a chance to win this defensive battle. Ouyang Nanbei couldn't help but want to open the motion simulator again. The defense at Neosho Mountain hadn't been satisfying at all. The Japanese had completely controlled the battlefield's rhythm, leaving him no chance to test his tactics before it ended too soon. Why don't we try again? His eager expression made the other two judges and host Luo Qianxue roll their eyes. Luo Qianxue couldn't help but say, "You're a fair judge, you should try out all the games instead of just sticking to this one." Chapter 21, The Great Mountain Fire. Xin Xingshan slowly opened his eyes. He had been woken up by hunger, so the first thing he did was call for the contestants' meal. While waiting for the food, he brushed his teeth with a toothbrush while watching the intense battle scenes on the livestream, his lips curling into a smile. Not bad, not bad. This year's netizens have pretty strong adaptability. At that moment, the livestream focused on the Purple Mountain base, where 18 players had become the last defenders. The time was noon on December 12th, and the brutal battle continued. These players had been exhausted by days of relentless combat. They slumped in the trenches, their half-closed eyes bloodshot, as if they might close at any moment. The relentless fighting day and night had left them haunted by the terrifying vision of thousands of Japanese soldiers charging like a tidal wave. Not bad, everyone looks full of energy, Xin Xingshan said after brushing his teeth. The viewers watching his live stream immediately erupted in chaos. Are you kidding me? This is full of energy? Look at those lying on the ground convulsing from shelling. I'm sure they'd rather die, but their comrades won't let them. And the second one in the last row, his eyes are swollen shut. If this were real life, he'd be blind for sure. Big shot, let's not talk about them. Can you tell me who the legendary generals are inside that tank at Yuatai? Their skills are unbelievable. One tank toyed with 8 tanks. Exactly. The drifting to dodge shells, the sudden stops for precise strikes, the driving skills are off the charts. Looking at the screen filled with questions about the tank warriors at Yuatai, Xin Xingshan was completely baffled. When did Yuatai get a tank god? How come I didn't know about this? He quickly pulled up the live stream replay of Yuatai. From the initial player losing the position, soldiers dying in vain, to a tank appearing like a god descending from heaven to turn the tide of battle, Xin Xingshan's brows furrowed deeper with each passing moment. Since there was no teammate's perspective for this tank, it could be a local resident. But Xin Xingshan shook his head. He couldn't recall when such a tank had ever appeared in Yuatai. The smooth movement and shooting, the incredible long-range precision strikes, and the textbook perfect emergency stops and turns, this wasn't something a tank driver from that era could have pulled off. Could it be a system-generated Easter egg? What's going on? Does he not know who's driving this tank either? Probably not. I told you he didn't take game development seriously. Now look at what he's created, he doesn't even know what he made. I thought contestant number 20 made this game to teach us history, but it turns out his own history knowledge is half-baked, and the characters are all poorly designed. Let's get out of here. This game might be entirely made up by him. Maybe our ancestors had better equipment back then, but this trashy player weakened them. What a foreign-obsessed jerk. Disgusting. On the other side, Luo Qianxue and the others also noticed the commotion in contestant number 20's livestream. Seeing that Xin Xingshan hadn't provided any information about the tank operator, their suspicions grew like wild grass. Had they been crying over this game for so long just because he made up the plot? Was it all just made up to make Chinese people feel empathetic? The 4 of them instantly felt like their emotions had been wasted. This player 20 looks like an honest guy, but he's actually a big liar. Chen Sheng was furious, slamming the judging table and leading the charge against Xin Xingshan. Ouyang Nanbei also looked conflicted. He knew a bit about history and realized that some parts of the game were based on real events, but this unexpected twist made him hesitant to trust anything anymore. Sometimes, a mix of truth and fiction is indeed more confusing. Could contestant number 20 have exploited this? Luo Qianxue and Su Rui, the 2 girls, felt the worst of all. Girls are naturally more emotional, prone to empathy, and most hate being deceived. However, they maintained their composure and refrained from lashing out immediately, instead suppressing their frustration and waiting for Xin Xingshan to provide a reasonable explanation. Xin Xingshan looked at the overwhelming comments of doubt, then glanced at the skeptical glances from the judges in the audience, feeling utterly defeated. He had clearly created the game by faithfully recreating real history in a 1-to-1 ratio. How had it become a lie in others' mouths? These ungrateful people were actually accusing him first. No, he had to find out who was driving that tank. He clenched his teeth and buried himself in the data. Meanwhile, in the game world, the battle had reached its climax. The attacking Japanese forces, facing the impregnable Purple Mountain, were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Inside the Japanese command center, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. A staff officer approached Wilde Kengo cautiously, stood straight, and spoke with a hint of tension in his voice. "Sir, the enemy's defense is too fierce. We won't be able to take Purple Mountain in the near future." Noda Kengo flew into a rage, drawing his samurai sword and slashing wildly at the wooden table. He then turned to glare at the staff officer, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "We have one more day. If we fail to take Purple Mountain, bring my head on a platter." The staff officer was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he trembled uncontrollably as he turned and fled. The players on Purple Mountain were celebrating another successful defense of their position. We held them off. We scared those damn Japanese dogs again, a player shouted excitedly. I thought these little bastards were so tough, but their charges just got weaker each time, another player teased. Hold on, we'll launch a night raid on these little bastards tonight and make them scream like mad. Everyone chatted excitedly. Suddenly, one person fell silent, sniffing the air. Who set their pants on fire? Why does it smell like something's burning? It does smell like something's burning. Where is it coming from? Everyone started searching for the source of the smell, but no matter where they looked, they couldn't see anything burning. This is strange. The smell is getting stronger, but we can't find the source. Chen Bu Mu Chao. Look down the mountain. A player suddenly turned pale and pointed down the mountain, shouting. Everyone followed his gaze and immediately fell into chaos. Below, a raging fire had erupted, billowing smoke rising into the sky. Fueled by the wind, the flames spread rapidly up the mountain like a fiery dragon with claws outstretched. Oh no! Those damn Japanese devils are setting the mountain on fire. Screams echoed in all directions. This sudden turn of events startled all the soldiers of the mountain's training battalion. Damn it! These bastards can't even fight their way up, so they're resorting to such despicable tactics. If the fire reaches us, we're all doomed, a soldier cursed angrily. Quick, think of a way to stop the fire. Chapter 22, Tanks are actually played by players. Those damn Japanese bastards. They already have better weapons and equipment than us, and now they're coming up with this evil scheme to set the mountain on fire. I told you these little bastards are good for nothing. They'll stop at nothing. How are the soldiers supposed to defend against this fire? I'm guessing the soldiers will choose to retreat. Continuing this fight isn't a viable option. Retreat? What retreat? The city is behind us, the civilians are there. How do we retreat, and where? In the dry winter weather, many dry logs caught fire at the slightest touch, and the flames quickly spread throughout the mountain forest. The thick black smoke choked the soldiers on the mountaintop, making it impossible for them to open their eyes. All platoons, take note. 3rd Battalion, flank from the left. Machine Gun Company, suppress enemy fire points on the west side. The training brigade absolutely cannot retreat. The higher-ups have issued a strict order: we must hold Purple Gold Mountain at all costs, even if it means fighting to the last man. However, the fire raged on, threatening to engulf the entire mountain ridge. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Japanese forces launched a fierce assault on the Tiger's Den position, the gateway to the eastern slopes of Purple Gold Mountain. The 2nd Brigade of the Training Division, stationed there, counterattacked against the flames. The already dim sky was shrouded in thick smoke, and the mountain peak, covered in craters, was dark and ominous. Dense crowds of soldiers and Japanese soldiers. Smoke, corpses, blood, burning grass and trees, and countless screams and wails. Dismembered limbs littered the entire battlefield, creating a scene of despair that was enough to make anyone turn away in horror. Upon witnessing this scene, the judges, players, and countless viewers in the live streams fell silent. This scene is too shocking. I can't imagine this is just a game. How much pain must those soldiers have endured while fighting in the flames? If this were real, not just something made up by contestant number 20, I'd admit this game deserves first place, but... The 3 judges whispered to each other, discussing the impact this scene had on them. This immersive game, with its movie-quality visuals, was truly hard to watch without feeling empathy. The commanding officer, though skilled, wasn't a god. After fighting in the raging flames for a while, he decided to retreat to the 2nd PK's main defensive position. In the fierce battle, Company Commander Luo of the 2nd Regiment also perished alongside the Japanese invaders. The remaining soldiers, numbering less than half of the original company, began to cover the retreat. As the last player was unfortunately hit and killed, the game, which had started with a team of 90 players, came to an end. The game interface displayed each player's achievements. Some had not killed a single enemy and were killed by explosions, some had killed over a dozen enemies alongside their unit, and some had destroyed a tank. However, the hero list at the top of the screen, visible to everyone, left them speechless. Heroes list. 1st place, Qin Shanglin. Achievements: destroyed 3 tanks, killed 45 enemy soldiers. 2nd place, Luo Qianxue. Achievements: killed 1 captain, 1 lieutenant, and 45 Japanese soldiers. 3rd place, Lin Feng. Achievements: destroyed 1 tank, killed 3 Japanese soldiers. Looking at Qin Shanglin, who had climbed to 1st place, the viewers in the live stream began discussing. Who's in 1st place? I didn't see any of the on-site players with such a record. Did I miss something? Which of you with 6.0 vision can explain who the 1st place player is? I didn't see anyone like that. I watched the entire live stream with 90 players, and no one destroyed 3 tanks at once. It's always 1 tank for 1 life. Could it be the tank god from Yuwatai? Holy crap, that's actually possible. It seems like only that tank blew up 3 tanks in one go. Why can't we see his game perspective? Whereas player number 20? Come out and explain who the tank operator is and why they're in the game but we can't see their perspective. Xin Shangshan finally figured out the game data, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. There were originally 90 players who teamed up at the start of the game, but the data shows there are 91 players in the game. This was a new product from Huaxia Technology that hadn't been released to the public yet. It was impossible for anyone else to play it except for the on-site staff who got to experience it firsthand. I speculate that the CEO of Huaxia Technology might have given out a motion sensing pod, and the person holding it happened to match the on-site audience, so their perspective couldn't be displayed. Xin Shangshan shared his theory. The game allowed players to switch their perspectives and overlay them onto their teammates, but this feature only worked if they were in the same team. This explains why other players couldn't see the tank's perspective, yet there was someone with advanced tank operation skills. So we all misunderstood the 20th contestant? I told you this game is realistic. Those scenes are based on historical events. You guys just talk nonsense. Rough. You bastard, you were the one shouting the loudest just now you're turning it around on us. Where are you from? I'll send you some local specialties to eat. Don't say that. Even if the tank is controlled by a player, what if the historical background is fake? Don't say that, you really shouldn't say that. Just as the online viewers began to doubt the authenticity of the game's historical background again. In the Blue Star, within the southern military region of the Great Xia Army, a non-commissioned officer had just finished a day of training and was lying in bed watching videos when a war scene suddenly popped up. Since Chen Hao enjoyed watching videos about military development, this clip of the Jinling defense battle, edited by netizens, was immediately recommended to him by the algorithm. Interesting. Is this a new war movie? The visuals look pretty good. Is the film industry starting to focus on war-themed productions again? Chen Hao had watched many War of Resistance films and knew that the industry often mythologized historical events. However, the video he was watching was vastly different. The realistic battlefield settings and the scenes of gunfire and explosions left him feeling exhilarated for the first time. The video was a series of clips from Luo Qianxue's perspective, and the moment she casually turned her head to look at the battlefield sent chills down his spine. This is top-notch. The sense of despair and hopelessness is portrayed so vividly. After watching the video, he gave it a thumbs up and then went to the comments section to see what movie it was and when it was released, so he could support it. This game is a must-play. It's the most emotionally resonant game I've ever seen, with NPCs that feel like real, flesh and blood people. I also watched the live stream by Huaxia Technology. The game experience with the judges and Luo the host really made me eager to buy a motion simulator to play this game. You call this a game? The graphics look just like a movie. You're telling me this is a game? Bro, check out the motion sensing pod game creation contest hosted by Huaxia Technology. I can only tell you that this is just a small part of the game. The later scenes are even more amazing. Chapter 23, Soaring Recognition Value. When Chen Hao confirmed in the comments section that this was indeed in-game footage, he jumped out of bed in shock. Chen Hao. Wang Lei, who was sleeping on the bunk above him, suddenly pulled back the military green mosquito net and said impatiently, "Isn't carrying a 20-kilometer load and running cross-country enough for you? Do you want to come in last tomorrow during the 5-kilometer armed run?" Chen Hao ignored his comrade's scolding, grabbed his phone, and rushed to the next bed. "Old Zhou, old Wang, Huazi. Come quick. I swear this is the most mind-blowing discovery of the year." His heavy breathing mixed with excited tremors. 3 sleepy faces peered out from under the blankets. Zhou Jianjun rubbed his temples and sat up. "What's the commotion in the middle of the night? If it's another one of your old rifle videos?" Before he could finish, Chen Hao had already shoved his phone in front of everyone. The scene of Nationalist Army soldiers wielding Hanyang rifles clashing with Japanese soldiers in close combat, Luo Qianxue's final glance filled with repression and despair, and the image of her hugging a bundle of hand grenades and blowing herself up along with the Japanese soldiers left everyone holding their breath. When the video ended, Chen Hao grabbed the back of his head and muttered, "The special effects are so damn realistic. This must be a new movie shot by some production crew in secret. The acting is absolutely incredible. It's just a game." Chen Hao frantically swiped his screen, bringing up the live stream of a 90-player team battle in the Huaxia Technology live streaming room. Real-time comments flew by like snowflakes, each one confirming that this was indeed a game video. "Guys, who gets this? I just saw player number 23 use a grenade launcher to blow up 3 teammates. This guy would be a disaster on the battlefield. They were dead on impact. Who can take bullets as well as you? None of these spectator players are any good. I'm better than all of them." Yuanhua suddenly snatched the phone, his nose almost touching the screen, the sensation of blood splattering the screen, the chaotic battlefield scenes. Is this really a game? The motion simulator recreates a fully realistic battlefield environment. Chen Hao was so excited his voice cracked. It can simulate the pain, fear, and smell of a real battlefield. The 4 of them huddled around the dim emergency light, watching the live stream as the player used leg bindings to make a makeshift tourniquet and threw grenades with all their might. Yuanhua suddenly jumped to his feet, his slippers clattering on the floor. "This is incredible. I have to show this to the instructor. This is 100 times better than those boring Santable exercises. If we use this game for tactical training. Before he could finish, he had already bolted out of the barracks, leaving Shen Hao shouting after him, "My phone. You forgot to unplug the charger." Completely oblivious, Yuanhua ran out excitedly, already envisioning how many people would fall in love with training once this game was fully released and adopted as a training tool for the military. Blue Bay 1, Xin Shanglin silently stared at the game interface. When his name appeared at the top, he felt a surge of pride. Just moments ago, he and his comrades had controlled a tank on the right flank, turning the tide of battle. The heart-pounding scene still made his heart race. The scene at Yuatai wasn't entirely his doing, he was just the gunner in the tank, responsible for aiming and firing, while the driver was an NPC. Fortunately, the character he controlled had some say in the matter, so before the battle began, he had already agreed with the driver to follow his commands. When the two tanks met, he instructed the driver to turn every 3 seconds, resulting in that peculiar driving pattern on the battlefield. After all, the driver himself didn't know where he would turn 3 seconds later, so the Japanese troops were even more baffled. Aiming and firing were even simpler. He had undergone military training, learned tank operations, and had always been skilled at precision since childhood. What a pity. If only those defending soldiers had been more aware, we could have held out longer. Xin Shanglin shook his head regretfully. He didn't understand why the right flank collapsed so quickly. If the defense continued in this manner, the 30-day defensive battle would be nothing but a pipe dream. He walked over to the computer desk to check the live stream. This tank was actually being driven by one of our own. No wonder the 20th contestant didn't clear this information. Speaking of which, were our tank skills really that poor back then? Why is the appearance of this expert from Yuatai so surprising? You don't understand. Back then, the tank technology of the Huajun forces was very backward, they didn't even understand the tactical concept of infantry-tank coordination. Xin Shanglin's eyes widened. Did he just randomly start playing and end up matched with the live audience? This is way too coincidental. Then he saw everyone in the live stream praising him for playing well, and his sense of accomplishment instantly filled him up. So the soldiers on the right wing were being controlled by players. No wonder they all looked so clueless. Meanwhile, at the event site, Shin Shan watched the system interface in his mind as his approval rating skyrocketed. Approval rating plus 100. Approval rating plus 1000. Approval rating plus 10,000. It was like opening a floodgate, rising steadily until it reached over 3 million before slowly coming to a halt. Did I accidentally upset someone? This increase is way too exaggerated. Shin Shan had no idea why the increase was so outrageous. Could it be that a few outer defense points have caused this batch of netizens to go wild? With this rate of increase, as long as the entire Jinling defense line is completed and some hidden plot elements are added, the million approval points should be within reach soon. He didn't know what the other competitors were up to, but he was almost done himself, just missing the central defense area of Jinling City. Keep going. Aim to finish the entire game today. Shin Shan encouraged himself. Although the event had arranged everything for eating, drinking, and entertainment, staying cooped up in this small room was pretty boring. He really wanted to get out sooner to see the overall layout of this parallel world. This contestant number 20 has lightning-fast reflexes he's leaving after images. I've been single for 30 years, and my finger speed isn't as fast as his. This is seriously insane. I've been a programmer for 30 years and I wouldn't dare compete with him in speed. Plus, this guy isn't just fast, he also makes great games. By the way, who is Qin Shanglin? How did he get a motion simulator? The chairman of Huaxia Technology, also surnamed Qin. You figure it out. I don't care, I want to play too. Can the 20th contestant hurry up? At the competition site, Luo Qianxue and all the other players returned to their seats, raised their microphones, and smiled. Everyone has experienced the games created by the 20 players. You've already decided which ones you like. Now, this is the decisive moment. Please rate each game, with a maximum score of 100 points. Remember, every point will determine whether your favorite game ranks higher. Chapter 24, When Can I Leave? While the voting was still ongoing, Shin Shan had already finished developing the entire game, carefully checked it twice, and called the event organizer over after confirming there were no issues. Before long, as he looked around the room and felt a hint of reluctance, the door knocked. When Shin Shan opened the door, he saw a woman standing there wearing a champagne-colored silk blouse, her long legs elegantly outlined by a tailored pair of trousers. Her eyebrows and eyes were beautifully shaped, and the corners of her lips curved into a perfect smile. The name tag on her chest read Event Director. Mr. Shin, hello. I am Wang Rujia, the main event coordinator for this event. Her voice was sweet yet professional. May I ask what you need? Shin Shan was momentarily taken aback to see that the event coordinator was such a beautiful woman. However, he wasn't the type to be mesmerized by beauty. After a moment's distraction, he smiled and said, "My game is finished, so I was wondering when I could leave?" Wang Rujia's smile froze on her face. As the event coordinator, she had specifically reviewed the live stream replays of contestant number 20. While others were still setting up the framework, this young man was daydreaming. When others were already debugging their first lines of code, he was still daydreaming. The competition hadn't even ended yet, and he was already saying he wanted to leave? It could be said that the time he spent on production was less than half of others, yet he dared to call her over and claim it was finished. Xin Shan looked at the other person's suddenly cold expression, feeling a chill down his spine, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This company doesn't want him to leave, does it? Mr. Shin, is there something about our competition that you're not satisfied with?" Wang Rujia's tone carried a hint of chill. She couldn't understand why this person, who had clearly done a good job on the game and had a chance to win first place, wasn't taking the competition seriously. This question left Xin Shan speechless. He had just finished the game, how could he not take the competition seriously? "Miss Wang, please don't get upset. I think there must be a misunderstanding. First, I have no complaints about the competition. Second, I truly have completed the game." Wang Rujia stared at his earnest expression and suddenly felt uneasy. She was known for her keen judgment of people, but in those bright eyes, she saw only honesty. However, her professional instincts kept her on guard. "Really? You didn't rush the final touches, did you? I've analyzed all the participants' work, and to be honest, your game has a good chance of winning first place. You should put more effort into the final touches." Xin Shan knew she was just trying to help, so he didn't take the earlier misunderstanding seriously. "Yeah, I know. Don't worry about it. I take game development very seriously." Wang Rujia then led the staff into Studio 20, and Xin Shan handed over the game's programming code to the professionals who had followed Wang Rujia inside for inspection. "What's going on? Why is there such a beautiful woman in the 20th live streaming room? Is she his girlfriend here to visit him? Why so many questions upstairs? Always 3 in a row, like a curious kid. Didn't you see the name tag on her chest? What the heck? How did you notice that? I was too busy staring at her face. Are you guys paying attention to the wrong thing? Shouldn't you be asking why the 20th contestant called for staff?" Wang Rujia was completely focused on the staff member checking the code and hadn't noticed she was in the live stream. She turned to Xin Shan and asked, "Did you really make this game seriously?" Without noticing the angle, the two professionals grew increasingly astonished and alarmed the more they looked. The two exchanged glances, both understanding the astonishment in each other's eyes. The code written by this contestant number 20 was too ingenious. "Ms. Wang, this code." One of the engineers, with gray hair, spoke tremblingly, "This is not something that could be achieved by human effort in such a short time." The younger technician pulled out his phone to record the scene. "This architectural design is a work of art. I need to send this to the team as a teaching example." Wang Rujia finally took the young contestant seriously. At that moment, Xin Shan was leaning against the workbench, with sunlight streaming through the blinds, casting sharp lines of light and shadow across his face. Wang Rujia found herself lost in thought for a moment. However, she quickly regained her composure and said, "Since that's the case, I won't say much more." "Where are you heading?" "I'll have someone send you there." She rarely showed such a genuine smile. Xin Shan immediately patted his chest and said, "You'll see. I've got this. You can trust me." Xin Shan declined her offer, packed up his equipment, and headed toward the elevator. As the revolving door pushed him out onto the bustling street, the early summer breeze carried the scent of car exhaust toward him. He looked at the endless stream of unfamiliar cars and the towering office buildings, feeling a moment of disorientation. Suddenly finding himself in this somewhat unfamiliar world left him momentarily disoriented. Fortunately, his original self had also been an orphan with few close connections. "Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. I'll take things one step at a time from here on out." Ding dong. Just as Xin Shan stood by the roadside, lost in thought, a yellow and white car pulled up beside him. The driver leaned out and asked, "Need a ride?" Xin Shan was immediately enveloped by a familiar scent and quickly responded with a smile, "A taxi, please." "How much to Blue Water Garden?" At the event site, Xin Shan's departure immediately sent the live stream viewers into a frenzy. "What is going on? Number 20 has withdrawn? No way. Out of the 20 games, I was rooting for number 20 the most. What am I supposed to do now that they've withdrawn? Are you crazy? He had a chance to win the championship. Running away now must mean he's lost his mind. Is it possible, just maybe that the 20th contestant has already finished their entry? Are you even listening to yourself? The competition has only been going on for 6 days out of 10, and the 20th player spends no more than 5 hours a day on their work. That's a total of 30 hours, right? After your analysis, the 20th contestant hasn't even worked as much as others in 4 days. Every time I enter his live stream, he's either sleeping or on his way to sleep." Just as the discussion in the comments section was heating up, the live stream suddenly disconnected, and all the viewers in the room were forcefully kicked out. On the host stage, Luo Qianxue was about to announce the scores for all the contestants when she saw the 20th contestant's livestream suddenly go black. She really liked the game Jinling Defense Battle, so she was paying close attention to Shan's livestream. Seeing him disappear suddenly left her very confused. Chapter 25, I saw a plane. Shan returned to his residence, a small one-bedroom apartment. Everything was in disarray, with takeout boxes piled on the living room table. The original owner of the apartment was the type of person who rarely socialized. He would come home from work every day and play games. After learning about the competition, he quit his job to dedicate himself to the game. By the time he finished cleaning the room, it was already evening. Shan ordered takeout and lay on the bed, staring at the system interface. Host, Shan. Age, 25. Health, 50 weak. Hand speed, 95. Backpack, 4D converted the Battle of Jinling. Affinity value, 388,965. Exchange shop, unlocked automatically unlocked when affinity value reaches 10 million. The affinity value has been steadily increasing at a fairly quick pace, but there's still a significant distance to go before reaching 10 million, which has made Shan particularly curious about the system's exchange shop. What can you exchange for 10 million? This feeling of wanting something you can't have is driving me crazy. Just as he was complaining about the system, his phone rang. Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Shan? Shan recognized the voice on the other end but couldn't place it immediately. Yes, what can I do for you? Upon hearing his response, the voice on the other end sounded noticeably happier. I'm the host of the Huaxia Technology Competition. My name is Luo Qianxue. Oh, it's Ms. Luo. Is it because the competition results are out? Shan also perked up. If the results were out, he would at least receive 1 million yuan. Not yet. We originally planned to decide the rankings based on scoring, but some viewers haven't finished their creations yet, so we'll have to wait another day or two. Hearing this, he felt a little disappointed. Is that so? Does that mean I'll have to wait a while longer for my prize money? I estimate it will take a few more days. After all, once the terms are finalized, the company still needs to go through the necessary procedures before dispersing the funds. Mr. Shan urgently needs the money, right? Luo Qianxue, as expected of a professional host, had a voice that was very soothing to Shan. He asked, so, Ms. Luo, what brings you here? I just wanted to ask when you're free. I'd like to treat you to a meal and learn more about the creative inspiration behind the game, the Battle of Jinling. After hanging up the phone, Shan's takeout arrived. He began eating while watching the live broadcast of the event. At that moment, the audience at the competition site was still experiencing the game, and there were still 70 or 80 people fighting in his defense battle. Can't help but say it, player number 20 is fast and precise. The battlefield environment in this game is truly unmatched. The visual effects of the blood and dirt flying everywhere from each artillery explosion are absolutely terrifying. This game is amazing. As soon as the motion simulator pods go on sale, I'm definitely getting one, not for anything else, but to fight alongside the warriors. I think I saw our fighter jets too. We're not completely without a chance. If we can take out all the enemy planes in the sky, we have a shot at victory. Shan saw this comment and burst into laughter. Air combat? During the defense battle, our military could only deploy over 30 aircraft, while the Japanese forces deployed over 200. Engaging in aerial combat with a ratio of nearly 1:7? Even if we could fight, we couldn't even muster 30 pilots. The pilots were all volunteers from the Soviet Union. Relying on them all to throw their lives away is sheer fantasy. However, it's good that this group of players has confidence. After all, this is just a game. Through constant deaths and restarts, they'll eventually find a way to defend for 30 days. At this point, there were still 78 players left in the game. This time, the entire city of Jinling had been expanded, with several players retreating from various locations to defend the city. Jinling City was now in ruins, with its once thriving streets reduced to rubble by airstrikes, littered with debris and bloodstains. After the fall of Yuatai, the soldiers retreated to Zang Hua Gate, where a fierce battle for the city walls was underway, the most critical moment of the Jinling defense battle. On December 12, the Japanese 6th Division launched a general assault on the Zang Hua Gate area. First, the 6th Field Artillery Regiment, stationed near Anmen, fired the first round of artillery shells at Zang Hua Gate from a distance of 3 kilometers using 36 modified Type 75mm field guns. Fire! As the commander gave the order, several field guns roared, and the shells exploded on the city walls in just a few breaths. Boom! Explosions echoed continuously. Players on the city walls felt the ground trembling beneath their feet, with the walls teetering on the brink of collapse at any moment. Damn it! The Japanese have way too many shells. At this rate, the walls will collapse sooner or later. We have to hold on. If they break through, what will happen to the people of this city? What will happen to us? The players retreated with their troops, but there was no way out. Behind the city walls lay the Yangtze River, and all the boats had been destroyed. This time, there was only one option: fight to the death. On the city wall, a player pointed at the Japanese army camp in the distance and said to another player, "Do you see that commander over there?" The other player rubbed his eyes and squinted. "Where? Are you blind? You can't see that huge reflective black helmet?" The man frantically pointed in the air. "Oh, I see it. What's wrong with it? You're supposed to be the top sniper in CF? Take it out with one shot. Are you crazy? CF can't compare to this. Did you even see the scope? Without a scope, I can't even see the person, let alone snipe them." Another round of shells came flying in, and one landed right at their feet. Boom! Before they could react, both of them were sent flying into the sky. Shortly after, the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion of the Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment, along with other units, fired 12 Type 75mm mountain guns at the Zang Hua Gate with intense fire. Who would have known the city walls were so sturdy? The effect was poor. The Japanese forces then deployed 4 Type 91 105mm howitzers and 4 Type 4 150mm howitzers, aiming at the walls of Zang Hua Gate and firing relentlessly. The city walls eventually collapsed under the relentless bombardment, creating a breach large enough for 3 or 4 people to pass through. As soon as the breach appeared, the Japanese troops ceased their artillery fire. The city gate wall has been breached. Charge! Heaven's wrath! Board the walls! Seeing that the shells had torn open a breach, the Japanese soldiers quickly regrouped and began their assault. The defenders inside the city walls rushed to reinforce the breach, and a heavy machine gun was carried by 3 men to the breach and set up. "Brothers, hold the line. We must not let these Japanese invaders break through. Behind us are our fellow villagers. We must hold the line. Even if it costs us our lives, we must fill this gap with our bodies." Chapter 26, Tell My Mother I'm Not a Coward. On the battlefield engulfed in, the city walls had been blown open, and soldiers were using their bodies to block the breach. The opening was so narrow that machine gunners had to be extra careful not to be shot by the Japanese soldiers charging forward. With such a small opening, over 10,000 Japanese soldiers are charging in. Whoever fires the machine gun will die. We have to keep firing, or they'll break through. Haven't you seen some of the unarmed ones using their swords to block the gaps? Sigh, this isn't a defensive battle at all. It's clearly a meat grinder. No matter how many people we send in, it's useless. Really, this is the first time I've cried while playing a game. So many people are charging into a hail of bullets, and it's clearly a dead end up front. Don't go. Sigh. There are hundreds of thousands of civilians behind us. What are they supposed to do? Colonel. Retreat and take command. The bodyguard desperately grabbed Colonel E's blood-stained collar, but was pushed away by him. Colonel E pressed the butt of his light machine gun against his shoulder and fired wildly. "I will stand with Nanjing until the end, share life and death with my soldiers, and never surrender. I will not betray my country." Before he could finish, a mortar shell exploded 30 meters away, sending sandbags flying. He squinted, sweeping the gun barrel over the swarming Japanese soldiers, his hoarse roar piercing the smoke. "The bones of Jinling City are harder than its walls. If we die here today, we will be honorable soldiers of China in the next life." Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past his head. Colonel E staggered and grabbed the sandbags, warm blood trickling down his eyebrows into his eyes. "Commander! Commander! Medic! Medic, hurry!" As the bodyguard rushed over, he saw the brigade commander kneeling in a bullet crater, his hand still clutching the trigger. "Commander!" Several soldiers rushed over to support his limp body. The medic tore open the first aid kit and with trembling hands, wrapped the bandage around the wound that was continuously bleeding, but couldn't stop the blood flowing from the wound on the left side of his head. "Fire, suppress the enemy fire." Colonel E suddenly convulsed violently, sitting up abruptly and knocking over the first aid kit. His pupils dilated, but he stubbornly gripped the guard's wrist. "The city walls, are they holding?" "It's held. The enemy has retreated." The soldier fought back tears as he laid the brigade commander back down. Beneath the blood-soaked bandages, fresh blood continued to seep out, soaking the metals on his chest. Eon Bong's gaze slowly swept over the charred ruins, finally settling on the shattered city walls. There, a half-torn, blood-stained military flag fluttered in the smoke. He suddenly smiled, his voice faint and hoarse amid the "good, good." Even a brigade commander is leading the charge and fighting to the death. What excuse do we have to retreat? Soldiers, follow me into battle. Even with a bullet in his head, he's still thinking about the city. China's prosperity today is all thanks to them. We must never forget the blood and tears shed by our forebears. Isn't this game already finished? Hurry up and release the motion simulators. I want to fight alongside the brigade commander and kill the Japanese. Look at the Saihong Bridge southwest of Zang Hua Gate. It's terrible. Dozens of planes are bombing relentlessly. The Japanese flags have been planted there multiple times, but the soldiers are pulling them down with their lives. The players defending Saihong Bridge had never seen such a brutal battlefield before. They all huddled behind sandbags, trembling. A shell exploded, sending a severed hand flying toward a player, who was so terrified he dropped to his knees and vomited. Several players watching him grew impatient. Stop vomiting. The Japanese are charging. Pick up your gun. You said you'd take on 10 of them. Our ancestors are risking their lives to defend this place, and you're just playing a game and already scared? This player didn't want to be like this either. When he watched the judges play, it seemed pretty thrilling, but once he was actually on the battlefield, he realized how dangerous it was. The air inside the city was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood, making his stomach churn. Combined with the shock of seeing severed limbs, his entire body went limp. The encouraging shouts of his teammates kept him from losing his last shred of clarity. Luo Huayang, you can do it. You've got this. Luo Huayang muttered to himself, then a surge of strength coursed through his body. He raised his head and fired his gun. Go to hell, you little bastards. Tell my mother I'm not a coward. Click. He cocked the trigger and fired again. Click. 2 shots killed 2 Japanese soldiers. Just as he was about to fire the third shot, a bullet pierced his skull. As he died, a smile appeared on his lips. He hadn't died in vain, he had killed 2 Japanese soldiers. Well done. 1 life for 2, it was worth it. 1 man can kill 2, 2 men can kill 4. When the time comes, we'll gather 10,000 men and wipe the Japanese invaders off the face of the earth. Huayang, you're amazing. I'm proud of you. I'll tell your mom you're not a coward. Hey, the guy above, he just died in the game, not in real life. Besides, do you even know his mom? I definitely recognize his mother. I'm his biological father. How could I not recognize his mother? Holy crap, the biological father is watching his son go to battle and kill enemies? That's thrilling, isn't it? In the game, players followed the soldiers as they defended the position for a day and night. During this time, the daily casualties reached as high as 8,000, and some players even saw their entire battalion wiped out. I saw some soldiers retreating. What is going on? A player noticed that most of the soldiers on another front were retreating. What is going on? We held the line, why are we retreating now? Another player was confused. What about the civilians in the city? Brother, what are you doing? Retreating. The commanders behind us have all fled. What's the point of staying? Where's the command post? Commander, where's our command post? It's been scattered. There's no command post left. This unordered retreat led to multiple defense lines collapsing instantly, triggering a domino effect that threw the entire city of Jinling into chaos. The players didn't receive any retreat orders. Why were they able to retreat? If they retreat, won't all the defense lines be completely destroyed? We can't retreat. If they retreat, everything will fall apart. We could have held out for a few more days, but now it's all ruined. If the Japanese invade, how many people will die? There's no choice. Who wants to die? If one person retreats, how can others stay put? After all, staying alive is more important than anything else. Damn it, we've only held out for less than 4 days. We're still 26 days short of the conditions to pass the level. Is this even possible? If all 10,000 of us players enter the game together and coordinate well, we might have a chance. Speaking of which, if I follow the main force and retreat to a safe area in the rear, can I survive for 30 days? The logic is sound, but how can you bring yourself to retreat? Look me in the eye and tell me how you can say that. Chapter 27, The Bloody Battlefield. The setting sun, as red as blood, dyed the city walls a dark crimson. Outside the city, the Japanese army's camouflage flags fluttered in the wind. A tank slowly approached, with a young lieutenant wearing glasses standing on the roof. He held a megaphone and shouted in heavily accented Chinese, "Listen up, everyone inside the city. Lay down your weapons and surrender. We guarantee you will not be captured. The Japanese army has always treated prisoners well. If you surrender, we will ensure your safety." The voice echoed through the silent city walls, penetrating the ears of every soldier. On the city walls, the soldiers' faces, covered in gunpowder smoke, bore the marks of exhaustion. Wounded comrades lay in the corners, moaning softly. After days of intense fighting, ammunition was nearly depleted, while the Japanese troops outside the city walls swelled like a rising tide. The harsh words of surrender were like salt rubbed into the soldiers' bleeding wounds. Some clenched their rifles tightly, while others spat angrily, shouting, "Japanese nonsense! Whoever believes that is a coward." However, it could not be denied that this psychological tactic had further dampened the already low morale, as if a dark cloud hung over everyone's hearts. The Japanese waited outside the city for a moment, but seeing no signs of surrender, the major once again raised the megaphone and shouted, "Baka! You must know that there is an old saying, perseverance leads to success, those who endure are heroes. Your current resistance is nothing but a futile sacrifice. Just surrender." Bang! A bullet struck the tank where he was standing. "Damn you, you bastard. If you want to enter Jinling City, you'll have to get past my grandfather first." Without waiting for the colonel to bark any further, someone below the city walls fired a shot at him, but missed. Otherwise, it would have greatly boosted our troops' morale. Kill! Not a single soldier was swayed by this traitor. They gathered their strength and began throwing their remaining grenades. Boom! As the explosions echoed one after another, the battle erupted once more. Brothers of the 1st Battalion, behind us lies the capital, our homes and families. Even if we die, we will die here beneath these walls. A death well spent. The company commander looked at the few remaining men behind him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Out of the 400 or 500 men in his company, he could now see fewer than 30. Company commander, we're not afraid. We're willing to fight the Japanese devils with you. Rather die on the battlefield than become slaves of a conquered nation. Rather die on the battlefield than become slaves of a conquered nation. Rather die on the battlefield than become slaves of a conquered nation. The shouts echoed across the sky, and the soldiers' morale soared once more. No one knew how exhausted they were. Since the Battle of Shanghai, their fighting had never ceased. Their wounds had scabbed over only to reopen, but their resolve remained unshaken. At that moment, countless viewers watching the live broadcast had tears in their eyes. The soldiers' resolve has never wavered, they have never flinched. With such a group of elite troops, how could we lose? We cannot lose. Rather die on the battlefield than become slaves of a conquered nation. How could we have forgotten such martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the country? We truly deserve to die. There is no such thing as a peaceful life, it is merely because others are bearing the burden for us. The peaceful daily life we now take for granted was earned by countless revolutionary forebears with their blood and lives. In the darkest hour when the nation was humiliated, the people suffered, and civilization was tarnished, they stepped forward, charged into the line of fire, endured torture, and fought against hunger and cold, using their lives to create a peaceful sky for us. They may be famous or unknown, but their achievements are etched in history, and their spirit will live on forever. They deserve our eternal remembrance and admiration. These passionate comments flood the screen like a tidal wave, reviving the hearts of viewers who had nearly lost hope. Loving war is foolish, forgetting war is heartless. At this moment, the bloodline of the Chinese people awoke. Players in the game charged forward bravely, rushing toward the shattered city walls. I've retreated from Silent Hill, I've retreated from the Biohazard Pyramid, I've retreated from the Biohazard Coliseum. This time in Jinling, I cannot retreat. A player screamed as he charged into the hail of bullets, igniting the explosives he held in his arms. This time, let me defend Jinling. Boom! A deafening explosion sent a wave of Japanese soldiers flying into the air, the shockwave raising a cloud of dust. The players' screams were instantly drowned out by the explosion, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and burning debris. Luo Qianxue witnessed this familiar scene, her slender body trembling involuntarily. Though the explosion was fleeting, its power still had a significant impact on her state of mind, as if she were right there on the brutal battlefield. Another hero. Yan Nanbei couldn't help but marvel at the determination of this generation of netizens. He never expected that upon seeing the Japanese soldiers, none of them would hesitate to risk their lives. This game is too addictive. Which man could resist the temptation of defending one's country and charging into battle? Chen Shang rubbed his chin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This game was truly addictive. Even though dying in the game was painful, he couldn't resist playing it again. Don't even mention men, I can't resist this game's charm either. Even women can have a heart that yearns to fight on the battlefield. Su Rue pouted her lips, exuding a mischievous charm. It seems that all three of us judges are very fond of contestant number 20's work, and our evaluations are very high. I believe this game's final ranking won't be too low. Luo Qianxue stated the objective facts. Not only were the three judges optimistic about the Battle of Jinling, but the majority of the 100 audience members present also enjoyed experiencing the game. This virtual battle about courage and faith ignited the most passionate sense of patriotism in everyone's hearts. In the game, with all players' minds consumed by passion, there was no room for strategy. At that moment, their minds were fixated on a single thought. Kill one and you don't lose, kill two and you make a profit. Unfortunately, this isn't the game mode they're used to, where getting hit only causes a brief pause and a splash of blood. This is a real battlefield. Many of them are riddled with bullets the moment they show their heads. Some manage to avoid vital areas but are struck in their limbs, screaming in agony. Ah! My leg is broken. The heart-wrenching screams echoed through the explosions, piercing the ears. A player fell onto the broken city bricks, his right leg below the knee gone, flesh and bone exposed. The broken white bones were exposed in the smoke-filled air. The player felt excruciating pain that nearly caused him to faint, his vision growing dark. Damn it! Give me a grenade, give me a quick end. I'll take these bastards with me. He was already losing his mind. Chapter 28, Save Her. Wow! That must be so painful. It's giving me goosebumps all over. That's brutal. His lower leg is gone. If this were real, how hopeless would that be? The main problem is he's lying outside the battlefield, there's no way to save him. Brother, hold on. A soldier covered in blood, with his arms wrapped in bleeding bandages, tried to crawl over from behind the sandbags in the trench to pull him out, but was immediately forced back by incoming bullets. Don't worry about me, fight the Japanese. The short-legged player screamed with all his strength, his despair and anger temporarily overpowering the pain. He looked at the Japanese soldiers charging toward him, their bayonets gleaming menacingly, and at the armored vehicles slowly closing in on him. A surge of blood rushed to his head. He struggled, using his left leg to kick at propping his broken body up with his hands, and slowly moved toward the body of a fallen comrade to the left front, where he saw a bundle of hand grenades. Want to get into the city? Dream on. His teeth ground together, his eyes filled with madness. He finally grabbed the bundle of grenades and bit off the pin with his teeth. No, Shunzi, don't. Just as the player bit into the grenade, a soldier behind him let out a heart-wrenching scream, but his attempt to stop him was too late. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, and the player vanished into the smoke. Was that voice familiar to someone who knew the player? It might have been someone who knew him. Sigh. Choosing to self-destruct might have been brave, but it's cruel to those who were familiar with and close to them. Who can say otherwise? Watching your own brother explode into pieces right before your eyes who could remain unmoved? I have several brothers, let them take turns going up to blow themselves up. In the game, the entire defense line of Jinling City had collapsed. The Japanese forces at Zang Hua Gate launched a final assault. Due to the fall of the main stronghold at Yuatai, the Japanese forces took advantage of the opportunity to directly penetrate into the southern part of the city. Help! Save us! The panicked civilians scattered in all directions, but with battles raging everywhere inside the city, fleeing outward was like becoming a moving target. Damn it! These bastards! If they catch those female students, we're finished. Players on the battlefield peered through the thick smoke and saw several girls dressed in Republican-era student uniforms being chased by Japanese soldiers as fierce as wolves. Xiaolu, don't run that way. A panicked female student, desperate to escape, began dashing toward a dead-end alley. Ah! Don't come over here. The girl leaned against the corner, frantically raising a branch in her hands, as if that could give her a sense of security. Hey, pretty girl, let's get to work. The Japanese soldier made lewd sounds, his mouth twisted into a hideous grin. Where do you think you're going? Several players witnessed the scene, their minds buzzing. A female student? What the hell is this guy up to? They knew that if the Japanese soldiers caught this female student, her fate would be unimaginable. A student from Jinling Girls High School. Quick, quick, save her. You're the only one left alive. Go save her. Don't let that Japanese soldier harm her. From the perspective of the last surviving player, over 80 people were urgently urging him on. But it's too far away. I can't possibly make it there in time. The player was 700 or 800 meters away from where the tragedy was about to unfold. Charging there would mean certain death, with no chance of rescue. Even if I die, I have to go. We can't let this happen again in front of us. We can't. Hurry up. There's no time left. If we die, we can just restart. I can't bear to watch this anymore. Dozens of people were shouting urgently, and the player finally made his decision. He glared fiercely at the location. A primal scream erupted from the depths of his soul. What virtual reality? What game? What pain threshold? In that moment, all of that was cast aside. An indescribable force took hold of him. Like a wild beast, he charged recklessly from the battlefield, heading toward the direction where the girl was being chased, toward the densest cluster of Japanese soldiers at the breach, clutching a bundle of hand grenades as he rolled and crawled forward. You little bastards, your grandfather is here. He clutched the grenade to his chest, waiting for an opportunity, a chance to throw the grenade at the enemy. At the base of the city wall, a company commander and the few remaining soldiers witnessed the scene, their eyes bulging with fury. Cover her. Everyone, provide covering fire to get him through. All the soldiers who could still fire their guns disregarded the risk of exposing their positions and emptied their magazines into the Japanese soldiers trying to block the player's advance. The lieutenant colonel on the armored vehicle also spotted the swiftly moving figure. His pupils contracted sharply as he shouted in Japanese, "Stop him. Shoot. Shoot now." A hail of bullets instantly engulfed the moving player. Puff, puff, puff. His body convulsed violently as blood spattered across his body, left shoulder, right chest, lower abdomen. Ah! The virtual pain feedback surged to its peak, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Lying on the ground, he looked at the terrified female student. In the moment their eyes met, a sense of humiliation began to grow within him. I'm sorry, Blood kept seeping from his mouth. He tried to get up, but he couldn't. Put. The fuse of the grenade was pulled, and looking at the 300 meters ahead, a distance that would normally take less than a minute to cross, it now seemed like an insurmountable chasm. The player clutched the grenade even tighter. The company commander and his men at the base of the city walls gaped, unable to utter a sound, as scalding tears streamed down their cheeks. Boom! The live stream froze on the moment of the explosion. The chat exploded. Aha! Brave! He risked his life to prevent this from happening again. I'm crying so hard. I'm really crying so hard. This isn't a game, this isn't a damn game. This is what really happened back then. I'm sorry. Those were his last words. Brother, you did your best. Don't blame yourself. You were amazing. Jinling Girls High School. I understand why he fought so hard, I get it now, sniff sniff. Luo Qianxue on the stage was already in tears, covering her mouth as her body trembled uncontrollably. She was too moved by that moment. She just wanted to change the outcome, even if it was already decided, in her own way. She really wanted to change it. Oudang Nanbei's eyes were red, and he slammed his hand heavily on the judge's table. Those damn little bastards. Chen Shang rubbed his sore eyes. He wanted to cry, but with so many people watching, he felt a bit embarrassed. As another woman present, Su Rue didn't have time for such thoughts. She simply kept wiping her eyes with tissues. Chapter 29, Military personnel arrive. In the vast circular arena, only the sounds of keyboard clicks, mouse clicks, and occasional low whispers filled the air. The air was thick with the tension of the final push. On the massive circular screen, 20 split screens displayed the final moments of the contestants' battles, but the screen numbered 20 Shenxing Shan's livestream remained pitch black. Luo Qianxue adjusted her emotions. Though her eyes were still red from crying, her professional demeanor quickly brought her back to reality. Standing on the main stage under the spotlight, her voice echoed clearly through the microphone, filling the competition hall and the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The technology company, Limited Creation Cup Game Design Competition has reached its thrilling final day. With less than 3 hours remaining until the final submission deadline, the moment of truth is fast approaching. Her gaze swept over the contestant area, lingering briefly on Shenxing Shan's empty seat with a hint of complexity, before shifting away to begin commenting on the other contestants' works. As we can see, most of the contestants have entered the final polishing and testing phase. Unlike contestant number 20, Mr. Shenxing Shan's highly immersive and historically rich Jinling defense battle, the other contestants' works feature more diverse styles and are more focused on refining core gameplay mechanics and building game modes. The camera cuts to the next contestant. First up is contestant number 1's Tutu's haunted house. He has created a Chinese-style haunted mansion filled with an eerie atmosphere. The scene rendering is meticulously crafted, with dim candlelight, flickering paper lanterns, and faint scratch marks on the weathered walls. The eerie ambient sound effects, combined with sudden jump scares, aim to instantly spike the player's adrenaline. On the final day, he primarily optimized the ray tracing effects, making the movements of those things in the shadows even more elusive. A new horror clip was displayed on the screen. In the dimly lit corridor, a blurry red figure flashed by, causing a low gasp from the audience. Next up is contestant number 2's work, Brave Shield, Solo Leveling. Luo Qianxue's voice took on a lighter tone. This is a very standard Korean-style MMORPG massively multiplayer online role-playing game framework title. Players take on the role of a warrior with the Brave Shield talent, adventuring in a vast world, fighting monsters, leveling up, obtaining equipment, and enhancing skills. Today, his focus was on refining the infinite dungeon mode, adding more random levels and boss mechanics to ensure players still have enough challenging content and motivation to grind even after reaching max level. The screen displayed stunning skill effects and intense boss battles, with visually striking effects, though they seem to lack a unique touch. The camera continues to move, sweeping across multiple split screens. Player 3 is testing a cartoon-style platformer game with bright colors, cute characters, and a focus on puzzle solving and collection. Player 5's screen displays a sci-fi-themed real-time strategy RTS game, with complex unit types, tech trees, and battlefield maps filling the screen. Player 8 is focused on a simulation management game with a warm, cozy atmosphere, where players run a seaside restaurant. As we can see, Luo Qianxue has summarized, the contestants are all meticulously crafting their own unique creations. Some aim for the ultimate sensory thrill of horror experiences, others offer long-term gameplay goals and character development systems in role-playing games, some provide casual and relaxing simulation management, while others challenge players with strategic thinking and quick reflexes in real-time combat. The world of games should indeed be this rich and diverse. She paused, her tone tinged with emotion. However, it cannot be denied that contestant number 20, Shenxing Shan's Jinling defense battle, with its unique historical perspective, profound emotional impact, and almost brutal realism, has brought an unprecedented shock to this competition. It is not merely a game, it is more like a transcendent dialogue across time and space, awakening of national memory. Its emergence has elevated the thematic depth of this competition and prompted us to reconsider the weight that games, as the ninth art form, can bear. Mentioning the Battle of Nanjing, the audience and live stream viewers once again grew restless. Many still bore traces of the excitement and emotion from their previous experiences or live viewings. So, Luo Qianxue shifted the focus, her gaze returning to the empty seat. Where is the 20th contestant, Shenxing Shan, who caused such a stir? Where was he during the final moments of the competition? And is there an unfinished chapter to his breathtaking Jinling defense battle? Wait. Shenxing Shan watched as Luo Qianxue praised his game highly in the livestream, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. After all, having one's own achievements recognized by others proves that one has already achieved half of one's desired goal. Next, we just have to wait for the official release of the motion sensing pod. By then, the system's required approval rating will definitely reach an astonishing level. The chairman's office of Huaxia Technology Company welcomed the visit of a prominent figure. Xin Lang, the billionaire chairman, stood upright before a middle-aged man in military attire with a stern expression. It was a middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform, with the stars on his shoulder straps shimmering with a subdued yet authoritative glow under the soft office lighting. His face was stern, with features carved like stone, and his eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Even standing there calmly, an invisible, ruthless aura characteristic of the military filled the entire space. Xin Lang stood at attention, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tension. "Mr. Yuan, it's an honor to meet you. I did not expect you to come in person. May I ask what brings you here?" His gaze locked with Yuan Zhengwe's sharp eyes, neither flinching. Yuan Zhengwe did not respond immediately. His eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through one's soul, quickly scanned the futuristic office, lingering briefly on a sleek, streamlined motion-sensing pod in the corner that was in standby mode. Then, he turned his gaze back to Xin Lang, his voice deep and firm, like the clash of rocks. "Mr. Qin, no need for formalities. I'm not here in an official capacity to issue any instructions." He paused, his tone tinged with curiosity. "I heard that your company has developed something extraordinary. A game pod that can make people feel immersed in the scene? I heard the experience is very realistic." He emphasized the word realistic deliberately, his gaze fixed on Xin Lang's reaction. Xin Lang hurriedly added from the side, "Yes, Mr. Yuan. Our sensory pods utilize the most advanced neural linking and full sensory simulation technology, achieving breakthrough progress in immersion. The live streams of our current events have received extremely strong feedback from viewers." Chapter 30, A Call from an Old Classmate. The competition had concluded. On the massive circular screen, the golden text champion, Xinxingshan Jiling Defense Battle 930 points, glittered brightly. The score of the second-place finisher was over 100 points behind, the gap starkly evident. Cheers and applause erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire arena, before gradually subsiding as Luo Qianxue announced that Creation Cup game design competition has come to a successful conclusion. The spotlights dimmed, and the contestants either embraced excitedly or collapsed exhausted into their chairs. The air was filled with a sense of relief and a faint tinge of disappointment. Xinxingshan watched the livestream and received a call from the event organizer. The 100 million yuan prize money would be transferred to the designated account within 3 business days. Additionally, as part of the champion's prize, a brand new, top-of-the-line motion sensing pod not yet available on the market would be delivered on the global launch day. "The money's here." Xinxingshan exhaled silently, his gaze sweeping over the cramped one-bedroom apartment he rented. The corners were piled with electronic components and reference books, the space so tight that even turning around required caution. "Moving that huge motion-sensing pod in here will probably mean taking the bed apart," he chuckled to himself, a clear thought forming in his mind. "It's time to upgrade to a proper place to live." Just then, his phone screen lit up again, accompanied by a slightly jarring vibration. The name on the caller ID made Xinxingshan pause. The name seemed to have been dug up from some dusty corner of his memory. One of the few people he could call a friend from his university days, the guy who used to sleep in the bunk above him. After graduation, their paths diverged like branches of a river, each going their separate ways. Contact grew sparse and eventually ceased entirely. It had been over a year since they last heard from each other. Now, at this delicate moment when he had just won a major award, he was calling. The purpose was crystal clear. Xinxingshan's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. It wasn't he disliked, more a sense of understanding and a touch of distant detachment. He hesitated for a second before his fingertips glided over the answer button. It wasn't he that he was expecting any emotional reunion, but he wanted to see how this former friend would break the ice and get to the point. "Hello?" Xinxingshan's voice was calm and composed. "Xingshan. It's me, Yangzi. Xu Yang." The voice on the other end of the line suddenly rose, filled with exaggerated enthusiasm, as if the two had just been together yesterday. "That's amazing, bro. I saw it. The live stream from Technology Company, Limited. I watched the whole thing. Congratulations. Champion. 930 points. That's so awesome." "Just luck," Xinxingshan replied casually, his tone deliberately distant. "I was just testing the waters. I got lucky." He deliberately downplayed the other's flattery with a light-hearted tone. "Oh, come on, you're being modest with me." Su Yang's voice carried a familiar teasing tone, as if they had never grown apart. "Back in university, I could already tell you're the type who sticks to your guns. Once you set your mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull you back. With that kind of determination, it's no wonder you succeeded." Xu Yang's words hit the mark, striking a nerve in Xinxingshan, whose mind was now a blend of his former memories. Uncontrollably, an unpleasant memory flashed through his mind. That girl named Luna, from a wealthy family, with a touch of arrogance. At that time, Xinxingshan was driven by hormones, stubborn as a rock, completely ignoring Su Yang's gentle, "Bro, just forget it, the gap is too big," and after a class activity, he mustered up the courage to confess his feelings in front of many people. The result? Naturally, it was disastrous. Luna's beautiful face betrayed her surprise, which quickly turned into contempt. She coldly replied, "Xinxing Shan, you're a nice guy, but we're not compatible. Is this what they call a toad trying to eat a swan?" The suppressed laughter around him felt like needles piercing his heart at the time. The current Xinxing Shan, having merged the souls of 2 lifetimes, looked back on that embarrassing episode from his previous life and felt no trace of the shame and anger he once did. Instead, he found it absurdly amusing. He muttered to himself, what's wrong with a toad? At least a toad has progressive ideas and dares to look up at the stars, right? Xu Yong clearly didn't notice the turmoil in Xinxing Shan's heart. He changed the subject, his tone carrying a hint of cautious probing and unmistakable gossip. "By the way, Xing Shan, I've got something to tell you. Did you hear that Wu Yanlong is organizing a class reunion? Apparently. Luna is going too. What do you think? Are you going? I'll go with you." The mention of Luna instantly made the atmosphere on both ends of the phone call awkward. Su Yong's intentions were as obvious as a bald man's lice. In his mind, Xinxing Shan, now a successful and wealthy man worth over 100 million, returning to his hometown to attend a class reunion especially in front of Luna, who had once humiliated him, was a scene that would be incredibly satisfying to witness. Xinxing Shan silently scoffed. A class reunion? A group of old classmates who had long since gone their separate ways and whose relationships were as thin as water. Moreover, he was no longer the naive young man who would dwell on a single word from Luna. Reunion. Xinxing Shan dragged out the word, his tone growing colder. "I'll pass. I've got a lot on my plate lately and can't make it." He refused without hesitation. On the other end of the phone, Xu Yong clearly stumbled. He could hear the coldness and distance in Xinxing Shan's tone. He knew very well that over the past year, it was he who had been busy with his new job and new circle of friends, actively cutting off contact, which had led to the strained relationship. At this moment, Xinxing Shan's reaction, though it left him feeling a bit disappointed and awkward, was understandable. "Oh, I see." Su Yong's voice dropped several degrees, and the forced enthusiasm faded. He quickly adjusted his tone, trying to salvage some sincerity. "Well, never mind. I just called to congratulate you. Really, Xing Shan, seeing you achieve so much, I'm truly happy for you. From the bottom of my heart." The phrase "from the bottom of my heart" did cause Xinxing Shan's expression to soften slightly. At least, the other party didn't immediately start begging for money or hinting at favors. In this belated, self-serving congratulation, there might still be a tiny fragment of the friendship they shared in university. Thanks, Yangzi." Xinxing Shan's tone softened slightly. "I appreciate your gesture. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll treat you to a meal." All right. That's a deal. I'll be waiting for your call." Su Yong's voice rose again, sounding a bit relieved. "Alright, got it. I've got some things to do. I'll hang up now." Xinxing Shan didn't say anything else and ended the call. The phone screen went dark. The room fell silent, except for the live stream playing from the computer. Su Yong's call was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, creating a few ripples before quickly fading away. Chapter 31, Shopping for Clothes. "Hello?" Xinxing Shan had just hung up the call from his old classmate and hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when his phone screen lit up again, displaying an unfamiliar number. He furrowed his brows slightly and pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Mr. Shin?" A clear, efficient female voice came through the receiver, tinged with a touch of professional politeness. The voice sounded familiar, and Xinxing Shan quickly searched his memory. Among the people he had recently come into contact with, right? It was the event organizer. He immediately responded, "Yes, this is Xinxing Shan. Are you Ms. Wan?" He tentatively mentioned the other person's name. Mr. Shen has such a good memory. Wang Jiaro on the other end seemed to smile, her tone lightening. "It's me, Wang Jiaro. I apologize for disturbing you. The chairman of Huaxia Technology has been very impressed by you and would like to invite you to a casual meal. He has some ideas regarding game development and would like to discuss them with you in person." Chairman? Xinxing Shan's heart skipped a beat. This was the key figure directly related to whether he could secure the generous bonus. The opportunity was right before him, he couldn't afford to miss it. He almost immediately agreed, "No problem. It would be an honor to discuss this with the chairman. Have you arranged the time and location?" His voice remained calm, but his mind was racing. "That's great." Wang Jiaro was clearly pleased with his prompt response. "How about tomorrow at noon? The location will be the Langxian Pavilion at Beiton Jinting." "Alright, Platinum Gardens Langxian Pavilion, tomorrow at noon. I'll be there on time." Xinxing Shan repeated the details to confirm they were correct. "We look forward to your visit, Mr. Shin. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, Miss Wang." The call ended, and the receiver emitted a busy tone. Xinxing Shan held the phone, pacing back and forth in his slightly messy room. The chairman of Huaxia Technology was a true heavyweight. Though he wasn't one to dwell on minor details, basic respect and awareness of the occasion were still necessary. He glanced toward the wardrobe, which was stuffed with the t-shirts, hoodies, and casual pants he usually wore. Wearing those to such a high-end business event tomorrow would be highly inappropriate. Having just finished cleaning the house, he and T had time to rest before heading out again. At the entrance of Huaxing Mall, Xin Xingshan got out of the taxi and looked up. The massive glass curtain walls reflected dazzling halos in the afternoon sunlight, and the streamlined exterior design exuded a futuristic vibe, resembling a silver mountain rising from the ground. He couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of this world, which was far more advanced than his own. In his memories, the so-called large shopping mall in his world wouldn't even compare to the entrance of a flagship store here. As he stepped through the automatic glass doors, a cool breeze carrying the scent of high-end fragrances, leather, and electronic components greeted him. The massive central air conditioning system operated silently, delivering precise comfort to every corner. The sight before him caused him to pause briefly, even momentarily dazzled. The first floor was a true jewelry palace. The dazzling lights flow like a river of stars, cascading over every crystal-clear display case. The jewelry inside shimmers with vibrant colors, featuring bold and avant-garde designs. Holographic projection necklaces suspended in the display cases constantly change shape, rings embedded with unknown materials, seeming to contain nebulae and watches, which are no longer simple timepieces but more like miniature light computers, with complex data streams and three-dimensional star maps flickering on their dials. The brand logos, composed of geometric lines and flowing light and shadow, were unfamiliar to Xin Xingshan. Luxury and technology were seamlessly integrated. This gap. Xin Xingshan murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a complex emotion he couldn't quite put into words. There was awe at the novelty of it all, but also a hint of the alienation felt by an outsider. He composed himself, suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, and reminded himself of the purpose of his visit, to buy a formal suit. He looked around, noticing the massive holographic screens suspended above the central atrium, clearly labeling the floor layouts. Xin Xingshan's gaze locked onto the floors labeled Gentleman's Boutique and High-End Custom Tailoring. As he made his way toward the elevator area, the mirror-like floor reflected his ordinary casual shoes, making him stand out among the hurried, well-dressed crowd, appearing plain and even out of place. He noticed the various smart devices people wore on their wrists, able to summon information interfaces with a simple touch of their fingertips. Even children effortlessly projected game screens from their wristwatches. The air was filled with an atmosphere of efficiency, convenience, and highly digitalized living, starkly different from the slower-paced, technologically primitive world he remembered. The elevator doors slid open silently, revealing an interior with soft wooden textures and metal accents, feeling warm to the touch. Xin Xingshan stepped inside, pressed the button for his destination floor, and the elevator rose smoothly. Through the transparent walls on one side, he looked down at the interior of the shopping mall. The sky garden was lush with greenery, small intelligent cleaning robots glided silently across the floor, and in the distance, artistically designed suspended rest pods floated gracefully. Every detail silently reminded him. This was a new world he had to adapt to and learn quickly. Tomorrow, Langxian Pavilion. Xin Xingshan took a deep breath, and the momentary disorientation caused by the unfamiliar environment was quickly replaced by a sense of purpose. Bonuses, opportunities, and meetings with influential figures, these were the priorities at the moment. He needed attire that would allow him to hold his own in this world's high-end business settings. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, a young woman in a business suit approached him from a clothing store, her face adorned with a professional smile. "Good afternoon, sir. What type of clothing are you looking for?" "Good afternoon, sir. What type of clothing are you looking for?" A clear, pleasant voice echoed. Xin Xingshan followed the voice and saw a young woman wearing a well-tailored off-white business suit walking toward him from the entrance of a store named Yunshang Shindu. Her face bore an impeccable professional smile, her makeup was flawless, and her hair was neatly tied back. The name tag on her chest read Suman. Her gaze swept quickly and professionally over Xin Xingshan, her eyes showing no obvious disdain, but rather a trained sense of professional distance. "Hello." Xin Xingshan felt a bit uneasy and tried to sound natural and composed. "I need a formal suit for a business meeting. I need it by tomorrow noon." "Business meeting?" Suman's tone rose slightly, and her smile deepened, clearly catching the keyword. "You've come to the right place. Yunshang Shindu specializes in providing high-quality business and social attire solutions for elite professionals. Please follow me." She stepped aside and made an elegant gesture of invitation, guiding Xin Xingshan into the store. "May I ask, sir, what is the occasion for tomorrow's meeting?" Suman asked casually as she led the way, her eyes lingering on Xin Xingshan's face, observing his reaction. "At the Langxian Pavilion in Beatty and Jinting, with the chairman of Huaxia Technology." Xin Xingshan didn't hide anything. He knew that in such a place, the formality of the occasion directly influenced the recommendations made. Sure enough, upon hearing the words Baiyue Jinting and chairman of Huaxia Technology, Suman's eyes lit up momentarily, and her professional smile grew warmer with genuine enthusiasm and respect. Platinum Joy Mansion was a top-tier venue, and Huaxia Technology was a giant in the industry. Anyone who could meet the chairman, even if dressed ordinarily, was no ordinary person. Ah, Langxian Pavilion. That indeed requires very appropriate attire. Su Man's tone grew even more enthusiastic, and her steps quickened. The chairman must have exceptional taste. We will select a suit for you that balances professionalism and stability while still reflecting your personal style and contemporary flair. She led Xinqing Shan to an area with dark-colored suits. Given the tight schedule, custom tailoring might not be feasible. However, our ready-to-wear collection features top-notch fabrics and craftsmanship, and we also offer immediate alterations. Xinqing Shan? Just as Xinqing Shan was looking at the suits, a surprised female voice suddenly came from behind him. Chapter 32, Chance Encounter with Luna, attending the banquet. Xinqing Shan? A slightly sharp female voice cut through the surrounding noise. Xinqing Shan instinctively turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. A few steps away stood a couple who stood out prominently. The woman wore heavy makeup, and her sleek, tailored dress accentuated her overly curvaceous figure. Compared to the delicate figure he remembered, the woman before him was much more daring. Her face also seemed to have undergone subtle adjustments. Her nose was higher and straighter, her chin sharper and more defined, bearing the traces of meticulous sculpting. She was affectionately linking her arm through that of a man who was half a head taller than her. He wore a casual suit, with a watch on his left wrist. Xinqing Shan's gaze lingered on the familiar yet unfamiliar face for a moment, hesitating slightly. Luna? Oh. Luna dragged out the tone, her lips curling into an exaggerated smile, but her eyes held no warmth, only unmasked mockery. It's been less than a year since we last saw each other, and you don't even recognize me? Xinqing Shan, you really are a man of many forgettable faces. Her tone made it sound as though Xinqing Shan had forgotten her was an unforgivable sin. A fleeting sense of absurdity crossed Xinqing Shan's mind. The original owner had only mustered the courage to confess his feelings to her once in college, and after being politely rejected, he had never pursued her again. How could she, after nearly a year, act as if she had been deeply offended upon their chance encounter? Xinqing Shan, is that you? The man beside Luna spoke up at the right moment, his voice deliberately lowered and steady. He nodded slightly, seemingly making a polite introduction, but his posture and gaze betrayed a condescending scrutiny. I'm Luna's boyfriend, Sue. His gaze swept over Xinqing Shan's entire body like a searchlight, swift and critical. The corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly, revealing an obvious divide. The cheap, low-quality clothes Xinqing Shan wore were no match for Sue's meticulously tailored outfit. Xinqing Shan didn't feel embarrassed by Luna's mockery or angered by Sue's scrutiny. Instead, he returned their gaze with a calm, almost appraising look. This calm reaction clearly caught Luna off guard. She had expected Xinqing Shan to blush or lower his head in embarrassment, not remain utterly unfazed. This made her carefully crafted mockery feel like hitting a pillow, failing to achieve the desired effect and instead leaving her with an inexplicable lump in her throat. Humph. Luna snorted derisively, trying to regain her composure. She raised her chin higher, her full breasts thrust forward, almost brushing against Sue's arm. What? You haven't seen me in a year and you can't even speak properly? A toad is still a toad. Good thing I rejected you back then. Otherwise, you'd still be struggling to make ends meet. Sue played along with his girlfriend's act, a playful smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if watching an amusing monkey show. He tilted his head slightly and spoke in a teasing tone, You're Xinqing, right? I heard you used to, well, care about Nana. But now. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Xinqing Shan's attire, his meaning clear. People, after all, should know their place. Some people aren't worth your time. Are you too crazy? Xinqiang looked at the two of them in disbelief, then ignored them and gestured for Su Man to continue leading the way. He was truly speechless. He had always thought such brainless plot twists only existed in novels, but here he was, experiencing it firsthand. You! Luna, hearing Xinqing Shan insult them, stomped her foot angrily and whispered, You wait, Xinqing Shan. You'll see at the class reunion tomorrow. Sue was also furious, but he calmed Luna down and said, It's okay, we won. He stooped to his level. Tomorrow at the class reunion, I'll join you in humiliating him. These two oddballs still think it's Xinqing Shan's fault, but they never considered that they were the ones who started it by picking a fight and were ignored. Not to mention that Xinqing Shan hadn't even considered going to the class reunion in the first place. Now that he knew these two oddballs were going, he definitely wasn't going. Xinqing Shan grew increasingly exasperated, his steps unconsciously quickening. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, What the hell? Are these two crazy? Did they forget to take their medicine or take the wrong one? This is completely nonsensical. The next day, Xinqing Shan dressed up, put on the casual suit he had bought the day before, and took a taxi to the agreed-upon restaurant. Good afternoon, sir. Do you have a reservation? The beautiful receptionist at the door asked. Yes, I'm Xinqing Shan. I have a reservation at Langxiangu. The receptionist then led him inside. The Platinum Joy Garden was one of the most famous hotels in Blue Sea City, with its lavish and elegant decor. Following the receptionist, he took the elevator to the third floor, where Wang Jiaro had already been waiting for him outside. Mr. Shen. Xin Qingshan nodded in response. Mr. Qin is already inside, Wang Jiaro said, stepping aside and smoothly opening the heavy door to the private room while announcing inside, Mr. Qin, Mr. Xin has arrived. All right, have the kitchen serve the meal. A deep, steady, and authoritative male voice echoed from inside the private room, exuding an air of authority and prestige. Yes. Wang Jiaro replied, gesturing for Xin Qingshan to enter, then quietly stepped back. Xin Qingshan finally stepped into the private room. His gaze swept across the scene inside, causing him to pause slightly. There was more than one person inside. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged military officer in a crisp uniform with prominent shoulder patches. He sat upright like a pine tree, his face stern and resolute, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Even from a distance, one could sense the imposing aura of authority emanating from him. Seated to his left was Qin Lang, the founder of Huaxia Technology, dressed in a suit and tie, with a warm smile on his face. As Xin Qingshan discreetly scanned the two prominent figures in the private room, their gazes also fell on him, carrying scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of solemnity. Xin Qingshan immediately composed himself, his expression calm, but his mind racing. Qin Lang was personally accompanying him. This military officer must be no ordinary figure. The South China military region? General Yuan Zhenghua? Could it be because of the Battle of Nanjing? Is there a problem with the game? He suppressed his questions and walked toward the table with composed steps. The middle-aged man in military attire stood up first. His sharp gaze lingered on Xin Qingshan's face for a moment before softening into the characteristic warmth of a soldier, tinged with strength. Mr. Xin, please sit. His voice was loud and clear. Qin Lang also stood up immediately, his smile even more enthusiastic, his attitude clearly showing respect for General Yuan. Mr. Xin, please sit down. This is General Yuan Zhenghua of the South China military region. General, this is Mr. Xin Qingshan, the producer of the Battle of Nanjing. The three took their seats, the atmosphere solemn. Well-trained waiters entered silently, placing one dish after another, each exquisitely presented and fragrant on the table. However, the air was clearly not filled with the ordinary atmosphere of a banquet. Chapter 33, a surprisingly serious affair. General Yuan Zhenghua didn't beat around the bush. He opened the door, looked straight at Xin Qingshan with a piercing gaze, and said, Xin, your work on the Battle of Nanjing is excellent, truly excellent. He first offered his praise sincerely, then shifted the conversation to the core issue with the directness characteristic of a military man. I am curious, such a work that so accurately recreates history, brimming with blood and tragedy, where did your inspiration truly come from? His question cut straight to the heart of the matter. In an era where many historical details are being buried by time and the younger generation is growing increasingly vague about that tragic past, Xin Qingshan had used a game to present the chapter of national history filled with blood and tears in such an precise manner. This was extraordinary in itself. Xin Qingshan had already prepared his response. He met General Yuan's piercing gaze with a calm expression, his tone steady and imbued with a sense of solemnity. General Yuan is too kind. To be honest, I have always been a passionate enthusiast of military history. He paused, his voice growing deeper and heavier, because I deeply understand that the peace we enjoy today on this land, every breath of free air we take, was fought for inch by our ancestors with their very lives and their unyielding spines. That history is the root of our nation, an indelible memory etched into our very bones. We must never forget it, and we dare not forget it. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Qin Lang before settling back on General Yuan, continuing, fortunately, I was given this precious opportunity by Mr. Qin's company. So, when conceiving the game, I thought not only to create an entertaining game, but also to make it a medium, a window, allowing today's young people, and everyone else, to reconnect with that real history through a medium they can more easily accept, to feel the weight and glory of that era, and truly remember how we emerged from such dire straits. This is the very reason I created this game. Xin Qingshan's final words fell like a heavy stone, weighing heavily on Yuan Zhenghua and Qin Lang's hearts. General Yuan Zhenghua's eyes, weathered by time and sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Xin Qingshan's young yet resolute face. The weight of Xin Qingshan's words that dare not forget, cannot forget, the solemnity with which he regarded history as etched into the bones, and the sincerity with which he hoped to use the medium of games to allow the younger generation to once again touch history. Every word felt like a heavy hammer striking the heart of this seasoned soldier who had weathered storms and deeply understood the importance of historical education. There were no flowery words, no forced emotional appeals, only the simplest yet most powerful belief. This was more persuasive than any grand declaration. Good. Yuan Zhenghua suddenly let out a low shout, breaking the brief silence. His voice was not loud, but it carried a penetrating force. He stood up abruptly, his military uniform standing straight and tall, making him look as majestic as a mountain. Xin Qingshan and Qin Lang immediately stood up as well. There stood the high-ranking general, his expression solemn, his gaze intense, as he raised his right hand in a standard military salute toward Xin Qingshan, a young game developer. This gesture caused Qin Lang to inhale sharply, his eyes flashing with astonishment. He knew that General Yuan was a man of integrity and held Xin Qingshan's game in high regard, but he never expected such a high and solemn personal acknowledgement. Comrade Xin Qingshan. Yuan Jingguo's voice was loud and forceful, carrying the characteristic directness of a soldier, your dedication, your sense of responsibility, your reverence for history, and your sense of mission to carry forward its legacy. All of this deserves the salute from me. Xin Qingshan's heart trembled violently. Though he had prepared himself, the weight of such a solemn military salute from a general of the Republic far exceeded his expectations. He could clearly sense the admiration, satisfaction, and even a hint of solemnity in the general's gaze. He stood tall, refusing to flinch, and accepted the weighty honor with composure. In return, he returned the military salute, expressing his own respect. Yuan Zhenghua slowly lowered his arms, his expression still serious, but the warmth in his eyes was genuine. You are right. That history is engraved in the very bones of our nation. It is our roots. It is our soul. It is a spiritual treasure that must be remembered and passed down no matter how many years have passed. To forget history is to betray it. He sat back heavily in his seat, his gaze sweeping over Qinlang before settling on Xin Qingshan. I personally experienced your Jinling defense battle, and we also had our military region's propaganda department and some officers and soldiers experience it. It's not just an entertainment product. It's a powerful, deeply educational, historical experience. It presents that era of blood and fire, the sacrifices and indomitable spirit of our forebears, in a way that young people can most easily accept vividly and powerfully. This form is excellent. It's truly groundbreaking. Qin Lang added at the right moment, that's right, General Yuan. Mr. Shin's work has achieved an extremely high standard in terms of historical accuracy, the realism of the battle scenes, and the patriotic sentiments it conveys. Both the market response and social response have been extremely enthusiastic. Yuan Jingguo nodded, looking at Xin Qingshan with a gaze full of expectation. Mr. Shin, I came here today, first on behalf of myself, and also on behalf of some comrades who have read this work, to express our gratitude and respect to you. Second, I would like to ask you about your future plans. Do you have any similar creative projects in the pipeline? Or, in terms of historical preservation and patriotic education, do you have any deeper aspirations? He leaned forward slightly, conveying great sincerity. If you need any support, whether it be historical materials, expert advisors, or other resources, we will do our utmost to assist within the bounds of reason and compliance. What you have done is of great significance. Xin Qingshan felt a wave of warmth and a strong sense of responsibility welling up inside him. To receive such high recognition and support from the military was something he had never dared to imagine before. However, his system had not yet reached the threshold to unlock the exchange shop, and he was unsure what other large-scale games might be developed in the future. Just then, the phone in his suit jacket pocket vibrated at an inopportune moment, its buzzing sound standing out in the quiet private room. Xin Qingshan furrowed his brows slightly and apologized to General Yuan and Qin Lang. Sorry, General Yuan, Mr. Qin, Yuan Zhenghua waved his hand dismissively, showing great understanding. It's fine. Work comes first. Go ahead and take it. Xin Qingshan took out his phone, glanced at the screen, and saw an unfamiliar local number. He hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button, turning his body slightly, and speaking in a low voice. Hello, who is this? A woman's voice came from the other end. It was Luna, whom he had encountered at the mall yesterday. Hello, Xin Qingshan? I just saw you at the entrance of Beitong Jinting. Where did you go? Don't think you can get away by hiding. Xin Qingshan furrowed his brows even more and spoke coldly. If you have something to say, just say it. Chapter 34, An Olive Branch Extended. Xin Qingshan felt like he'd been hit by a truck. This was way too coincidental. How could the class reunion be here too? Some people you don't want to deal with, yet they always show up at the worst possible times. His tone carried an unmistakable warning. I'm not here for the class reunion, and I have no interest in talking to you. Don't follow me around like a crazy person. Xin. Ignoring the mad dog-esque barking on the other end, Xin Qingshan hung up the call cleanly and swiftly, as if swatting away an annoying fly. In the Platinum Premium Suite number 1, Luna listened to the busy tone on her phone, trembling with anger. Her carefully made-up features twisted in anger, and sharp curses burst from her lips. That bastard. How dare he hang up on me? Luna, just let it go. Xu Yong, with his bulging belly, approached her with a forced smile, trying to calm her down. He had thought Luna might know that Xin Qingshan was no longer the same person he used to be, and that she was calling to mend their relationship. But her first words were like a collision of planets. Qingshan might really have something important to do. I asked him earlier, and he said he wouldn't come. After all, Xin Qingshan's current status was far beyond what her so-called millionaire boyfriend Su Wei could ever hope to match. Xu Yong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. You fat pig, Su. Luna, still furious, turned her anger toward Xu Yong. Didn't you hear that it was Xin Qingshan who insulted me first? Su Wei, who had been brought along by Luna and had been itching to take a shot at Xin Qingshan, immediately chimed in angrily. Exactly. Who does he think he is? Daring to insult Nana? I bet he doesn't even know his own worth. He wrapped his arm around Luna, adopting the posture of a knight in shining armor, raising his voice deliberately so that the other dozen or so students in the private room could hear. The private room was filled with a sense of anticipation, as if everyone was watching a play. The old grudge from university days was no secret. Xin Qingshan had first confessed his feelings to the school beauty, Zhou Zhixia, and was rejected. He then turned his attention to Luna, who didn't get along with Zhou Zhixia. In Luna's eyes, this was no different from treating her as a second-rate alternative, a humiliation she couldn't forget. This hatred, she had held on to until today. The class monitor Wu Yanlong, who had organized the gathering, sat in the main seat, unusually quiet. He had hoped to use his modest achievements to rekindle something from his university days with Luna at the reunion, but she had brought her boyfriend along, a man with a $1 million fortune. Wu Yanlong immediately lost interest and watched coldly from the sidelines. Xu Yong was publicly called a fat pig, his face turning as red as a pig's liver, and his anger flared. He took a step back, saying nothing, but sneered inwardly, good intentions are taken for granted. Wait until you find out what Xin Qingshan is worth, now you'll have tears to cry. $1 million? Ha, in front of someone with 100 million, it's nothing. Inside the elegant private room of Langxian Pavilion, the aroma of tea lingered in the air, but the atmosphere grew tense for a moment due to the abrupt phone call earlier. As Xin Qingshan put down his phone, Yuan Zhang's concerned gaze fell upon him. This military zone heavyweight, who had seen it all, immediately noticed the fleeting coldness in Xin Qingshan's brows. Young Shen, have you encountered any trouble? He asked in a gentle tone, tinged with the concern of an elder. It's nothing serious, Xin Qingshan quickly composed himself, waving his hand and flashing a helpless smile. It's just an old misunderstanding with a former university classmate. I apologize for disturbing your evening. Ah, Shen brother, you're too formal. Xi Lang, standing nearby, immediately chimed in with a loud, enthusiastic voice, if you have any trouble, just speak up. You've done a huge favor for Huaxia technology this time. The Battle of Nanjing has given our sensory project wings. The influence of this will definitely ignite the market. His gaze toward Xin Qingshan was filled with admiration, not only for his talent but also because of his connection to Yuan Zhenghua. Thank you both for your kind words. Xin Qingshan raised the blue and white porcelain teacup beside him, his expression sincere and humble. It is an honor to be part of such a meaningful technological innovation. As for the little incident earlier, it was just some trivial matter from the past, nothing worth mentioning. Let us get back to business. He skillfully changed the subject. Yuan Zhenghua and Xin Lang exchanged a knowing glance. Although Xin Qingshan had downplayed the matter, the lingering chill in his eyes and the cold tone he had used during the call hinted that this minor misunderstanding was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. However, Xin Qingshan clearly did not wish to discuss it further, so they did not press the matter, respecting his choice. The Battle of Nanjing is such an epic and weighty work, it must be the culmination of years of effort by Mr. Shen. Yuan Zhenghua nodded, his eyes filled with approval. A historical wargame of this scale must balance historical accuracy with gameplay and immersion, making it extremely challenging. The subsequent creation will undoubtedly require time to mature and develop, there's no rush. You're absolutely right, Mr. Yuan. Xi Lang agreed wholeheartedly, then pulled out a heavy metal business card from a sleek card holder and handed it to Xin Qingshan with both hands. Shen brother, no matter what new ideas or concepts you have in the future, even if they're just rough sketches, feel free to give me a call. The doors of Huaxia technology are always open to you. His tone was sincere and earnest. Xin Qingshan took the business card with both hands, feeling the cool metal texture and the raised, elegant text on it. Just then, Xi Lang seemed to make up his mind, leaning forward slightly with an intense gaze fixed on Xin Qingshan, and made a bold proposal. Xin young friend. I have an idea, why not join Huaxia Technology directly? You could serve as the chief architect of the game division. With your talent and understanding of games, you wouldn't just lead your own projects, you'd also provide strategic direction for the entire department's development. Compensation, resources, everything is negotiable. What do you think? Xi Lang's tone carried an unwavering sincerity and the urgency of someone eager to recruit top talent. Xin Qingshan hadn't expected such an offer, but the thought of having to go back to work immediately brought him back to his senses. In his previous life, he had already suffered enough from the grind of working from 7 in the morning to 8 at night due to poverty. Now that he had finally saved up a small fortune, he wasn't going to be an employee again. I appreciate your offer, Mr. Qin, but I'd like to take some time off for now. Xin Qingshan paused for a moment before quickly coming up with a good excuse. After all, inspiration comes from life. I need to focus on developing the next game. Xi Lang was no ordinary man. Having navigated the business world for years, he knew the value of talent and understood the principle of not letting good opportunities slip away. The value that Xin Qingshan has demonstrated is not limited to the single game, it lies in the boundless potential to set future trends. Such talent cannot be easily let go, allowed to drift outside the system, or even be targeted by competitors. That would be an enormous loss that Huaxia Technology simply cannot afford. Mr. Shen, there's no need to make such a hasty decision. Xi Lang laughed heartily, his tone still warm, but his eyes betrayed the shrewdness of a businessman. He did not immediately offer more enticing terms but chose to leave room for negotiation. We can discuss the details of the job later. We can take our time and talk about it in more detail at a later date. I assure you that Huaxia Technologies platform will only serve to give wings to your creativity, never to restrict it. We have the means to ensure you can focus on your core work while enjoying top-notch resources and support, without any delays. He skillfully repackaged Xinqing Shan's reasons, hinting that the cooperation could be highly flexible. He also glanced sideways at Yuan Zhenghua, who was smiling silently beside him. The presence of this senior figure was both a boost and an invisible pressure. If all the cards were laid on the table now, there would be no room for maneuver in subsequent negotiations. If Xinqing Shan's demands turned out to be far beyond expectations, or if issues arose during the collaboration that required adjustments or even termination, having Yuan Lao watching would make handling the situation awkward. At this moment, it was best to stop short, maintain contact, and adopt the most prudent strategy. First, stabilize the situation. The specific terms could be negotiated in a more private and favorable setting later. Chapter 35, Too Dramatic. After leaving Langxian Pavilion, Wang Jiaro was instructed to escort Xinqing Shan for a short distance. Xinqing Shan initially refused, but he could not decline Qinzong's earnest invitation. The two avoided the bustling first-floor lobby and took the private elevator down to the quiet, spacious underground garage. The elevator moved smoothly, and the mirrored walls reflected Xinqing Shan's slightly tired yet slightly relieved profile. He was genuinely feeling a physical aversion and wariness toward the idea of accidentally encountering Lu Na again. Why do some people insist on sticking their faces out where they can get hit? Xinqing Shan watched the elevator numbers descend silently, venting his frustration inwardly. Everyone should just mind their own business, live their lives on their own paths, and not interfere with one another. Isn't that the most hassle-free and dignified choice? Like Lu Na, who could have been enjoying parties with her millionaire boyfriend, yet she persistently came to provoke him. What else could she gain besides humiliating herself and providing others with laughter? Ding! As the elevator doors slid open a crack, Xinqing Shan hadn't even had a chance to breathe in the cool air of the basement when a sharp, piercing voice, filled with bitter hatred, shattered the garage's tranquility, like a poison needle piercing his eardrums. Xinqing Shan? Damn it! Xinqing Shan's body trembled violently, almost reflexively blurting out this classic Chinese curse. He felt a surge of anger rise to the top of his head, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Just what the hell was this? What kind of hellish soap opera was this? He had just been praying in the elevator not to run into this disaster, but as soon as the doors opened, the woman was standing there like a rabbit waiting to be caught. Lu Na stood there with her hands on her hips, her meticulously styled hair disheveled from anger, and her flawless makeup unable to hide the twisted expression on her face. Her eyes were fixed on Xinqing Shan, as if she were about to spit fire. Standing beside her was Su Wei, who looked arrogant and seemed to be looking down on everyone, and Xu Yong, who looked awkward and wanted to pull her away but dared not. "You bastard, Xinqing Shan!" Lu Na's shrill voice echoed through the empty garage. "You dared to hang up on me? Block me? Great, you've really grown some balls. Finally, I've caught you, you piece of trash." She lunged forward like a hyena on its prey, her fingers nearly touching Xinqing Shan's nose. Xinqing Shan felt an indescribable sense of absurdity and immense annoyance wash over him, as if he had swallowed a fly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse, his voice cold and indifferent. "Are you crazy? What did I ever do to you? You're like a ghost that won't leave. Go get help if you're sick, don't act like a lunatic here." His patience had reached its limit, and his tone was unapologetic. "I'm the one going crazy?" Lu Na was so angry she trembled all over, her voice suddenly rising. "You worthless trash who was dumped by Qiu Zhixia and now you're trying to cling to me. I should have posted your disgusting love letter on the bulletin board back then. Now you're acting all high and mighty? You dare to insult me? I think you're just tired of living." Su Wei immediately stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Lu Na's shoulders, and spoke to Xinqing Shan with a smug expression. "Did you hear that? You worthless piece of trash. Apologize to Nana right now. Otherwise, you won't be leaving this garage today." He tried to intimidate Xinqing Shan with his body and aura, his eyes filled with contempt, as if he were looking at a bug that could be crushed at any moment. Xinqing Shan looked at the absurd farce unfolding before him, at Lu Na's face twisted with cruelty and anger, at Su Wei's arrogant and ignorant demeanor, and suddenly felt both utterly ridiculous and utterly exhausted. Getting involved with such people was a complete waste of life. He had lost all interest in explaining or humiliating them. He just wanted to get rid of these two idiots immediately, right now, forever. He completely ignored Lu Na, who was flailing her arms, and Su Wei, who was shouting, and instead fixed his gaze on Wang Jiaro, who had been standing quietly a few steps away. This capable secretary of Mr. Qin had maintained a professional distance and silence from the start of the conflict, with no extra expression on her face, as if what was happening before her was just a boring street performance. "Ms. Wang," Xinqing Shan's voice was calm and composed, betraying no trace of anger, only a sense of complete detachment and annoyance. "There has been a minor unexpected issue. Could you handle it? Let us go." "All right, Mr. Shen." Wang Jiaro nodded slightly, her voice as crisp and steady as ever. She didn't even glance at Lu Na and the others, as if they were nothing more than invisible wisps of air. She walked straight toward the imposing black Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked nearby. The driver had already been waiting by the car. Upon seeing Wang Jiao's gesture, he immediately opened the heavy rear door with a bow. Xin Chengshan took a step forward, completely ignoring Lu Na and Su Wei blocking his path. His dismissive attitude was more insulting than any harsh words. "Stop! Xin Chengshan! Explain yourself!" Lu Na screamed, trying to rush forward and grab him. Su Wei also reached out to block her. "Damn it, did I tell you to let him go?" Just then, Wang Jiao, who had remained silent all along, paused in her steps, turned her head, and for the first time, her gaze truly fell upon Lu Na and Su Wei. Her gaze was calm and still, yet it carried the cold indifference of someone who had long occupied a position of power, looking down on ants. It was as if she were observing two ignorant obstacles blocking her path. She didn't speak, but the intangible aura she exuded, combined with the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked beside her, a symbol of absolute wealth and status, created a silent yet powerful sense of intimidation. Lu Na's outstretched hand froze mid-air. Meeting Wang Jiao's emotionless gaze in the pitch-black windows of the Cullinan, a sudden chill crept up her spine, dampening her arrogance. Su Wei's heart skipped a beat. He knew better than Lu Na what it meant to be riding in such a car with such an assistant. His outstretched hand instinctively retracted. Xin Chengshan had already leaned down and gotten into the car. The plush leather seats enveloped him, blocking out all the noise and pollution from the outside. Wang Jiao nodded to the driver. The driver understood immediately, closing the door smoothly, blocking out Lu Na's sharp, piercing noise and Su Wei's uncertain gaze. The soft click of the door closing signaled the end of the commotion. The Cullinan's steady engine roared softly, and the headlights lit up, like a giant beast opening its eyes. It slowly started moving, smoothly passing by Lu Na, Su Wei, and Xu Yong, who were still standing there dumbfounded, without stopping, and drove straight toward the garage exit. Inside the car, Xin Chengshan leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and exhaled a long, deep breath. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, but it was accompanied by a sense of relief and deep disgust. He just wanted to go home quickly, take a shower, and wash away all the bad luck he had encountered tonight. In the garage, only Lu Na's unwilling screams could be faintly heard, along with Su Wei's disoriented mutterings. That car, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Xu Yang watched the receding taillights, then glanced at the two people beside him, and finally let out a heavy sigh, his face filled with complex emotions. Fear, helplessness, and a hint of pity for Lu Na and Su Wei. He had provoked the wrong people. This was a lesson he would never forget. Chapter 36, The Jinling Avengers Alliance. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, creeping up the bedside until it rested on Xin Qingshan's closed eyelids. When Xin Qingshan woke up, it was already 10 in the morning. He got out of bed, washed up, and then opened his computer as usual to check the updates on the Huaxia Technology official website. At that moment, the comments section of the Huaxia Technology official website was flooded with messages urging them to release the motion simulator cabin as soon as possible. Xiao Qin. It's been 7 whole days. Do you know how I've been living these past 7 days? I've been fighting in the alleys of Jinling City in my dreams. If the motion sensing pod doesn't launch soon, it'll delay my national mission of killing the Japanese invaders. Can you take responsibility for that? Xiao Qin, be reasonable. Get me an internal unit of the motion sensing pod. Otherwise, I'll really lose my temper. Do you think I'll sing the Big Knife March under your official Weibo every day? Old Qin, please, I beg you, release it already. Every time I open my eyes, all I see is the trailer for the Battle of Nanjing. I just want to give those inhumane bastards a taste of their own medicine. I'm waiting until my heart breaks. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to rest like this. Hurry up! Hurry up! I need to fulfill my grandfather's dying wish. There are too many similar comments to count. Although the sensory immersion pods haven't been released yet, the approval rating for the Xin Qingshan system keeps rising. Game 4D system. Host, Xin Qingshan. Age, 25. Health points, 60 sub-health. Hand speed, 95. Backpack, 4D'ized Jinling Defense Battle. Affinity value, 6,315,930. Exchange shop, unlocked will automatically unlock when loyalty points reach 10 million. Xin Qingshan speculated that this might have been artificially inflated by the military zone, as the sensory pods hadn't even started selling yet they had been skyrocketing over the past 7 days. Only 3.6 million points remained to unlock the mysterious exchange shop. Xin Qingshan's heart raced uncontrollably, a burning anticipation rising from the depths of his heart. It's almost here. Once the sensory pods are officially released and millions of players flood in, this gap will be filled in an instant. He could almost hear the tantalizing echoes of the closed shop doors behind him. Just as he was scrolling through the comments, Huaxia Technology suddenly released a new announcement. Huaxia Technology Company, Limited. Important announcement to all players eagerly awaiting the sensory pod, we've kept you waiting. After urgent coordination and full-scale production efforts, we have decided to officially launch the global first-round sale of the sensory pod at exactly 12 p.m. today. The first batch of 100,000 units will be available for immediate purchase. For details, please click on the pre-sale page. What? Xin Shan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body instinctively leaned forward, almost touching the screen. Noon at 12 p.m.? That's 12 hours earlier than what Mr. Qin mentioned in his phone call last night. The announcement was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling pot of oil. The comments section exploded. Xiao Qin is amazing. Screaming noon? I thought we'd have to wait until midnight. Aha! It's earlier. Brothers, grab your gear and get ready to snatch them up. 10,000 units. It's time to race for speed. Form teams. Form teams. Battle for Jinling. Report your IDs. Midnight rush starts at 12 p.m. and will go live at 3 p.m. to form groups. Leave no enemy standing. Add me. Assault position reserved. Timid in real life, but I'll strike hard in the game. Kill all the Japanese. Who will buy me a motion simulator so I can lie next to them and experience the two-player mode shy.jpg. Get lost, upstairs. Your behavior is disgusting. You want to scam a simulator and deceive others? Brothers, don't fall for it. Tears in my eyes. Finally, you're here. I'm going to snag one for my dad too. The old man has been talking about this for 7 days straight. If only it were back then. This time, we can finally fight side by side as father and son. 10,000 players joining the national cause. The scale of it all makes my blood boil just thinking about it. The scrolling text on the screen seemed to carry warmth, igniting the last remnants of doubt in Xin Shan's heart. Early release. This meant that the tsunami of approval points would arrive 12 hours earlier than expected. He could almost hear the gates representing the million-mark threshold rumbling and shaking, about to be swept away by the towering waves. He looked back at the system interface. The number representing approval ratings seemed to dance more joyfully under his gaze. Approval rating plus 100. Approval value plus 1,000. Approval value plus 10,000. Just then, Luo Qianxue actually called him. The sensory pod is finally available for purchase today. I've invited Su Rui, Shen Shang, and Nanbei. Want to join us for a team play? Xin Shan had recently spent the prize money he won from the competition to splurge on a spacious 2-bedroom apartment, with a wide-open view and plenty of natural light. The internal exclusive edition motion simulation pod that Qin Lang had specially sent him was already quietly placed in his private room. The motion simulator cabin Qin Lang had given him was a higher-end model, more comfortable to lie in, and looked more luxurious. Sure. Xin Shan agreed enthusiastically, thinking that playing alone felt a bit lonely. More people make it more fun. Let's try out the firepower together. This was the second time Luo Qianxue had reached out to him. The first time was a congratulatory call after he won the competition, brief and formal. This time, she directly invited him to play games together, which brought them closer. As soon as the call ended, a ding-dong sound rang out, followed by the green bubble notification tone. Luo Qianxue acted swiftly, already adding him to a newly created group chat named Jinling Avengers Alliance. The group chat immediately came alive. Ruizhen Sushir Su Rui, let's go. Let's start over. Ilusiang Nan Oyang Nanbei, cough, I'm live streaming right now. I hope everyone doesn't mind. It's a good chance to show our fans how we're breaking new ground. Chen Feng Poling Chen Sheng, live stream? I just hope someone doesn't hold us back. You'll be the weakest out of the 5, and your fans will drop like flies. Don't cry when they're all gone. Head south Oyang Nanbei, you're underestimating me. I'm a pro at this game. My movement and awareness are top-notch. Unlike you, who was probably shaking in your boots the first time you entered the game, right? Omega. Chen Feng break the waves Chen Shang, bull. That was tactical evasion. As for you, the scream you let out when you were killed for the first time TSK it echoed for 3 days. The live stream viewers all said it sounded like a pig slaughterhouse. Those who didn't know would VE thought there was a slaughterhouse in the game. Ruizhen Sushir Su Rui. You two are enough. Why aren't Xiao Shui and Shindashi saying anything? At Bantang Yun Duo at Shanji and Xiaolu come out and calm things down. Half Sugar Cloud Luo Qianxue, spectator.jpg, I see Chen Shang and Oyang Nanbei are chatting quite harmoniously. You two are the atmosphere makers. Mountain Path Xin Shan, Omega, you're all big shots, and I'm just a newbie trembling in my boots. I'm so embarrassed, shyly scratching head.jpg. Chapter 37, the comments section is flooded. Headquarters of Huaxiao Technology Company, top floor, chairman's office. The heavy glass door was pushed open urgently. Chief Assistant Wang Jiaro practically rushed in, holding a tablet tightly in her hands. The screen was brightly lit, and her face still bore a trace of anxiety. Mr. Qin. There's a problem. Wang Jiaro's voice was a notch higher than usual as she walked straight to the large redwood desk. Our official WeChat account's backend is about to be overwhelmed by fans. Qin Lang, who had been buried in a document, looked up, his thick eyebrows furrowing slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The official account? What's going on? The pre-sale for the sensory pods just ended. Did the servers hold up? He assumed the issue was technical. It's not a technical issue, it's an emotional one. Wang Jiaro quickly handed the tablet to Qin Lang, swiping through the screen to show the comments flooding in like a waterfall. Look! 10,000 units in stock, and they were all snapped up in just 1 minute. Now the fans who didn't get them are all furious. The screen was flooded with angry, disappointed, mocking, and even threatening messages. 10,000 units? Are you trying to give them away to beggars? You're pulling the wool over our eyes, Qin. Guys! Let's form a group and go sit outside the headquarters of Huaxia Technology. If they don't give us the sensory pods, I'll sleep in their lobby. I'm in. Bring a tent and some food, we're in this with you. Qin Lang, come out and explain. Is the production line being pushed by snails? Wah, even with my 20 years of being single, I can't get one. I hate it. Huaxia Technology, you're blacklisted for life. At Huaxia Technology, give us an explanation. When's the second batch? If we have to wait another 7 days, my hair will fall out. Especially this one. Wang Jiaro clicked on a comment that had been pushed to the top of the hot list, showing over 580,000 likes. The content read, location, Blue Sea City. Brothers who didn't get it, gather here. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we'll meet at the entrance of Huaxia Technology's headquarters. Let Qin Dong see our passion anger. No restock, no leaving. Mr. Qin, look at this, so many likes, and there are quite a few people responding in the comments. I'm really worried about them. Wang Jiaro didn't finish her sentence, but her concern was evident. If hundreds of people really showed up at the company entrance, unfurling banners and chanting slogans, it wouldn't just damage the company's image, it would also cause major inconveniences for employees commuting to and from work, not to mention potential security and order issues. Qin Lang's gaze lingered on the highly inflammatory hot comment for a few seconds. The surprise on his face gradually faded, replaced by a worldly wise understanding and composure. He didn't react as Wang Jiaro had expected, tensing up or getting angry. Instead, he leaned back into the wide leather executive chair, his fingers instinctively running over the metal barrel of the custom-made pen on the desk, and the corners of his mouth even curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Jiaro, don't panic, Qin Lang's voice was calm and assured, carrying a soothing quality. This kind of situation was expected. The fans' enthusiasm was whipped up to a fever pitch, and when they didn't get what they wanted, it's only natural for them to vent a little. He paused, his gaze shifting from the tablet to the city skyline outside the window, his tone reflecting his understanding of the online ecosystem. As for that hot comment and those demanding to block the entrance, just listen and let it go. Online voices are often amplifiers of emotions. Do you really think they'd travel all the way here, stand in the blazing sun, and stage a sit-in protest at the company's doorstep? Qin Lang chuckled, shook his head, and his eyes betrayed the confidence gained from years of experience. Don't worry. 99.9% of them are just loud on the keyboard. The cost of taking action is too high, and the heat dies down quickly. If they really take action? Not many people have that kind of execution power. What they need now is an immediate solution from us, a clear message, not meaningless confrontation. Wang Jiaro looked at Qin Lang's calm demeanor, her tense nerves relaxing slightly, but she couldn't help but press further. What should we do now? The comments section is about to spiral out of control. Immediately have the PR department and the technical department work together. Qin Lang sat up straight, regaining the decisiveness of a leader. First, issue an official statement with 2 key points. First, sincerely apologize and explain that the initial production capacity is limited. Second, clearly announce the specific release date for the second batch of motion sensing pods. Inform them that we already have 300,000 units in urgent production, with the earliest availability within 2 days, along with our subsequent production ramp-up plan, giving users hope and a transparent timeline. Third, have the customer service team respond frequently and consistently in the comments section to guide and calm emotions, redirecting users' attention to waiting for the confirmed release date rather than focusing on complaints or threats. Fourth, closely monitor online and offline sentiment, especially that so-called call to action. If there are any signs of movement, have the security department handle it according to the contingency plan, quietly and swiftly. He glanced one last time at the surging comments on the tablet screen, his eyes deepening, turn their anger into anticipation for the next batch of products. Our battlefield is on the production lines in the factory, in the server capacity, and in the quality of the game, not at the company's front door. Go, do as I say. Wang Jiaro took a deep breath. Qin Lang's calm demeanor and clear instructions gave her a sense of direction. Understood, Mr. Qin. I'll handle it immediately. She picked up the tablet and left the office with a steadier stride than when she had entered. Qin Lang remained alone in the office, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. The sunlight streaming through the window was warm, but the storms in the business world never truly subsided. He needed to ensure that the next batch of products would truly meet their needs. As for those noisy threats, he believed they would eventually dissipate in the stronger currents of action and fulfillment. The real battlefield was in the clouds, in the virtual city of Jingling, not here. At that moment, Ouyang Nanbei's livestream was packed. Many people who hadn't managed to secure a motion simulator cabin had crowded into his stream to watch, causing the usual audience of 1,000 or 2,000 to surge to over 20,000. Ha ha ha, how weak is Nanbei? He just entered the game and got blown up. Out of nowhere? Just a moment ago, he was shouting about killing thousands, but as soon as he entered, he got hit by a mortar. Shen Sheng is the same. He was blown several meters away, but he's still alive. His hands and legs are severely deformed. My goodness, that must hurt so much. Su Rui doesn't seem to be used to this game yet. She's still trembling at the sight of the shells. There's also a beautiful woman named Luo, but who's that extra person? Can someone explain this to me? Chapter 38, The Female Student Being Chased. December 13, 1937. The final defensive line of Jinling City collapsed with a deafening crash. The once sturdy outer defenses crumbled like rotten wood under the relentless barrage of Japanese artillery and the surging tide of steel. The smoke had not yet dissipated when the invaders' iron hooves trampled over the broken bricks and fresh blood, rushing into this ancient city with eager anticipation. At the open city gates, the Japanese flags fluttered in the biting cold wind, accompanied by the ear-splitting roar of tank tracks crushing the pavement and the dense thud of boots stomping on the ground. Run for your lives! The Japanese invaders are coming! A piercing scream, distorted by fear, pierced the chaotic air, instantly igniting panic throughout the city. On the streets, crowds surged like a flood, carrying cries, screams, and desperate gasps. Houses were ablaze, thick smoke billowing into the sky, painting the leaden gray heavens an even more menacing hue. The acrid smell of burning and the stench of blood filled every corner. As far as the eye could see, the scene was one of utter devastation: overturned carts, scattered belongings, and lifeless bodies lying motionless by the roadside. Head northwest. Run northwest. To the lower gate wharf. There are boats at the wharf. Hurry, board the boats and cross the river. Someone was waving their arms frantically from a higher ground, their voice hoarse yet desperate, pointing toward that faint glimmer of survival. The Shaguan Wharf to the northwest. This faint hope immediately merged with the fleeing crowd, driving more people to rush toward that direction with all their might. There are no boats left. I saw it with my own eyes just a few days ago. All the boats have been blown up or burned, and the river is filled with charred wood. A middle-aged man retorted with a trembling voice, his face covered in dust and tear-streaked gashes. He beat the ground in despair. There's absolutely no way to cross the river. The river is a gateway to hell. This brutal reality felt like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads, sending the fleeing crowd into even greater chaos and despair. They collided aimlessly among the ruins, like headless flies, unsure of where to go. In the heart of this hellish scene, within the ruins of a city gate tower half-destroyed, By, Xinqing Shan and Luo Qianxue, along with other soldiers from the training corps, huddled against the cold brick walls, curled up in the shadows. They were the last troops ordered to retreat back into the city, yet now they were trapped like beasts in a cage. The biting cold wind seeping through the cracks in the city walls carried the heavy scent of gunpowder and death. They clutched their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed through the broken arrow slits, staring intently at the apocalyptic scene below the city walls. Why does this game randomly assign teammates when you play together? Luo Qianxue asked beside Xinqing Shan. Currently, only the two of them had been assigned to the training battalion, while the other three were nowhere to be found, and their survival was uncertain. Xinqing Shan was fixated on a Japanese tank slowly approaching outside the city walls. Hearing Luo Qianxue's question, he didn't even turn his head, his voice hoarse as he replied, "Of course it's for fun. Don't you think so? This random assignment adds so many unpredictable factors. Think about it, instead of being with familiar friends, we're with these veterans who've actually fought in the heat of battle. We get to witness their heroic deeds firsthand. This is such a rare immersive experience." Luo Qianxue stared in disbelief, her pupils flickering in the light of the brave figures. "Are you sure it's not just your personal preference?" Another shell exploded nearby, sending a scorching wave of heat and debris rushing into the trench, causing both of them to cough violently. Xinqing Shan wiped the dust off his face. "You're not just seeing their true fearless spirit. You're also learning things. Watch how they take cover, how they observe their surroundings, how they find a way out in desperate situations, and the techniques they use to kill enemies on the battlefield. The timing of close-range gunfights, these are things you can't learn from books or movies." Listening to Xinqing Shan ramble on, Luo Qianxue rolled her eyes. What era were they living in? What use were these combat techniques? To become a fugitive? Xinqing Shan didn't notice her reaction. He was staring at the tank slowly approaching ahead. Several tanks bearing the Red Cross flag were firing indiscriminately at the surrounding ruined buildings, sending shrapnel and dust flying everywhere. These Japanese soldiers are so cautious. They'd rather waste more bullets than risk their advance. Not just one. Several of those iron hulks painted with glaring white flags were using their mounted machine guns to conduct a cold and efficient fire reconnaissance of any possible hiding spots in the ruined buildings along the road. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A dense hail of bullets poured out like a torrent, shattering bricks and stones, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Countless ricochets screeched through the ruins with the sound of death. The Japanese troops clearly preferred to waste ammunition rather than risk the safety of their advance. SSSHH. The Japanese invaders' almost rigid caution and extremely high combat proficiency left Luo Qianxue gasping in shock. This completely shattered her previous perceptions. Prior to this, the Japanese soldiers she had seen in war dramas were mostly portrayed as reckless fools who charged forward with bayonets fixed, oblivious to danger. The cold-blooded, efficient, and methodical advance before her eyes exerted a sense of oppression far beyond her imagination. Quick! Lower your bodies and retreat. Their gun barrels are sweeping over us. Xin Qingshan's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper, tinged with an unmistakable sense of urgency. Luo Qianxue's heart lurched, and almost instinctively, she clung to the cold ground like a startled lizard, crawling backward with her hands and feet. There was no room for error at this critical moment. If even the slightest glint of a helmet was exposed at the opening, the ruined walls where they were hiding would be instantly engulfed and torn apart by dozens of flames. Inside this small, dilapidated building, which had been reduced to a shambles by artillery fire, more than a dozen soldiers from the training brigade were crammed together like sardines in a can. The urgent, suppressed breaths of those around them were clearly audible, and the air was thick with the stench of sweat, gunpowder, and the overpowering smell of blood. Help! Help! Just as they were being pinned down by bullets and couldn't lift their heads, Xin Qingshan and Luo Qianxue faintly heard a woman's voice calling for help. Once the gunfire subsided, they dared to lift their heads and peek through the peephole. They saw a group of girls in uniform blue robes sprinting at breakneck speed. Among them was a young boy with round-framed glasses, who kept glancing back in terror as he ran. Behind them were a group of Japanese soldiers, their faces twisted into grotesque grins, chasing after them like wolves. Ha ha ha! Flower girls, all of them are flower girls. They're all C-rank girls. Catch them. Don't let them escape. Luo Qianxue's heart was pounding in her throat. A group of female students were already small in stature. How could they possibly outrun the Japanese soldiers, who were far superior in physical strength? The distance between the two groups grew wider and wider. Chapter 39, Escaping the Clutches of Evil. Please vote. Luo Qianxue saw instructorly glance around the room at his men before finally speaking. Su Dapeng, take a few men to the flank and prepare to attack. But after a few breaths, no one responded. Damn it! Are you deaf? Li Zhaoguan's voice suddenly grew harsh. Su Dapeng finally crouched over and approached him. Instructorly, there are only a dozen or so brothers left in the training squad. We're about to leave the city. Li instructor shifted his gun on his body, hesitated for a few seconds, but as a soldier, he couldn't stand by and watch this happen. He spoke firmly, uttering a single word, attack. Although Su Dapeng didn't want to reveal their position, military orders were absolute. He could only obey, responding as he acted, yes. You, and you. Su Dapeng's rough fingers quickly pointed, finally landing precisely on Luo Qianxue's nose. Follow me. Hurry up. The few people he had pointed to began to move, and among them was Luo Qianxue. Originally, she had been watching Li instructor make his decision, but in the blink of an eye, she was ordered to act. As she left, she glanced at Xin Qingshan twice, as he was the only one in the group who could give her a sense of security. Xin Qingshan also felt her gaze, but in the game, he had to follow orders. He sent Luo Qianxue a reassuring look. Luo Qianxue understood the encouragement in his eyes, but there was no time to hesitate. She quickly followed after them. As they moved, the female students, their steps hurried and unsteady, tripped over each other. Ah! Quick, help her up! As soon as someone in the middle slowed down, it affected the last girl in line. A Japanese soldier took advantage of the chaos, grabbing the last girl's handbag and grinning lewdly, his face betraying his impending success. Ah! No! Let go of me! The female student screamed in agony, struggling with all her might. The suitcase was violently torn from her grasp and flew into the air. Despair and icy fear wrapped around her heart like poisonous vines, dragging her toward an abyss. She felt like she was doomed. Bang! At that critical moment, a cold, ruthless gunshot rang out, shattering the chaotic air like a thunderclap, echoing clearly in the ears of everyone present. The Japanese soldier, who had been gloating in triumph, thinking his prey was within his grasp, felt a searing impact on his forehead. His savage grin froze on his face. He didn't even have time to utter a sound as a torrent of scalding liquid instantly blurred his vision and flooded his eyes. His stocky body collapsed to the ground as if his bones had been shattered, his face still contorted in a lecherous expression as he met his untimely end. Damn it! There's an ambush! The Japanese squad leader's terrified scream echoed through the air. Retreat! Report to the commander! The well-trained Japanese soldiers reacted swiftly. The remaining dozen or so soldiers scattered like startled rabbits, seeking cover or diving to the ground. Their Type 38 rifles were hastily aimed in the direction of the gunfire, firing blindly in return. Bang! Bang! Bullets flew wildly, striking the broken walls and debris, sending up clouds of dust. However, while they were frantically dealing with the threat from the front, the true fatal blow was quietly descending. Su Dapeng's small team had already crept up to their completely unguarded flank like ghosts. Fire! Su Dapeng roared like a tiger breaking free from its cage. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The deafening roar of machine guns erupted. Bang! 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 The precise bursts from the rifles followed closely behind. Two deadly crossfire lines, like the scythe of death, suddenly crisscrossed and swept across the hastily formed Japanese temporary defensive line from two directions. Bullets poured out like water. Click. Click. The Japanese soldiers' sporadic counterfire was feeble and ineffective under the intense firepower. Without sturdy cover, the Japanese soldiers exposed in the open field instantly became sitting ducks. Screams, the dull thuds of bullets piercing flesh, and the thudding sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed non-stop. The few Japanese soldiers charging at the front, shouting the loudest, were instantly covered in blood as their bodies exploded into several bloody blooms. Bullets from the flanks seemed to have eyes, precisely reaping lives. In just a few breaths, the dozen or so Japanese soldiers who had been so fierce moments ago were reduced to a single figure at the rear of the column, the one with short legs who had lagged behind and was now closest to the alley entrance. Just moments ago, it had been lamenting its short legs and slow speed, worried it wouldn't get its share of the spoils. Now, it was precisely this disadvantage that had left it on the edge of the crossfire, making it the sole survivor. It turned around in sheer terror to see its companions turn into corpses in an instant, its soul leaving its body. It scrambled and crawled toward the nearest alley corner, disappearing in a heap, leaving behind a trail of wet, sticky traces. The group of female students were stunned by this sudden reversal. It wasn't until they saw the Japanese soldiers either dead or fleeing that they finally exhaled in relief, overcome by the exhaustion of having narrowly escaped death. But they dared not slow their pace, continuing to flee frantically toward a relatively safer direction. Only the female student who had been miraculously rescued from the Japanese soldiers' clutches turned abruptly in her flight, gazing deeply and intently toward the direction of the dilapidated building. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the dust, etching the blurry figures of those who had bravely stood up and fought to the death at the moment of life and death into her heart forever. That single glance contained endless gratitude and an indescribable weight. The instructor's aim. Amazing. Inside the building, a young soldier was so excited that his voice trembled, and he couldn't help but let out a low growl, his face filled with admiration. Of course. Don't you know who his instructor is? Another soldier chimed in proudly, his tense nerves seeming to relax for a moment. Seeing the enemy collapse in an instant, nearly annihilated, the soldiers' taut nerves seemed to relax slightly. Several of them instinctively tried to stand up and charge out to clean up the battlefield and replenish their already depleted ammunition. Stay down. Get down. A shout as loud as thunder, carrying an unquestionable sternness and extreme urgency, abruptly cut off the fleeting joy and impulse that had just appeared on everyone's faces. The voice was so sudden and unfamiliar that everyone turned in shock toward the source. The voice belonged to Wu Yichuan Xinxing Shan, who was usually quiet but now looked extremely serious. He stared intently at the alley where the retreating Japanese soldiers had disappeared, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, his voice low but heavy, like a hammer striking each person's heart. Don't go outside. Not a single one of you show yourselves. The Japanese reinforcements are on their way. They've suffered heavy losses, and their retaliatory fire will arrive soon. The soldiers froze, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. These brutal Japanese soldiers had just been routed by us. Now wasn't this the perfect time to rush out and loot the enemy, replenish ammunition, and take advantage of the situation? Had this Wu Yichuan lost his mind? Wu Yichuan, what are you up to? Instructor Li was also enraged by this sudden act of disobedience and shouted angrily. He was well aware of the dire shortage of ammunition in the unit. Every bullet was a matter of life and death. Pointing out the window, he shouted, "Do you know how close we are to running out?" Boom! Chapter 40, Rescuing the Female Students. The shell struck the broken wall less than 20 meters from the small building where they were hiding. The deafening explosion instantly robbed everyone of their hearing, leaving only a piercing ringing in their ears. The violent shockwave, like an invisible hammer, slammed into the already unstable walls of the small building, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. Scorching hot air waves, carrying debris and dirt, erupted violently in all directions. Put! Put! Clatter! The few soldiers at the front, who had just stepped out of the building and were about to charge into battle, were the first to be hit. One of the young warriors was struck in the chest by a fist-sized piece of debris, letting out a muffled groan as he stumbled backward. But the more deadly was the invisible shockwave. It struck his unprotected abdomen with full force. Ugh! The soldier let out a short, agonizing growl as his body was violently thrown into the air, then crashed heavily onto the ground covered in debris. A large mouthful of warm blood gushed from his mouth, instantly staining the dust and rocks beneath him red. He curled up, writhing in agony, each breath accompanied by the gurgling sound of blood, his face turning deathly pale. Disperse! Retreat immediately! Find cover! Li, the instructor's shouts echoed through the explosion's aftershocks and ringing in their ears, like thunderclaps. His eyes bulged with fury as he watched his men being severely injured in an instant. The immense anger and heartbreak nearly consumed him. The soldiers heard Li's orders, and their instinct for survival overpowered their fear. They didn't need to think, their bodies reacted instinctively. Like startled birds and beasts, they frantically retreated back into the building. Some dragged their wounded comrades, while others threw themselves into the gaps between the collapsed walls and debris, searching for anything that could provide cover from the next round of artillery fire. Amidst the chaos of the retreat, Li's gaze involuntarily fixed on Wu Yichuan Xinxing Shan, who was leaning against the wall, still staring intently at the direction of the Japanese firepower outside the window. A chill ran up Li's spine, from the base of his skull to the top of his head. Terror! An unprecedented sense of dread, like a cold tide, instantly engulfed him. If it weren't for Wu Yichuan's unwavering command, "Everyone stay put. Get down." If he hadn't forcibly stopped the soldiers from rushing out to clear the battlefield, then at that moment, the ones directly engulfed by that precisely landed shell would have been far more than just one or two soldiers at the front. All the soldiers who had been blinded by victory and wanted to charge out, including himself, would likely now be nothing but shattered, bloodied remains at the epicenter of the explosion. That very spot was where they had just been preparing to charge forward. This realization made Li Instructor's expression grow incredibly complex: shock, disbelief, deep relief, and a profound gratitude for having narrowly escaped death. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The machine gun fire grew more intense and denser. "Take cover. Stay close to the walls. Don't show your heads." Lieutenant Li nearly shouted himself hoarse. He lunged toward the nearest cover while scanning the chaotic interior of the building. The young soldier with a gunshot wound to the abdomen was still curled up in a pool of blood at the door. With each convulsion, more blood foam spurted out, and his life was rapidly slipping away with the warm blood. Two soldiers were risking their lives, dragging him into the building amid flying bullets and ricochets. "Su Dapeng. Take the men and carry the wounded to the innermost corner of the wall. Hurry!" Li, the instructor, barked the order. He knew that staying here meant certain death for everyone if the next shell landed. They had to evacuate immediately. His gaze swept toward Wu Yichuan once more, this time not with suspicion but with a sense of urgency and trust that defied words. "Wu Yichuan. Find an escape route. We can't stay here." Xinxing Shan had already retracted his head from the arrow hole, leaning against the cold wall, his chest heaving violently. The heart-stopping scene and the shockwave from the explosion had nearly caused his heart to leap out of his throat, even as a game designer. Only by experiencing this game firsthand could one truly understand the cruelty and despair of the battlefield. He took a deep breath and tried to recall the city map he had quickly scanned before entering, which was based on historical accuracy. Artillery fire was blanketing the area, machine guns were blocking the front, and the only way out was... His eyes scanned the smoke-filled ruins outside the window like a radar. The back door. Xinxing Shan suddenly pointed toward the depths of the small building, toward an inconspicuous door half buried under collapsed debris, speaking rapidly. "Go through there. It leads to a narrow alley that's been blown apart, straight to the ruins of the dye house behind it. The structure there is complex. It's an excellent spot for a flanking maneuver." He quickly delivered the crucial information without any unnecessary words. "Got it." Li, the instructor, didn't hesitate for a moment. Xinxing Shan's life-saving warning had already earned his absolute trust. "Su Dapeng. Hand over the wounded to your men. The rest of you, take turns providing cover fire and follow me. Target the dye shop in the back alley. Move quickly. Quickly. Quickly." The orders were like a shot of adrenaline. The soldiers sprang into action. Two soldiers carried their severely injured, unconscious comrade, while Su Dapeng and another veteran rushed forward to assist. The others quickly dispersed to various windows and breaches on the first floor, using the remaining walls as cover, nervously peering out, ready to open fire at any moment to suppress any pursuing Japanese soldiers. Li, the instructor, charged forward, rushing to the small door blocked by debris. He used the butt of his gun and his shoulder to forcefully smash open the obstacle. Behind the rotting wooden door, a narrow passageway emerged, littered with broken bricks and debris, filled with dust and the acrid smell of smoke. "Follow me. Don't fall behind," Li shouted, then squeezed through the opening first. The soldiers immediately followed orders, taking turns to provide cover as they moved toward the small door. Luo Qianxue's heart raced, her hands and feet went numb, but when she saw Xinxing Shan quickly get to his feet and follow the group toward the small door, she clenched her teeth and forced herself to keep up. Instructor Li gave Xinxing Shan a meaningful glance but did not ask how he knew the terrain so well. He simply nodded firmly, then grew more vigilant as he watched the movements outside, urging those behind him, "Faster! Faster!" Just then, the machine gun fire outside, which had been as fierce as a storm, suddenly and unexpectedly ceased. The soldiers, who were in the midst of a tense evacuation, froze in their tracks and instinctively looked out the window. The smoke and dust still swirled, but the deadly web of bullets that had just been pouring down had indeed vanished. Only faint gunfire and explosions could be heard in the distance, making the silence in their area all the more eerie. "What's going on? The Japanese seem to have stopped pursuing us. They've gone south. That's where the Jiling Women's Academy is. Could something have happened to the female students there? Should we go check it out? If those bastards catch any female students, we're finished." Li, the instructor, recalled the scene of the female students being chased and knew that these bastards would certainly commit heinous acts. He immediately ordered, "Everyone, head south. Our target is the Jinling Women's Academy. Chapter 41, Retreat Without Orders. Jinling, Shaguan, Yizhang Gate. December 13, 1937, dusk. The leaden sky hung low, suffocating the air. Ouyang Nanbei, Chen Shang, and Su Rui, along with numerous soldiers of the 36th Division, were enduring the agonizing ordeal of being on the brink of hell. They were not fighting the Japanese invaders in trenches, but had formed a tragic and fragile human wall at the Yizhang Gate, the last symbol of hope for survival. Cold weapons were temporarily set aside at their feet, replaced by rows of soldiers clinging tightly to one another, like stakes driven into the ground of despair, using their own flesh and blood to build the final dam to prevent the collapse. But the force crashing against this dam was not the invaders, but the overwhelming tide of their former comrades in arms, thousands of nationalist soldiers retreating from the front lines. The scene before them was enough to shatter even the strongest heart. It was a massive, chaotic flow of people driven by utter despair and the instinct to survive. They had long since lost their military structure and discipline, resembling a herd of exhausted sheep being chased by wolves. Their uniforms were in tatters, covered in mud and dark brown bloodstains. Most of their helmets were missing, revealing disheveled hair matted with dust and sweat. They dragged their leaden legs, moving slowly yet inexorably toward the Yizhang Gate, as if in a trance. Their eyes were vacant, devoid of focus, fixated only on the murky river beyond the gate, their last hope for survival. All the officials have fled. They've escaped by boat. A hoarse, raspy shout erupted from the crowd, filled with anger and resentment at being abandoned. Let us out. Another wail, heavy with a thick accent, followed, filled with heart-wrenching pleas. Let us out. Let us out. At first, the cries were scattered, but like sparks igniting a dry grass pile, they spread like wildfire in an instant. Thousands upon thousands of cracked lips trembled, merging into a low, despairing roar like a tsunami, repeatedly crashing against the hearts of Ouyang Nanbei and his companions. Let us out. Let us out. Let us out. This sound was more suffocating than the Japanese artillery fire, causing the soldiers of the 36th Division, who formed the human wall, to feel excruciating pain and immense pressure. They could clearly see the terrifying despair in the eyes of the fleeing soldiers and feel the raw, tangible desperation emanating from their bodies. Did they not want to step aside? Did they not want to rush toward that faint glimmer of hope themselves? But there was no order. Hold the Yizhang Gate at all costs. No orders. No retreat. This was an ironclad rule etched into their very beings. Even if their superiors had already fled by boat, this unrevoked order remained an invisible shackle, binding them firmly to this place of despair. Ouyang Nanbei's arms were tightly gripped by Chen Shang beside him. He could feel the slight trembling in Chen Shang's arms. Looking at the absurd scene before him, a surge of uncontrollable anger rose to his head. His teeth clenched so tightly they ground together. He demanded of Chen Shang, "What the hell is going on here?" There was no order to retreat, not a single word. And what happened? Those damn officials fled faster than rabbits. They boarded ships and fled? They left us here to serve as human shields, blocking our own brother's path? His voice was distorted with anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. Chen Shang's arms clamped around Ouyang Nanbei like iron clamps, his gaze fixed on the surging crowd ahead. His voice was low and hoarse, but heavy with meaning. "I don't know. I have no idea what those bastards are thinking." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But Nanbei, if we retreat now, once this breach is opened, the hundreds of thousands of civilians inside the city will have no chance of survival." Su Rui, standing beside him, turned pale. She watched the retreating soldiers, listened to Ouyang Nanbei's angry shouts and Chen Shang's heavy conversation, and with a faint tremble and a touch of naive hope, timidly interjected. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Didn't they say in the international treaty that wars don't harm innocent civilians? And the surrender leaflets the Japanese distributed clearly stated in black and white that those who surrender would not be killed and that civilians would be protected. Maybe they'll keep their word once they enter the city. Before she could finish, an old soldier with a heavy accent interrupted her with a bitter, mocking snort. "Humph. Can you trust the Japanese? Those leaflets are worthless scraps of paper. Do you really think wolves will show mercy? You're dreaming." Su Rui was speechless, her face growing even paler, her lips trembling, her eyes filled with confusion and deeper fear. The tide of retreating soldiers, amid desperate shouts, grew closer to the human wall of flesh and willpower. Their eyes locked, one side driven by a desire to survive, the other by a painful yet unwavering sense of duty. Fans in Ouyang Nanbei's livestream commented. These were once fierce warriors who fought on the battlefield, now they'd become retreating stragglers. How ironic. The leadership fled without issuing a single retreat order. What happened to the promise to hold the line at all costs? They're all innocent. Their morale was shattered by those cowardly leaders. What have these brave warriors done to deserve this? The morale of the troops has been destroyed by those who fear death. There are too many people here. Will there be a stampede? I suggest you all move to the sides quickly to avoid being trampled to death. The comments from the live stream viewers are like a cold mirror, accurately reflecting the core of this tragedy. Brave warriors turned into retreating soldiers, oaths turned into empty words, and military morale completely shattered due to the leadership's cowardly retreat. A tall-looking soldier, perhaps driven by desperation or having lost all reason, suddenly charged forward and rammed his head into a defending soldier directly in front of him. The guard soldier, caught off guard, was knocked back with a muffled groan, his vision going black. He clung desperately to his comrade's arm, but his strength gave out instantly. The human wall's chain finally had a fatal breach. Charge! Charge through! Seeing the breach, the retreating soldiers behind them surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, letting out even more frenzied shouts as they rushed toward the gap with reckless abandon. Block it! Quickly block it! The officers of the 36th Division shouted hoarsely. More defenders were knocked down and pushed aside. In the chaos, a hand emerged from nowhere, exerting immense force, and slammed into Su Rui's shoulder with brutal force. Ah! Su Rui let out a short, sharp scream as her body flew backward, completely out of control. She was about to be swept away and trampled by the surging crowd. Ouyang Nanbei and Chen Shang grabbed her and pulled her up, then struggled to push their way out from the side. We almost got trampled to death. Ouyang Nanbei said nervously. He had never imagined that his first taste of battle would not be dying from an enemy's bullet, but being trampled to death by his own men. Chapter 42, Go to the Front Lines, 10-year-old scout. Ah! 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 That veteran! His leg is broken. This is too terrible. It's like hell on earth. Run, Nanbei. We can't hold them back. It's impossible. The officers have already fled. What's the point of staying? Miss Su Rui must be terrified. Hurry up and follow Chen Shang. Jumping into the river is the only way to survive. Hurry up! What did the brave soldier do to deserve this? The morale of the troops has been destroyed by cowards who fear death. This statement can be repeated 1,000 times and still not be enough. Ouyang Nanbei cast one last glance at the completely chaotic center of despair and violence, at the old soldier struggling futilely in the mud and blood. A chill ran up his spine, extinguishing the last remnants of hesitation and resentment in his heart. Damn it! He spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, the last flickering flame of anger in his eyes extinguished. Let us go! Damn it, I'm not going to die here. He no longer looked at his comrades still blocking his way, nor did he care about the chaotic flood. He grabbed Su Rui's other arm and, together with Chen Shang, headed toward the city. Where are we going? Aren't we retreating across the river? Chen Shang was confused. The retreat route was behind them. What was the point of heading into the city? Retreat? They're all running around aimlessly now. There's no one left to cover our rear. If we charge in now, we'll be sitting ducks. Ouyang Nanbei glanced back at the chaotic crowd. Besides, all the boats have been destroyed. How are we supposed to cross the river? It's the middle of December. Do you really think we can swim across? Chen Shang and Su Rui listened to his analysis and suddenly realized the truth. Now that most of the soldiers had abandoned their positions, the enemy's advance would be unimpeded, and they would soon reach this location. And they were all focused on retreating, leaving no one to guard their backs. They were all sitting ducks. But there are only 3 of us. What difference can we make? Su Rui replied timidly. There's nothing we can do then. Our mission is to hold Jinling for 30 days. I'm wondering if the game mechanics will let us cross the river if we run away like this, Ouyang Nanbei speculated. The 3 of them walked toward the city together. Since they had decided to defend Jinling to the death, there was no question of retreating. Most of Jinling's buildings had already been reduced to ruins. As they walked, all they could see were, "You 3! Wait!" Just as the 3 were about to leave, a voice called out from behind them. They turned to look. The one who had called out to them was a soldier dressed in the same tattered, smoke-stained military uniform as they were. He was tall and muscular, with a tight-lipped expression that betrayed his resolve. What caught their attention most were his eyes, sharp and piercing like those of a hawk. "Where are you going?" The short-haired soldier's voice was low. "If you keep going forward, you'll run into the Japanese soldiers. Are the 3 of you going to go to your deaths?" "Lieutenant Liu, we're going to stop the Japanese soldiers advancing toward us and buy time for the soldiers to retreat." The game provided information about some key characters, so Ouyang Nanbei recognized the man before him as their commander. Upon hearing this response, Lieutenant Liu's cold expression finally softened slightly, and his tone became gentler. "The 3 of you won't be able to stop them. Come with us." Many soldiers from the 36th Division had been scattered, and there were now 48 soldiers following Lieutenant Liu, including 8 small children who looked no older than 10. "Lieutenant Liu, they're so young. Do they really have to come with us?" Su Rui asked in disbelief. "Are they really going to the battlefield at such a young age?" Lieutenant Liu's eagle-like eyes swept over Ouyang Nanbei and the other 2, finally resting on Su Rui's face, which was filled with shock and sorrow. He looked at the 8 children squeezed among the soldiers, wearing gray military uniforms that were clearly too small and almost dragging to their knees, their faces still innocent yet striving to stand tall. A deep, iron-like pain flashed in the depths of his eyes. They? Lieutenant Lu's voice grew hoarse, a raspy tone honed by the harsh realities of war, almost numb, yet tinged with an indescribable sorrow. They are children from the Jinling Boy Scouts War Zone Service Corps. They followed the training brigade when it withdrew before the city fell. The brigade was scattered, and their officers are gone. They have no homes and no family, so they've come with me. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the brave faces of the children, his Adam's apple moving with difficulty. There are no boats to cross the river, and they have nowhere to go. Rather than stay here and be hunted down and killed by the Japanese, it's better to follow us. At least we have guns. At least bullets don't discriminate by age. If we're going to die, we'll die like soldiers. Take a few Japanese soldiers with us. Die like a soldier. A bearded old soldier repeated the words softly, his voice low but as thunderous as a clap of thunder, striking each heart. Several older Boy Scouts straightened their thin chests and tried to make their eyes look more fierce, though their small hands holding the old rifles trembled slightly. Su Rui's tears welled up instantly, but she bit her lip hard to stop herself from crying out. Seeing these children who should have been studying in school or playing with their parents, now forced to carry rifles longer than their own bodies into a battlefield filled with blood and carnage, an overwhelming sense of sorrow and absurdity nearly consumed her. She instinctively wanted to say something, to stop them, but her throat felt blocked, and no words came out. She knew that Lieutenant Lu was speaking the harsh truth. In this fallen, isolated city, there was no sanctuary, only a hellish inferno. Ouyang Nanbei and Chen Shang also fell silent. Chen Shang sighed heavily, turned away, unable to bear looking at the children anymore. Ouyang Nanbei felt a cold rage and a deep sense of helplessness churning in his chest. This was war. This was the fate of the abandoned. Even children were not spared. Game mission? 30 days? In the face of this living, breathing human tragedy, it seemed so pale and ridiculous. He had once thought that the three of them could hold back the Japanese troops, but now it seemed like a naive and almost foolish idea. With just over 40 men, including 8 children, how much longer could Lieutenant Lu and his men hold out in Nanjing, a city that was about to be completely destroyed by the Japanese invaders? The livestream was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of grief and anger. Boy Scouts? My goodness. They're so young. I can't stop crying. Why send children to the battlefield? Lieutenant Lu was right, staying behind would be even worse. The Japanese are monsters. Bullets don't discriminate by age. That's such a heavy statement. This game is too brutal. Too realistic. I can't take it anymore. You. Lieutenant Lu looked at Ouyang Nanbei and Chen Shang, then glanced at Su Rui, who was struggling to hold back her tears. His tone carried a hint of unwavering resolve. If you have the courage to stay, then come with us. One more person means one more chance. Chapter 43, Encounter Battle. All units, fall in. Maintain alert formation. Target, Lion Mountain. Move out. The group sprang into action. The veterans quickly spread out, forming a loose protective formation, shielding the children in the center. Lieutenant Lu led the way, his eyes darting warily across every corner of the ruined landscape ahead. Ouyang Nanbei and Chen Shang exchanged glances, seeing the weight in each other's eyes. They silently followed the group. Chen Shang naturally walked beside Su Rui, keeping a watchful eye on the flanks. Ouyang Nanbei drew his boxer pistol from his waist, his fingers tightly gripping the cold trigger guard, his nerves taut. The group moved swiftly through the broken walls and rubble. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, blood, and the acrid odor of burning buildings. A deathly silence enveloped the area, broken only by their hurried, suppressed footsteps and the faint, heart-pounding sounds of gunfire and screams in the distance. Watch out! Suddenly, an experienced soldier leading the way suddenly crouched down, whispering a warning while pointing toward the ruins of a partially collapsed 2-story building to the right. Almost simultaneously. Bang! 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 Several crisp shots from Type 38 rifles rang out from the windows of the ruins. Bullets whistled past the debris in front of the group, sparking a trail of sparks. Hit the ground. Lieutenant Lu reacted swiftly, bellowing an order while his Chungchang rifle was already aimed at the window where the shots had come from, and he pulled the trigger decisively. Bang! Japanese soldiers. They're Japanese scouts. The veterans instantly hit the ground, seeking cover, and gunfire erupted in all directions. The battle erupted instantly. Several Boy Scouts were clearly stunned by the sudden attack. A young boy was so frightened he forgot to take cover, standing frozen in place. Get down! Su Rui, who was closest to him, screamed instinctively and lunged forward, tackling him to the ground. A bullet whizzed past Su Rui's head, striking the broken wall behind her. Ah! Another younger child was cut on the cheek by shrapnel from the bullet, crying out in pain. Don't cry! Stay down! A slightly older Boy Scout boy, around 12 or 13 years old, with a determination beyond his years, grabbed the crying child and pressed him against the broken wall. Shivering, he struggled to mimic an old soldier, propping his rifle on the broken bricks and firing wildly in the direction of the gunfire. The recoil from the butt of the rifle slammed into his shoulder, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Don't fire randomly. Follow orders. A veteran soldier shouted from beside him, simultaneously firing a shot that brought down a Japanese soldier who had peered out from the rubble and attempted to charge forward. Ouyang Nanbei quickly rolled behind a low wall, his heart pounding. The sound of bullets hitting the cover echoed in his ears, and the scent of death was overwhelming. He forced himself to stay calm, aimed at a flash of earth-colored movement in the window across from him, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. Bang! He didn't know if he had hit it, but the figure retreated. Good work! Keep them under fire! Chen Shang shouted from the other side, his flower-shaped machine gun spitting out short bursts of fire, suppressing the enemy soldiers across the way so they dared not peek out. Lieutenant Lu commanded calmly, "Old Zhao. Take 2 men and flank them from the left. Hand grenades ready. The rest provide covering fire." The battle was intense but brief. This Japanese reconnaissance unit was small, with only 5 or 6 men, clearly a scattered search party. Under Lieutenant Lu's command and the precise fire of the veterans, they were quickly suppressed and eliminated. However, one veteran in the group was hit in the arm, bleeding profusely. After the battle, a brief, oppressive silence fell. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and gunpowder. The muffled groans of the wounded veteran, the suppressed sobs of the Boy Scout, and the heavy breathing of the others mingled together. Su Rui's face was deathly pale. The effort of saving the little boy had drained her of her last ounce of strength, and she now sat collapsed on the rubble, her body trembling slightly. The little boy she had saved clung tightly to the hem of her clothes, his small eyes filled with fear. Lieutenant Lu walked over, glanced at the injured veteran, and furrowed his brows. He approached the Boy Scout who had fired the gun, who was still in a shooting stance, his face tense. Lieutenant Lu said nothing, but silently removed 2 magazines loaded with bullets from his weapon belt, stuffed them into the boy's hands, and then gave him a firm pat on his frail shoulders. This action spoke louder than any words. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the shaken troops, finally resting on Ouyang Nanbei and the others. His eyes remained sharp as ever, but there was a hint of approval that was hard to detect. "Get yourselves together. Take the wounded. Don't stop. The Japanese main force will be drawn here by the gunfire soon. Keep moving forward." His voice carried an unyielding, ironclad resolve. The objective remains unchanged. Lion Mountain. Survive. The group set off again, the atmosphere even more somber. The wounded were roughly bandaged and supported by 2 veteran soldiers, struggling forward. The Boy Scouts no longer cried, but clenched their lips tightly, their young faces bearing an expression of numbness and terror beyond their years. Su Rui struggled to steady her breathing, but her body still trembled uncontrollably. The young boy she had rescued clung to her skirt like a drowning man clinging to a lifeline. They moved along the ruined streets, staying close to the shadows of buildings, heading toward the relatively higher ground and denser vegetation in the direction of Lion Mountain. However, fate seemed unwilling to grant them any respite. Just as they crossed a relatively wide intersection littered with bullet craters and debris, an unfamiliar rumbling sound grew louder, accompanied by the bone-chilling sound of metal tracks crushing stones. Tanks! Japanese tanks! The veteran in the rear guard let out a heart-wrenching scream, his voice filled with despair. Everyone turned in horror. At the other end of the intersection, 2 ugly, dull yellow-painted Type 94 light tanks were rumbling forward, crushing street obstacles in their path, their tracks kicking up clouds of dust. The black muzzles of machine guns were already aimed at them. Even more terrifying was the shadowy figure of dozens of soldiers in earth-colored uniforms, bayonets fixed, emerging behind the tanks, a Japanese infantry squad following closely behind. Spread out. Find cover. Hurry. Lieutenant Lu's shout was instantly drowned out by the roar of the engines, but everyone sprang into action the moment they heard it, quickly taking cover behind nearby obstacles. But it was too late. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat- like the scythe of death, swept violently across the group that had just stepped onto the edge of the intersection. Puff 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 puff. The dull thuds of bullets striking human flesh echoed like malevolent drumbeats. Blood blossomed instantly among the crowd. Chapter 44, The Southerners Die First. If we keep fighting like this, we'll all die. The Japanese have tanks leading the way, the northern and southern forces can't stop them. The gap is too great. How can our rifles take on tanks? Once they know your position, one shot is all it takes. This is heart-wrenching. Hand grenades barely scratch a tank. Are we really just going to be slaughtered one-sidedly? In the game, some soldiers couldn't dodge in time. An old soldier supporting a wounded comrade is torn apart at the waist by a high-caliber machine gun bullet. Internal organs and flesh spray everywhere. Juicy goo. A nearby veteran, his eyes bulging with fury, was about to rush forward when a burst of bullets swept past, tearing open several bloody holes in his chest. He fell backward, lifeless. Chaos. Death. Descended in an instant. The Boy Scouts were completely terrified. The young boy saved by Su Rue let out a piercing scream that distorted his voice. The youngest girl collapsed on the ground, her pants soaked through in an instant. Get down. Everyone get down. Don't move. Chen Shang roared, violently tackling Su Rue and a young scout to the ground. Bullets whizzed past their heads, striking the broken wall behind them, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Ouyang Nanbei felt a tremendous force collide with his left arm, causing excruciating pain that sent him stumbling backward. He looked down and saw that the outer layer of his military uniform on his left arm had been torn open, flesh exposed, and blood instantly staining his sleeve red. It was a stray bullet. He clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and rolled behind a pile of collapsed bricks and stones. Suppress the tank. Target the infantry. Lieutenant Lu's voice remained calm and resolute amidst the hail of bullets. Leaning against a half-collapsed wall, he fired his Zhongzheng rifle steadily, and a Japanese soldier who had just peeked out from behind the tank fell to the ground with a thud. However, his position immediately drew the tank's machine gun's concentrated fire. Bullets tore through the wall, sending debris flying everywhere, forcing him to retreat back into cover. Machine guns. Suppress their fire. An old sergeant shouted, trying to organize a counterattack. The only remaining checkmate light machine gun spat angry tongues of fire from behind the ruins, temporarily suppressing the infantry lurking behind the tank, but the bullets only sparked off the tank's armor. Grenades. Blow up the tracks. Someone shouted. An old soldier, his eyes red, pulled a grenade from his waist and pulled the pin, ready to throw. Bang! A precise rifle shot rang out. The veteran's forehead was instantly pierced by a bullet, his body stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground. The grenade hissed and rolled away, trailing white smoke. Boom! The grenade exploded near the crowd, taking 2 more soldiers who couldn't dodge in time. Despair. Like a cold tide, it swiftly engulfed everyone. The roar of tanks sounded like funeral bells, while machine gun fire pinned them to the ground. Infantrymen, sheltered by tanks, were spreading out in formation, preparing to launch a deadly bayonet charge. It's over, everything's over. A young soldier, watching his comrades fall around him in an instant, his mind on the brink of collapse, muttered to himself. Let's fight them to the death. Kill one to make it worth it. Another veteran, having emptied his gun, roared and drew his bayonet, ready to charge into close combat. The livestream was already overwhelmed by exploding comments. Tanks! We're done for. How do we fight? Ah! That veteran was decapitated. Nanbei Data has been hit. His arm is bleeding. Miss Surue, stay down and don't move. Scouts! What should we do about the children? Lieutenant Lu! Think of something quickly. Fight to the death. Kill one if you can. The livestream viewers were all on edge for Ouyang Nanbei and his team. Originally, there were over 30 soldiers, but after the initial clash, only a dozen remained. Leaning against a pillar of the collapsed wall, the man who had seemed honest and straightforward at first glance now had a deathly pale face due to blood loss and excruciating pain. With his uninjured hand, he struggled to pull something out from the spot closest to his heart. It was a piece of paper. A piece of paper that had been folded repeatedly, its edges frayed and rough. The paper itself had turned a dull yellow, like an old book, stained with sweat, blood, and perhaps tears, leaving behind uneven marks of varying depths. Juzi's heavy breathing sounded like an old bellows. He raised his cloudy yet unusually determined eyes and locked them onto Ouyang Nanbei. In that gaze, there was no fear, no pleading, only a weight so heavy it was suffocating, a resolve to act despite knowing it was futile. Brother, brother. The pillar's voice was hoarse, each word struggling to emerge from the depths of his lungs, accompanied by sparks of blood. Help me keep this, will you? He struggled to hand the crumpled letter toward Ouyang Nanbei, his arm trembling violently from the pain. If you can survive. His eyes suddenly burst with a final glimmer of light, fixated on Ouyang Nanbei as if trying to imprint his last shred of belief into him. Please help me send it back to the address on here, okay? Ouyang Nanbei felt as though his heart had been clenched by an icy fist. Bitterness flooded his mouth, numbing the excruciating pain in his left arm. Survive? In this steel and flesh grinder, who dared to hope? He dared not even think about his fate in the next second. However, when he met the burning eyes of the pillar, filled with the last flickers of life, the words of refusal stuck in his throat like a heavy lead block, and he couldn't utter a single word. This wasn't just a piece of paper. It was clearly the last shred of hope Zhuang had in this hell on earth, his unfulfilled wish, weighing 1,000 pounds. He trembled as he reached out his hand, his fingertips touching the paper still warm with Juzi's body heat and the scent of blood. The feeling was lighter than he had imagined, yet heavier than a mountain, almost too much for him to bear. Seeing Ouyang Nanbei take the letter, Juzi's tense face slowly, painfully, and extremely slowly broke into a smile. The smile bloomed on his blood-stained and dust-covered face, carrying a sense of almost sacred liberation and indescribable sorrow. He no longer looked at Ouyang Nanbei or any of his comrades. He took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale the last breath of air in the world, then with all his strength, he ripped open the cloth bundle he had been clutching tightly to his chest. Inside were 7 or 8 hand grenades, tightly bound with rope, and pulled the fuse. Whoosh! The fuse ignited instantly, and wisps of smoke rose from the column's embrace. Juzi turned his head one last time, his gaze piercing through the cover, fixated on the tank that was growing ever closer. In the next instant, he summoned every ounce of strength left in his body and let out a deafening roar. If China falls, the people of Nanhai will die first. Before his roar had faded, his entire body erupted from behind the cover like a spring compressed to its limit. The figure clutching the smoking cluster grenade traced a brief yet tragic arc against the dim sky. Damn it! Stop him! The Japanese soldiers behind the tank let out terrified screams. The machine gunners quickly turned their guns and fired a barrage of bullets that swept toward the figure in midair like a storm. Put! 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 Bullets instantly pierced his chest, abdomen, and limbs. His body convulsed violently in the air, erupting into clouds of blood, his uniform reduced to a shredded mess. But his body, still clutching the grenade, landed on top of the tank. The Japanese infantrymen behind the tank, seeing the smoke-filled figure charging toward them like a human bomb, were terrified out of their wits. They abandoned their weapons and charges, rolling backward in panic, pushing and shoving each other, desperate to escape the impending explosion at the center of death. Just as the pillar's bullet-riddled body was about to collide with the tank's cold armor. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted suddenly. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Immediately afterward, a massive fireball, large enough to devour everything in its path, engulfed the area, accompanied by a devastating shockwave, expanding outward from the point where the pillar had fallen. The Type 94 tank was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Its relatively thin side armor was torn open like paper by the violent explosion, leaving a huge, grotesque gash. The tank's turret was blown askew, its track snapped and flew off with a clatter. The entire tank trembled violently in the explosion's smoke and debris before coming to a complete halt, reduced to a heap of burning scrap metal. Chapter 45, A Letter Home. Ouyang Nanbei leaned against the cold, bone-chilling rubble, the excruciating pain in his left arm and the dizziness from blood loss coming in waves. His trembling fingers clutched the thin sheet of paper soaked in sweat and blood. The rough edges of the paper were almost crushed in his grip. The crooked yet meticulously written words on the paper burned like a red-hot branding iron, searing his eyes. Mother! I've been away from home for years. Every time I think of the gray hairs on your head, my heart aches terribly, like it's being cut by a knife. But the enemy hasn't been driven out yet, and the war is still raging. I can only pick up my gun and fight, unable to return home to care for you. Disobedient son, Wang Taizhu. Every word felt like a heavy hammer striking Ouyang Nanbei's heart. Those simple, earthy words were filled with an overwhelming longing, a deep sense of guilt for being unable to fulfill his filial duties, and the most humble yet unwavering hope for reunion after victory. When Shu wrote those 6 words, like a knife cutting through my heart, did he also see his mother's face growing increasingly frail by the oil lamp? Tears instantly blurred Ouyang Nanbei's vision. The words on the letter paper smudged and distorted in the tears. He seemed to see the dilapidated wooden gate of his distant hometown, an elderly mother with white hair leaning against the door, waiting day after day for her son's figure to appear on the village path. She might still be saving her last morsel of grain, waiting for her Juzi to return. After waiting for so many years, what she would ultimately receive was the devastating news that her son had returned home with a cluster of hand grenades, sacrificing himself alongside enemy tanks. What kind of heart-wrenching pain would that be? This lightweight piece of paper now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, crushing Ouyang Nanbei so much he could barely breathe. It no longer carried just an address, but a son's unfulfilled filial piety, a mother's shattered hopes, and a heavy, blood-stained entrustment of life. In the livestream, the comments were already overwhelmed by a tidal wave of grief and shock. A tank is worth a life? I'm crying so hard. Tears streaming down my face. I want to say, this is still the best-case scenario. Normally, trading a life for a tank is just a pipe dream. Crying Juzi risked his life and won. When we play games, we know we can restart if we die, but they only have one life. If they die, everything is lost, yet they charged forward without hesitation? 4. This comment abruptly ends here, as if the person in front of the screen has choked up and can no longer type a complete sentence. For what? For the hundreds of thousands of defenseless villagers behind them? For the land beneath their feet, soaked in the blood of their ancestors, not to be trampled by foreign boots? For the simple wish written on the letter, wait until we drive all the Japanese devils out? For the countless hopes of mothers like Juzi's, no longer to be consumed by the flames of war? Juzi answered with his young life, with that earth-shaking leap and his heart-wrenching cry, if China falls, the people of Nanhua will die first. Ouyang Nanbei clutched the letter tightly, the pain from his arm wounds pale in comparison to the searing agony in his heart. He suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the billowing smoke and the faint cries of the enemy soldiers in the distance. A surge of anger and determination, mixed with endless sorrow and resolve, erupted in his chest. Juzi! Chen Sheng's screen was filled with blood-curdling grief. He had witnessed the honest man turn into a towering inferno. The deafening explosion still echoed in his ears, and before him lay the burning wreckage of tanks and the charred remains of Japanese soldiers. He suddenly lunged forward from behind cover, his flower-patterned machine gun roaring like a beast. A hail of bullets swept toward the Japanese infantry, who had been stunned by the explosion and were frantically searching for cover. Avenge Juzi! Kill every last one of these bastards. An old sergeant, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging on his forehead, held the last machine gun and fired wildly, spent shell casings clattering to the ground. Shoot! Shoot them all! Lieutenant Lu's voice was as cold as tempered ice, carrying a murderous intent that cut to the bone. Leaning against a half-collapsed wall, he fired his assault rifle steadily, each shot accompanied by the fall of a figure in earth-colored clothing. His gaze was sharp as a knife, precisely reaping lives, as if he were pouring all his anger into the trigger. The sacrifice of the pillar ignited the last and most ferocious remnants of this battered unit's fighting spirit. The surviving soldiers erupted into a deafening roar, their weapons spewing flames of revenge. The Japanese infantry, who had moments ago been charging forward with overwhelming momentum, were completely stunned by this sudden, ferocious counterattack. The leading tanks turned into burning coffins. With the flank threat neutralized, the remaining Japanese soldiers were mowed down by the fierce firepower like wheat being cut down, screaming as they fell. The survivors scrambled backward, crawling and rolling, seeking cover farther away. Alternate cover. Withdraw. Lieutenant Lu's voice cut through the gunfire, cold and efficient. He knew this brief respite had been bought with lives, and the tank behind him and more enemies could close in at any moment. The unit moved again, faster than before, with a determination bordering on desperation. The wounded were roughly dragged along, no one complaining anymore. The young scouts' faces were tense, their eyes no longer filled with pure fear but a mix of shock, sorrow, and a vague hatred. They followed the adults' footsteps, stumbling and falling as they ran. Su Rue was roughly pulled to her feet by Qin Shang. Her face was as white as paper, and her body trembled violently. The earth-shattering explosion and the sight of flesh and blood flying everywhere had nearly shattered her nerves. She instinctively looked at Ouyang Nanbei's blood-soaked arm, her lips trembling as she tried to speak, but Chen Shang cut her off harshly. Don't look. Run. Keep up. He practically pushed and pulled her along, following behind the group. Ouyang Nanbei cast one last glance at the burning, twisted wreckage of the tank and the charred, barren land beside it. There had once been a soldier named Wang Taizhu who had leaped into the air. All the confusion and hesitation in his eyes had been completely consumed by the towering flames, leaving only cold, almost tangible intent to kill and a heavy sense of duty. He suddenly turned around, raised his boxer pistol with his right hand, stumbled along with the group, and fired repeatedly toward the retreating Japanese troops without hesitation. Move out! Lieutenant Lu shouted again, his gaze sweeping over Ouyang Nanbei's resolute and figure. There was no reprimand, only a faint, barely perceptible nod of approval. He covered the retreating troops, being the last to leave the blood-soaked crossroads. Behind him, the reorganized Japanese gunfire and the furious roar of tank engines echoed like maggots gnawing at bones, closing in once more. Chapter 46, the turning point just arrived. The Japanese Type 95 light tanks tracks ground madly over the rubble, clinging tightly to the rear of Ouyang Nanbei's remnants. With each turn of the turret, the black muzzle brought a suffocating threat of death. Ouyang Nanbei and the surviving soldiers were barely clinging to life, dashing through the streets with sheer instinct. They no longer ventured onto open streets, instead using every piece of debris and every broken wall as cover, each step taken on the brink of death. They had only one goal, to erase themselves from the tank's cold, steel field of vision, even if it meant gaining just one more second to breathe. Amidst this desperate flight, the wreckage of a nationalist army tank, its appearance pitiful, lay quietly tilted at the corner of the street. Its turret was twisted and deformed from explosions, one side of its tracks completely severed, and flames still flickered on its hull. Thick black smoke obscured most of its outline, and to anyone looking, it appeared to be nothing more than a heap of scrap metal, utterly useless and harmless. The pursuing Japanese infantry squad, sheltered by the tank, had already lost all restraint. Their eyes were fixed on the fleeing Chinese soldiers, who were barely visible amid the rubble and debris. The frenzy of victory and the urge to kill had completely robbed them of their battlefield vigilance. They didn't even spare a single soldier to check on the burning wreckage, charging past the tank's remains without any caution, their earth-colored figures fully exposed behind what seemed like a lifeless tank. Just as the last sergeant, waving his command sword, stepped over the tank's rear, the seemingly destroyed machine gun turret on the dead tank began to rotate silently in a spine-chilling manner. The muzzle, covered in thick soot, slowly aimed at the Japanese soldiers, who were completely unaware and had exposed their entire backs. Da-da 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 da-da. The long silent Maxim heavy machine gun erupted with a deafening roar. Blazing flames erupted from the muzzle, and a hail of bullets swept across the Japanese soldiers' exposed backs at point-blank range with pinpoint accuracy. The sudden attack was so deadly, the distance so close. The bullets easily pierced the thin military uniforms and backpacks, tearing flesh and shattering vertebrae. The charging Japanese soldiers were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, their bodies violently thrown forward, and blood blossomed into a blinding crimson on the charred ground. The screams were cut short by subsequent bullets before they could fully escape, and the hit soldiers fell in droves like cut wheat. The sergeant wielding a military knife turned in shock, his face frozen in horror and disbelief. The next moment, his upper body was torn apart by several large-caliber machine gun bullets. The steel debris mercilessly reaped the lives of the invaders, and the once mighty pursuing force plunged into complete chaos and collapse. Damn it, hide! The remaining Japanese soldiers scrambled to hide. When they found cover behind walls, the machine gun turrets lost their targets. Ouyang Nanbei and the others running ahead heard the commotion behind them and turned to look. They saw that the Japanese squad that had been chasing them was now lying motionless on the ground. Lieutenant Lu immediately realized this was an opportunity. The Japanese have been ambushed. Quick, find a way to blow up that tank. Without infantry cover, the Japanese tank would have many blind spots in such narrow alleys. Chen Shang, who was positioned further back, heard the order and stopped in his tracks, beginning to move stealthily toward the tank. Good opportunity. Chen Shang didn't know what had just happened, but seeing that all the Japanese soldiers behind the tank were dead, he immediately turned around and acted. He tied the 4 grenades he had left together and quickly reached the stone wall behind the tank's left side. Pop! He pulled the pin and threw the grenade at a precise angle in front of the tank, which slowly began to move forward. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The combined power of the cluster grenades far exceeded that of a single grenade. The explosion occurred precisely beneath the left track of the Type 95 tank. The immense force not only tore apart the fragile guide wheels and part of the load-bearing wheels but also blew the heavy tracks off their axles. The tank jolted violently, emitting an agonizing metallic groan. Its massive hull tilted uncontrollably to the left, skidding sideways. The intact right track spun uselessly, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris, yet it could no longer move the heavy hull forward even an inch. The turret's rotation also became sluggish and crooked, losing the deadly agility it had moments ago. It's done! Chen Sheng peered out from behind the cover, watching the tank that had just moments ago been strutting around proudly now reduced to a crippled beast, a flash of wild joy crossing his eyes. Baka Yalu. The tank's interior echoed with the Japanese tank commander's furious screams and the dull thuds of his fists pounding the armor. The machine gun on the turret began spinning wildly, trying to locate the attackers, but the narrow alleyways and thick smoke severely limited its field of vision. The machine gun bullets swept aimlessly across the area where Chen Shang was hiding in the nearby ruins, sending bricks and debris flying everywhere, but they posed no real threat. Good work, Chen Shang. Ouyang Nanbei's voice cut through the echoes of the explosions and the Japanese machine gun's roar, filled with the exhilaration of escaping certain death. All units, move out. Take advantage of this opportunity and push through. Hurry! The order was like a shot of adrenaline. The stragglers who had been pinned down in the alley suddenly erupted with their last ounce of strength. Ouyang Nanbei was the first to leap forward. Follow me. Hurry up. Other soldiers also rushed out from behind cover, following Ouyang Nanbei's lead. They no longer cared about the stray bullets flying toward them, pushing their speed to the limit. Their only goal was to cross the deadly intersection and escape the steel and flesh grinder. Lieutenant Lu remained at the rear, his machine gun fixed on the hatch and machine gun port of the disabled tank. His finger pressed against the trigger, ready to unleash precise bursts to suppress any Japanese soldiers attempting to peek out or operate the machine gun. His sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, ensuring no threats were overlooked, while urging the last few soldiers to follow. Just as the group was about to completely cross the intersection. Bang! Bang! 2 sudden rifle shots rang out from the ruins of a 2-story building that had not yet completely collapsed on the flank. Ugh! A soldier running in the middle of the formation collapsed to the ground, his back quickly stained red with blood. Ambush! On the roof! Someone shouted hoarsely. Ouyang Nanbei had already charged past the intersection. Hearing the commotion, he spun around sharply just in time to see the soldier fall and catch a fleeting glimpse of the muzzle flash and the outline of a khaki helmet through the window of the 2nd floor of the ruined building. Damn it! They're never going to let us go. Chapter 47, you go first, I'll cover the rear. Ouyang Nanbei abandoned his retreat, turned around, and crouched low as he ran toward the 2nd floor where the Japanese soldiers were ambushing. Nanbei, come back! Su Rui's shrieks, laced with tears, sounded so fragile amid the chaos of gunfire. Holding her terrified child in her arms, she watched helplessly as Ouyang Nanbei darted forward like an arrow, not toward the safe retreat route, but instead turned around and charged toward the dilapidated building where the deadly snipers were hiding, using low, swift tactical movements. Take the child and go first. I'll hold the rear. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Ouyang Nanbei's voice was hoarse but firm. He didn't look back, his figure disappearing swiftly into the billowing smoke and collapsing walls. He knew that the sniper rifle on the upper floor was like a sword hanging over the team's heads. If it wasn't neutralized, any comrade attempting to cross the intersection would become a sitting duck. Lieutenant Lu needed to suppress the tank, and this task could only be carried out by him. Damn it! Lieutenant Lu muttered under his breath, but a complex gleam flashed in his eyes. He understood Ouyang Nanbei's choice. It was a gamble with his own life for the survival of the entire team. He did not try to stop him but instead channeled all his anger and focus onto the disabled tank. The barrel of his submachine gun was locked onto the tank's turret and machine gun, and the bullets flew like the fangs of a venomous snake. Anyone who dared to show their head would be torn apart instantly. He had to buy time for Ouyang Nanbei and protect Su Rui and the remaining soldiers. Su Rui's heart ached unbearably, tears blurring her vision, but she knew Ouyang Nanbei was right. She clenched her teeth tightly, hugging the child trembling in her arms even closer, using her body to shield him as much as possible. She shouted at the few remaining soldiers beside her, "Go! Hurry up! Don't let his sacrifice be in vain." She hesitated no longer, clutching the child to her chest, bending at the waist, and sprinting toward the relatively safer area across the intersection at top speed. The other soldiers, suppressing their grief and fear, followed closely behind Su Rui, using the thick smoke from the tank explosion and the diversionary fire drawn by Ouyang Beinan to charge forward with all their might. At that moment, Ouyang Nanbei had already cast aside all thoughts of life or death. A cold, ruthless intent filled every fiber of his being, dispelling fatigue and fear. He moved like a leopard stalking through ruins, using every broken wall and crater as cover, closing in on the small building at breakneck speed. The boxer pistol was clenched tightly in his hand, the barrel scorching hot, with only the remaining magazine as his sole reliance. Bang! Another cold shot rang out, the bullet striking the half-collapsed brick wall where he had just taken cover, sending shards of stone flying into his face with a stinging pain. The gunfire revealed his position. It was coming from the second-floor window, which was swaying precariously, with only half the frame remaining. Ouyang Nanbei's eyes narrowed, and he didn't hesitate for a moment. He suddenly darted out from behind the cover and raised his hand while running. Bang bang bang! 3 rapid shots were fired toward the window. Not aiming for accuracy, but to suppress and disrupt. The bullets struck the edge of the window frame and the wall inside, sparks and dust flying everywhere. The Japanese sniper upstairs clearly hadn't expected this Chinese soldier to be so fearless, daring to charge alone to counterattack. The firing rhythm was disrupted, and the second shot was delayed. In that brief moment, Ouyang Nanbei had already charged to the base of the small building's wall. This was a blind spot for the upstairs shooter. He leaned against the scorching wall, breathing heavily. Sweat mixed with blood and dirt flowed into his eyes, blurring his vision. He strained his ears, hearing urgent Japanese growls and footsteps from above. The enemy had been forced to move positions. There was no time to wait. Ouyang Nanbei knew that once the enemy found a new firing angle where the Japanese soldiers on the tank spotted him, he was as good as dead. He quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted a slope formed by a collapsed section of the building, covered in debris and rubble, which could barely be climbed to reach the second floor. Without hesitation, he used his hands and feet, climbing upward like a lizard. Bricks and debris kept rolling down beneath his feet, making a clattering noise. The Japanese soldiers upstairs seemed to have noticed the commotion, and their footsteps grew more urgent as they moved toward the direction he was climbing. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his head, striking the wall beside him. The enemy had reached the window in this direction. Ouyang Nanbei suddenly dropped to the ground, his heart pounding wildly. He took a deep breath, a flash of desperation crossing his eyes. He no longer tried to hide but instead mustered all his strength, leaping upward with all his might, simultaneously using the empty magazine of his pistol as a brick, smashing it viciously against the window where the gun barrel and head had just appeared. Bastard! A furious curse echoed from the window as the Japanese soldier instinctively ducked to avoid the flying metal object. In that split second, Ouyang Nanbei's left hand had already grabbed the broken windowsill, using it to propel his body upward in a violent flip. His right hand swept across his waist, drawing the bayonet he had been carrying close to his body, stained with sweat and gunpowder. The cold blade flashed a chilling gleam in the dim light. His body charged through the window like a wild tiger, with an unstoppable, suicidal ferocity, colliding violently with the Japanese soldier who had just dodged the pistol and was frantically trying to raise his rifle again. The two rolled to the ground, and the narrow space was instantly filled with bestial growls, the clanging of metal, and the muffled sounds of flesh being torn apart. On the street below, Lieutenant Liu had emptied the magazine of his submachine gun. As he quickly reloaded, he kept his eyes fixed on the window of the small building, hearing only the intense sounds of combat inside, his heart pounding in his throat. Su Rui and the other soldiers had safely crossed the intersection and were anxiously looking back. On the disabled tank, the machine gun barrel spun uselessly. The tank crew inside had clearly heard the commotion upstairs but couldn't provide support due to obstructed vision. Time seemed to stand still. Every second felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the sounds of struggle on the second floor of the small building ceased abruptly. Moments later, a figure staggered into view through the shattered window. It was Ouyang Nanbei. Half his body was drenched in blood, his face bearing several gruesome scratch marks. His left hand hung limply, seemingly injured. But his right hand still clutched the blood-stained dagger tightly. His eyes were weary yet as sharp as ever. He turned toward the intersection and shouted with all his remaining strength. Go! This is so intense. Nanbei's last-minute counterattack is textbook-level close combat. Top-tier player skills on full display. Tear-jerking, everyone. North-South Big Shot has truly burned himself out. To carve out a path for the team, he risked his life. Every strike was bloody, every punch landed with force. It left me with goosebumps and holding my breath. I'm a fan for life. From now on, North-South is my god. This kind of streamer who risks his life for his teammates and fights until the end is the real deal. The Battlefield Reaper lives up to his name. I'm in love. Everyone, relax, you can breathe here. Thanks for the reminder, I almost suffocated myself. Chapter 48, Crushed Hope. Xinsheng Shan, do you think they're really safe hiding in the church? Luo Qianxue's voice was low, trembling slightly. She and Xinsheng Shan were huddled in the corner of a dilapidated building reduced to a skeleton by artillery fire, with shattered bricks and choking dust filling the air. The sporadic gunfire in the distance sounded like dull knives slicing through flesh, constantly reminding them of the danger they were in. Fearing they might be too easy to spot, Li, the instructor, had gone alone with the wounded soldier to the nearby Winchester Church. That grey stone structure, now standing out starkly and vulnerably amidst the chaos of war, served as their makeshift shelter. The few female students they had risked their lives to save were now hiding beneath the seemingly sacred dome. Such a large target, just standing there. Luo Qianxue stared at the church's blurry outline, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and a sense of unease spread through her like wild vines. The Japanese wouldn't just let them go. I have a feeling, something bad is going to happen. Xinsheng Shan leaned against a cold, broken wall, his gaze also fixed on the church, but his tone carried a deliberate, almost childlike uncertainty. Who knows? Maybe they'll honor the so-called international conventions and not harm civilians, especially a place like a church? As the creator of this game, he knew exactly what was about to happen, but he had made up his mind not to spoil the ending. The truth needed to be uncovered by those who experienced it firsthand, to feel the profound impact for themselves. Luo Qianxue heard this, turned her head to glance at him, and muttered under her breath, maybe? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm that naive and easy to fool? She knew all too well the cruelty of war. So-called treaties were nothing but scrap paper in the eyes of invaders. What did you say? Xinsheng Shan didn't catch her muffled words and asked back instinctively. Nothing. Luo Qianxue quickly averted her gaze, her tone tinged with a hint of stubbornness. I hope those little devils still have a shred of humanity left and won't even spare the church. She forced herself to look away from the church and down at the cracked ground beneath her feet. Xinsheng Shan's lips curled upward almost imperceptibly, a hint of almost cruel anticipation flashing in his eyes. Hope the little devils have humanity? That's a nice thought. Wait, when the bloody reality is laid before you, your expression of shock, anger, and even the collapse of your faith will be truly spectacular. He thought to himself silently, who made you choose to forget this history? If I don't give you a thorough shock to your very soul, how could I possibly justify the purpose of designing this game? Just then, an agile figure darted out of the shadows like a cheetah, leaping down from the crumbling church wall with swift and stealthy movements. It was Li, the instructor. He moved swiftly, using the ruins as cover, and silently returned to the dilapidated building where they were hiding. The wounded he brought with him was actually just one person, a half-grown child he had taken in, who had suffered severe injuries in the previous battle and was nearly incapacitated. Lieutenant Li entrusted him to the people in the church, pleading with them to care for this last glimmer of hope. Instructor, what do we do next? A soldier with his face covered in gunpowder and dust leaned in, his voice hoarse. This once nearly decimated unit had miraculously survived with only 13 men left, thanks to Xinsheng Shan's intervention. But now, every young face bore the exhaustion of pushing beyond their limits and the weight of uncertainty. Li instructor did not respond immediately. Leaning against a crumbling wall, his body slid down uncontrollably, as if every bone in his body had shattered. Days of relentless battles, retreats, cover fire, and sacrifices had drained him of every last ounce of strength. His sunken eyes and cracked, bleeding lips spoke volumes. What kept him going was the sense of duty ingrained in his military bones and the unwavering belief in protecting the innocent civilians behind him. He took a deep breath, as if it had infused him with a little strength. Rest here. His voice was low and hoarse, yet it carried an unyielding force. Rest and gather your strength. Our final mission is to hold this position. Even if it costs us our lives, we must buy those people in the church another moment of peace. Running was no longer an option. Enemy hooves thundered from all directions. As soldiers, all they could do was drive the final nail into this wasteland, using their own flesh and blood to buy the fragile walls of the church a few more moments of respite. Upon hearing the order to rest, the other 10 warriors' taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and they all let out a heavy, relieved sigh at the same time. Extreme exhaustion overwhelmed them instantly. No one spoke, each silently searched among the rubble for a spot slightly sheltered and less abrasive to curl up in. Some closed their bloodshot eyes the moment they sat down, while others clutched their guns, their vigilant eyes still instinctively scanning the surrounding ruins. Unfortunately, this brief moment of peace did not last long, interrupted by the low growl of a soldier. Japs! A soldier who had just closed his eyes suddenly sat up, his bloodshot eyes widening, and instinctively reached for the rifle beside him. The low growl echoed like a stone dropped into still water, causing all the huddled soldiers to tense their bodies instantly. Fatigue vanished in an instant, replaced by bone-chilling vigilance and icy intent to kill. They rolled and crawled silently, quickly taking up advantageous firing positions. The sound of rifle bolts being cocked echoed clearly in the silence. Luo Qianxue's heart felt as though it had been gripped by an icy hand, suddenly rising to her throat. She nearly threw herself into the crack of the broken wall, staring intently toward the source of the sound, the direction of the Winchester Church. Sure enough, A group of figures in earth-colored uniforms, like hyenas sensing blood, were advancing toward the church in a fan-shaped formation. Bayonets glinted menacingly in the dim light, sending a chill down her spine. They moved brutally, kicking aside anything in their path with no regard for anything or anyone. They really went. Luo Qianxue's voice trembled with disbelief, and her face turned deathly pale in an instant. The faint glimmer of hope she had clung to was ruthlessly crushed by reality, leaving only cold fear and anger. She instinctively looked toward Xincheng Shan. Xincheng Shan was also staring intently at the direction of the church. The ease on his face had vanished, replaced by a deep solemnity. He clenched his lips tightly, his jawline taut. When Luo Qianxue's gaze swept over him, he keenly noticed the anger mingled with fear and accusation in her eyes. This was precisely the impact he had been waiting for. But the weight of this impact seemed to press down on his heart more directly than he had anticipated. Get ready for battle. Li, the instructor, suddenly sprang to his feet, as if squeezing out the last ounce of energy from his body, swiftly moving to a spot with an open view behind a collapsed wall and raising his Type 71 assault rifle. The sunken eye sockets burned with the fiery determination of a trapped beast, as exhaustion was completely consumed by surging anger and the resolve to protect. He knew the final moment had arrived. The 13 of them, armed with 13 rifles, were the last line of defense for the innocent souls inside the church. Chapter 49, Meng Shujuan's Despair. As the Japanese soldiers brutally kicked open the church gates, the female students inside had already heard the commotion. A dozen or so female students scattered like frightened rabbits, frantically searching for places to hide. Quick! Hide in the cellar. With a direction in mind, they began rushing toward the cellar rooms of the church. However, the invaders' speed was far faster than they had imagined. Just as they had rushed into the storage room and were frantically trying to lift the heavy cellar lid. Bam! A lewd, malicious scream echoed at the entrance of the storage room. A Japanese soldier wielding a bayonet-equipped rifle blocked the doorway. His small eyes gleamed with the greed of a predator, and his lips curled into a twisted grin. He clearly hadn't expected to stumble upon so many young girls at once. The initial surprise was quickly replaced by intense excitement. A dozen girls froze in place, their faces as pale as paper, tears of terror welling up in their eyes. They were pinned to the spot by the black muzzle of the rifle and the cold bayonet. In that deathly silent moment, Zhao Shujuan's gaze suddenly swept across the gap in the cellar lid that hadn't been completely covered yet. In that fleeting glance, she saw that what was below wasn't just debris. It was several faces, equally filled with fear, faces belonging to women. They must not let the Japanese discover this place. They must not expose the people below. This thought struck Zhao Shuan like a bolt of lightning. The instinct to survive was overwhelmed by an even stronger urge. Almost acting on instinct, she mustered all her strength and shoved the terrified girl standing closest to the cellar entrance with all her might, screaming, "Run! Run to the back!" The push was like throwing a boulder into frozen air. The girl who was pushed stumbled toward the back door, and the other girls, as if awakening from a dream, erupted with their last ounce of strength and sheer terror, their screams echoing through the air. They no longer looked at the cellar but instead rushed toward the back door at the other end of the storage room like headless flies. The narrow doorway was instantly crowded with people. The Japanese soldier was clearly startled by the sudden chaos and screams. His attention was instantly drawn to the group of fleeing new prey. He grinned savagely, seeming to find the chase more entertaining. The female students rushed into the church's study, quickly closed the door, and pushed bookcases against it to block the entrance. Several students grabbed books from other shelves and placed them on top of the door, attempting to block the entrance with their weight. Soon, loud banging sounds came from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang! The bookcases shook violently under the heavy impact, and each loud bang felt like a direct blow to the girls' hearts. Books slid off the precariously balanced shelves, crashing to the ground with a loud clatter, kicking up a cloud of choking dust. The flimsy bookshelf and the books piled on top of it seemed so laughably fragile in the face of such brutal force. Bang! Another fierce collision. The bookshelf tilted forward at a terrifying angle. The books at the top cascaded down, crashing onto the floor by the door. The wooden legs of the bookshelf groaned under the weight. Ah! The screams rose sharply, filled with the desperation of those on the brink of collapse. A dozen girls scrambled like startled quails, frantically trying to crawl under the heavy redwood table, as if they wanted to embed themselves into the floor. They pushed and shoved each other, tears, snot, and cold sweat mingling together, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Meng Shuan curled up in the deepest corner of the table, clutching her head tightly with both hands, her nails digging into her scalp. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, making a clattering sound. Her heart pounded wildly, as if it were about to burst out of her throat. Each beat sent a wave of nausea through her stomach, and a suffocating sensation gripped her throat. What should I do? What should I do? A girl beside her, her voice hoarse with tears, repeated the words, her eyes glassy and unfocused, as if she had lost the ability to think. These meaningless mutterings pierced Meng Shujuan's chaotic mind like needles. Bang, crack! This time, the collision was accompanied by the crisp sound of wood snapping. One of the legs of the bookshelf finally gave way, breaking in the middle. The entire bookshelf toppled forward like a drunken man, collapsing halfway. The heavy bookshelf pressed firmly against the upper part of the door panel, forming a dangerous angle. However, the lower part of the door panel had already bulged inward and deformed from the impact, and the door lock area had cracked open into a gruesome gap. A foot clad in dirty military boots suddenly thrust through the gap created by the collision at the bottom of the door panel. A second foot followed. The Japanese soldier was attempting to use the strength of his feet and body to forcefully widen the opening. Ah! The girls let out heart-wrenching screams, as if the boot that had reached inside was already stepping on them. Get out! Get out! A girl closest to the door, driven to the brink of madness by sheer terror, grabbed a thick hardcover book lying on the ground and smashed it wildly at the intruding foot. Thud! The book hit the leather boot, with little effect, only provoking even more frenzied roars and violent collisions from the Japanese soldiers outside. Bastards! A bestial roar echoed from outside, and the force of the collision suddenly intensified. The door panel emitted a bone-chilling groan as the crack widened visibly. More light and the violent, murderous aura from outside poured in. Meng Shujuan's gaze was fixed on the military boot that kept kicking, trying to break through the door completely. The fallen figure of Zhao Shuan overlapped with the foot that symbolized destruction. Fear still made her body cold, but the flames of resentment and hatred burned brighter and brighter, overwhelming the numbness. No! This can't end like this. Her eyes darted frantically around the small, chaotic study. The table leg? Too heavy, impossible to move. The scattered books on the floor? Too light. The candlestick? None. The window? Too high, and there might be Japanese soldiers outside. Despair surged like a tidal wave, nearly drowning her. Bang! At that very moment, a sudden gunshot rang out outside the church, the sound coming from a distance. Following the gunshot, the sound of shattered glass from the church hall windows echoed through the air. The Japanese soldiers frantically banging on the study door suddenly stopped, and the sound of a sharp whistle echoed from the church hall. Damn it, enemy troops! Quick, quick, catch them! Upon hearing about the enemy troops, the Japanese soldiers immediately abandoned the female students, as killing Chinese soldiers equated to military merit, and in the face of such merit, they abandoned their momentary pleasure. Quick, the enemy is in the southeast tower of the lecture hall. Quickly follow them and capture these Chinese. Chapter 50, Lure the Japanese, Ambush. This shot was fired by Instructor Lee. He knew that if they waited any longer, the female students inside would suffer unimaginable torture. Since he could only hear the screams of the female students and had no clear target, he fired a shot at the window to attract the attention of the Japanese soldiers inside the church. All units, prepare for battle. It's time to send these bastards to their deaths. Lee Instructor's tone was low and resolute. At that moment, the soldiers were already in position at their respective ambush points. Xin Qingshan and Luo Qianxue were currently hiding at the pre-designated left ambush point. This was the rear of a shop ruin that had been partially destroyed by artillery fire. Their mission was clear and deadly. They waited patiently for the Japanese main force, lured by the bait, to fully enter the ambush zone. Once the firefight erupted, they would charge from the left flank and tear open the Japanese formation. The church doors were violently smashed open. Over 30 brown-colored beasts quickly gathered after a brief moment of chaos. Under the sharp whistles and commands of their officers, they charged toward the southeast, where the gunfire originated, like hyenas sensing blood. They maintained basic tactical formations, divided into 3 groups, bayonets glinting in the sunlight, vigilantly scanning the ruined walls and debris on either side and the seemingly lifeless ruins ahead. The heavy boots crushed the debris, emitting a heart-pounding crunching sound. Step by step, they entered the alleyway paved with unbroken bricks. Despite their caution, their vigilant eyes scanned every shadow where someone might be hiding, but their minds, clouded by bloodlust and the desire for military glory, completely ignored the ground beneath their feet. Bang! Lee Instructor's second shot rang out suddenly. Almost at the same moment the gunshot echoed. Boom! A deafening roar, 100 times more violent than the gunshot, erupted suddenly from the right side of the Japanese troops, from what appeared to be an ordinary pile of broken stones and debris. The violent shockwave, carrying countless sharp fragments of rock, swept across the Japanese squad huddled together in a fan-shaped pattern. Ah! The piercing screams were instantly drowned out by the deafening explosion. 5 or 6 Japanese soldiers closest to the explosion were struck head-on by an invisible hammer, their bodies twisted and hurled through the air before crashing back down to the ground. The 2 people closest to the blast center were torn to pieces, their limbs and internal organs mixed with blood splattered across the charred walls. Those slightly farther away were knocked unconscious by the shockwave, bleeding from every orifice, or pelted by flying debris, leaving them riddled with wounds and instantly incapacitated. A hail of debris rained down, and smoke and dust filled the air. The surviving Japanese soldiers were completely stunned by this sudden, devastating blow from below. The instinct to survive overpowered everything, and they instinctively, in a state of panic, squeezed and dodged toward the relatively safer left side. Bang! Lee's third shot, cold and precise, followed immediately. Boom! This time, the explosive flames erupted violently from the ground on the left side where the Japanese soldiers were panicking and rushing toward. This trap was even more ingenious. The hand grenades buried above were not covered with, but with a large amount of rusty yet razor-sharp iron objects scavenged from the ruins. Broken plowshares, twisted rebar, rusty rake teeth, shattered scissors. Under the explosive force, they transformed into a deadly storm of death, more lethal and unpredictable than bullets. Put! 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 The bone-chilling sound of metal-piercing flesh echoed densely. At least 3 Japanese soldiers crammed together were instantly skewered by this furious hail of iron nails, turning into bloody pulp. Thick steel bars pierced through their chests, sharp plow blades sliced through their necks, and twisted iron rods ripped open their abdomens. Screams didn't even have time to escape their throats before they became mangled dolls pierced with metal spikes. The remaining Japanese soldiers who narrowly avoided direct hits were swept away by flying metal fragments and shockwaves, their cries of agony echoing across the battlefield. Attack! Lee, the drill sergeant, roared like thunder, finally issuing the final order to finish them off. In an instant, the once desolate ruins of the church's facade transformed into a crater spewing deathly flames. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A checkmate-like machine gun hidden behind a stone pillar on the first floor let out its first roar. Countless bullets tore through the disorganized ranks of the Japanese soldiers. Bang! 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 Precise rifle fire rang out from every angle. Snipers concealed on high ground or behind cover calmly pulled the triggers, bullets piercing the heads and chests of the Japanese soldiers attempting to climb up, seek cover, or set up weapons. Ah! My leg! Save me! Save me! The agonized screams, desperate cries, and death throes of the Japanese instantly replaced the earlier ferocity, intertwining in this narrow death alley to form a hellish symphony. Dismembered limbs, spurting blood, billowing smoke, and the overpowering stench of blood filled the air, thick and suffocating. Left flank. Just as the frontal fire had pinned the remaining Japanese soldiers down in the cover formed by explosion debris and the bodies of their comrades, forcing them to keep their heads down. Qianxue, fire! Xin Qingshan's voice was as cold as ice, clearly piercing through the deafening gunfire and reaching Luo Qianxue's ears. Xin Qingshan, who had been waiting for this moment, burst out from the shadows of the ruined shop on the left like a leopard that had been held back for too long. In his hands, he did not hold a rifle, but 2 wooden-handled grenades with their safety pins already pulled out, emitting white smoke. Without hesitation, he used the momentum of his charge to swing his arms in a powerful arc, hurling the grenades toward the densest cluster of Japanese soldiers, who were clinging to corpses and debris in a desperate last stand. Whoosh! The grenades whistled through the air, carrying the sound of death, and landed precisely on their target. Boom! Boom! 2 nearly simultaneous explosions erupted at the heart of the Japanese forces. Flames shot into the sky, shrapnel and shockwaves swept through the narrow area like a meat grinder. The already crumbling Japanese defensive line collapsed completely under this fatal blow from the flank. Before the smoke from the explosion had even cleared, Luo Qianxue's figure had already followed Xin Qingshan out. Her Zhongjing-type rifle was steady against her shoulder, her gaze sharp as lightning, quickly locking onto her target amidst the swirling smoke and debris. A Japanese soldier, dazed from the explosion, struggled to his feet and reached for the rifle lying nearby. Bang! Luo Qianxue's gun barrel erupted in flames. The bullet pierced the Japanese soldier's forehead, and his skull exploded in a cloud of blood. The body collapsed like a kill. Xin Qingshan threw the grenade without hesitation, then swiftly drew the ghost-headed broadsword from his back. The blade flashed a chilling gleam through the billowing smoke. He charged like a raging lion, roaring as he lunged at the nearest Japanese soldier, who had been knocked to the ground and was disoriented. The sword swung down with tremendous force. Put! The dull thud of the blade-piercing flesh sent a chill down the spine. The Japanese soldier couldn't even utter a scream as half his shoulder and neck were severed by the brutal force. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Chapter 51, One wave has not yet subsided, another rises. Damn it! Hold your ground. Shoot! Shoot! A Japanese lieutenant, his face covered in blood and his helmet blown off, wielded a southern pistol, screaming like a madman, desperately trying to organize the last remnants of resistance. Only 3 or 4 equally battered Japanese soldiers remained by his side, leaning against the cold stone walls of the church, struggling desperately. However, their doom had already arrived. Bang! Lee's 4th shot rang out like a death knell, fired with pinpoint accuracy from a distance. The bullet pierced through the thick smoke, striking the lieutenant's temple with force. His raised arm froze mid-air, his eyes frozen in a look of madness before going blank, and his body collapsed backward. Click! 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 The checkmate machine gun on the front line fired a precise burst of long-range shots at the right moment. The last few Japanese soldiers clinging to the stone wall twitched like they had been electrocuted and fell to the ground, leaving behind patches of bright red blood on the wall. Xin Qingshan's broadsword swung down again, cleaving a Japanese soldier who had tried to counterattack with a bayonet, severing both the gun and the arm. Scorching blood splattered his face, but he seemed oblivious, his eyes burning with battle fury. Luo Qianxue, like a cold-blooded reaper, held her rifle steady and terrifying in her hands. Bang! Bang! 2 more bursts of gunfire brought down the last 2 Japanese soldiers trying to escape, leaving them lying in a pile of broken stones. The gunfire suddenly ceased. Dead silence descended like a heavy curtain, enveloping the alley that had just endured a hellish ordeal. Only the crackling of unburned wood and the faint, dying moans of the wounded echoed through the smoke. The heavy smell of blood and gunpowder mingled together, creating a nauseating, rusty odor. Xin Qingshan leaned on his blood-stained sword, his chest heaving violently as sweat mixed with blood trickled down his temples. Luo Qianxue held her rifle, scanning the battlefield littered with corpses with vigilance, ensuring there were no survivors. The soldiers ambushing from the front also emerged from their cover, their faces worn with exhaustion, shock, and the grim resolve of vengeance. Li, the instructor, spoke again in a steady voice, breaking the suffocating silence with an unmistakable sense of urgency. Clear the battlefield, reload your ammunition. Assault team. Report on the situation inside the church. Everyone else, prepare to provide backup. Our mission is not over yet. Assault team. Report the situation inside. Li's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable anxiety. The gunfire and sounds of combat inside the church had ceased, but the silence was even more unsettling. Are the assault team members alive or dead? What about the female students? In that suffocating moment of waiting. Hum hum hum. A low, heart-pounding engine roar echoed from the distant end of the street, like rolling thunder. The sound grew louder and closer, moving at an incredible speed. Soon after, the sound was joined by louder, more intense Japanese shouts and the thudding of boots on the ground. Hurry! Hurry! There's trouble at the church. Speed up and reinforce. Tanks! Follow! From the direction of the city walls, the reinforcing Japanese troops arrived in force and they were accompanied by tankettes. Li's pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly turned his gun and looked through the scope toward the end of the street where the sounds were coming from. Amidst the flying dust, several earth-colored camouflage Type 94 light tanks, small yet menacing, roared forward like steel beetles, crushing debris in their path and clearing the way ahead. On their low-slung hulls, 7.7mm machine guns swiveled left and right, ready to open fire at any moment. Following closely behind was a dense mass of Japanese infantry, their earth-colored uniforms blending into a single mass in the dust, bayonets glinting in the sunlight. Their numbers far outnumbered this small unit. Damn it! It's the Dosen tanks! And at least a company of Japanese troops. Li, the instructor, felt his heart sink to his heels. They had just endured a fierce battle, with ammunition depleted and troops exhausted. Facing Japanese reinforcements with armored cover, a direct confrontation was certain death. Assault team. Respond. Respond immediately. Li's voice was hoarse. The situation inside the church was unclear, but the deadly threat outside was already within reach. Just then, the door to the storage room on the side of the church, which had been blown apart and was hanging precariously, was suddenly pushed open. Amidst the smoke and dust, the figure of the assault team leader staggered out, covered in blood, his left arm hanging limply, clearly wounded, but his eyes were unusually bright. Behind him, 2 other soldiers were supporting a weakened figure. Immediately afterward, several female students dressed in school uniforms, their faces as pale as paper and trembling uncontrollably, stumbled out, supporting one another. Their faces still bore traces of extreme fear, but upon seeing the bloodied soldiers outside, a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. Instructor! The female students have been rescued. But, there are still Japanese soldiers inside. There are people in the cellar. The platoon leader shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with exhaustion and urgency. Found them. But the crisis is far from over. In an instant, Instructor Li made his decision. There was no time to wait. All units, attention. Instructor Li's voice boomed like thunder, echoing in every warrior's ears, filled with the resolve of a man who had nothing left to lose. Mission change. Primary objective, protect the female students' retreat. You 2 take your men to the right flank to hold them off and delay the Japanese tanks. The rest of you, protect the students and immediately move to the designated evacuation point. Hurry! 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 His gaze swept over Xin Qingshan and Luo Qianxue. No words were needed, his eyes spoke volumes. Use every means necessary, even if it means sacrificing your lives, to block those deadly tanks and buy the students and comrades every second they can to escape. Understood. Xin Qingshan growled, his eyes burning with. He quickly stuffed several Japanese-style hand grenades he had just picked up into his chest and shouted at the soldiers beside him, those with grenades, follow me. Find cover and blow up the tracks. Luo Qianxue said nothing, merely quickly reloading her magazine. Her icy gaze locked onto the narrow observation window of the lead beam tank, which was growing closer by the second. She lowered her body, like a mother leopard ready to pounce, beginning to search for the optimal sniping position. The roar of the engines was deafening. The black muzzle of the lead tank's machine gun erupted with the first burst of flames. Bullets swept toward them like venomous snakes, striking the church's stone walls and the surrounding ruins, sending shards of debris flying everywhere. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Instructor Lee and the other soldiers sprang into action, forming a human wall to shield the terrified female students as they charged toward the narrow alleyway filled with complex rubble, heading in the opposite direction of the advancing tanks. The students let out suppressed screams and sobs, struggling to run as the soldiers supported and urged them on. Xinxing Shan and Luo Qianxue had only one thought. This time, it was their turn to protect the city in turmoil. Chapter 52. The company gates are blocked. Mr. Qin, it's bad. Wang Rujia suddenly pushed open the heavy glass door, her hurried footsteps and slightly panicked voice shattering the office's tranquility. There's a large crowd outside the company gates. I just went down to check, and they've already set up several tents. Qin Lang's heart sank, and he immediately sprang to his feet from his wide office chair. He took several quick steps to the floor-to-ceiling windows and swiftly pulled open the blinds. The midday sun shone brightly through the windows, and he looked down intently. At the grand entrance of the company, a dense crowd gathered like an ant colony, moving restlessly and blocking the entire side street. Several brightly colored camping tents stood out awkwardly on the sidewalk, like stubborn rocks jutting out from the chaotic crowd, catching the eye. Qin Lang turned around, his brows furrowed with an unmistakable heaviness and fatigue. He unconsciously rubbed his nose hard, as if trying to dispel the exhaustion that had seeped into his bones. How's the crowd's mood? Any signs of unrest? His voice carried a barely perceptible hoarseness. Wang Rujia hurried to his side, speaking quickly but clearly. It's still under control, but the crowd is extremely angry. They're all chanting slogans, with one core demand: they want us to do whatever it takes to immediately accelerate the production of the sensory pods. They want to buy them now. The situation is tense. She glanced at Qin Lang's furrowed brows and added, security reports that the pressure is intense. They've temporarily reinforced the personnel and are barely maintaining the perimeter. Huff. Qin Lang exhaled deeply, his gaze returning to the surging crowd outside the window. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It seems we all severely underestimated the appeal of the Battle of Nanjing. He had originally thought that the fervent online discussions and the bold declarations like "not buying it isn't human" and "sell everything to get it" were just empty talk from keyboard warriors. Who could have imagined that this fervor was so real and overwhelming? Have the production department work overtime. Double this month's wages and get them to speed things up. Qin Lang's voice was firm and decisive, carrying an unyielding authority. He spun around abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Rujia's face. Tell them this is an absolute order. All production lines must operate at maximum capacity. If 3 shifts aren't enough, switch to 4. If there aren't enough workers, immediately reassign staff from non-core departments or hire temporary workers urgently. I want to see the production curve start to rise sharply tomorrow. Wang Rujia was startled. While Qin Lang's reaction was within her expectations, the ruthless deadline and maximum capacity orders made her keenly sense the looming danger. Mr. Qin. She instinctively raised her voice, trying to inject a hint of calm into Qin Lang's resolute tone. Doubling wages and emergency mobilization can indeed stimulate short-term production capacity, but the production department. Wang, the department head, reported to me yesterday that the equipment is already operating near full capacity, and the supply of some core components is already tight. Wang Rujia spoke with concern, pushing things to the limit like this, I'm worried. What are you worried about? Qin Lang cut her off, his gaze sharp as a knife. Worried about equipment wear and tear? Worried about worker fatigue? He spoke rapidly, I already know all that. But what's the situation outside? Thousands of people are blocking the company gates, treating this place like a campsite. It's the positive word of mouth for the Battle of Nanjing that's driving us forward. The market is voting with its feet, telling us this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now is not the time to count pennies, we must seize this opportunity at all costs. He walked back to his desk in a few strides, slamming his fingers on the surface. Have the technical department on standby 24/7. Keep the equipment running non-stop, with maintenance and repairs rotating in shifts. Workers tired? A reward will bring forth brave souls. Double their wages if that's not enough, triple it. Raise the food standards to the highest level. Ensure logistics support is in place. I want them to know that the company won't shortchange employees who are working their hardest, but the prerequisite is that the goods are produced. Qin Lang's orders came like a barrage, with a determination to go all out. I understand, Mr. Qin. I'll immediately convey your instructions and coordinate with all departments to ensure proper execution. Wait. Just as Wang Rujia turned to leave, Qin Lang called her back. He walked to the window, gazing down at the restless crowd below, his expression solemn, as if contemplating something. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke slowly, his voice low but tinged with a deeper chill. Ruoja, you mentioned earlier, they were all shouting slogans demanding to immediately, right now, purchase the motion simulation pods? Yes, Mr. Qin, the emotions are very intense. Wang Rujia confirmed. The bitter smile on Qin Lang's lips vanished, replaced by a nearly ruthless solemnity. This fervor, it came too quickly and too intensely. Notify the marketing department and the public opinion monitoring team. Keep a close eye on them. Especially those few social media accounts that are the most active and the offline leaders. I need to know if anyone is intentionally stirring the pot, if any of our old friends are fanning the flames behind the scenes, trying to create even more chaos, or taking advantage of the situation. His gaze swept sharply over Wang Rujia. Tell security to prioritize maintaining order, but keep your eyes wide open. Anyone attempting to breach the security perimeter, damage company property, or incite violence. Report it to the police immediately. No leniency. Meanwhile, the PR department should prepare contingency plans to address any potential negative public opinion. We must meet market demands, but we absolutely cannot be swept away by this frenzy and lose control. Wang Rujia felt a chill run down her spine. Mr. Qin's concerns were not unfounded. In the face of such enormous profits, there would inevitably be those who sought to fan the flames or even take advantage of the situation. She nodded firmly, understood. I'll handle it immediately, on two fronts. The office door closed softly behind Wang Rujia. Qin Lang stood alone before the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the frenetic crowd below. His face was filled with anticipation, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. I hope this is just my speculation. Otherwise, old friend, you're in for a world of trouble. Yunhai Technology Company, Limited, top-floor conference room. The heavy soundproof doors were tightly closed, completely blocking out the noise from outside. Inside the meeting room, the air seemed to have frozen. The core executives of Yunhai Technology sat stiffly around the long conference table, the atmosphere so tense it could be cut with a knife. All eyes were fixed on the man at the end of the table. Ma Wenyan, the CEO of Yunhai Technology. In his early 40s, with a few strands of gray hair at his temples, he did not look old but rather exuded a deep, commanding presence. He did not bother to straighten his back, instead leaning casually against the high-back leather chair, one hand resting on the smooth redwood tabletop, his knuckles tapping rhythmically. His eagle-like eyes slowly swept across everyone present, his gaze sharp as a knife, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. How is the fire at Huaxia Technology burning? Ma Wenyuan's voice was not loud, even sounding a bit careless, yet it was clear to everyone's ears, like ice crystals falling on a jade plate, sending a chill down their spines. Chapter 53, Removing the Firewood from Under the Pot. As soon as Ma Wenyuan finished speaking, Li Feng, the vice president in charge of marketing and public relations, immediately straightened his posture, his face bearing a subtle mix of flattery and excitement. Mr. Ma, everything is proceeding according to plan, with results far exceeding expectations. He spoke faster, unable to hide his pride. We've deployed a significant amount of resources, targeting precise channels to continuously attack Huaxia Technology's official accounts and major player forums. Now, the wave of dissatisfaction has completely erupted. Countless players, driven by the frustration of being unable to purchase the motion simulators, are spontaneously flooding toward Huaxia Technology's headquarters. Just as we anticipated, the area around their entrance is already completely blocked off, with tents set up everywhere. Public outrage has reached its peak. Li Feng paused, observing Ma Wenyuan's expression. Seeing a slight flicker in his eyes, he immediately played his most crucial card. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Huaxia Technology is being overwhelmed by this sudden surge of fervor, and production capacity has become their Achilles heel. And we. He deliberately dragged out his tone, emphasizing the stakes. Our warehouses are stocked with an ample supply of Cloud Sea Illusion sensory pods, whose performance parameters are no less impressive than theirs. Plus, the game development team has been working overtime to create Jiangning Defense Battle, inspired by Jinling Defense Battle. If we announce pre-sales immediately or launch sales directly on our official website and major platforms, while simultaneously launching a targeted marketing campaign emphasizing empathy for players and instant satisfaction. He leaned forward slightly, his voice brimming with persuasive power. Those players blocking the gates of Huaxia, brimming with anger with no outlet, will be like a pile of dry kindling. All we need to do is toss this Cloud Sea Illusion matchstick. Not only will it instantly destroy the hard-earned reputation of Huaxia, but it will also redirect this massive influx of players and their purchasing desire entirely toward us. As one rises and the other falls, the market share will undergo a decisive reversal. As Li Feng finished speaking, the conference room fell into complete silence. Some eyes gleamed with greed and excitement, while others lowered their heads, hiding a hint of unease at such radical measures. Technical Director Zhang Tao pushed his glasses up and cautiously added, Mr. Ma, our Jiangning Defense Battle has indeed undergone targeted optimizations for compatibility and certain immersion algorithms specifically tailored to large-scale historical war titles like Jinling Defense Battle. We can highlight this in our promotions to create a differentiated advantage. The data report is already prepared. His voice was steady, exuding the professionalism and reliability of a technical expert. Ma Wenyuan's fingers stopped tapping. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping across the room before settling on the window. In that direction, the outline of the Huaxia Technology headquarters on the other side of the city could be faintly seen. His face showed no obvious expression, but deep in his eyes, a cold, confident smile flashed briefly. Ma Wanyuan finally spoke again, his voice still calm, but everyone unconsciously held their breath. The public opinion fire is burning nicely. Li Feng, review the contingency plan details once more to ensure there are no loopholes. Zhang Tao, the differentiated promotional points must be targeted precisely and executed ruthlessly. He leaned forward slightly, and the intangible pressure intensified. The corners of his mouth finally curled into a faint yet chilling smile. The timing will be when Huaxia technology is at its most desperate, with public opinion pressure reaching its peak. What we need to do is not to offer aid in times of need, but... Ma Wanyuan's gaze was like poison needles, uttering the second half of the sentence slowly and deliberately. Pull the rug out from under them, then strike back with a counterattack. He leaned back into his chair, resuming his previous posture, as if the earlier command filled with murderous intent had been nothing more than a casual greeting. Go. Keep a close eye on them. This play has only just begun. Ma Wanyuan waved his hand, his tone as calm as ever, but added a casual remark at the end, as if placing a hidden piece on a chessboard. Oh, and send someone to contact the producer of the Battle of Nanjing. Find a way to bring Yun Hai here. Offer them a deal they can't refuse. Yes, Mr. Ma. The head of human resources stood up and nodded. Dismissed. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, quickly standing up and exiting in an orderly fashion. The meeting room door closed once more, leaving Ma Wanyan alone inside. He sat alone at the far end of the massive conference table, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if he could already see his rivals mired in a quagmire while he reaped the benefits. A cold, satisfied smile finally curled at the corners of his lips. Douyin platform, Ouyang Nanbei's livestream. In the top right corner of the livestream, the crimson number representing the number of online viewers was flashing wildly at an astonishing speed, currently exceeding 1 million, a figure that left viewers dizzy with excitement. A new record for Ouyang Nanbei's livestream. A tidal wave of comments flooded the screen, so dense that the game itself was barely visible. A significant portion of these viewers are here specifically to watch. They had witnessed the breathtaking performance of Jinling Defense Battle at the Huaxia Technology Esports Arena, completely captivated, but unable to purchase a motion simulator. They settled for the next best thing, flooding into Ouyang Nanbei's livestream, the hottest spot at the moment, hoping to satisfy their craving for the master's skills and feast their eyes on the action. Another massive new force was drawn in by Huaxia Technology's extensive promotional videos. The explosive slogans like 1:1 ultra-realistic environment recreation, authentic battlefield immersion and intense combat, and experience the ethnic struggle in blood and fire acted like magnets, firmly capturing the curiosity and passion of countless netizens. They flood into the live stream with a mix of scrutiny and anticipation, eager to see if the game lives up to its hype. The result? Almost no one could tear their eyes away. At that moment, the live stream froze on an incredibly impactful scene. Amidst the smoke-filled ruins, the character controlled by Ouyang Nanbei had just completed a heart-stopping solo kill on the city wall. The bayonet in his hands pierced the Japanese sniper's chest with precision and ruthlessness, blood spurting out with startling realism. The Japanese soldier's distorted expression froze, and his body slowly collapsed. The streamer is amazing. 1v1 like a real man. That was a clean kill. Just walked in and saw something this intense? The streamer's skills are godlike. But that was way too risky, though? Blood boiling. This is the real battlefield. The streamer is taking down the little Japanese soldier. Don't fight them head-on, streamer. If you can't beat them, run. Better to live and fight another day. Run? Run my ass. I'm a proud Chinese man, when have I ever been afraid of these little Japanese bastards? The streamer killed them well. Not a single one of these little bastards should be spared, they all deserve to die. Chapter 54, The Sacrifice of Ouyang Nanbei. The cold, blue stone floor was stained with sticky, dark red blood. Ouyang Nanbei was now a bloodied figure struggling on the brink of death. Deep gashes exposed his bones, and every weak breath caused excruciating pain. He had exhausted all his strength to even stand. He crawled forward with great difficulty, inch by inch, using his hands to drag himself toward the windowsill. This was the only movement he could make. His body felt as heavy as lead, and every drag drained the last remnants of his life force. The rough ground scraped against his wounds, leaving behind gruesome, winding trails of blood. He clenched his teeth, his throat filled with suppressed moans of agony. Beads of sweat mixed with blood trickled down his temples, landing on the cold ground. His vision began to blur and sway. With the last remnants of his willpower, he inched forward, inch by inch, toward the shattered window. Finally, his blood-soaked hands gripped the windowsill. With his last ounce of strength, he struggled to push his blood-stained head out the window. Go! Hurry up! His voice was hoarse, like an old bellows, spurting blood, yet it carried an unwavering resolve and urgency that pierced through the chaos and gunfire on the street below, straight into Chen Shang and Su Rue's eardrums. Downstairs, Su Rue, who was preparing to lead the Boy Scouts through the final stretch of the death zone, suddenly looked up. When her gaze fell upon the figure at the window, barely recognizable as human, her heart felt as though it had been clenched by an icy fist. She instinctively covered her mouth, but couldn't stop the sobs welling up inside her. She knew this was just a game, but she couldn't help but be swept up by the emotions. Unable to resist empathy, sadness overwhelmed her. Tears instantly blurred her vision, and a bitter taste filled her throat. The man who had once fought like a god on the battlefield now hung like a discarded rag on the brink of death, clinging to life to give them a sliver of hope. The overwhelming grief and helplessness nearly consumed her. She couldn't let him down. She couldn't turn back. Su Rui took a deep breath, forcing back her sorrow, roughly wiping away the tears on her face, and turned to the frightened young soldiers beside her. "Follow me. Keep your heads down. Run." She no longer looked at the window, grabbed the smallest child beside her, and charged into the perilous street. A dozen small figures, led by Su Rui, erupted with an astonishing will to survive, following her closely and sprinting toward the shadow at the end of the street, which symbolized safety. At the window, Ouyang Nanbei's blurred vision caught sight of those small figures, led by Su Rui, finally managing to cross the deadly zone and disappear behind the relatively safe broken wall. A surge of indescribable warmth, mixed with intense pain and extreme exhaustion, rushed to his heart. It was worth it. The thought emerged with crystal clarity, even overshadowing the sensation of her body breaking down. This game had long since transcended the simple act of killing enemies to win. When the cold weapons were clenched in their hands, when the bayonets were stained with the enemy's blood, their true weight lay in whether they could use them to build a flesh and blood barrier, to exchange a glimmer of hope for survival for the defenseless elderly, children, and women behind them. Protection is harder than killing and heavier. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but it only aggravated the wound, causing a sharp spasm. The hands clinging to the windowsill finally lost their last ounce of strength. That blood-soaked figure, like a puppet whose strings had been cut, slowly slid out of the window and crashed heavily back to the ground. "You have been killed. Do you wish to view another player's perspective?" "Yes." Ouyang Nanbei confirmed without hesitation. The screen instantly shifted, no longer the cold, dark perspective of death. Su Rui was leading the dozen or so terrified scouts, clinging to the shadows of the ruined walls, struggling toward the designated gathering point. A relatively sturdy church came into view. The death zone they had just sprinted through was now exposed to Japanese artillery fire. Several shells exploded nearby, sending dust and debris flying into the air. The piercing whistles and deafening explosions were enough to send chills down one's spine, even through the screen. "Hurry! Faster! Stay close to the wall." Su Rui's hoarse voice was filled with urgency. She urged the children forward while nervously glancing back at the enemy situation. The muzzle of her pistol trembled slightly but remained fixed on the direction of the threat. The youngest child seemed terrified by the explosions, stumbling and about to fall. Su Rui acted swiftly, dashing back in a single bound, using her body to shield the child and shoving him forcefully into a safer corner, exposing herself to the hail of stray bullets. A piece of flying debris grazed her arm, leaving a trail of blood droplets. "Su Rui, be careful. This is making my heart race. The streamer just left, please stay safe, Su Rui. This game is too immersive. My palms are sweating. That child. Pull him to safety. Su Rui, you're amazing. You've done a great service for the retreating troops. You're a true hero. Su Rui, hold on." This comment was copied and flooded the screen by countless people. Ouyang Nanbei's heart was pounding in his throat, more tense than when he faced death earlier. He wished he could help in any way. Just then, he heard Lieutenant Lu's voice. "He covered us and completed the mission. Now, I order you to do whatever it takes to get these children safely to the church. Repeat, at all costs. This was paid for with his life. We can't let him die in vain. Do you hear me?" Su Rui's body trembled visibly. She suddenly raised her head and looked toward the blood-stained window, her eyes filling with tears once more. But this time, she quickly composed herself. She roughly wiped away the blood and tears from her face, her voice trembling but firm. "Roger that. Captain Lu. I'll complete the mission. Not a single child will be left behind." She no longer hesitated or felt fear. Ouyang's sacrifice was like a shot of adrenaline, yet also like a heavy shackle, forcing her to abandon all distractions. She transformed the heart-wrenching grief and her promise to Ouyang into unprecedented courage and strength. "Stay close. Keep your heads down. Don't stop." Su Rui's voice became unusually steady and powerful. She was like an enraged mother leopard, her sharp eyes scanning the dangers ahead, using every crater and broken wall as cover. She alternated between sprinting and crawling forward, skillfully avoiding potential firing points. Whenever a child fell behind or hesitated in fear, she would appear in time, pulling or dragging them along, even half-carrying them, to ensure the group stayed together. The tone of the live stream comments shifted. Tearful. Su Rui is back. Ouyang's sacrifice was not in vain. He ignited Su Rui. This is true legacy. The will to protect is being passed on. The streamer may have fallen, but his spirit continues to fight. Go, Su Rui. Lead the children out. Chapter 55, Despair from the Perspective of Ordinary People. Hurry up and search for Xiao Xiao 2. He's unlocked a new way to play the defense battle. It's so realistic. Exactly. Hurry up and watch. The battlefield isn't just at the front lines, the rear is just as filled with blood and tears. I'm crying the ordinary people in his perspective, especially the women. It's tearing my heart apart. Being a woman in a time of chaos is so hard. No guns, no strength, only a fate of being crushed. In Ouyang Nanbei's livestream, the chat feed was suddenly flooded with new recommendations. Countless viewers, driven by curiosity and the emotions stirred up earlier, rushed to another livestream titled Xiao Xiao 2 Tuesday. Unlike the battlefield filled with smoke and explosions on Ouyang Nanbei's side, the scene in Xiao Xiao 2's livestream was shrouded in an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. At the center of the screen stood an ancient church. The towering dome was covered in dust, and most of the colored glass windows were shattered, leaving only twisted lead frames that resembled ugly scars. Light streamed in through the broken windows and cracks, casting mottled shadows on the dust-covered floor. The air was thick with the smell of dust, sweat, blood, and an overwhelming sense of fear. The place is crowded with people, or rather, with the shattered souls of those who have survived the ordeal. Most were ordinary people, men, women, and children, all gaunt and emaciated, their clothes in tatters, their faces etched with exhaustion, terror, and uncertainty about the future. From the corner came the suppressed sobs of a child, quickly silenced by the low shouts of an adult. The live streamer Xiao Xiao 22 was currently among this group of frightened people. The bloodstained military uniform he had once worn was long gone, replaced by a similarly tattered and patched civilian garment. Only his eyes, darting warily through the crowd, occasionally flashed with a sharp gleam that stood in stark contrast to the numb despair around him. "Ah, this battle, we've probably lost." An old man with white hair, hunched over, spoke in a hoarse voice filled with endless sorrow. "We've held on for so long, but we still couldn't hold it. We can't hold them back." A middle-aged man with a bruised face fidgeted nervously, lowering his voice, his tone filled with despair. "Those Japanese devils, that bunch of bastards have entered the city. What good can come of that? Plundering, burning, and killing, what will they spare? I think this city of Jinling is no place for us to stay anymore." His words fell like a stone into stagnant water, instantly stirring up a suppressed commotion and deeper panic among the surrounding crowd. People exchanged terrified glances, and whispers swept through the crowd like a cold wind. But what about the boats to cross the river?" A young woman holding an infant asked tremblingly. The child in her arms seemed to sense her mother's fear and squirmed restlessly. Didn't they say there were boats to cross the river? Boats?" A gaunt man let out a short, bitter laugh, his eyes vacant as he stared at the church's dilapidated dome. "They're all gone. Either blown up or seized by the officials. Humph. Do you think we common folk have a chance? Run? With what? Can we outrun the Japanese soldiers' iron hooves and bullets?" These words shattered the last shred of hope in people's hearts. Despair swept over the small corner like a cold tide. A young woman bit her lower lip tightly, refusing to let herself cry out, instead clutching the child in her arms even tighter, as if it were her only lifeline. Several elderly people closed their eyes, their lips moving silently, as if in prayer or farewell. Xiao Xiao Tu silently made his way through the crowd, taking it all in with his eyes. He didn't speak, but his tightly pursed lips, his fingers clenching and releasing, and the brief pause of the camera as it swept over the women in the chaos helpless like drifting leaves, their eyes hollow. All of this silently conveyed an overwhelming sense of suffocation. This is too real. The despair is overwhelming. That woman holding the child, her eyes broke my heart. The host doesn't speak, but it feels like he's suffering more than anyone else. This is what war truly is, no heroic aura, just the struggles and despair of ordinary people. The host's perspective is amazing, it's so immersive, more heart-wrenching than any action scene. The chat in the live stream has grown heavy and oppressive. Despair swept through the church like a cold tide, silently engulfing every corner. Xiaxio Otuta walked silently through the crowd, each step feeling like treading on invisible thorns. The hollow stares, suppressed sobs, and the young woman clutching her child tightly, her knuckles turning white, all felt like heavy lead weights pressing down on his heart. The live stream's chat feed fell silent, with only occasional messages like, "This is unbearable," and "I can't watch anymore," drifting by. Millions of viewers seemed to be infected by this suffocating despair, holding their breath through the screen. Just as the silence threatened to drive everyone mad. Bang! Clang! The heavy oak door of the church, barely reinforced with wooden planks, was violently kicked open from the outside with tremendous force. The rotting planks snapped, and the harsh afternoon light burst in, instantly piercing the church's dim interior and shattering the frozen despair. In the flickering light at the doorway, several figures dressed in earth-colored military uniforms, each holding a gleaming bayonet, suddenly appeared. Japanese soldiers. The deathly silence was shattered in an instant. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from the crowd. "Japanese soldiers! The Japanese are coming!" The men growled in terror, instinctively stepping back. The crowd surged backward like a herd of startled sheep, knocking over piles of clutter in the corner and causing even greater chaos. The children's cries could no longer be suppressed, erupting into a deafening chorus. A young woman holding a child turned as pale as paper, burying her head deeply in the baby's swaddling clothes, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. At the front was a Japanese sergeant, short and stocky, with a goatee, his eyes sweeping the terrified crowd with a savage glare, like a butcher appraising lambs awaiting slaughter. He bellowed a sentence in Japanese, his voice sharp and piercing. A collaborator, dressed in a long robe and bowing obsequiously, immediately shouted the translation in a voice brimming with the arrogance of a sycophant. "The commander has spoken. Everyone be quiet. Form a line. The Imperial Army is entering the city to register the citizens. Cooperate peacefully, and we will ensure your safety. Anyone who dares to move will be shot on sight." Before he could finish speaking, several Japanese soldiers armed with bayonets charged in like wolves, roughly pushing and shoving the crowd, attempting to form them into a line. The gleaming bayonets shone menacingly in the dim light, each swing sending waves of panic and pushing through the crowd. The Japanese are really here. This traitorous lackey. I really want to charge in and punch him. We're doomed. The streamer, think of something. That woman holding the child. She's shaking so badly. Aren't you a soldier, streamer? Go take them down. Chapter 56, Creating Chaos. The arrival of the Japanese soldiers disrupted the peace in the church. Everyone stood up, their eyes filled with fear as they stared at the entrance. Xiaoxiaotu's character instinctively tensed up the moment the Japanese soldiers burst through the door. He quickly lowered his head, burying himself deeper into the shadows of the crowd, while using the corners of his eyes to swiftly scan the number of intruders, their weaponry, and their positions. His right hand, seemingly hanging casually by his side, had his fingers discreetly slipped into the wide hem of his robe, as if confirming the presence of something. The crowd, under the threat of bayonets, pushed and shoved chaotically, attempting to form a crooked line. Xiao Xiaotu was also swept along with the crowd. Just then, a Japanese soldier roughly shoved the elderly man with gray hair in front of him. The old man stumbled, nearly falling, and collided with Xiao Xiaotudo. "Bastard!" The Japanese soldier cursed, apparently finding the old man's reaction too slow, and raised his heavy military boot to kick him. The old man closed his eyes in terror, and the crowd around him let out a suppressed gasp. At that critical moment, Xiao Xiaotudo moved. As if knocked off balance by the impact, his body stumbled, and he instinctively shifted his body to block the space between the old man and the Japanese soldier. At the same time, he shouted urgently in a timid tone with a heavy local accent, "Please calm down, sir. The old man can't move his legs properly. We'll line up. We'll line up properly right away." As he spoke, he half pulled, half dragged the terrified old man toward the line, his movements clumsy and fearful, skillfully avoiding the kick. The Japanese soldier, blocked by him, saw Xiao Xiaotu's subservient and cowardly demeanor, muttered angrily, and withdrew his foot, shifting his attention to others. The streamer reacted so quickly. That acting. If I didn't know who he was, I'd have believed he was a cowardly villager. That scared me to death. The old man almost. What's the streamer doing? What's he feeling under his clothes? A weapon? Xiaoxiaotutu successfully diffused the crisis, but his heart sank even deeper. The Japanese sergeant's gaze darted through the crowd like a venomous snake, finally settling on the young woman holding the infant, trembling violently. He curled his lips into a chilling grin, pointed at the woman, and whispered something to the collaborator. The traitor immediately caught on, straightened his back, and pointed at the woman with an air of superiority, shouting, "You! The one holding the child! Come here! The commander has something to ask you." The young woman was struck as if by lightning, her body stiffening instantly. She clutched the child tighter, her eyes filled with sheer terror, as if all her strength had been drained from her, leaving her unable to move. "What are you waiting for? Come here!" The traitor impatiently urged her, while a Japanese soldier, holding a bayonet, began to advance toward the woman. The crowd fell silent, everyone watching the scene in horror, too afraid to speak. Xiao Xiaotutu's breath seemed to stop in that moment. The hand he had hidden under his cloth coat clenched tightly. The cold metal sensation transmitted through the fabric. The moment of decision had suddenly arrived. In the split second before he was about to act without regard for his life, a rough, scarred hand, like an iron clamp, suddenly pressed down on his arm, which was ready to strike. The force was heavy and steady, carrying an unyielding sense of suppression, instantly halting all his movements. Xiao Xiaotu's heart trembled violently, and he spun around almost simultaneously. What met his eyes was a man lurking in the shadows behind him. The man had clearly kept an extremely close distance, using the crowd's congestion and the church's dim lighting to perfectly conceal his figure. His hair was cut short, almost touching his scalp, standing straight up, exuding a rugged, unyielding aura. His face was covered in a thick layer of black soot and grime, completely obscuring his features, leaving only a vague yet resolute outline. However, what truly sent a chill down Xiao Xiaotu's spine was the pair of eyes peering out from beneath the grime. Those were not the eyes of an ordinary refugee. There was no numbness, no despair, only an icy coldness and sharpness that seemed to go on forever. "Don't act impulsively. If you attack now, you'll only give them an excuse to slaughter the civilians." The voice was low and gravelly. Are we just going to stand by and let that bastard run amok? Xiao Xiao Tuto retorted. Looking at the sergeant's lecherous expression, it was clear this wasn't just a simple question. If you act now, everyone here will die. The big man's voice was still very low, but it carried a cruel clarity that seemed to have seen into hell. If we dare to fire, these dogs will use the excuse of hiding soldiers and resisting with force to turn this church into a slaughterhouse. By then, you won't be able to save her, and you'll end up killing everyone here. The Japanese soldier holding the bayonet was now just a few steps away from the woman. The traitor was growing impatient, shouting, "Hurry up! Don't make the commander wait!" The woman clutched her child, trembling like a withered leaf in the autumn wind. She turned her head to glance at the crowd behind her, but everyone remained silent, no one daring to step forward at that moment. In despair, she closed her eyes, tears silently streaming down her face. "Listen to me." The big man tightened his grip on Xiao Xiaotu's arm, his voice firm and commanding. His gaze, however, darted sharply to the other side of the crowd. There, a farmer dressed in a gray, tattered cotton coat, looking honest and meek, was lowering his head, his body trembling slightly. The big man coughed once, extremely softly yet unusually clearly, in that direction. In the blink of an eye. Just as the Japanese soldier's hand was about to roughly grab the woman's arm. Ah! Someone has been killed. There's a bomb. A piercing scream, so shrill it changed pitch, suddenly erupted from the other side of the crowd. It was the gray-coated peasant who had shouted it. He seemed to have seen something utterly terrifying, scrambling backward in a frenzy, frantically pointing toward a shadowy corner of the church's side aisle where were piled up, his face contorted with extreme, genuine fear. The scream echoed like a thunderclap. Bomb! The word struck the Japanese soldiers like a poisonous needle. The previously orderly scene of intimidation instantly descended into chaos. Several Japanese soldiers instinctively turned their guns and pointed them nervously in the direction the peasant had indicated. The one approaching the woman suddenly halted in its tracks, turning back in shock and confusion. The sergeant's savage grin froze, replaced by a mix of shock and rage. What the hell? Where? What bomb? The crowd erupted into chaos. The already terrified villagers were completely terrified by the mentions of dead man and bomb. Screaming, crying, and pushing and shoving one another, they fled frantically in every direction away from the shadowed corner. The scene descended into chaos, like a beehive that had been stabbed open. Chapter 57, Using Children as Hostages. Is this a diversion tactic? I thought this person had convinced the streamer to give up, but it turns out he had other plans. That person's coordination is amazing. Just a glance and a cough, and they're already working together. That peasant is also one of them? His acting is incredible. I thought we'd just have to watch that monster attack the woman. Quick! Take advantage of the chaos to save her. The live stream's chat was instantly ignited by this sudden turn of events. Chaos! This was the opportunity the big man had been waiting for. In the split second when all the Japanese soldiers' attention was diverted and the crowd was pushing wildly, the big man moved. He quickly pulled back the hand he was holding on the little boy's hand, then his body darted forward like a ghost, skillfully using a fat man who had been knocked off balance as cover, and instantly closed in on the young woman who was frozen in fear. No words were spoken. The big man's actions were as swift as lightning. One hand supported the woman's nearly limp body with extraordinary strength, while the other, seemingly casually, helped her adjust the baby's swaddling cloth that was about to slip off. In reality, he skillfully used the momentum to pull her toward the opposite direction of the surging crowd. The small door to the confessional behind the pulpit. Dive into that door. Don't look back. Hurry! A low, urgent voice, leaving no room for doubt, rang out almost directly into the woman's ear, carrying an odd, fear-piercing force. The woman was jolted awake by the sudden force and command, her instinct for survival overpowering her fear. She barely managed to muster her last ounce of strength, clutching her child, and like a startled rabbit, she lunged toward the narrow confessional door, her figure vanishing into the darkness beyond in an instant. It all happened far too quickly. From the screams to the chaos, and then the woman's disappearance, it was all over in just a few seconds. The Japanese soldier, whose attention had been diverted, turned back to find only panicked civilians fleeing in all directions. No trace of the woman remained. Damn it! Where is she? Where's that woman? The Japanese soldier shouted angrily, brandishing his bayonet as he searched futilely through the chaotic crowd. The sergeant also noticed something was wrong. His face turned ashen, and he scanned the chaotic church with a fierce glare, bellowing orders, seal off the exits. Don't let a single one escape. Search them all. She must be hiding somewhere. Meanwhile, the peasants who had caused the chaos had already vanished into the panicking crowd, leaving no trace. The big man, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, silently retreated to the shadows of the crowd near Xiao Xiaotu, as if he had never left. Xiao Xiaotu witnessed the entire breathtaking, flawlessly coordinated rescue operation with his own eyes. The shock was overwhelming. This was not an impulsive act but a meticulously planned operation. This man with his face covered in gunpowder, and the peasant, were clearly soldiers who had been lying in wait here. Their mission was likely just as crucial as his own. The crisis was temporarily averted, but a greater storm was already brewing. The Japanese troops began brutally sealing off the exits, herding the crowd back together, and conducting even more rigorous searches. The church had become an even larger prison. The big man's gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd, locking eyes with Xiao Xiao Tu once more. Those icy eyes held no trace of joy at the successful rescue, only deeper solemnity and a faint, barely perceptible hint of resolve. Xiao Xiao Tu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. The hand hidden under his cloth robe still clutched the cold weapon tightly. Now the Japanese soldiers had been trapped by them, and they had no idea what kind of revenge the Japanese soldiers would take. After searching the entire church and not finding the woman they had seen earlier, the Japanese sergeant grew furious. He began ranting at the translator, who was bowing and scraping. The interpreter nodded and replied, yes. The corporal stopped, turned around, straightened his back, cleared his throat, and shouted. The corporal said, "Did you hide that woman just now?" When speaking to the Chinese, the interpreter spoke with confidence, his brows raised in a boastful manner. Whoever hid her should confess immediately. Otherwise, if the corporal catches you, you'll be in for a world of trouble. If you know who hid her, come forward and take responsibility. The sergeant will reward you handsomely. The translator's threatening and tempting words echoed through the silent church, like a stone sinking into the sea. The only response was complete silence. Faces filled with fear, numbness, or suppressed anger stared back, but no one stepped forward to identify the culprit, nor did anyone come forward to claim the reward. Women and children seemed to vanish into thin air. The sergeant's already sullen face turned as red as a pig's liver. He felt that his authority as a conqueror had been utterly disrespected. He violently pushed aside the interpreter blocking his way and charged toward the crowd like an enraged wild boar. His fierce eyes, like the forked tongue of a venomous snake, swept across every silent face. Finally, he fixed his gaze on several children, no older than 5 or 6, who were clinging tightly to their mothers in the crowd. "You bastard!" The sergeant let out a bestial roar, suddenly drawing the Type 14 pistol from his waist. The black muzzle pointed without warning at one of the trembling little girls. He babbled a string of incomprehensible words, and the interpreter hurried forward to translate. "Hand over that woman, or I'll take all these children with me." He deliberately dragged out his words, the gun barrel threateningly swaying, his lips curling into a cruel grin. "If you don't speak up, I'll take them one by one. To the comfort station. You'll never see them again." The words comfort station echoed like a curse from hell, shattering the hearts of every parent present. The crowd erupted into a chaotic frenzy of fear and panic. "No! My child!" The mother of the little girl being held at gunpoint, a young woman who looked just as frail, let out a heart-wrenching scream and threw herself forward, trying to block the gun with her own body, but was brutally knocked to the ground by a Japanese soldier with the butt of his gun. "Damn you! You bastards!" Finally, a man in the crowd couldn't hold back any longer and let out a heart-wrenching scream of anger, but he was immediately pushed back by more Japanese soldiers wielding bayonets. Despair spread like cold poison, this time even more intensely than before. It was no longer a vague fear, but a direct assault on the most vulnerable and untouchable core of humanity. A child was a woman's everything, yet these monsters now sought to harm the children. "Did you hear that? The commander said it. If you don't hand over that woman or reveal who is hiding her, the commander will take these children away. To a place you know. Who wants to watch their own children be taken away?" His cold, ruthless gaze swept over the crowd, fixating on the parents holding their children, trying to find a weakness in their broken expressions. "NM little bastards. Not even worth it. Using children as leverage. I'll be damned if I'm here. I'd be the first to charge out and tear those bastards to pieces. Streamer. Big guy. Think of something. Don't let them take the children away. These traitorous dogs. Aiding the enemy. May you all die a horrible death." The live stream was instantly flooded with a tidal wave of anger and heart-wrenching concern. Chapter 58, Cries of Despair in the Chaos. The translation of that vicious threat felt like an ice pick, piercing the last shred of hope within the church. The little girl, with a gun pointed at her, was so terrified she had stopped crying, her face ashen, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Her mother lay on the ground, bleeding from her forehead, desperately reaching out to grasp her child, her throat emitting only broken sobs. Other parents clutched their children tightly to their chests in terror, as if doing so could shield them from the hellish fate awaiting them. The fear evoked by the words comfort station was more suffocating than death itself. The crowd stood frozen like a sheet of ice, its surface still, but beneath the surface, despair raged like molten lava, ready to erupt in a deafening scream. A few young men, filled with rage, glared with bloodshot eyes, their fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but under the glinting bayonets surrounding them, any resistance was tantamount to suicide. "Use the children as bargaining chips. Streamer. Think of something. Save the children. Big man. You must have a way out. Please. I'll remember you, translator. You'll pay for this." The live stream was flooded with an unprecedented wave of anger and heartbreak, as if it could pierce through the screen and burn the nerves of the young boy. His hands, hidden under his cloak, trembled slightly from the force of his grip. the corner of his eye fixed intently on the large man lurking in the shadows nearby. The big man's body remained as steady as a rock, but Xiao Xiaotu keenly sensed that his icy eyes were now burning with a rage so intense it seemed almost tangible, capable of incinerating everything in its path. This rage was not uncontrolled madness, but a cold, intensely compressed intent to kill, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, waiting for the slightest provocation. The sergeant was clearly satisfied with the terror he had instilled. He grinned savagely, slowly moving the gun toward another young boy clinging tightly to his mother's legs, his eyes shut tight in fear. "It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin," the interpreter shouted in a shrill voice, trying to intimidate the others. "Sir, take this little brat out first. Let's see how long they can keep up their tough act." A Japanese soldier grinned savagely and stepped forward, reaching out with his rough hands to grab the little boy. "No!" The boy's mother let out a piercing scream, her voice breaking with terror, and threw herself at the child, clutching him tightly. Just as the situation reached a critical moment. Wah! A sudden, loud, and heart-wrenching cry of an infant, filled with endless sorrow and fear, erupted from the direction of the confessional. The sound pierced the oppressive silence of the church, clear as if it were right beside one's ear. Swoosh! Everyone's gaze, including that of the Japanese soldier about to grab someone, the enraged sergeant, the ruthless interpreter, and all the desperate civilians, instinctively turned toward the narrow, inconspicuous door of the confessional. Crying? Was it the child in the arms of the woman who had disappeared? The sergeant's eyes blazed with savagery, like a starving wolf sensing blood. He immediately abandoned the little boy in front of him, aimed his gun at the confessional, and shouted in Japanese, "Over there! Block the door! Catch her!" The Japanese soldiers at the door swiftly turned their bayonets and charged toward the confessional. Now! The large man in the shadows moved. His actions were faster, more fierce, and more resolute than when he had rescued the woman earlier. He did not charge toward the confessional, but moved like a ghost. Taking advantage of the momentary chaos and diversion caused by the cries of the crowd, he darted toward the Japanese soldier closest to him, the one facing away, completely fixated on the confessional. No shouts, no warning. Only a blur of movement too fast to be seen clearly. The giant's left hand clamped down on the Japanese soldier's gun-wielding wrist like an iron claw, twisting it violently toward the opposite joint. At the same time, his right arm bent at the elbow, gathering all his strength, and slammed down on the Japanese soldier's neck like a battering ram. Crack! A bone-chilling snap was drowned out by the chaos. The Japanese soldier didn't even utter a sound, his body collapsing like a snake with its bones removed, instantly going limp. The burly man, in the instant the soldier fell, had already snatched the Type 38 rifle from his hands, his movements as smooth as flowing water, as if he had practiced them 1,000 times. Bang! Almost at the same moment the big man secured the rifle, the narrow door of the confessional was violently kicked open by a Japanese soldier. The interior was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Damn it! Come out! The Japanese soldier who had kicked the door shouted harshly, holding his gun on alert. However, the only response was the cry of an infant, but the sound seemed to come from an unusual direction, as if it were emanating from deeper within, perhaps even from behind the wall. Just as the soldier who kicked the door hesitated for a moment. Whoa! A piercing scream, so shrill it didn't sound human, suddenly echoed through the air, coming from the direction of the church's tall stained glass windows. The sound grew louder as it approached, moving at an unimaginable speed. Artillery fire? Xiao Xiaotu's mind was instantly filled with this thought. He recognized that sound all too well. It was the sound of a cannonball tearing through the air at high speed. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted just outside the church. The massive shockwave caused the entire church to shake violently. Dust and debris rained down like a storm from the dome and walls. The stained glass windows shattered into 1,000 pieces. Artillery fire! Japanese artillery fire! A Japanese soldier shouted in Japanese, filled with terror. Take cover! Find shelter! The sergeant, disregarding the women and children, turned pale and charged toward the pulpit. The sudden artillery fire instantly shattered the already tense order inside the church. True chaos erupted. Driven by the instinct to survive, the crowd erupted with unprecedented strength, screaming in terror and rushing toward what they believed to be safe places. Artillery fire? Reinforcements? Oh my god! Is this a coincidence, or did the Han people arrange this? Take advantage of the chaos. Quick, save the people. Run! The live stream's chat was instantly ignited by this shocking turn of events. In the chaos, Xiao Xiaotu saw the big man who had seized the gun. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted forward like a cheetah, using the crowd and the falling debris as cover, just as the explosion echoed through the air. This time, his target was the translator who had been boasting moments ago but was now panicking and trying to hide behind the sergeant. The man's movements were lightning fast, driven by a deep-seated hatred. He didn't use his gun but closed in swiftly, pressing his ironclad hand over the translator's mouth as the latter's eyes widened in terror. His other arm tightened around the translator's neck like a steel band. The force was so great that the translator's eyes rolled back and his feet left the ground. The The burly man dragged the limp traitor like a sack of garbage, taking advantage of the chaos and obstructed vision to quickly retreat to a dimly lit corner filled with clutter on the side of the church. That place was the center of the chaotic whirlwind and the most blurry blind spot. Xiaotutu's heart raced. He knew the translator was finished. The giant wouldn't give him a chance to speak. At the same time, Xiaotutu's gaze was fixed on the confessional door that had been kicked open. Amidst the chaotic play of light and dust, he seemed to catch a glimpse of something moving in the darkness beyond the door. An extremely blurry shadow, clinging to the corner of the wall, darted swiftly into the depths. Was it the woman? Or the peasant who had caused the chaos? Was the artillery fire only a single blast? More intense gunfire and shouts of battle echoed from outside, as if a firefight had erupted. But inside the church, the Japanese troops had temporarily lost control. Opportunity. This was the only chance. Xiaotu took a deep breath, suppressing the fear and excitement surging within him. He no longer hesitated. His body moved like an eel, using his relatively slender frame to navigate the chaos of the panicking crowd, weaving through the gaps between people with a clear goal in mind. He charged toward the dark corner where the large man had disappeared, and toward the open door of the confessional, filled with uncertainty, pushing his way forward with all his strength. Chapter 59, Escape in the Chaos. Chaos raged like a boiling cauldron. Dust swirled, light flickered, and shadowy figures darted about. Screams of terror, Japanese soldiers' shouts, and the crashing sounds of collapsing objects mingled together. Xiaotu struggled to navigate through the surging crowd. He crouched low, slid sideways, and even crawled on the ground, unaware that his robe had been torn in several places. The shadow of the large man vanished into a corner, and there was the open door of the confessional. He could sense that not far behind him, the translator who had been dragged away by the large man, was emitting an extremely faint sound. Bang! Bang! Gunfire suddenly erupted outside the church, with several bullets piercing the shattered stained glass windows. This undoubtedly intensified the panic inside and forced the remaining Japanese soldiers to scramble even more frantically for cover, temporarily unable to maintain control over the crowd. This way! Quick! A low, urgent voice thundered in Xiaotu's ears. It was the big man. He seemed to emerge directly from the shadows of the wall, one hand gripping the confiscated Type 38 rifle, the other clutching a limp body. It was the dead interpreter. The man's gaze was sharp as a knife, showing no mercy. He stuffed the interpreter's body into a pile of collapsed wooden chairs and torn cloth curtains in the corner, quickly covering the blood with debris. Follow me. The man's voice was commanding. He glanced at Xiaotutu to ensure he was following, then darted toward the narrow door of the confessional, which had been kicked open, like a black shadow skimming the ground. Xiaotutu hesitated not a moment, following closely behind. The two vanished into the darkness beyond the door, which seemed to swallow all light. The confessional was even narrower than imagined, barely wide enough for one person to turn around. The air was filled with dust and the musty scent of old wood. Through the faint, flickering light seeping in from the doorway, Xiaotutu saw the large man crouched in the farthest corner of the confessional, his hands swiftly searching the dust-covered wooden floor. The crying, is it fake? Xiaotutu whispered urgently, while listening carefully to the chaos outside and the gunfire growing closer. A tape recorder. The large man didn't even look up, speaking succinctly, old Zhao put it there. It's a diversion. The old Zhao he mentioned was clearly the peasant who had caused the commotion. Click. Creak. A faint mechanical click was followed by the sound of wood scraping. The burly man suddenly ripped open a well-disguised movable floor panel. A narrow, pitch-black opening, barely large enough for one person to crawl through, suddenly appeared before their eyes. A stronger smell of earth and mold wafted up. A tunnel? Xiaotutu was both shocked and delighted. Quick, get down. The burly man barked, handing the Type 38 rifle to Xiaotutu Tuesday. Use this for self-defense. Once down, stay close to the left wall and don't hit your head. Old Zhao and the mother-daughter pair should be ahead of us. Xiaotutu took the heavy rifle, the cold metal sending a shiver down his spine. He hesitated no longer, slung the rifle diagonally across his back, braced his hands against the edge of the opening, and plunged down without a second thought. The entrance to the tunnel dropped vertically for about a meter, followed by a narrow, sloping passageway just tall enough to crouch through. The interior was pitch black, with no visibility even when reaching out, forcing him to feel his way forward along the cold earthen walls. Xiaotutu followed the big man's instructions, staying close to the left wall, keeping his body as low as possible, and moving quickly yet cautiously. Just a few seconds after he went down, he heard the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground and the scraping of wooden planks closing. The large man also descended and quickly sealed the entrance. Go! The man's voice echoed loudly in the confined space, urging them on from behind. The tunnel was deathly silent, except for the heavy breathing of the two men and the rustling sound of their clothes rubbing against the earthen walls. The gunfire and screams from outside seemed to be completely cut off from this world. Xiaotutu's heart was pounding like a drum, and his adrenaline was still surging. Everyone, this game is too realistic. Every detail of the scenes is so cleverly done. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I never would have imagined a game could reach this level. Xiao Xiao Tuto expressed his astonishment. Viewers in the live stream also commented. The atmosphere in this escape room is so intense, I thought the streamer was actually playing an escape room game. You have to know that the game developer is just a player with over 100,000 hours of gameplay. To make the game this detailed is incredible. This isn't even the most impressive part. The developer's total game development time was less than half of the competition's required time limit. Other participants were begging for an extra 7 days, but he finished in less than 3 days and requested to end early. This is incredible. I hope he can create more games like this, especially war games. He is truly a shining star in the gaming industry. Xiao Xiao Tutu read these comments and felt even more shocked. He felt his way forward, sensing that the tunnel wasn't straight but curved slightly. Old Zhao? The burly man called out in a low voice from behind, his voice echoing through the tunnel. Here. A voice with a familiar accent replied from ahead, everyone's ready. Hurry up. Xiao Xiao Tuto perked up and quickened his pace. Turning a corner, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, seemingly from an oil lamp or a flashlight covered with cloth. By the light, he saw the scene ahead. The tunnel widened slightly here, forming a small space just large enough to stand upright. The young woman holding the infant was leaning against the earthen wall, her face still pale, but her eyes no longer held pure fear. Instead, they were filled with the confusion of having narrowly escaped death and a faint glimmer of hope. The infant seemed to have been soothed and was no longer crying, only occasionally emitting soft whimpers. Standing beside the woman was none other than the farmer old Zhao. The rough, honest facade on his face had been mostly wiped away, revealing a sharp, determined expression. He held a boxer pistol in his hand, listening warily toward the entrance of the tunnel. Upon seeing the big man and the little boy, a grim smile of relief spread across his tense face. Good job, kid. Well done. Old Zhao nodded to the big man, his gaze sweeping over little Tutu and the rifle he was carrying, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Any movement outside? They're fighting. It's chaos. This is our chance. The big man spoke quickly, walking over to the woman to check on her and the infant. Can you move? We must leave immediately. The tunnel exit isn't far, but the situation outside is unclear. The woman bit her lip, nodded forcefully, and struggled to stand up. Old Zhao immediately reached out to help her. Where does the exit lead to? Xiao Xiao Tutu asked urgently. The abandoned dyeing workshop behind the church, Old Zhao replied swiftly. The workshop connects to an alley that branches out in all directions. If we break out, the Japanese will have a hard time blocking us. But there's heavy fire outside now, so the risk is high. We have no choice. The burly man spoke decisively. Staying here will only get us caught like fish in a barrel. Let's break out. I'll lead the way, and old Zhao will bring up the rear to protect the mother and child. He looked at Xiao Xiao Tutu with a sharp gaze. Stay close to me and be alert. If you see the Japanese soldiers, don't hesitate. Xiao Xiao Tutu nodded vigorously, gripping his Type 38 rifle tightly. The cold metal of the gun gave him an odd sense of strength. The big man took a deep breath and walked to the end of the tunnel, where there seemed to be a movable stone slab. He pressed his ear against the slab and listened carefully for a moment. The gunfire outside remained intense, even mixed with the explosions of grenades. The shouts of battle seemed to be getting closer. Now's the time. Let's go. The burly man suddenly exerted all his strength, pushing aside the stone slab above his head. Blinding sunlight and the deafening sounds of gunfire flooded into the tunnel. He burst out like a tiger released from its cage, leaping out first. Xiao Xiao Tu followed closely behind, his gun immediately aimed at any potential threats. Chapter 60, Surrounded. What greeted their eyes was a chaotic, abandoned dyeing workshop courtyard. Collapsed dye vats, broken wooden frames, and scattered bolts of cloth littered the ground. In the distance, beyond the low walls of the courtyard, narrow alleys were filled with smoke and the flickering outlines of figures. Japanese soldiers in earth-colored uniforms were taking cover behind piles of debris at the alley entrance, firing their guns. Further away, figures in gray or blue clothing were moving swiftly and returning fire. The battle was raging just a stone's throw away. They're coming out. It's really happening outside. The dye shop courtyard. Quick, climb over the wall and into the alley. Be careful of stray bullets, streamer. The big guy is mighty. Old Zhao is doing great. Hurry up and get everyone out of here. The livestream's chat feed is flooded with tension and anticipation. This way. Climb over the wall. The big man growled, pointing to a section of the courtyard wall that was relatively low and had piles of debris to climb over. He moved swiftly, scaled the wall in a few quick moves, and quickly surveyed the situation in the alley. The alley on the right is clear for now. Hurry over. Xiaoxiaotu immediately turned around and, together with old Zhao, practically dragged the woman holding the child to the wall. Old Zhao crouched down, using his shoulder to brace the woman, and pushed her upward with all his strength. The burly man grabbed her arms from above and pulled with all his might. Just as the woman was being pulled over the wall. Damn it! Someone's here. A Japanese shout rang out from the alley entrance nearby. A Japanese soldier hiding behind a dye vat seemed to have spotted them and turned his gun toward them. Bang! Bang! The big man reacted with lightning speed. While pulling the woman onto the wall, his pistol already fired. 2 bullets struck the edge of the dye vat where the Japanese soldier was hiding, sending debris flying and forcing him to retreat. Jump down. Run to the right. The burly man shouted at the woman on the wall while continuing to suppress the area with gunfire. The woman, clutching her child, closed her eyes and screamed as she jumped off the wall. Kid! Go! The big man fired while shouting at Xiao Xiao Tudo. Xiao Xiao Tu clenched his teeth, flung his rifle behind him, and climbed up the pile of debris with hands and feet, using the old man's support to onto the wall. Without hesitation, he followed the woman's example and jumped down. The alley was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. The woman was stumbling to the right. Xiao Xiao Tudo landed with a stumble, quickly regained his balance, raised the Type 38 rifle he was carrying on his back, and nervously aimed it toward the dye shop at the end of the alley. Old Zhao had just climbed over the wall, while the big man was providing cover fire from the top of the wall. Old Zhao! Hurry! The big man emptied his magazine, reloading as he shouted. Old Zhao jumped down from the wall with a smooth leap. Just then, rat-tat-tat-tat. A barrage of machine gun bullets swept over like venomous snakes. They struck the walls of the dye shop courtyard and the alley, sending debris flying everywhere. It was the Japanese machine guns from the other end of the alley opening fire. They had sealed off their retreat. Hit the ground, the burly man roared fiercely. Xiaoxiao and Old Zhao instinctively threw themselves to the ground. Bullets whistled overhead. A woman holding a child collapsed in fear, clutching the infant tightly to her chest. The retreat was cut off. They were trapped in this narrow alley engulfed in intense gunfire. Enemies were closing in from all sides, front, back, and flanks. A true dead end. On the wall, the large man had just reloaded his magazine when he was forced to lower his head by the fire from the crooked barrel machine gun. Fragments of stone and dust fell in a steady shower, with bullet trajectories skimming just inches above the wall, emitting a heart-stopping whoosh sound. He could only cling tightly to the wall, risking his life with every attempt to fire back. The range and power of his pistol seemed utterly inadequate against the machine gun's fire. The right side of the alley was temporarily safe, but the gunfire from the depths of the alley ahead and the direction of the dye shop wall behind him was as dense as popping beans. Gray or blue figures flickered, jumped, and returned fire among the distant ruins, entangled with the earth-colored Japanese soldiers. Bullets whizzed through the narrow space, striking brick walls, wooden doors, and debris. Shrapnel occasionally screeched past heads or bodies, and the threat of death was ever present. A woman clutched an infant, huddling on the ground beside the narrow path in Old Zhao. The child, terrified by the massive explosions and gunfire, wailed loudly, its cries piercing the air amid the hail of bullets. No! We can't stay here. Are we just going to be sitting ducks? Old Zhao's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted hoarsely. He was just a dye shop worker. He had never seen such a chaotic scene before. But the instinct to survive and the responsibility to protect the women and children overpowered all fear. Xiaoxiaoto's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of his chest. He clutched the Type 38 rifle tightly, his eyes darting rapidly down the narrow alley. To the left was the tall wall of the dye shop, to the right, another row of low, dilapidated mud brick houses ahead, the chaotic main battlefield, and behind them, the Japanese soldiers who had discovered them, hiding behind the dye vat. Right! Xiao Xiao Tutu nearly shouted, the wall isn't high. There's a gap. Climb over. He pointed to the right, not far away, where a section of the earthen wall had been reduced to half its original height by artillery fire, with some broken baskets and firewood piled beside it, barely enough to serve as cover and a foothold. Right, right, right. There's a path on the right. The streamer has good eyes. Hurry. Old Zhao, give him a hand. Big guy, hold on. We're counting on you. Stop crying, child, please, this is heartbreaking. All right. Old Zhao responded immediately, crouching down and using his shoulder to support the woman. Sister-in-law. Give it one more push. Crawl over. The woman's face was as pale as paper, her lips trembling, but looking at the crying infant in her arms, she clenched her teeth and, with Old Zhao's support and Xiao Xiao Tutu's pulling, she scrambled toward the gap in the low wall with hands and feet. Bang! Bang! The large man on the wall risked his life again, peeking out and firing 2 shots toward the dye vat, suppressing the Japanese soldier who might be sneaking up from behind. But the moment he exposed himself, he immediately drew even more intense machine gun fire from the alley entrance. A string of bullets puff, puff, puff struck the wall, sending fragments of brick flying past the man's face, leaving a bloody trail. Quick! The man roared, his voice tinged with urgency. He could feel the machine gun fire attempting to completely seal off the area. Xiaoxiaoto remained unusually calm. He took a deep breath, suddenly knelt down, and raised his Type 38 rifle, aiming the muzzle firmly at the approximate direction of the machine gun's firing position at the alley entrance. It was a makeshift shelter constructed from sandbags and broken furniture. The Japanese soldier was cowardly, hiding his entire body behind the sandbags, with only the muzzle of his gun visible, its muzzle flashes flickering wildly. He took a deep breath and tried to replicate the game's shooting mechanics. Though he had no scope, the basic principles of aiming remained the same. Steady his breathing, align the 3 points, aim at the target, and anticipate the enemy's movements. Bang! The distinctive, much duller sound of the Type 38 rifle echoed through the air. The bullet whistled out. Chapter 61, I'm not leaving. Unfortunately, the bullet did not hit the Japanese machine gunner. The bullet struck the sandbag, kicking up a cloud of dust. But this sudden, precise shot from another direction clearly startled the machine gunner. The fire briefly halted for less than half a second. That half second was a matter of life and death. Jump! Old Zhao nearly rolled over the low wall opening alongside the woman. Zang Hua fired his gun, didn't even look at the result, and rolled toward the gap. He didn't even have time to properly shoulder his long Type 38 rifle, dragging the barrel awkwardly as he crawled through. Just as his body rolled over the gap and hit the ground. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Even more ferocious machine gun bullets poured down like a torrent, completely covering the area where they had been hiding. Dirt, rocks, and fragments of shattered baskets flew everywhere. If they had been half a second slower, he, Old Zhao, and the woman would have been torn to pieces. Thud. Xiao Tutu landed heavily on the ground on the other side of the gap, choking on dust. Ignoring the pain, he rolled over and looked around warily. This seemed to be the backyard of another household, equally dilapidated and cluttered with debris, but there were no enemies in sight for now. The woman, clutching her child, was hiding behind a half-collapsed wall, trembling uncontrollably. Old Zhao had just managed to get to his feet, still shaken by the ordeal. On the other side of the wall, gunfire continued to ring out. What had happened to the big man? Big guy! Come over here! Xiao Tu and Old Zhao shouted simultaneously toward the opening. Unfortunately, there was no response. When he stood up and climbed back onto the wall to look over, he could only make out the big man's limp figure leaning against the wall. Before he could react. Whoosh! 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 Bullets swept toward him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and ducked his head back. You guys, hurry up and leave. The big guy, he might not make it. Zang Hua only caught a glimpse, but the bloody gunshot wounds on the man's abdomen were etched into his mind. The silence of the big man on the other side of the wall, and the horrific scene Xiao Tutu had caught a glimpse of, felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. The gruesome blood-soaked holes in his abdomen, the big man leaning against the wall, motionless. The words can't escape pierced the newly ignited hope like ice shards. No, it can't be. Old Zhao growled in disbelief, his eyes reddening as he tried to peek again. Don't look! Xiao Tutu nearly shouted, yanking Old Zhao to the ground. Several bullets thud hit the edge of the gap, sending dirt flying. He sacrificed himself to protect us. Xiao Tutu's words choked in his throat, tasting of blood. Big guy. No. Streamer, don't just stand there. Run. Don't let the big guy die in vain. Crying, really crying. Hurry up and take the wife and kids away. Please. The live stream was instantly flooded with messages of grief and panic, but Xiao Tutu had no time to glance at the virtual screen. The cruelty of reality and the pressure of death weighed heavily on his shoulders. The woman seemed to have realized something as well. She clamped her hands over the child's mouth, letting out a muffled sob that was almost inaudible. Tears streamed down her face silently, and her body trembled like a leaf in the wind. The gunfire from the other side of the wall had not ceased. The Japanese machine guns at the alley entrance continued to fire wildly at the dye shop walls in the area near the breach, completely blocking any escape route. From the direction of the dye vats, more footsteps and Japanese shouts could be heard. Clearly, the commotion had drawn more Japanese soldiers to surround this area. We can't stay here. Xiao forced himself to snap out of his grief, his voice hoarse but unwavering. The Japanese will climb over the wall soon. Or they'll take a detour to block us. Let's go. Move inside. He quickly scanned the equally dilapidated backyard. A few dilapidated mud brick houses, collapsed thatched sheds, a dry well, and a corner piled high with broken baskets and tiles. Directly ahead, a half-open wooden door, riddled with insect holes, led to the front yard or interior of the house. Through the door. Old Zhao snapped out of it, wiped his face, his eyes a mix of grief and determination. I'll lead the way. He grabbed a half-broken wooden stick from the ground, rushed to the broken door, and slammed his shoulder into it with all his might. Clang! The rotten door hinges snapped, and the wooden door swung inward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside the door was a small, equally cluttered courtyard, piled with more debris. Further ahead seemed to be the door to the main hall. On the left side of the courtyard was a low side door, seemingly leading to the outer street or another alley. Just then. Bang! Bang! Several gunshots rang out from the direction of the gap in the low wall they had just climbed over. Bullets struck the earthen wall near the gap. Immediately followed by urgent Japanese shouts and heavy thuds. The Japanese have climbed over. Xiao Tu's scalp prickled with fear. The pursuers were closing in too quickly. This way. Old Zhao charged toward the low side door on the left side of the courtyard without hesitation. He forcefully pulled open the latch. The scene outside the door sent a chill through everyone's hearts. This wasn't a street or an alley, but a narrower, darker passageway. Both sides were lined with tall, weathered walls, with only a narrow strip of gray sky visible above. The alley was filled with various household trash, broken furniture, and unknown debris, emitting an indescribable musty odor. And from the end of the alley, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and shouts grew louder and more chaotic. That was the direction of the main battlefield. We're done for. This is a dead end? How do we escape? The pursuing troops are coming. Streamer, think of something. There's no way out? Old Zhao's voice was filled with despair. No. There's a way out. Xiao Tua's sharp gaze swept across the piles of junk piled up on both sides of the narrow passage, especially a large object leaning against the wall, half covered by a tattered oilcloth. Old Zhao. Help! Push that pile of stuff over. Block the door. He pointed to a pile of precariously balanced debris inside the side door, which looked like a mix of abandoned dyeing workshop scaffolding and broken pots and jars. That was the only thing that could temporarily block the pursuing troops. The footsteps and Japanese shouts of the pursuers were already clearly audible from the gap, rapidly approaching the backyard they had just left. Time was of the essence. Got it. Old Zhao instantly understood Xiao Tutu's intention, erupting with astonishing strength, and together with Xiao Tutu, they charged forward with their shoulders, colliding forcefully with the pile of debris. Crash. Clatter. Almost at the same time. Bang. 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 Bullets struck the door panel and pile of debris that had just been blocked. The door panel was pierced with several holes. The Japanese soldiers' curses were cut off behind the pile of debris. Go! Move inside. Find another exit. Xiao Tu gently pushed the woman aside, while Lao Zhao held the broken piece of wood to cover their retreat. Watching the two rush into the narrow passage, Xiao Tu remained motionless in his spot. What are you doing there? Hurry up and leave. Old Zhao stopped in his tracks and turned to look back. We won't be left behind if we stay together. I'm not leaving. I'll stay behind to cover your retreat. You all run. Xiao Tutu had already realized that without someone holding the rear, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Old Zhao tried to pull him back, but he shouted him off. Go. I only want you to take the mother and daughter and survive. That's right, if we run together, none of us will survive. The Japanese are closing in too quickly. The streamer was careless. If there's no way out, then take a gamble, sacrifice one life to save three. Our ancestors really had it so tough back then. Chapter 62, Born Fearless, fight until the final chapter. Hurry up and go. I only want you to take them, the mother and daughter, and survive. Xiao Tutu's voice was hoarse but resolute. He suddenly picked up the Type 38 rifle from the ground, his body pressed tightly against the wall beside the narrow passageway entrance, the gun barrel firmly aimed at the wooden door blocked by debris, which was being constantly struck and pierced by bullets. Old Zhao's eyes turned bloodshot, his teeth clenched so tightly they were almost bleeding. He understood what Xiao Tutu's choice meant. The sacrifice of the big man was still fresh in his mind, and now another young man was about to stay behind. A primal growl erupted from his throat as he spun around, grabbing the nearly collapsed woman and shielding the child in her arms with his other hand. Go! Old Zhao's voice was filled with agonizing pain, yet unwavering in its resolve. He hesitated no longer, dragging his heavy footsteps into the dark, narrow alleyway filled with garbage, using his body to clear a path for the woman and child behind him. The woman cast one last glance at the young figure leaning against the wall, his back turned resolutely away, tears blurring her vision as she was dragged forward by Old Zhao. Broadcaster. No. Follow Old Zhao. Please. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, I can't stop crying. You must survive, host. The Great Han is watching from above. The livestream chat was completely chaotic, with sadness, despair, anger, and prayers intertwining, flooding the screen in an instant. But all Xiao Tutu could see was the rickety wooden door and the approaching scent of death behind it. Boom! Crash! The pile of debris blocking the door was finally forced open by a massive force, creating a gap. Several figures in earth-colored uniforms, accompanied by the shrill Japanese curses, burst through the smoke and dust. The first Japanese soldier, holding a Type 38 rifle with a bayonet fixed, had a distorted, hideous face in the dim light. Bang! Xiaotu almost instinctively pulled the trigger. The Japanese soldier at the front was hit in the chest, his chest bursting into a spray of blood. He didn't even utter a sound before collapsing backward. The narrow space echoed with deafening gunfire, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Damn it! The Japanese soldiers behind him, both shocked and enraged, immediately sought cover while raising their guns to fire back. Bang! Bang! Bullets whistled past Xiao Tutu, striking the wall beside him. Shrapnel flew everywhere, grazing his cheek and leaving a stinging, bloody trail. He quickly ducked behind the wall, pulled the trigger, his heart pounding in his chest. Fear wrapped around him like a cold, poisonous snake, but the image of the burly man leaning against the wall and old Zhao dragging away the women and children burned into his soul like a hot iron, suppressing the fear. I can't retreat. Not a single step. He took a deep breath of the air mingled with gunpowder and blood, forcing himself to calm down. He shifted his body slightly, and the gun barrel once again peeked out from behind the wall. A Japanese soldier was attempting to flank him through the gap in the wall, half his body exposed. Bang! Another shot. The Japanese soldier was hit in the shoulder, screaming as he rolled to the ground. Hand grenade! A Japanese sergeant shouted in Japanese. Xiaoxiaotu's pupils contracted sharply. He saw the smoking object being thrown through the gap. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the narrow passageway entrance. The blast wave, carrying shrapnel and debris, slammed into the wall where Xiao Xiao Tutu was hiding, causing his eardrums to ring and his internal organs to feel as though they had been displaced. Smoke and dust instantly engulfed the entrance, obscuring his vision. Streamer! Grenade! We're done for. Hold on. Coughing, Xiao Xiao Tutu felt warm liquid trickling down his forehead, blurring his vision. He roughly wiped it away. It was blood. The explosion's impact left him dizzy, but he clenched the gun tightly. He heard the Japanese soldiers cautiously approaching, their footsteps crunching on the debris. The smoke cleared slightly, revealing the silhouettes of two enemy soldiers at the entrance, their gun barrels scanning the area warily. Bang! 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 Xiaoxiaotu fired first. Bullets struck the pile of debris where the Japanese soldiers were hiding, sparks flying. He had to suppress them. He had to buy old Zhao and the others even a single second more. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Suddenly, a more intense machine gun burst echoed from the depths of the narrow passage. Xiao Xiao Tutu's heart sank. Had old Zhao and the others encountered the enemy? Or had the main battlefield's firepower spread here? Hope was instantly overshadowed by a sense of impending doom. The sudden burst of fire caused the Japanese soldiers at the entrance of the narrow passage to hesitate for a moment. Opportunity! A resolute gleam flashed in Xiao Xiao Tutu's eyes. He grabbed his empty Type 38 rifle and, with all his strength, hurled it like a javelin toward the Japanese soldiers shrouded in smoke. At the same time, his body darted out of his hiding spot like a cheetah, diving toward a pile of abandoned debris covered in ragged oilcloth. Thud! The heavy rifle struck one of the Japanese soldiers, emitting a dull thud and a cry of pain. There! Shoot! The Japanese soldier reacted, and bullets swept toward Xiao Tutu's figure. Puff, puff, puff. The bullets struck the oilcloth, but Xiao Tutu had already rolled and taken cover behind the massive pile of debris. He gasped for breath, quickly drawing the bayonet he had seized from the puppet soldier's waist. The cold blade handle in his hand brought a brutal sense of reality. The Type 38 bullets were all spent. Now, he had only this bayonet and his life. The gunfire from the narrow passageway remained intense, interspersed with explosions and chaotic shouts, as if the gates of hell were opening nearby. What about old Zhao and the others? He dared not think about it. He leaned against the cold, rough pile of debris, gasping heavily, each breath tugging at his chest, which had been injured by the explosion. Blood mixed with sweat trickled down his forehead, sliding past his eyes, bringing a sharp pain and a salty, metallic taste. As the smoke and dust began to clear, two Japanese soldiers, bayonets raised, advanced toward him in a triangular formation, their eyes filled with hatred as they closed the distance. They saw the bayonet in the young soldier's hands, and they saw the flame in his eyes. That flame made them feel a primal sense of fear. Xiaoxiaotu gripped his bayonet tightly, the tip trembling slightly not from fear, but from the physical strain and the boiling battle intent within him. He licked his cracked, bleeding lips, grinned at the approaching death with a smile mixed with blood and dust, and growled hoarsely. You little bastards. Grandpa's waiting here. Come on. The final distance, the final clash, ready to erupt at any moment. Streamer. Fight them to the death. Let them feel the bloodlust of Chinese warriors. Kill one to break even, kill two to make a profit. Wo nu. Brothers, let's show our respect for the streamer with some waves. Born fearless, fight until the final chapter. Salute. Chapter 63, Cloud Sea Technology. Shin Qingshan stepped out of the sensory pod, his phone vibrating constantly beside him. The flashing unfamiliar number caused his brows to furrow slightly. Hello, who is this? He pressed the answer button. May I speak with Mr. Shin Qingshan? A standard customer service voice came from the other end. This is the Human Resources Department of Yunhai Technology Company, Limited. Shin Qingshan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the second largest tech company to reach out directly. It's me. What's the matter? He slowed his pace, turning his seat toward the view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The glass reflected the confusion in his eyes. I apologize for the intrusion, the voice laughed lightly, its tone becoming more friendly. We were wondering if you have any plans for career development in the near future? Not at the moment, Shin Qingshan declined. He had already turned down an offer from the CEO of Huaxia Technology. Why would he consider this? There was a brief pause on the other end of the line, clearly taken aback by such a direct refusal. However, her professional demeanor quickly took over. Mr. Shin, Cloud Sea Technology can offer you the position of game director. Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of taking a job. Hanging up the phone, Shin Chengshan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of blue-white smoke that blurred his vision. Cloud Sea Technology Headquarters, Human Resources Manager's Office. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the city skyline symbolized wealth and technological power. Inside, behind an expensive solid wood desk, Human Resources Manager Yu Tao leaned back in his high-backed leather chair. Before him, the female manager who had just finished a call bowed slightly, her tone respectful yet tinged with anxiety. Manager Yu, regarding Shin Chengshan, he has refused our job offer. She paused for a moment before adding, his attitude was very firm. Yu Tao took a drag from his electronic cigarette, exhaling a cloud of mint-scented smoke through his nostrils. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, instead tapping the redwood desk with his left index finger in an impatient rhythm. Did you not clarify the compensation package? His voice was not loud, but it carried an air of authority. I told him about the director position, the female manager hurriedly explained, but he didn't even let me finish explaining the specifics of the compensation before rejecting it outright. It seems he's completely uninterested in such matters. Humph. A short, cold snort escaped Yu Tao's nostrils. He raised his eyelids, and his eyes were filled with unhidden disdain and anger. Do you really think you're something special? His voice suddenly rose, laced with mockery and a hint of anger at being insulted. You just happened to stumble into a market demand. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. The air in the office seemed to freeze. The female manager held her breath, dared not respond. Yu Tao leaned forward, his hands braced on the desk. You ungrateful fool. He muttered a curse under his breath before making a decision. Enough. That's it. Don't waste any more time on him. Contact the sales and marketing departments immediately. The original plan remains unchanged. Act now. Have the sales department push the motion simulator directly into the market according to the scheduled timeline. Move quickly and make a big splash. Originally, Yunhai Technology had planned to recruit Shin Chengshan into the company and add his name to the game design list to ride the wave of his popularity. But the other party was so ungrateful, treating Yunhai's olive branch like trash. So, don't blame Capital for showing its fangs. The next day, Yunhai Technology's official WeChat account posted a sensational headline, accompanied by a rendering of the Phantom Sea motion sensing pod, shimmering with futuristic brilliance. The title was bold and impactful. Cloud Sea Fantasy Sensory Cabin, tomorrow at 8 a.m. launch. The main text was equally meticulously crafted, precisely targeting the market's nerves. The much-anticipated motion sensing pod will officially launch tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp on the Yunhai official online store and all authorized platform flagship stores, kicking off global simultaneous sales. The cabin is paired with Cloud Sea's first-ever epic war masterpiece, the Battle of Nanjing. We will deliver a heart-pounding, immersive battlefield experience through millimeter-accurate battlefield recreation and groundbreaking neural perception synchronization technology. Every bullet whistling through the air, every tremor of the ground, every detail is vividly felt. Secure your spot on the release page now and be among the first to step into this tech-reimagined world of war. Cloud Sea Fantasy fulfills your ultimate fantasy of an immersive battlefield. This news instantly ignited the tech and gaming communities. Wow! Cloud Sea can't sit still anymore? Are they going to clash with Chinese tech? What's this Jiangning defense battle all about? China's Jinling, you're talking about Jiangning? 666? Even salt isn't salt anymore? Don't think copying everything from games makes you godlike. We can't wait for the motion simulation pods, but that doesn't mean we'll swallow anything. Hope they at least copy the homework with some skill. Jinling Defense Battle relies on its immersive storytelling as its core technology. Can Yunhai pull it off? Who cares? As long as there's a motion simulator, that's good enough. Yunhai is a big company. It's better than not being able to buy it from Huaxia. Let's try to snag one tomorrow. Wake up, upstairs. Yunhai is moving too fast. No pre-release hype, just straight to sales? This feels like a scam. Price. Price is the key. If Yunhai makes it cheaper, the it's worth it rule might still apply. The Battle of Jiangning, the name alone reeks of trying to ride the trend. Skepticism, mockery, anticipation, and blind following, various voices intertwined, propelling Cloud Sea Fantasy and the Battle of Jiangning into the spotlight. Yunhai Technology's PR team and online influencers began to ramp up their efforts, attempting to steer public opinion by emphasizing technical prowess, immersive experiences, and fulfilling expectations, while downplaying any allegations of plagiarism and redirecting criticism toward market competition and user choice. The next day, at exactly 8 a.m., the official online store of Yunhai Technology and the purchase pages for the Phantom Sea sensory pods on major partner platforms were instantly overwhelmed by a surge of traffic. As the countdown reached 0, the Buy Now button lit up, only to turn gray within seconds. The word sold out ruthlessly appeared on countless screens filled with anticipation. Damn! Sold out in seconds? Is Yunhai also doing scarcity marketing? Scalpers! It's definitely scalpers. They must have used scripts to snatch them up. Ha, same old story. If you can't buy it in China, you can't buy it in Yunhai either. Server down? My page is frozen. Refreshing doesn't work. Yunhai official announcement, the first batch of 100,000 units has sold out. The next batch will be restocked at a later date. 100,000 units? Are they trying to feed the beggars? Be grateful. In China, the waiting list is already booked until next year. Despite the widespread complaints and skepticism, the fact that 100,000 units sold out in seconds still left Yunhai Technology's internal team buzzing with excitement. Sales data was immediately reported to Yu Tao's office. Mr. Yu, 100,000 units sold out. Sales exceeded 10 billion. The sales manager's voice trembled with excitement. Chapter 64, Plagiarized. On the massive screen, the numbers representing sales soared like rockets, eventually settling on an astronomical figure that left everyone dizzy. Over 100 million. Cheers nearly shook the roof off the building. The sales department manager, flushed with excitement, pumped his fist in the air. In the adjacent office, Ma Wenyan heard the faint commotion from outside but showed no sign of joy. He stared at the screen, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. 100,000 units sold out in seconds? The numbers were indeed impressive, enough to impress the board of directors and shareholders, and even to outshine Huaxia Technology. At least in terms of shipping speed. He knew deep down that this was just the first step, the real test had only just begun. Xin Qingshan's arrogant refusal felt like a thorn in his side, making him develop an almost obsessive vigilance toward the hastily launched Jiangning Defense Battle game and its Phantom Sea motion simulator. Tell the after-sales and customer service departments, Ma Wenyuan coldly instructed the female manager following up on the report, his voice drowning out the outside commotion. Everyone must be on high alert. Any user feedback, especially negative feedback regarding the gaming experience, must be reported to me immediately. Also, notify the PR department to escalate public opinion monitoring. Any signs of trouble must be addressed immediately. The female manager's heart sank, and she nodded hurriedly. Yes, Mr. Yu. Yunhai's lightning-fast moves were like dropping a bombshell into a parched market. The massive demand and pent-up enthusiasm were instantly ignited. Countless streamers and players who couldn't secure a spot in Huaxia Technology's motion-sensing pods swarmed toward Phantom Sea like sharks sensing blood. After all, the popularity of war-themed motion games was erupting like a volcano across the internet. Whoever could experience and stream it first would reap the massive traffic and attention. Those lucky streamers who secured the first batch of Huaxia cabins saw their livestreams for Jiangling Defense Battle attract tens of thousands of online viewers each time, the most enticing golden. The next day, the first batch of Phantom Sea motion simulators began arriving in the eager hands of anxious players. Major gaming forums, social media platforms, and the official Yunhai community were instantly flooded with a deluge of unboxing, installation, and initial experience photos and videos. In the first few hours, the air was filled with pure excitement and satisfaction. The real thing is even more impressive than the promotional images. This streamlined design and metallic finish, the Yunhai design team deserves a raise. It was worth every penny. The installation instructions were crystal clear, done in 10 minutes. This deserves a big thumbs up for Yunhai. User experience is top notch. I'm in. Woohoo, take off. Brothers, the battlefield reporter is about to go live. Jiangning Defense Battle, commence. Rubbing hands in excitement.jpg. This craze even spread to the official forum of Huaxia Technology next door, where the comments section was instantly flooded with despair and envy. At Old Chin at production director. Did you hear that? Production capacity. Production capacity is king. Look at how fast Yunhai is moving. You're wasting this golden opportunity with your snail-like speed. Pounding the table.gif. So jealous I'm still waiting in line for Huaxia, while the Cloud Sea players next door are already driving tanks. Though I'm more excited about Jiangling, I can't help but feel restless. +1 to the above. I'll wait for Huaxia. I'm a die-hard fan of Jiangling, and I only recognize this golden brand. Yunhai. I'm just watching for now. What else can we do if you want to wait? My son in the dorm has already defected and bought Cloud Sea. As his father, I can't let him fight alone, can I? Sadly covering my face, though I'm starting to feel a bit anxious. Above, take it easy. Remember to watch the live stream of the disaster doghead for safety. Xin Qingshan naturally caught wind of the storm unleashed by Yunhai. He swiped through the screen, watching the overwhelming Phantom Sea unboxing videos and the launch declaration for the Battle of Jiangning, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curving his lips. This speed is beyond imagination. However, what struck him as even more absurd was that this so-called new work had core selling points like war epic, immersive battlefield, and historical battle reenactment, almost an exact copy of Jiangling Defense War, with only 2 characters changed in the title. Yunhai, you don't even bother to hide it, just change the location and serve it up? The group chat Luo Qianxue had created also buzzed with activity. Head north, Yunhai Technology is truly shameless. Changing a place name and claiming it's a brand new creation? Such a big company, yet their core technology isn't particularly strong, but they've mastered the art of plagiarism to perfection. Chen Feng, this is just Yunhai's usual behavior. They can't develop their own technology, so they rely on capital to copy others. They use their size to drag down and swallow up smaller companies. How many times have they done this? Disgusting. Rui Jiansu Sure at Mountain Path Shan, what do you think of Yunhai's Jiangning defense battle? They're moving too fast. Mountain Path, Shan, what else can I do? Just look with my own eyes. The competition prize money is already safely in the bag. This kind of capital-driven brawl isn't something I should worry about. Now the pressure is on old Qin. Let's see if he can deliver. Shrug emoji. Half sugar-clouded Mountain Path. I believe Jiangling defense battle will definitely be more fun than Yunhai's game. We rely on our strength. Shan swiped through his screen, his gaze lingering on the encouraging message Luo Qianxue had sent. Those simple words carried an unquestionable sense of trust, like a gentle breeze, softly soothing his restless heart, which had been disturbed by the chaos of Yunhai. He couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. The approval from this dazzlingly beautiful fan seemed to carry extra weight. Meanwhile, in the top-floor strategic meeting room of the Huaxia Technology Headquarters building, a storm was brewing. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city skyline stretched out under the afternoon sun, yet not a single ray of light penetrated the oppressive atmosphere within. On either side of the conference table, all the directors and deputy directors of the core departments sat upright, the air seemingly frozen. Every face was solemn, eyes fixed on the front. Qin Lang sat upright at the head of the table, his back straight as a pine tree. On the tablet screen in front of him, the promotional materials for Yunhai's Jiangning defense battle dominated the screen, accompanied by the eye-catching headline 100,000 units sold out in seconds. One of his hands, with clearly defined knuckles, was tapping the smooth redwood tabletop at a steady, almost mechanical rhythm. The tapping was faint, yet it sounded like muffled drum beats, each strike resonating deeply within the attendees, spreading an invisible pressure throughout the room. After a prolonged silence, Qin Lang finally raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across every face in the room like a searchlight. His voice was not loud, but it cut through the silence with clarity. Yunhai's plagiarism, he emphasized the word plagiarism deliberately, as if to nail it to the center of the conference table. What do you think? Chapter 65, it hasn't even started yet, and it's already over. Qin Lang's metallic, cold tone cut through the air like a stone dropped into a deep pool, shattering the suffocating silence in the meeting room. The air seemed to freeze for a moment before being filled with the urgent or solemn voices of department heads. Market Director Li Feng was the first to speak. He pushed his glasses up, the screen displaying Yunhai's overwhelming promotional posters and the frenzy of players opening boxes, like needles piercing his eyes. Mr. Qin, the situation is extremely dire. Yunhai exploited our production capacity gap to precisely divert the majority of the market demand ignited by the popularity of Jiangling Defense War. 10,000 units sold out in seconds. This number proves they bet on the right trend. Our potential users are being rapidly diverted, especially the impatient streamers and core player groups. He pulled up several data charts, showing user retention curves plummeting sharply. What's more troubling is that their Phantom C motion sensing pod hardware design has a real gimmick, and the initial unboxing feedback has been quite positive, further accelerating user migration. Technical Director Zhao Lei snorted derisively, his tone brimming with unmasked professional contempt. What Lead Director mentioned about user diversion is true, but what about the essence of Yunhai's product? The Battle of Jiangning? It's an absolute farce. From the leaked early test footage and the scattered issues reported by players, this is a complete disaster. He quickly pulled up several comparison images on his tablet, which were screenshots of modeling errors and clipping issues posted by hardcore players on forums. Mr. Qin, given how quickly Yunhai developed this, I suspect they didn't conduct thorough mapping or rigorous historical research. It's clearly a rushed, unfinished product. He turned his gaze to Qin Lang with the certainty of a technical expert. The collapse of the user experience is only a matter of time. The bubble Cloud C has built up with marketing will burst at the slightest touch. Production Director Wang Haitao's face turned grim as he felt the pressure from both the market and the technical team. Mr. Qin, regarding the production capacity issues mentioned by Director Li, we are doing our utmost to resolve them. The new production line is nearly finished, and the supply chain is mostly sorted out. We can triple production next month. But Cloud C caught us off guard. Our original plan was to proceed steadily, using reputation and quality to gradually capture the market. We didn't expect them to rush ahead with speed and copy us so shamelessly. He clenched his fists. However, our quality control standards will never be compromised in pursuit of speed. That's non-negotiable. PR Director Sun Wei keenly monitored the online sentiment. Her brows furrowed. Mr. Qin, everyone, what we need to be most vigilant about now is the escalation of public opinion. While Yunhai is currently focused on the hype around their product launches, technical issues are beginning to surface. The heat on several hardcore forums is quietly rising. Ma Wenyan isn't someone to mess with. His PR team is definitely monitoring and containing the situation. We need to anticipate that if Cloud C's products suffer a major failure, the backlash from public opinion will be extremely fierce. As the original innovator that was copied, we are both the victim of plagiarism and the benchmark for quality. How to navigate this wave without being dragged down while simultaneously highlighting our professionalism and reliability requires a highly refined strategy. I suggest that the technical team closely monitor all issues exposed by Phantom C and prepare detailed comparative analysis contingency plans. The marketing department should be ready to address user inquiries about production capacity and convey our core value of quality over speed. Xin Lang's fingers stopped tapping. His piercing gaze swept over every core member present. The conference room was left with only the low hum of the air conditioner. Very good, Xin Lang finally spoke, his voice steady and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. The situation is clear. Yunhai has taken the lead in speed, but they cannot copy our foundation, nor can they replicate the effort and rigor we have invested. He turned to Li Feng. The marketing department is under a lot of pressure, I understand. But don't panic. How many of the users Yunhai has poached will truly stick around? Their prosperity is built on sand. Your task is to stabilize the core user base, clearly communicate our core messages of quality and authentic historical immersion, and closely monitor changes in user flow. He turned to Zhao Lei, technical department. Zhao director's judgment is critical. Their hype needs to be debunked with technical facts. Starting now, form a dedicated task force to monitor Phantom C user feedback 24/7, especially technical issues. Collect, analyze, and compile irrefutable evidence. Remember, be objective, professional, and precise. This is one of our most powerful weapons for the future. Looking at Wang Haidao, production department, acceleration is essential, but I fully agree with Director Wang's bottom line. Quality is the lifeline of Huaxia. I want stable, steady production capacity, not a ticking time bomb. Ensure the new production line is flawless. I want to see tangible delivery capabilities next month. Finally, he looked at Sunway, Public Relations Department. Director Sun's assessment is spot on. We won't initiate attacks, but we must be fully prepared. The ammunition provided by the technical department must be translated into language the public can understand. At the same time, intensify promotion of the core values, historical accuracy, and technical highlights of the Battle of Nanjing itself. Use our substance to contrast their hollow claims. Elevate public opinion monitoring to the highest level. Any attempt to divert attention toward China must be immediately clarified, distanced from, and countered. Xin Lang leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense. Yunhai wants to crush us with a lightning war? Let them see what a real hard battle looks like. After the meeting, all departments must act immediately. Dismissed. As ordinary Huaxia technology had predicted, Yunhai Technology's brief surge in popularity, fueled by novelty, ended faster than anyone had anticipated. Issues began to emerge like bamboo shoots after spring rain. First were the technical flaws. The millimeter-level battlefield recreation? The millimeter-level battlefield recreation touted in the promotions became the biggest joke. Players quickly discovered that the map details were shockingly crude. The depth of trenches, the positions of cover, and even the distances between key landmarks all deviated noticeably from historical records or players' understanding based on the Battle of Nanjing. Hardcore history and military enthusiasts posted comparison images on forums, highlighting over a dozen serious errors. This is supposed to be millimeter level? Did they use their feet to survey the terrain? The error margin is measured in meters. Are they trying to fool players into thinking they're blind? The fatal flaw is that this crude design completely ruins the tactical experience. I tried to use a low wall as cover to shoot, but my character's model got stuck in the middle of the wall, making me a sitting duck. When I tried to crawl through a shell crater to avoid fire, the incorrect modeling of the crater's edge caused me to fall through the model, sending my character plummeting into thin air and dying instantly. What the hell is this? Conclusion: Yunhai Technology has dropped a massive load of crap. This is outright fraud. The gameplay experience is negative. Phantom C's much-touted revolutionary haptic feedback quickly turned into a disaster zone. Where's the promised immersive experience? Explosions are right beside you, but where's the shockwave? Bullets was past your head, but where's the wind pressure? I feel nothing. It's like being a wooden dummy standing there taking a beating. Revolutionary experience? It revolutionized my stomach for sure. I threw up 3 times in half an hour. The motion synchronization and visual refresh rate in this cabin are definitely messed up. The visuals lag severely, and when you move the camera quickly, everything spins out of control. Cloud C, are you trying to physically exorcise the players? I couldn't hear the whistling of bullets clearly, but the buzzing sound in my head lasted all day. Yunhai, did you record the sound effects from a construction site drill? Are you trying to deafen players so they can inherit their credit card debt? Chapter 66, The 13 Concubines of Nanjing. Almost simultaneously with the conclusion of the high-level meeting in China, the atmosphere in Yunhai headquarters, specifically in Ma Wenyan's office, was so tense it felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. The earlier excitement in the sales department had been replaced by an uneasy silence. The female manager following up on the report turned pale and cautiously handed over another document. Mr. Ma, the preliminary summary from customer service and public opinion monitoring the situation isn't looking good. Ma Wenyuan snatched the report and scanned it quickly. The screen was no longer filled with praise, instead, it was increasingly cluttered with jarring words. The report highlighted the overwhelming call volume to the customer service hotline, the sharp increase in negative feedback, and the rising trend in negative discussions on several key forums. Ma Wenyuan's face was so dark it could have dripped water. He slammed the report down on the table. Useless, he growled, unsure whether he was addressing the technical team, the public relations team, or both. I told you to handle this immediately. How are these posts still up? Mr. Ma, we've been deleting posts and redirecting users, but the numbers are growing too fast, and some are technical posts with screenshots. Deleting them directly might spark an even bigger backlash. The female manager's voice trembled. Backlash? A flash of anger crossed Ma Wenyan's eyes. Then ramp up the efforts. Contact the platform operators. Mobilize all available resources. For technical issues, have the RD department issue a solution announcement immediately to reassure users. Tell them it's an isolated incident and we're urgently fixing it. PR department, draft a statement immediately emphasizing our commitment to user experience and that we're actively collecting feedback for improvements. I want to see it within half an hour. He impatiently waved the female manager out and stood alone before the large floor-to-ceiling window. The city lights outside shone brightly, reflecting his tense profile. Could this hastily launched Phantom Sea and Jiangning defense battle really turn into a massive quagmire? A faint trace of irritation and deeper caution replaced the initial confidence, spreading through his heart. He picked up the internal phone, his voice icy. Tell the RD director to get his ass to my office immediately. Now! At the same time, on the Douyin live streaming platform, where countless ordinary voices converged, the atmosphere in Xiao Tutu's live streaming room was completely different from the oppressive mood at Yunhai headquarters, filled with straightforward complaints and the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Family. Friends. Speak from the heart. I, Xiao Tutu, haven't taken a single penny from Huaxia Technology. The streamer, Xiao Tutu, was playing a game while shouting loudly, his tone brimming with unrestrained honesty. But this Jiangning defense battle, really? I'm serious. It doesn't even come close to Jinling defense battle. It's way too far behind. As a savvy streamer who knows that traffic is everything, Xiao Tutu went all out this time. Not only did he luckily secure a spot in Huaxia Technology's motion sensing pod, but he also bit the bullet and purchased Yunhai's Phantom Sea at the very first opportunity. All for one reason, to ride the wave of the two giants showdown frenzy. As it turned out, he made the right bet. Just by streaming the Battle of Jinling for a few days, he had already recouped the cost of both expensive devices and then some. Look for yourselves. Take a closer look. The game footage was clearly projected onto the livestream. That's the mountain model? We've been fighting for half a day, with countless rounds of artillery fire, and look at that mountain over there. It's still lush and green, perfectly intact. It looks fake, like a plastic bonsai. Look over at Purple Mountain next door. Goodness, it's barren and lifeless as far as the eye can see, with a gray, murky sky hanging over it like a dirty, ragged cloth, making it feel suffocating. And look at the Jiangning side, the atmosphere is way too over the top. Those of you who haven't bought Phantom Sea yet, I can only say you've saved yourselves some money. After playing Phantom Sea for a while, Xiao Tu couldn't wait to switch to Jinling. For the first time in my life, I'm grateful for being slow. I only have enough budget for a motion simulator. If I had snagged Phantom Sea, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. Wah, don't say that. I just acted too fast. Now I want to die in the motion simulator. The streamer dares to say that. I feel exactly the same. Yesterday when I played, I noticed the mountains were an unnatural green, and when I fired the cannonballs, they didn't even leave a dent. Case solved. I kept getting dizzy and nauseous while playing, and I thought it was just me not adapting, but it turns out the game is garbage. At Yunhai Technology, refund my money. Streamer, you should VE started half an hour earlier. I just opened it. Can I still return it? Is Yunhai a 7-day no questions asked return policy real? Thanks for the heads up. I was hesitating whether to place an order, but now I've saved some money. I'll just wait for the Chinese version. Xiao Tutu is amazing. Real review. Unlike some money-grabbing streamers who lie through their teeth. Unsubscribed. Xiao Tutu watched the rapidly scrolling comments and the steadily rising online viewership, realizing that this fire had been ignited. He didn't hold back, swiftly switching to the motion simulator for Jinling defense battle while continuing his commentary. Come on, everyone, let me show you what real battlefield atmosphere is like. What true immersion feels like. When the meticulously researched, war-torn scenes of Jinling defense battle with its scorched, cracked earth ravaged by, wild grass struggling to grow among the ruins, and a leaden sky shrouded in smoke appeared on the livestream, the contrast was stark. This contrast. One heaven, one hell. No contrast, no impact. Is that cloud sea a children's playground? This sky, this ruin, this detail, this is the battlefield I imagined. I'm crying. At Yunhai Technology, come learn. This is what it means to make games with heart. Xiao Xiao Tutu. You're my god. This comparison review is so hardcore. Xiaoxio Tutu's live stream, which started as a place to vent frustrations, quickly turned into a free promotional platform for Jinling Defense Battle and a major criticism of Yunhai's Phantom Sea. Screenshots and comparison clips were edited and shared at an astonishing speed, quickly spreading across platforms like Weibo, Bilibili, and Tieba. Awesome. This comparison is so satisfying. Xiao Xiao Tutu watched the exploding viewership and the screen filled with China is amazing comments, rubbing his hands in excitement. Everyone, just watching the battlefield isn't enough. The real brilliance of the Battle of Jinling lies in its immersive story chapters. The sense of immersion is absolutely unmatched. He quickly scrolled through the game's chapter selection interface. Look, this one, The 13 Beauties of Jinling. The name alone is so cool. Let's give it a try today. The game is divided into many chapters with both war mode and immersive story mode. Xiaoxio Tutu really liked this mode, as it didn't require too much technical skill. As the game began, Xiao Xiao Tutu heard the muffled voices of Japanese soldiers behind him. Oh no, how did I end up being chased already? Panicking, he turns around and starts running. Chapter 67, Am I a Foreigner? Baka Yara. They're running that way. A few Japanese soldiers with rifles in their arms gave chase. Xiaoxiao Ota darted through the dilapidated buildings, desperate to escape. He rushed up a rusty staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, he found only a narrow iron bridge wide enough for one person, and there was no path ahead. We're done for. Family, this is a dead end. Xiaoxio Tutu looked at the empty space on either side of the corridor and was at a loss. The Japanese soldiers were still a short distance behind him, but turning back to go down the stairs was now out of the question. Is this plot mode the same as the old one? It feels like the streamer is doomed the moment they enter. It shouldn't be that bad, right? They said it's an immersive experience. How are we supposed to survive in a battle royale? Left, there's a pile of flour downstairs to your left. Jumping down from this height should be cushioned by the flour. That's detail. The guy upstairs is really observant. Xiaoxia Ota's heart was pounding like a drum, almost leaping out of his throat. The clanging sounds of Japanese soldiers' boots on the iron stairs and their angry curses grew louder and closer. Dead end? Really a dead end? He growled despairingly, his eyes darting quickly back and forth. At the end of the iron bridge was a cold concrete wall, with a void on both sides that was at least 4 or 5 stories high, and below lay a pile of broken bricks and debris. Flour? Xiao Xiao Tu was snapped out of his daze by the bullet comments and suddenly turned his head to look down to the left. Sure enough, just below the iron bridge on the left side of the ruins, there were dozens of bulging sacks piled up haphazardly. White powder was leaking out from several torn openings, glowing brightly in the dim light. Judging by the height of the pile, jumping down might just offer a sliver of hope. Everyone! I saw the flour. I'll trust you this once, he nearly shouted, his voice trembling with desperation. He immediately scrambled up the rusty iron bridge railing with hands and feet, his eyes fixed on the pile of life-saving flour. The height made him dizzy, but the footsteps behind him were already close at hand. Damn it! Stop! A Japanese soldier's head poked out from the stairwell, his distorted face and gleaming bayonet clearly visible. I'll take my chances. Xiao Xiaotu hesitated no longer, closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and threw himself forward with all his might. Ah! Plop! Splash! The expected violent impact did not come. Instead, there was a strange, dull thud and a sense of sinking. His entire body slammed into the depths of the flour pile, the immense force causing his internal organs to tremble. His vision went black, and he choked on a mouthful of flour dust, coughing violently. Countless flour sacks were torn open, and white powder erupted into the air like smoke bombs, instantly enveloping him in a thick, white fog. Jumped! Flour fog! It worked! Is the streamer still alive? Say something. This dust effect is amazing. It's like a movie. Listen. The Japanese soldiers are cursing up there. On the upper floor, several Japanese soldiers who had rushed onto the iron bridge reached the railing, only to see a choking white dust cloud swirling below, obscuring any human figures. Cough cough, what the hell is that? Where are the people? Did they jump? Below there's flour. He jumped into the flour pile. Quick! Quick, go down and chase him. Don't let him escape. Xiaoxia Ota struggled to sit up in the dust, his entire body covered in snow-white flour, resembling a snowman who had just crawled out of a flour bin. Though his entire body ached, especially his back and ankles, which throbbed with sharp pain, he was fortunate that his bones seemed unbroken. The flour pile had saved his life. Cough, cough. Family. I'm still alive. He coughed violently while lowering his voice to report his safety to the air, his voice filled with the excitement and fear of having survived a disaster. It was suffocating me. My whole body hurts, but I can move. He struggled to stand up, but the pain in his ankles caused him to stumble. At that moment, he clearly heard the hurried footsteps and shouts of the Japanese soldiers rushing down the stairs from upstairs. They'll be here soon to search this area. As long as you can move, run. The Japanese are coming. The dust hasn't settled yet. Use it as cover. Hide in the dust cloud. Look around for any place to hide. Broken cars. Wall holes. Streamer, there seems to be an overturned metal drum nearby where you can hide. Hurry. Right. To the right of the camera. Crawl inside. Xiaoxiao 2 ran while distractedly watching the comments, following the viewer's instructions in the livestream. He quickly spotted the large metal drum ahead on the right. Limping forward, he reached the metal drum and found it relatively hidden, with enough space inside. He quickly crawled inside. As soon as Xiao Tutu crawled inside, he heard a woman scream, but fortunately, it was short and brief. He looked closely and saw 2 girls in school uniforms covering their mouths with both hands, looking at him in terror. Why are there 2 girls? Xiao Tutu was very confused. How did you end up hiding here? As the sound echoed inside the metal barrel, Xiao Tutu realized that his words had been translated into English. Girls. This is bad, I think I'm a foreigner. Wow. Isn't this supposed to be the Sino-Japanese War? Why did it turn into a foreigner's perspective? This game even automatically translates the language for the plot. That is so detailed. Speaking of which, why is the plot told from a foreigner's perspective? Is it to have us infiltrate the foreigners and save our compatriots? The live stream was filled with confused comments. Forget about that for now, ask them what is going on. Xiao Tutu decided to act. Fortunately, the game automatically blocked his interaction with the livestream. The girls on the other side were just cautiously covering their mouths, their eyes filled with fear and suspicion. Xiaoxiao Tutu immediately fell silent. Now wasn't the time for talking. The enemy was right outside. Sure enough, hurried footsteps quickly approached the metal barrel. After a commotion of rummaging and cursing, the footsteps seemed to fade into the distance. Xiaoxiao Tutu held his breath until he was certain the enemy had truly left, then exhaled deeply, his heart finally settling. He cautiously looked at the 2 girls, still shaken by the ordeal, and asked in English, why are you hiding here? The girls didn't respond immediately, still warily sizing him up, as if trying to determine whether the sudden intruder, covered in flour, was friend or foe. Time passed in silence, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. Just as Xiao Tutu was about to give up and leave, one of the girls finally gathered her courage and replied in fluent English. We got separated from the main group and were chased here by the Japanese soldiers. Chapter 68, Playing the Priest? The girl's English was very fluent. If it weren't for the automatic translation in the game, Xiao Tutu wouldn't have had a clue what she was mumbling about. Just then, the game suddenly popped up a message, interact with a key plot character. Xiao Tutu was stunned. The plot was finally on track? Where are you heading now? I'll take you with me, Xiao Tutu hurriedly asked. He never expected that randomly jumping into an old metal barrel would lead him to a key character. The 2 girls were startled by his sudden appearance and grew even more wary. One of the girls hesitated for a moment, probably thinking that the foreigner had just been chased by the Japanese soldiers and might be on the same side as them. She whispered, "We're heading to Winchester Cathedral." In this time of war, the church was their only safe haven. Girls, another church. Last time we hid in a church and got trapped inside by the Japanese soldiers, like lambs led to slaughter. Speaking of which, what's the deal with this church? Why is everyone rushing inside? I know the answer to this. I've read about it in history. There is something called the Geneva Convention, which states that during wartime, you're not allowed to harm students or civilians inside churches. The Geneva Convention, man. Churches are neutral safe zones during war. Do you even know international law? Wake up, man. Did you forget the live stream where the host was caught in a bloodbath? Did the Japanese soldiers mention the convention when they came in to arrest people? They're just monsters in human form. Conventions? They're just a piece of paper in front of bayonets. Trust the devil before you trust them. Where else can we go if not the church? Is there even a single roof left in the city? Don't back down, streamer, follow them. The comments flew thick and fast. Xiao Tutu instantly realized that the church symbolized legal protection, but the cold, harsh reality weighed heavily on him. The screams of women and the savage faces of Japanese soldiers in the church last time that so-called sacred place had clearly served no purpose. Should he go or not? This decision left him torn. Damn it, let's go for it. Xiaoxiao clenched his teeth and made his decision. I'm going with you to the church. Upon hearing his decision, the girl's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and a fleeting glimpse of surprise and gratitude flashed in their eyes. The 3 of them immediately set off, navigating through the maze of ruins and shadows. Gunfire echoed in the distance, growing louder and then fading away. Xiao Tutu's nerves were stretched to the limit, his adrenaline surging. He strained his ears to catch every faint sound, and even the slightest rustle made his hair stand on end. When they finally stumbled to the front of Winchester Church, the sight before them left Xiao Tutu speechless. The church's heavy oak doors were tightly shut. In stark contrast to the surrounding streets, which had been reduced to rubble by artillery fire, the main structure of the church miraculously remained relatively intact. "Quick, knock on the door," one of the girls exclaimed urgently. Xiao Xiaotudo composed himself, stepped forward, and pounded on the door with all his strength. After a long while, the door finally opened a crack, revealing a wary face. "We're hiding from the Japanese soldiers. Please let us in," Xiaotudo hurriedly explained. The man scrutinized them from head to toe, hesitated for a moment, then opened the door. Upon entering the church courtyard, Xiaotudo realized that the one who had opened the door was a young boy. He was slender, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and had a round hat perched on his head. "Ziyu," the boy exclaimed, looking behind him. "George." The three immediately recognized each other. Xiaotu, fearing that the noise outside the courtyard might alert the Japanese soldiers, pushed the three of them into the church. "Where are Xiaoya and Xiaoqiu? Weren't they running with you?" Chen George asked impatiently. But this question immediately brought back painful memories for the two girls. Meng Ziyi choked out. They couldn't outrun the Japanese soldiers, so they hid. But the Japanese soldiers were stabbing everyone with bayonets. They. The last few words she couldn't bring herself to say. Chen George hurriedly patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's okay. As long as you're back." Upon entering the church, they discovered that it was already hiding over a dozen female students. The church was still intact, untouched by the Japanese soldiers. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoji quietly pulled Xiao Xiaotu aside. "Sir." He clearly didn't know how to address him. "The situation is dire. Father John went out 2 days ago to look for some medicine and hasn't returned. I want you to pretend to be Father John." Chen George shared his plan, as he wasn't sure if the church would offer protection without a priest. However, since Xiaotudo was appearing as a foreigner, perhaps having him play the role of the priest might instill a hint of fear in the Japanese soldiers. Xiaotudo froze, almost thinking he had heard wrong. A church without a priest. I'm afraid they'll become even more reckless." Chen Xiaoji's voice trembled with tears, yet he remained stubborn. You're American. Put on a priest's robe, hold a cross, stand in front of them, maybe they'll have a little bit of restraint? Even a little would be better." He added almost pleadingly, clinging to this straw of hope in his desperation. It was the only way he could think of to protect the dozens of girls behind him. Xiaotudo's heart raced. Dressing up as a priest was sheer madness. Not to mention that he lacked the solemn demeanor of a clergyman. Just the thought of standing before a group of people in such a state, relying on a black robe and a cross to gamble on some vague sense of restraint, sent a chill down his spine. Last time at the church, hadn't the real priest been ignored as well? But when he looked around, in the dim light, he saw the pale, fear-stricken faces of a dozen young girls huddled together like frightened young animals. Meng Ziyu and her companions had swollen eyes, while Chen George, a boy who might be only 13 or 14, had a desperate plea in his eyes behind his glasses, his slender shoulders straining to bear the burden of protecting everyone. The church had no priest left, having lost its last vestige of symbolic international protection. Exposure was only a matter of time. What would happen if the Japanese soldiers burst in? Xiaotudo dared not even think about it. Make the streamer play a priest? This kid must be crazy. It's not entirely without merit historically. Some Japanese did have some reservations about Western missionaries, though not many. Fear my ass. The streamer should run. This church is a coffin. Run? Where to? The outside is swarming with Japanese soldiers. Stay and pretend to be a priest. At least we can buy a few minutes? Give those girls some time? Buy time? With your life? Don't be stupid, streamer. But look at these students. Can you really do that, host? George is already risking his life. The heated debates and the comments exploded in his mind like shrapnel, each voice representing a brutal possibility. He looked into Chen Xiaoji's eyes, filled with despair and hope, then glanced at the girls trembling in the shadows. Meng Ziyu seemed to sense something and cast a worried glance toward this corner. Chapter 69, Jade Ink. Why didn't you just drive away if you had a car? Xiaotudo looked at the military green pickup truck parked in the courtyard, his big eyes filled with questions. We don't know how to drive, and this car seems broken. Chen Xiaoji walked up, sighed, and tapped the heavy hood, then looked at Xiaotudo with a faint glimmer of hope. Can you fix a car? Let me take a look. Xiaotudo puffed out his little chest and struggled to pry open the heavy engine hood. However, the engine compartment was covered in grease and strange-looking parts, causing him to stare wide-eyed in disbelief, as if he were looking at something from another world. What is this? He pointed at the unfamiliar metal piece, utterly confused. Chen George leaned in to examine it closely, then touched the cold metal and cracked rubber tubes with his hands. After a moment, he could only shake his head helplessly. I don't recognize it. The structure of this old relic was as incomprehensible to them as ancient script. Xiaotudo came from the year 2050, a time of advanced technology where hover cars and fully automated maintenance were the norm. He had never seen such primitive mechanical structures before. What should we do? His little face fell, his voice filled with frustration. We don't recognize this part. How are we supposed to fix it? Hope was like a balloon that had been popped. The two stood helplessly before the silent steel beast, closing the heavy engine hood with a clang, leaving their hands covered in grease. They walked back to the cold church hall, joining the others to discuss a plan. In the hall, a dozen or so students sat scattered on the cold benches or floor, the atmosphere oppressive. The girls, still shaken, huddled together for warmth, their brows furrowed. The entire city of Jinling has been overrun by the Japanese invaders, a girl's hoarse voice broke the silence. Trying to lead all of us out of here. I think it's as difficult as climbing to the sky. Why don't we just hide here? Another timid voice suggested, filled with desperation. The church is still sturdy. We'll wait for rescue, and then we'll be safe. Yes, several girls echoed immediately, their voices trembling with the aftermath of their ordeal. There are Japanese soldiers everywhere outside. If we're caught, we're doomed. The brutal scenes they had witnessed on the streets earlier were etched into their minds like a nightmare. At that moment, the four walls of the church seemed to be their only source of fragile security. But Xiao Tutu knew that the church wouldn't stop the Japanese soldiers from invading. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, a commotion erupted outside the church. Chen George hurried toward the church's courtyard gate. Xiao Tuto, following behind, heard the sounds of women chatting from a distance. They were women and there were many of them. He quickened his pace, soon reaching the wall, where the sounds outside grew clearer. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of loud, chaotic banging sounds came from outside the tightly closed church gate. Open the door! Open it quickly! Please, let us in! Open the door! Open the door! Sharp, panicked female voices mingled together. Xiao Shutu's heart tightened. The closer he got to the wall, the clearer and more piercing the cries and pleas outside became. They're courtesans! Chen George whispered, his eyes filled with sympathy and caution. They escaped from the Qinhui River. Xiaxia Oda's heart tightened as he looked at the wooden door, which was being pounded so hard that dust was flying everywhere. Open the door and let them in. They're all people in distress. No! Chen Xiaoji shook his head violently, his voice urgent and suppressed. There are too many of them. They're too easy to spot. If the Japanese soldiers discover us, the entire church will be doomed. No one will be able to escape. Sweat trickled down his temples as he struggled internally. The cries outside the door were the desperation of his fellow countrymen, while the students inside were a heavy burden of responsibility. However, the prostitutes outside had clearly lost patience and sensed the refusal inside. Despair and the instinct to survive overpowered etiquette and patience. Climb over! Quickly climb over, a hoarse yet resolute female voice screamed. Give me a hand! Help me up! Hurry! There's movement behind us! The Japanese are coming! Amid the chaotic shouts, the tiles on the wall rattled violently. A hand painted with red nail polish but covered in mud suddenly grabbed the wall, followed by a figure in a vibrantly colored cheongsam, its slits torn open, clinging to the wall with clumsy yet desperate movements. Her hair was disheveled, her face covered in sweat and tears, leaving her makeup streaked and smudged. Her eyes held nothing but primal fear and a desperate determination. They're scaling the wall! Xiao Xiaotu exclaimed in alarm. Chen Xiaozi's face turned ashen, and he rushed forward to stop them, but it was already too late. The first courtesan fell heavily onto the muddy ground in the courtyard, letting out a pained groan. Ignoring the pain, she struggled to her feet and immediately lunged toward the door latch on the inner side of the gate. Open the door! Quick, open the door! Sisters, come in! She screamed, pulling at the heavy door latch. On the wall, 2 or 3 more figures were struggling to climb up, their vibrant cheongsams standing out starkly against the gloomy background. Their movements, though graceful like those of women of the night, were now filled with reckless strength. The students in the main hall were startled and rushed to the door, watching the chaotic scene in the courtyard with horror. They're prostitutes, a female student covered her mouth, her voice filled with contempt and fear. How did they get in here? They'll attract the Japanese soldiers. Get them out! Get them out! The students grew restless, panic spreading like a plague. The fleeting sense of safety they had found in the church was shattered by these sudden intruders, who embodied impurity and danger. Xiaoda looked at the courtesan struggling to pull the door latch on the ground, then at the figure still climbing the wall, and finally at the panicked students behind her, shouting insults. Her tiny body trembled slightly as the chaos and confusion overwhelmed her. Just then, the first prostitute who had climbed over finally pulled open the heavy door latch. Squeak clang! The courtyard gate was violently kicked open from the outside. A group of equally disheveled and pale courtesans poured in like a tidal wave, pushing and shoving each other, crying and screaming, instantly filling the small front courtyard. The scent of makeup, sweat, and the heavy stench of blood mingled together, creating an overpowering, foul odor. Close the door! Quick, close the door! Chen Xiaoji nearly shouted, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. The only thing left to do was to try to salvage what could be saved. He and a few other boys who had reacted quickly pushed aside the crowd at the door, trying to close the heavy wooden door. Just as the door was about to close. Wait! UMO hasn't come in yet! A courtesan screamed, pointing outside. Chen Xiaoji and Xiaoda followed her gaze. There stood a tall, slender woman whose demeanor clearly set her apart from the other courtesans. She was supporting another companion who could barely walk, stumbling toward the door. Her cheongsam buttons were undone, revealing the plain underskirt beneath. Though her face was disheveled, her eyes were unusually calm, even carrying a resolute determination as if heading toward certain death. She was clearly the leader of this group, Umo. Hurry! Umo's hoarse voice cut through the chaos. She almost dragged her companion toward the closing door. Chen Xiaoji's pupils contracted sharply, his teeth clenched, and he used all his strength to pull the door open a crack. Umo and her companion nearly slid inside, brushing against the doorframe. Close the door. Lock it! Chen Xiaoji roared, using his shoulders to brace the door against several girls. Chapter 70, Standoff. The heavy wooden door finally slammed shut with a loud bang as Chen Xiaoji and several boys pushed with all their might. The thick door bolt was quickly slammed into place with a screeching sound, as if sealing off the hellish abyss outside. Huff huff. Inside the courtyard, only the heavy breathing of those who had narrowly escaped death could be heard. The air was thick and heavy, almost tangible. A dozen or so geishas, still shaken by the ordeal, huddled in the narrow front yard, some collapsed on the ground, others supporting each other. Their vibrant cheongsam dresses were stained with mud, grass clippings, and blood from an unknown source. Their faces, once adorned with makeup, were now a mess of tears, sweat, and fear. The sweet, cloying scent of makeup mingled with the heavy stench of sweat and blood, filling the cold air with a suffocating, foul odor. At the entrance to the church hall, a dozen or so female students huddled together like startled deer, their eyes filled with suspicion, contempt, and a deeper anger at having their safe space violated. Their gazes sliced through the intruders like knives. Dead silence. The cries and chaos outside the door and within the courtyard seemed like a nightmare that had abruptly ended, leaving behind only chaos and a sharp standoff. Cough cough. The first courtesan to climb over the wall struggled to her feet, clutching her sore waist. Her face bore the stubborn resilience and boldness characteristic of those from the lower classes. She surveyed the students staring at them, her voice hoarse yet defiant. What are you looking at? Never seen people fleeing for their lives before? We're all Chinese. Can't we hide from the Japanese swords? Her words were like sparks flying into oil. Who else like you? A female student with short, even-length hair and a delicate face, now twisted with anger, suddenly stood up, her voice sharp and piercing. This is a church. It's a place for students to seek refuge. You've defiled this place. You'll attract the Japanese soldiers. Get out immediately. Right. Get out. Get out. You're not welcome here. Other students, as if they had found an outlet for their frustration, joined in, their fear turning into aggression. The courtesans were enraged by this sudden hostility and insult. Fear was temporarily overshadowed by anger. Bull. Another older courtesan crossed her arms and retorted harshly, so you're a student? Does that make you better than us? When the Japanese come, they'll cut you down with their swords. Does it matter if you're a student or a whore? We'll all die. Exactly. You have places to hide, so we deserve to be raped and beheaded by the Japanese? We're all born of our parents who is more noble than whom? Filthy words and intense accusations erupted instantly in the small courtyard. The students clung to their stance of purity and safety, while the courtesans defended their right to survive and their equal dignity. The two sides stood firm, their emotions running high. The small church courtyard had become a miniature battlefield of despair and hostility within the occupied zone. Xiao Xiao too was caught between the two surging currents of hostility. He had never felt such blatant discrimination and confrontation based on identity and circumstances so closely before. He opened his mouth to say, we're all on the same side, we should help each other, but as a foreigner, he had no chance to speak. The intense shouting from both sides instantly drowned out his voice. He felt a deep sense of helplessness, his small body trembling slightly, his big eyes filled with confusion and sadness. Chen George was at a loss. He stood between the two sides, waving his arms helplessly. Stop arguing. All of you, stop arguing. The Japanese are right outside. Do you want to attract them all here? But his voice was drowned out by the angry shouts. Just then, the woman who had been dragged in last, Umo, with her unique demeanor, gently pushed away the sisters supporting her and stood straight. She didn't join the others in their heated arguments, nor did her face show much anger. She simply tidied the strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead, though her movements were somewhat disheveled, yet she exuded a calm strength. Her gaze swept over the emotionally charged students like icy water, finally settling on the face of the short-haired girl leading the group. Her eyes were calm, eerily calm, carrying the weariness of one who had seen through the world and understood life and death, as well as an unwavering resolve that left no room for doubt. Have you finished arguing? Umo's voice was not loud, even a bit hoarse, but it cut through the chaos like a cold knife, instantly piercing the bubble of noise and leaving the courtyard eerily silent. All eyes were fixed on her. She slowly took 2 steps forward, her high heels clicking softly yet distinctly on the cold muddy ground. She looked at the young, hostile faces, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint, icy smile. You think we're dirty, you think we're unlucky, you're afraid we'll bring the Japanese here and drag you down. You're right. Yumo's voice was unusually clear, each word striking everyone's heart. We came from the Qinhuai River. We're the lowly, despised profession you look down on. But we are also human beings. We fear death and want to live. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the terrified faces of the courtesans before returning to the students. This door was the one we risked our lives to break through. Now, the Japanese are outside. Once this door opens, we're as good as dead. Do you really think we can close it again? Do you think the Japanese will spare you, you clean students? The students were speechless, their faces drained of color. This church, Umo looked up at the Gothic spire, which looked especially gloomy under the leaden sky, can't stop the Japanese soldiers' bullets or their bayonets. All it can stop now are the scattered Japanese soldiers outside who haven't discovered us yet. She turned her gaze back to the students, her eyes sharp as knives. If you want to drive us out, you can. Once dawn breaks, we'll leave on our own. Whether we live or die, it's up to fate. But before that, Yumo's voice suddenly rose, carrying an unquestionable authority that left everyone breathless. Anyone who dares to utter another word about driving us out, or lay a finger on my sisters. She paused briefly, her gaze as cold as ice sweeping over every student's frightened face, then spoke the second half of her sentence slowly and deliberately. I'll open this door. We'll all die together. At least we'll have each other on the path to the underworld. Dead silence. An even more complete silence than before. The wind swept up the fallen leaves on the ground, rustling softly, as if accompanying the frozen despair. Umo stood in the courtyard, her cheongsam torn, her hair disheveled, yet she resembled a blood-soaked demon. Her words were not a threat, but a statement of a cruel reality, mutual destruction. The instinct to survive and the fear of death finally overpowered the students' pitiful sense of superiority and purity. They looked at Umo in terror, then at the tightly closed door, which seemed ready to burst open at any moment, their lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Even Chen George was stunned. He watched Umo's resolute back and, for the first time, truly felt the fierce and terrifying strength that lay deep within this woman of the streets. Xiao Xiao too was completely stunned. He looked at Umo, the woman who remained astonishingly calm and composed amidst the chaos. The standoff in the courtyard hadn't ended, it had merely shifted from an intense argument to an oppressive silence. Umo had temporarily stabilized the situation using the most extreme means. Chapter 71, Xiao Xiao Tutu can't hold on any longer. Xiao Xiao Tutu looked at the dozen or so female students in front of him, then glanced at the dozen or so women swaying on the other side, his brows instantly furrowing into a knot. In such chaotic times, women were already in a precarious position, especially vulnerable to being targeted by the Japanese soldiers. Once those monsters set their sights on someone, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. Everyone, get into the church, he hurriedly shouted to stop the two groups from arguing. If you make a commotion outside and attract the Japanese soldiers, none of us will be safe. No sooner had he finished speaking than the girls' eyes darted toward him. The next moment, they swarmed around him, their perfumed breath mingling with a cacophony of whispers and curious glances. Some of the bolder ones even dared to touch him. Oh, it's a foreigner. He looks like a priest? With a priest around, the Japanese won't dare to cause trouble, right? The fabric of this foreigner's clothes feels so unique. Xiaoxia Oda felt like he was being attacked by a swarm of hands and hurriedly dodged, shouting, "Hey! Stop touching me! That's too much. Who's touching my leg?" Inside the church, the women automatically split into two groups, sitting on either side with clear boundaries. Xiao Xiao Tuto stood directly in front of the cross, with a dozen elegantly dressed women on his left, their bold gazes openly appraising him. On his right were plainclothed female students, their faces filled with caution and rejection. Under the intense, fiery stares from the women on the left, the sensation of being attacked earlier still lingered on his skin. His cheeks flushed red, even his ears turning crimson. At that moment, Umo, sitting in the front row, leaned forward slightly. She was exceptionally beautiful, with an air of inexplicable charm in her eyes and brows. At that moment, she sat lazily with her legs crossed, and a sliver of fair skin peeked through the slit of her cheongsam in the dim light. She turned her eyes gently and sent a flirtatious kiss toward Xiao Xiaotu. Oh no, oh no! Who can resist this? Did the organizers intentionally send them here to test the player's self-control? I can hear Tuto's heartbeat through the screen. Look away, Tuto, or your heart will burst. Help! Umo just sent me over the edge. Once I get a motion simulator, I'm binge-watching this plot. This woman is mine, and I've already picked out 3 names for our kids. Snap out of it, upstairs. This is a survival channel, not a romance show. Drag him out and deal with him like a little kid. As the netizens said, little Tutu isn't inexperienced with women, but Umo knows exactly how to stir the heart. That flirtatious glance, that seductive smile, it's simply irresistible. A bunch of seductive foxes. A female student couldn't hold back any longer, and her low mutter was like a spark that instantly ignited the emotions of all the female students. Exactly. Dressed so provocatively, behaving so indecently, they brought shame upon all women. Kick them out. Having such people in the church is an insult to this sacred place. As the two sides were about to erupt into another argument, Xiao Xiaotu suddenly shouted, "Stop! We're facing a national crisis. Being here together is a matter of fate. We need to stick together and support one another. Arguing and shouting like this, what kind of example are you setting? His words rang out clearly, and the church fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The women on the left were confused. What is this foreigner mumbling about? The female student on the right was shocked. How could this foreigner explain the principles of their country so clearly? And using English to deliver such a lecture was just too odd. The priest said. A slightly bolder female student spoke up timidly. There are Japanese soldiers outside, killing, burning. The church might not be safe either, but we must stay quiet. We must help each other. Umo gently clapped her hands, her voice soft but enough to draw everyone's attention to her. She stood up, her posture graceful, her face calm and composed as if she had weathered many storms. Sisters, the priest is right. This church is our lifeline right now. Outside are wolves and tigers. If we keep fighting among ourselves here, aren't we just waiting to be wiped out? Her gaze swept over the female students, carrying a hint of helplessness and tolerance. Regardless of the past, we are all in this together now. Girls, she turned to her own people, put away your schemes, tighten your belts, and follow the priest's instructions. Her words carried the authority of an older sister, and the women, despite their rough appearance, quickly composed themselves and nodded in agreement. The female students were still a bit reluctant, but they eventually complied. Xiao Tu sighed in relief, feeling the sweat soak through her back. This was more exhausting than commanding an army. Under his direction, the two groups of women, who had been on edge moments ago, began to move cautiously and awkwardly. The female students searched for food and water and looked for safe hiding spots. The women of the streets, along with several strong students, moved heavy chairs, altar tables, and even the curtains surrounding the altar, attempting to reinforce the doors and windows. Xiao Toto walked to a side window and peered cautiously through the cracks in the colored glass. The outside was unusually quiet, but this silence was eerie, making one's hair stand on end. He needed to find some weapons. He couldn't defend himself against the Japanese soldiers with his bare hands. Just then, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that Umo hadn't gone to help move things but had quietly slipped behind him. Father. Umo's voice was low, tinged with curiosity. Your English is quite fluent. But, it doesn't sound like the prayers recited in church. Her gaze was sharp, as if she wanted to pierce through his priestly robes. Xiao Tutu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! In his panic, he had spoken English using Chinese-style platitudes, and the game translation had been very down to earth. Was he about to be exposed? Umo's observational skills are incredible. Tutu is about to be exposed. Ha! You tried to play the priest. You were exposed by the beautiful woman. Quick, think of a way to cover it up. Oh no, oh no. All the authority I just built up is about to collapse. Will Umo expose him? This is thrilling. I love watching this kind of plot twist. Number 20 is so good at this. Aren't you surprised by Umo's English skills? He speaks so fluently. Enough, no need to explain. Since you're here acting as a godfather protecting these female students, I can confirm you're a good person. Umo interrupted Xiao Tutu and walked straight to the cellar in the kitchen without looking back. That night, Xiao Tutu and a dozen female students were preparing food in the kitchen. Fortunately, he had managed to carry 2 large bags of flour from the flour mill when he escaped earlier, so they could steam some buns with water. We haven't had any staple food in ages. Chen George watched, drooling. After so many days, the food in the church had already been eaten by the students. If it weren't for Xiao Tuto, they were all planning to sneak out at night to search for food. Don't worry, we'll have something to eat tonight. Xiao Tutu comforted them. Watching the teenagers drool over a few white steamed buns, he felt a pang of bitterness. After all, in this day and age, even beggars would turn their noses up at steamed buns. Chapter 72, gathering 150,000 players to head to Jinling. Stop looking. There's movement on the Chinese side. The second batch of motion sensing pods has arrived, with over 200,000 units. Is that true? Has Shaoqin really become so connected? What are we waiting for? Let's go. This time I'm going to snag 2 or 3 units and take my grandfather and father with me to fight the Japanese. Aren't you the one who said your grandfather is sick? How dare you bring him to play games? My grandfather said he is determined to kill the Japanese. If the black and white ghosts don't agree, he'll give them 2 swings. While major streamers were experiencing Jinling defense battle, Huaxia Technology finally made a move. Huaxia Technology Company, Limited, Huaxia Technology Company, Limited. Important announcement to all players eagerly awaiting the motion simulator pods, we kept you waiting. After urgent coordination and full-scale production efforts, we have decided to officially launch the second round of global sales for the motion simulator pods at exactly 12 p.m. today. This round will offer 200,000 units available for immediate purchase. For details, please click on the pre-sale page. Due to our earlier focus on game quality and motion simulator quality control, production timelines were extended, causing delays for all players. I, Qin Lang, sincerely apologize for this. We will continue to optimize our processes and fully enhance production capacity to meet everyone's needs as soon as possible. As soon as the announcement was made, the player community erupted in excitement. Before the excitement of the flash sale had even died down, sharp-eyed players noticed the Vanity Fair vibe in the announcement. Excessive focus on game quality and quality control? Put. Little Qian's apology is so half-hearted he might as well have written, "We take our work too seriously," unlike some trash on his face. Ha ha ha. The truth is out. This isn't an apology, it's a precise jab at the neighboring Phantom C. Phantom C, just give me your ID number. Hilarious. Xiao Qian's sarcastic response gets a perfect score from me. Apologizing while flexing your muscles and taking a dig at the competition, that's genius. Got it. Huaxia, sorry, we were too serious, crossing arms. Huan Hai, are you being polite? This announcement translates to, guys, we've kept you waiting. We were busy polishing our masterpiece and didn't have time for mass production. Now it's ready, 200,000 units available, first come, first served. As for that trash called Phantom C? Ha ha. Huaxia Technologies' move here is superficially a sincere apology coupled with the announcement of a release date, but between the lines, it exudes absolute confidence in the quality of their own product and a silent yet loud mockery of their competitor Phantom C and their poorly made, rushed release of Jiangning Defense War. Players caught on immediately, and the announcement comments section quickly turned into a massive meme-filled and trolling fest targeting Phantom C. Phantom C's side was left red-faced. As the public opinion turned against them, the senior management of Phantom C could no longer sit idly by. An emergency meeting was hastily convened to discuss countermeasures. Soon, the company spokesperson reluctantly issued a statement. Phantom C Company Statement: We at Phantom C have always been committed to providing players with high-quality gaming experiences. Although Jiangning Defense Battle is an early access version, it has been meticulously polished by our team. The targeted remarks made by Huaxia Technology are nothing more than sensationalist marketing tactics. We pledge to continue updating and optimizing the game content to bring players more surprises in the future. However, this feeble defense only fueled the fire, and the player comments section was quickly overwhelmed by even more intense mockery and abuse. Your so-called carefully polished optimization is so bad it lags like a dog. Are you trying to fool us? Stop making excuses. Once Huaxia's 200,000 motion sensing pods hit the market, your half-baked product will be crushed into dust. Surprise? Is it a bug surprise or a model-breaking surprise? Meanwhile, the midnight launch time for Huaxia Technologies pre-sale was drawing closer. The pre-sale pages on major platforms saw their traffic surge exponentially, with servers teetering on the brink of collapse under the overwhelming influx of users. Countless players are itching to get started, staring intently at the countdown clock, ready to pounce. Meanwhile, Huan Hai Company could only watch helplessly as this overwhelming wave of excitement swept across the internet. As the countdown reached zero, the pre-sale battle officially began. The entire network feels like a barrel of gunpowder, with countless hands frantically clicking away in the virtual world. The data on the pre-sale pages is fluctuating wildly, with large quantities of motion simulators being snapped up every second. In a dark corner, several high-ranking executives of Phantom C Company glared with grim expressions. They refused to accept being overshadowed by Huaxia Technology, so they secretly contacted a group of hackers to disrupt Huaxia Technology's pre-sale system. The hackers acted swiftly, and Huaxia Technology's servers were immediately hit with a massive attack. The pages began to lag, and the pre-sale progress slowed down. However, Huaxia Technology's technical team was no pushover. They had prepared in advance and swiftly activated an emergency plan, engaging in an invisible battle with the hackers. Meanwhile, players noticed the abnormalities in the flash sale and began to voice their complaints in the comments section, accusing those responsible of disrupting fairness. It's frozen. The page won't load. Damn it. Who's behind this? Is it those bastards from Huan Hai who can't handle it? Hold on, Huaxia. Don't let those bastards succeed. The comments section was flooded with angry posts. Huaxia Technology responded swiftly, and an official announcement was immediately released. Huaxia Technology: We have detected abnormal network attacks. Our technical team is working diligently to ensure the fairness and integrity of the flash sale. Please remain calm. The system will be restored to normal as soon as possible. Thank you for your support. Blue Bay Number 1, Building 13, 8th floor. Little Mouse, did you manage to snag one of my Data's company's new motion sensing pods? Qin Linshan leaned back on the sofa, speaking casually. Of course I got it. Wu Haorun's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Let me tell you, it's that Jiangling defense battle game. You bastard, snagged the top spot on the hero rankings without even saying a word, and you've got me so jealous. Qin Linshan chuckled, just good luck. You know I'm pretty familiar with military stuff. I happen to be assigned to the tank unit, so I just made a little adjustment. A little tweak? Wu Haorun exclaimed dramatically, listen to yourself. Is that even human speech? The top spot on the hero list is called a little tweak? Xin Xiao, your ability to downplay your achievements has really improved. Enough, Xin Linxiang interrupted his teasing, his tone growing more serious. I have something important to discuss with you. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Wu Haoren's feigned lament. Humph. I knew it. No news is good news. I, Wu Haoren, am only remembered when you, Mr. Qin, have something to ask of me, right? Stop being so sarcastic. Xin Linxiang was already immune to his act, cutting straight to the point with a clear and firm voice. I need you to help me submit a video to Tianyu. A video? What's it about? Wu Haoren's tone immediately turned serious, dropping the jokes. The content is simple but very important. Gather 15,000 players to defend Jinling. Xin Linxiang spoke slowly and deliberately, his words ringing out clearly. Gather 150,000 players to defend Jinling? Wu Haoren was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice igniting with fierce determination. That's awesome. Xiangzi, leave this to me. To be honest, I was just thinking about the same thing. This crappy game says survive 30 days? Bull. I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to lead my brothers and wipe out every last one of those heartless bastards across the screen. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, betraying a ruthless determination. In these 30 days, I won't just survive, I'll make those little bastards pay for their crimes with their blood. I'll use their blood to honor the souls of those who never made it out of Jinling City alive. I'll personally oversee the making of this video. I'll make sure it goes viral. Chapter 73, My surname is Li, I'm an instructor at the training brigade. Back to Xiao Xiao Tutu's livestream. It was deep into the night within the game. The outside the church had temporarily fallen silent, leaving only the mournful whistling of the wind through the ruins. The women of the Qinhuai River had taken refuge in the depths of the cellar. Those who had temporarily escaped their fear gathered together, huddling around the dim lamplight, passing the long, oppressive hours by playing cards. Whispers and occasional soft laughter echo through the cramped space, offering a fragile comfort in the darkness. Meanwhile, in the church rehearsal room above, the atmosphere was entirely different. Xiao Xiao Tutu did not join the card game. He sat quietly in the corner, the only listener. Before him, the female students, encouraged by him, were practicing hymns with clear, ringing voices. The pure, slightly trembling melodies of the voices echoed off the stone walls, like faint starlight struggling to bloom in the darkness, carrying a nearly sacred power that seemed to dispel the despair permeating the air. Xiao Xiao Tutu, who had been immersed in the singing, suddenly noticed the frozen expression on the lead singer, Meng Shuan. Her pupils dilated slightly as she stared intently at the slightly ajar, dilapidated wooden door of the rehearsal room. A chill instantly ran down Xiao Xiao Tutu's spine. He abruptly followed Meng Shujuan's gaze. There, in the shadow of the doorframe, was a face. The lips on that face were deathly pale, glowing an ominous grayish-blue in the dim light. Even more unsettling is the face, covered in dark red, partially coagulated blood crusts that crisscross in every direction, making it nearly impossible to discern the original features. The most bizarre thing was that the owner of this terrifying face was holding a withered, filthy finger, stiffly raised in front of his lips, with fingers just as cracked and bloodless. Wait! Xiao Xiao Tutu nearly jumped out of his chair in a reflex, blurting out the words. His voice echoed sharply in the silence, instantly dispelling the lingering echoes of the sacred hymns. His words were automatically translated into English, but the warning clearly went unheard by the pair of vigilant eyes outside the door. Just as he stood up and rushed toward the door, the face, like a startled ghost, suddenly retreated into the darkness of the doorframe. The wooden door creaked softly, as if moved by the night wind. Xiaoxiaota took a quick step toward the door and yanked it open. Outside, his urgent gaze swept across the area, catching only a blurry, hunched figure that seemed to blend into the night, vanishing into the darkness at the corner of the hallway. Who was that? An enemy, or? Xiao Xiao Tutu's heart was still pounding wildly, his brows furrowed in confusion and caution. The fleeting image of the figure was too terrifying, and their behavior was so bizarre. Godfather! A voice rang out behind him. It was Meng Shuan. She had somehow run up to him, her small body trembling slightly from excitement, but her eyes shone with an unusual light. He's not a bad person. He's a warrior from our country. Xiao Xiao Tutu turned in surprise. A warrior? How do you know? Meng Shuan nodded vigorously, her voice trembling with the emotion of having narrowly escaped death this morning. This very morning. If it weren't for them, if they hadn't risked their lives to block the Japanese soldiers chasing us, we never would have made it here. Tears welled up in her eyes, a mix of fear and gratitude. I recognize his eyes. And the wounds on his body. It must be them. Then why did he run? Xiao Xiao Tutu was even more confused. If he's one of us, shouldn't he stay here to help each other? Isn't that safer? Meng Shuan didn't answer immediately. Her anxious gaze fixed on the dark ground outside the door. Suddenly, her small body trembled. She broke free from Xiao Xiao Tutu's grip, lunged forward, and bent down to pick something up from the ground. It was a small leather shoe, slightly deformed and covered in mud and dark stains. Meng Shuan clutched the shoe tightly to her chest, as if holding a precious treasure she had lost and found again. Tears finally streamed down her face, and her voice choked but remained clear. He must have come to bring me my shoe. This is the one I lost today. Xiaoxiaotuta looked at the shoe in Meng Shujuan's hands, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He realized that behind this ordinary-looking shoe lay the kindness and warmth of a soldier who had remained steadfast in the midst of war. We must find him, Xiaoxiaotuta said firmly. He decided to take Meng Shuwan with him to find the mysterious soldier. They cautiously made their way in the direction the soldier had disappeared. In the ruins of the church, they discovered a faint trail of blood. Following the bloodstains, they arrived at a hidden small room. The room was filled with the overpowering stench of blood, and the mysterious warrior was lying weakly against the wall. Xiaoxiaotuta rushed forward to check his injuries. The warrior's wounds were horrifying, clearly the result of a brutal battle. Meng Shuwan gently placed her shoes beside the warrior and whispered, "Thank you, uncle." The warrior slowly opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile of relief. "Child, I'm glad you're safe." His voice was weak but filled with tenderness, as if still carrying a hint of scholarly refinement. Xiaoxiaotuta examined the warrior's wounds and found the situation critical, requiring immediate attention. He searched the room and luckily found some basic medical supplies. With Meng Shujuan's assistance, Xiaoxiaotuta began cleaning the soldier's wounds and applying bandages to stop the bleeding. Though the soldier winced in pain, he clenched his teeth and endured it. After finishing the wound care, Xiaoxiaotuta helped the soldier sit more comfortably. "For now, that's all we can do." Xiaoxiaotuta's voice was weary and filled with deep concern as he looked at the soldier's pale face. "You need to rest and conserve your strength. We'll stay here." The soldier's eyelids fluttered slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he lacked the strength even to lift his eyes. "Thank you. You are a very good international friend." Meng Shuwan quickly translated for Xiaoxiaotuta. "Please don't thank me. It's my duty." Xiaoxiaotuta paused, his gaze fixed earnestly on the soldier's eyes, which were cloudy from intense pain and blood loss but still striving to remain clear. "May I ask your name? I really want to remember you." His tone was sincere, filled with admiration and emotion for this soldier who, even in such a desperate situation, still cared about others, especially the safety of a little girl. Finally, the soldier mustered the last of his strength, shaking his head ever so slightly. His voice was faint yet carried an undeniable air of authority and restraint. "My surname is Li." He paused, as if gathering his last ounce of strength, his chest rising and falling weakly. "I am the chief instructor of the Huagua Training Corps." He did not reveal his name, but the words "commander of the training corps" rang out like a thunderclap. This was not merely a title, it was a responsibility, an honor, and a symbol of stepping forward to defend the nation in its hour of peril. His face, covered in blood, now bore only a calm expression of resolve and willingness to die, as if he had already entrusted his life and name to the land he had sworn to defend with his very existence. Chapter 74, Iron Will and Tender Heart. Instructor Li. Li instructor's resolve is truly unwavering. I cried so hard because he's a soldier, he never backed down even once. With the founding father by his side, how could General Li fear death? There are no surrendered soldiers in China. Tutu, you must bring Instructor Li out alive. Little Tutu helped Instructor Li into the kitchen, letting him eat to regain his strength while recounting the situation outside. At that time, the remaining soldiers of the training brigade were stationed at the Stone City Gate on the western side of the city, protecting the civilians as they fled the city and crossed the river. They could have retreated safely. However, upon seeing the female students being pursued by the Japanese invaders, they had no choice but to reveal their positions and engage in a desperate battle with the enemy. In the end, only a dozen soldiers survived, including Instructor Li and a teenage soldier named Pu Shang. He's too badly injured. There are no medicines here to treat his wounds, he won't last much longer. Umo had crawled out of the cellar unnoticed. She knelt beside Pu Shang, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a damp cloth, her eyes filled with deep compassion and helplessness. He's too badly injured. There's no medicine here, no doctor. I'm afraid he won't make it. She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. We found him on the road. Li Jiaguan's voice had regained its calm, as if he were recounting an event unrelated to himself. But beneath that calm lay an unimaginable depth of sorrow. At that time, he could still open his mouth to cry out in pain, calling for his mother. He exhaled deeply and silently, his gaze fixed on Pu Shang's pale, bloodless face, his expression almost cruel in its acceptance. This may be his fate. But at least he can rest in a place that's not so cold. That's a decent final resting place. As long as there's still a breath left, we must save him. Xiaoxiaotu's voice cut through the despair filling the kitchen. His tone was firm and unwavering. He knelt down, his gaze burning over Pu Shang's horribly injured leg, then suddenly looked up, fixating on the equally gruesome scar on Li Jiaguan's face. These two hideous wounds, like red-hot branding irons, seared his heart. He couldn't imagine how these soldiers could endure such inhuman pain in reality and still stand tall, fighting with blood flowing freely. But at that moment, he was right there. He was no longer an observer outside the screen, he was Father John Miller. He couldn't stand by and do nothing. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the kitchen before settling on Instructor Li. Instructor Li, stay here and rest. Help me protect these students. I'll go out and find medicine once it gets darker. He needed someone trustworthy to guard the rear. Umo immediately translated Xiao Xiao Tu's words to the instructor, her voice trembling slightly. After finishing the translation, she raised her eyes and looked deeply at Xiao Xiao Tu Tuesday. For the first time, her beautiful eyes, now filled with worry, gleamed with an unusual light. She didn't understand why this foreigner from another country would risk everything for a nation he had never heard of and a group of strangers on the brink of extinction. Protecting them is my duty. Li Zhaoguan listened to the translation, shook his head slowly, his expression calm and resolute, with the characteristic sense of duty of a soldier. You've already done more than enough for us. He struggled to stand up. I can find the medicine myself. Xiaoxiaota didn't argue further. He knew Li Zhaoguan's physical condition well and silently pushed him back onto the straw mat. Then he grabbed Chen Xiaoji, who was standing nearby with a worried expression, and dragged him to a secluded corner outside the kitchen. George! Xiao Xiao Tutu whispered urgently, is there a hospital nearby? Or a pharmacy? Any place where we might find medicine? Chen George swallowed nervously, there is. The Red Cross Hospital and a few large pharmacies, but the priest. Those places are definitely under strict surveillance by the Japanese now. They're afraid the medicine will fall into our hands to save people. Going there now is like walking into a den of lions. We won't be able to get any medicine. Impossible? Xiao Xiao Tutu's eyes shone brightly in the dim light. Where there is a will, there is a way. Don't forget, I'm an international friend. This identity might just be a pass. We have to try. He patted Chen Xiaoji on the shoulder, tell me the exact location. Chen Xiaoji saw the determination in his eyes and knew it was useless to try to stop him. He trembled as he pointed in the direction and whispered the locations of a few possible hospitals and pharmacies. Xiao Xiao Tu memorized the information. He looked up at the dilapidated small window in the kitchen. The sky outside had lost a hint of its deep ink-like darkness, and the eastern horizon was faintly tinged with the faintest glimmer of dawn. He deduced that this was the moment when the guards were most likely to let their guard down and the people were most exhausted the eve of dawn. He must seize this fleeting opportunity. He straightened his priest's robe, glanced one last time at the flickering light and the two severely injured figures inside the kitchen, then turned resolutely. Wait, wait! Father! A voice filled with suppressed fear yet tinged with a hint of defiance echoed from behind him. Xiaoxiao Tu paused, then turned back. It was Chen Xiaoji. His face was deathly pale, and his body was still trembling slightly, but those eyes that had always avoided contact now flickered with a faint yet determined flame. He clenched his lower lip, as if it took every ounce of strength to force out the words, I'll go with you. Xiao Xiaotu stared deeply at him. This timid church errand boy was now displaying a courage that was truly precious. He didn't waste any words, simply nodding firmly and saying in a low voice, all right. Stay close to me. Remember, I'm the priest, and you're my assistant. Keep your mouth shut and watch your step. Survival comes first. There was no time to hesitate. The two of them slipped out the back door of the church like two shadows blending into the night, making no sound. As soon as they opened the courtyard gate, a suffocating mixture of odors hit them in the face. The lingering smoke from the recent fire, the charred remains of burned buildings, and the suffocating stench of blood filled the air. Most of the houses along the street were reduced to rubble, with charred wooden beams jutting menacingly toward the sky. Among the rubble, scattered debris, broken household items, and the twisted, abandoned bodies of civilians could be seen everywhere. Some of the bodies had clearly been subjected to inhumane torture, their horrifying state causing Chen Xiaoji to look away abruptly after just a glance, covering his mouth tightly to suppress the urge to vomit. The cold evening wind whistled through the ruins, stirring up paper ash and dust, adding to the eerie, lifeless atmosphere. Xiao Xiao Tu forced himself not to dwell on the horrors before him, focusing all his attention on sensing the dangers around him. He crouched low, using the shadows cast by the ruined walls to move quickly. Chen Xiaoji clung tightly to his back, following his footsteps closely, his breathing rapid and labored. Following Chen Xiaoji's instructions, they struggled to make their way through the rubble and corpses. In the dead silence, even the slightest sound seemed amplified. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao Tuto suddenly yanked Chen Xiaoji into the side of a half-collapsed wall. The force was so great that Chen Xiaoji almost let out a scream, but Xiao Xiao Tutu quickly covered his mouth. Shoo! Xiao Xiao Tutu's eyes sharpened like knives, fixated on the corner of the street ahead. Click, click, click. The sound of boots hitting the ground grew louder as they approached. Chapter 75, Returning to Find Medicine. Duku and Xianglan climb over the wall. As the footsteps grew louder, Tutu realized that the group approaching them was a patrol of Japanese soldiers. Fortunately, they hid in time, otherwise, they would have collided head-on. The church was too close, and if they were discovered, the presence of others inside would be exposed. Once the squad had moved on, the two continued their mission. This time, they didn't even walk on the streets, they moved through the ruins of a dilapidated building. Fortunately, there was a pharmacy not far from the church. Exhausted and panting, they finally spotted the shop they were looking for. The pharmacy, named Shokongtang, had its doors completely destroyed, and the sign on the doorframe was gone. However, it seemed that there were no Japanese soldiers guarding the inside, which was good news for the two of them. The two crouched low and approached cautiously, safely reaching the entrance of the pharmacy. The scent of traditional Chinese medicine overpowered the smell of blood, making Xiao Xiaotu feel slightly better. Quick, look for something to stop the bleeding and reduce inflammation. Xiao Xiaotuto excitedly pulled Chen Xiaoji over. Father, I don't recognize any herbs, Chen Xiaoji said weakly. This left Xiao Xiaotuto at a loss. If George didn't recognize them, how could he, who had never seen herbs before? After all, in the present-day Blue Star, people only took Western medicine capsules for illnesses. Where could one find traditional Chinese herbs? Tutu had never seen any either. Everyone, please help me search for some traditional Chinese herbs that can stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. I'm waiting online, it's urgent. He could only start asking the viewers in the live stream for help. Tutu, I know you're in a hurry, but don't panic. I'm searching for you right now. Go check first and see what the herbs look like so we can take a screenshot and search. Found it. Found it. The external herbs are Sanchi, Xianhiko, Baiji, Diu, and Sibai. The internal herbs are Meikixian and Zihua Diding. Tutu saw this lengthy comment and immediately entered the pharmacy to look for the herbs. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he realized his world had come crashing down. The cabinets containing the herbal medicines had all been overturned, and the drawers were all pulled out. The drawers were completely empty, with only faint traces of dried herbs visible on the ground. Damn it, these bastards! Tutu cursed loudly. The Japanese soldiers, knowing someone was coming to look for herbs, had ransacked the entire herbal medicine shop, trampling and burning everything in sight. Where's the photo team? Get me some pictures of the herbs. Now, searching for herbs by name was no longer feasible. They could only look for any remaining herbs on the ground based on their appearance. No, this is wet. I need the dried version, the appearance after it's been sun-dried, not fresh. What? You can't find it? You're telling me that in all of China, we don't even know what Chinese herbs look like? Several images popped up on the screen, all showing fresh herbs with droplets of water. None of them looked like the ones on the ground, which were crushed and covered in dust. No! How can we tell? Xiao Xiaotutu knelt in the rubble, trembling as he picked up a handful of soil mixed with unknown plant fragments. He looked up at the vibrant images on the screen, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness and heart-wrenching anger engulfed him. His eyes turned red, and his voice choked with emotion. These are our own herbs from Huagua. How could we not recognize our own things? This question, like a heavy hammer, struck every viewer's heart. The livestream was instantly overwhelmed by a tidal wave of grief and anger. They won't even spare life-saving herbs. This is an attempt to eradicate our roots. I'm trembling all over. They're not human. They're demons in human form. Our ancestors' heritage is lost. Can we ever reclaim it after the war is over? Xiao Xiaotutu took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the turmoil within. He couldn't break down. Li Instructor and Pu Shang were still waiting. He violently tore off the cloth bundle from his body, kneeling on the ground without regard for his own safety. His hands frantically dug through the debris, stuffing any fragments that vaguely resembled medicinal herbs into the cloth bundle. We can't worry about that now. Let us take it back first. Hopefully someone at the church will recognize it. This was their only hope. Just as the two of them clutched the bulging, mud-stained cloth bundle tightly to their chests, preparing to head to the next location. They never could have imagined that behind the ruins of a half-collapsed building across from Shokong Hall, two pairs of cold, piercing eyes were watching their every move. Sano Koen, why not just grab them? They're just too Chinese. The young Nakamura whispered, his voice tinged with impatience and a bloodthirsty excitement. The veteran soldier known as Sano curled his lips into a cruel smile. Nakamura-kun, you're too young. What good would capturing them do? These Chinese have tough bones, they won't spill a word. Kill them, and the trail goes cold. His cloudy eyes flickered with greed. Follow them. Let them lead the way. They're taking such a risk to come out looking for medicine now. Their hideout must have big fish, injured Chinese officers, or more rats. Once we find their lair, we'll wipe them all out. Heh, that'll be a huge military achievement. Enough to get us promoted. You're a genius, Sano Koen. You're so wise. Nakamura suddenly understood, his face twisted into a fanatical expression of admiration. These two Japanese soldiers, who should have been on rotation rest, had been persuaded by the ambitious Sano to stay behind and had been lying in ambush for hours, like hyenas lurking in the shadows, waiting for their prey to fall into the trap. Unaware that they had been targeted by a venomous snake, Xiao Xiaotu and Chen Xiaoji cautiously made their way through the ruins, searching for the next possible surviving pharmacy. Chen Xiaoji frowned deeply, his mind racing. Finally, he couldn't help but grab Xiao Xiaotutu's sleeve, his voice filled with worry. Father! We can't go to the Red Cross hospital. Absolutely not. He panted urgently, his eyes filled with deep fear. Those Japanese soldiers will definitely ask us what we need the medicine for. What if they grow suspicious and insist on following us to help or inspect us? We'll all be doomed. No one in the church will be able to escape. Xiao Tutu suddenly stopped in his tracks, a chill running up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Chen George's words were like a bucket of ice water, dousing his urgent search for medicine with a chill that penetrated to the bone. He slapped his forehead hard, trembling with fear. George! You reminded me just in time. I almost made a huge mistake. Using the identity of an international friend to demand medicine was akin to handing over the clues to the hidden wounded soldiers right under the Japanese soldiers' noses. It was sheer suicide. Let's go. Search 2 more small pharmacies. If we can't find anything, we'll go back. Better to have something than nothing. Xiao Tu made a swift decision and abandoned the high-risk hospital target. However, hope was dashed time and again. The 2 small pharmacies they found next were identical to Shokongtang. The shops had been completely destroyed, shelves overturned, medicine cabinets smashed, precious herbs either burned to ashes or maliciously trampled into mud, mixed with debris and ash, beyond recognition. Damn it! Xiao Tutu punched the broken wall with all his might, his knuckles bleeding instantly, but he felt no pain, only a raging fire of anger burning through his body. Once I get through this, I'm going to join a team and kill them all. These bastards deserve to go to the 18th layer of hell. Not a single one of you will escape. The livestream was also completely ignited by this blatant act of destruction. Leave no trace. They're trying to exterminate us all. Not even a single survivor. This game is too realistic, so realistic it's suffocating. This is war. A war with no humanity. Support the streamer. 1,000 cuts are too lenient. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Xiao Tutu and Shen Xiaoji tightly clutched the bundle in their arms, as if protecting the last ember of hope, and began to sneak along the perilous path they had come, heading toward Winchester Cathedral. Meanwhile, atop the church walls, 2 slender figures suddenly appeared. It was Duku and Xianglan. Duku struggled to support Xianglan's waist against the wall, helping her climb over the top. Her voice was low and filled with anxiety. Xianglan, it's almost dawn. It's too dangerous to go out now. Maybe we should just give up. The pipa strings and earrings can always be replaced. Xianglan, already perched on the wall, reached out and pulled Duku up with all her strength. Her fair face was covered in wall dust, her hair disheveled, but her eyes shone with an intensity that left no room for doubt. No way. The pipa is my life. Those earrings were the only memento your mother left you, and they're our means of survival. If we lose them, what do we have left? We must get them back. Now. While the Japanese are distracted, let's go quickly and return. 2 women from the Qinhuai River, driven by their art which they regarded as their very lives and their last remaining hope, resolutely scaled the protective walls. Their graceful figures landed in the shadows outside the wall and quickly vanished into the dilapidated alleys. Chapter 76, A True Son of China Should Stand Tall and Proud. Extra chapter. What? You mean Duku and Xianglan went outside the church? Tutu and Shen George, who had just returned to the church panting, exclaimed in shock. They've been gone for over an hour and still haven't returned. Uemo sat in the corner, the drifting smoke unable to hide the worry on her face. Why didn't you stop them? Don't you know how dangerous it is to go out at this time? Tutu was puzzled by Umo's actions as the leader, unable to even keep an eye on 2 people. They said they were going to the restroom together, but then they suddenly disappeared. Umo felt deeply guilty. Do you know where they might have gone? Tutu asked. They should have gone to Dashi Dam Street. They ran off and forgot something. Umo took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of smoke. I'll go out and look for them. Stay here and keep an eye on the others. Don't go out again. With that, little Tutu took Chin George and left the church again. George, do you know which way to go to Dashi Dam Street? As they stepped out of the church, Tutu's footsteps grew hurried. Head south, near the Confucius Temple. George, with his short legs, struggled to keep up with Tutu, panting heavily. Father, maybe we should just stay here? He looked up, his eyelashes covered in tiny ice crystals, his voice trembling. What if they didn't go there? What if they run into the patrol? Tutu suddenly stopped in his tracks. He crouched down, his gaze level with the teenager's panicked eyes. He extended his fingers, stiff from the cold, and gently brushed away the snowflakes clinging to George's eyelashes and cheeks. George, he suddenly grabbed George's slender shoulders, not with much force, but with a determination that made one's heart tremble. Look at the girls in the church. They can hide here and catch their breath because there are people outside taking bullets for them. They're risking their lives to block that door. You say you're afraid? I'm afraid too. The cold seeps into every bone in my body. But George, listen to me. You are a son of China. You don't have to pick up a gun and fight right now, but you can't just stand by and watch someone fall into this icy abyss right before your eyes. Tell me, can you just pretend you didn't see it? Can you just turn away? His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and every word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, crashing down on the young man's heart. Chen George trembled all over, as if burned by the scorching words, yet also pierced by the light in his eyes that dispelled his fear. He looked into Tutu's eyes, where a flame named responsibility and duty danced in the wind and snow. A surge of courage he had never felt before rushed to his head. He took a deep breath of the icy air, as if trying to inhale that courage into his very being, clenching his frozen, numb hands into fists with all his strength. He straightened his slender chest, gathered every ounce of strength, and though his voice still trembled, it carried the resolve of one who had nothing left to lose. I'm not afraid anymore. Father! I'll go with you. To Dashi Dam Street. Tutu's eyes flashed with admiration. He suddenly stood up and slapped his broad palm heavily on the teenager's trembling but straight back. Good boy. You're a man. Stay close to me and keep your feet steady. Tutu is such a smooth talker. All these big words and principles. George is just a teenager, his mind hasn't fully matured yet. He's never seen anything like this before. So inspiring. Damn, this is so inspiring. Even through the screen, I, a 30-something old hand whose sharp edges have been worn down by life, felt my ears burn from Tutu's words to George. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Tutu is an international master of soul manipulation. Look at his tactics, no threats or bribes, no sugar-coated words. Just flawless English and top-notch rhetoric that perfectly reads people's hearts. George is so cute. He is getting more and more upright under Tutu's words. He must be thinking, how does this foreigner know so much about Chinese principles? Ha ha ha. Father, slow down. George's voice broke in the wind as he was almost dragged forward by Tutu. Tutu wasn't ignoring him, the tension in his heart was simply too intense. Over an hour had passed in this ghostly night, enough time for anything terrible to happen. Hold on, George. We're almost there. Tutu's voice was also blown into fits and starts by the wind as he struggled to discern their direction. The outline of the Confucius temple flickered in the wind and snow, and Dashi Dam Street was nearby. The once bustling, neon-lit alleys were now deathly quiet, like a vast graveyard. The broken signs creaked in the wind, and the dark windows and doors, like countless empty eyes, coldly watched the two tiny intruders. Split up and search. Tutu whispered, pointing to both sides of the alley. You watch the left, I'll search the right. Stay close to the walls, keep your eyes open, and look for any footprints or items they might have dropped. Remember, no matter what you see, don't make a sound. If you hear anything, crouch down and hide immediately. Whether we find anything or not, meet back here in half an incense stick's time. Got it. The two darted into the alleys on either side. Tutu held his breath, straining his ears. Besides the sound of wind and snow, the only noise was the pounding of his own heart. Crouching low, he used the ruins of walls and buildings for cover, his eyes darting sharply across every corner. Nothing. Nothing at all. Only the silence spread out around him. Dooku and Xianglan, where are you? Is that forgotten item worth taking such a huge risk? Suddenly, a faint, suppressed sob, mingled with the wind and snow, drifted faintly toward him. Tutu's body stiffened, his heart nearly stopping. The sound seemed to come from a half-collapsed building ahead, with a dilapidated sign reading Tsuiyan Pavilion hanging above it. He clung to the icy wall like a lizard, moving silently toward the source of the sound. Was it Dooku? Or Xianglan? Just as Tutu was about to touch the rickety wooden staircase. Click! A crisp, metallic clang against stone echoed through the silent alley, piercing the stillness. The sound came from Chun Xiaoji's direction. Tutu spun around abruptly, his heart plunging into an icy abyss. There, George emerged frantically from his hiding spot, scrambling to pick up a shiny object on the ground. It appeared to be a small, pink compact. Clearly, he had accidentally kicked it. Oh no! Tutu's mind was filled with alarm bells. Almost at the same time. Who's there? A harsh Japanese shout, accompanied by the heavy creak of leather boots on wooden planks, as the figure suddenly burst out. A bright beam of light, like a death god's spotlight, instantly pierced the darkness of the alley, precisely locking onto the small, panicked figure scrambling to pick up the item. It's over. My George. That timid little George who would even save his steamed bun for others too. You must protect him at all costs. Even if it means going through fire and brimstone, bring him back. Streamer. I've lived over 20 years, never bent my knees or broken my back, never begged anyone for help. But today I'm begging you. Please help George. Pull him out of there. George is such a good boy, trembling with fear yet still charging forward. Such a kind and genuine child, he must not come to harm. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to close my eyes tonight, staring at the screen with a broken heart until dawn. Chapter 77, Counterattack. The rage reignites. Blinding beams of light illuminated George's pale, terrified face in stark detail. He was frozen in place, still clutching the troublesome pink box tightly in his hands. His body was paralyzed by extreme fear, and only his teeth were chattering violently. The eyes that had just ignited with courage now held only the most primal despair one might feel when facing a beast. Boy! Stop! Another Japanese soldier shouted in broken Chinese, cocking his gun. The black muzzle of the gun was aimed at the frail figure, as thin as a sheet of paper. Tutu's eyes bulged in horror. He was only a dozen steps away from George, with nothing to hide behind. Charging forward would be suicide. Not charge? Was he supposed to just watch George be? Time seemed to freeze. Save him? Or not? Dooku and Xianglan might be upstairs, just a stone's throw away. George was right in the line of fire. At that critical moment, George, enveloped in blinding light and terrified out of his wits, inadvertently glanced at the darkness where Tutu was hiding. He saw those eyes that had once brushed the snowflakes from his face, eyes that had once shone with the brilliance of starlight. At that moment, those eyes were filled with the same terror and pain. That single glance. Like a faint electric current, it instantly pierced through George's nerves, frozen by fear. You are a son of China. When you see someone about to fall into an ice hole, you must reach out and pull them out. The one falling into the ice hole is now the priest. It's Sister Dooku and Sister Xianglan. It's himself. A surge of heat more intense than before swept away all hesitation. The body moved faster than the mind. Just as the Japanese soldiers grew impatient and prepared to rush forward to capture them. He no longer looked in the direction of Tutu, but instead violently threw the shiny pink box in his hand with all his strength, aiming it in the opposite direction of where Tutu was hiding. Clang! The powder box struck the distant pile of rubble, emitting a sharp, piercing sound as it shattered. Damn it! Over there! The Japanese soldiers' attention was instantly drawn to the sudden noise and the flash of light, and their flashlights and gun barrels instinctively turned toward the darkness. Now! Tutu's eyes blazed with fury. The suppressed power erupted like a volcano. He charged forward like a cheetah bursting out of the shadows, without a moment's hesitation. His legs erupted from the ground, and his entire body transformed into a blurry black shadow, plunging forward with the force of a thunderbolt. The Japanese soldier never expected that someone was hiding behind the broken wall just inches away. Caught off guard, he felt a tremendous force collide with him from the side, causing his throat to tighten. Tutu's hands clamped around his neck like a cross, gripping tightly from behind. With all his strength, he pulled inward and upward with all his might. Tutu let out a bestial growl through clenched teeth. Do you think your grandfather can't choke you to death today? His body clung to the other like an octopus, his legs locked around the lower body, and all his weight and strength poured into the deadly chokehold. Ugh, ha ha! The Japanese soldier's eyes bulged, his face turning the color of liver, struggling futilely. His hands frantically clawed at Tutu's arms, and his legs kicked wildly in the snow, leaving chaotic deep pits. However, Tutu's chokehold was as unyielding as steel, not budging an inch. The enemy's struggles grew weaker and weaker, his body going limp as if all the bones had been pulled out. Just then, George, who had already stumbled away, suddenly turned back. His eyes were bloodshot, his face a mix of fear, madness, and a ruthless determination to stop at nothing. He somehow managed to grab a heavy brick, raised it high above his head, and charged toward the entangled figures on the ground like a madman. I'll crush you, you little Japanese bastard. Ah! With a scream that rent the night sky, George's brick struck the Japanese soldier's face, which had been forced upward by the mud, with pinpoint accuracy. Put! A bone-chilling thud echoed through the air. The brick and skull collided violently. Viscous fluid erupted instantly, splattering in droplets across Tutu's face, carrying a warm, nauseatingly foul odor. Ugh! Tutu felt a sudden heat on his face, and the body in his arms jerked violently before going completely limp, utterly silent. Stop! George! Stop! He.s. dead! Tutu screamed hoarsely, releasing the rope. The corpse collapsed onto the snow like a broken sack, its face unrecognizable. George seemed not to hear, still holding the brick high above his head, as if ready to strike again. His body trembled violently, and his throat emitted gasping sounds, his eyes hollow and... George! Stop! Tutu grabbed his arm as it rose again, shaking him violently. Look at me! He's dead! It's over! The brick clattered to the blood-stained snow. George collapsed to the ground, his body limp as if all his strength had been drained from him. He looked down at his hands, covered in blood and snow, then at the horrific corpse on the ground. Overwhelming fear and belated realization engulfed him like icy water. He gasped for breath, his teeth chattering violently. Tears mixed with the blood on his face streamed down his cheeks, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. God! Father, I've killed someone, I. His words echoed in the air. Tutu also gasped for breath, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He struggled to get to his feet, ignoring the filth on his face, and staggered over to George. He knelt down, reaching out to embrace the teenager's trembling body, which shook like autumn leaves in the wind. Don't be afraid, George, don't be afraid. Tutu's voice was low and hoarse. He repeatedly stroked George's cold, trembling back, trying to convey a hint of warmth. You didn't kill a human being, you killed a monster, a man-eating beast. You did the right thing. Don't be afraid. I'm here. George was just a child. His fluent English revealed that he had once been a timid student. Tutu held George tightly, and after a while, his trembling gradually subsided. He raised his tear-stained face, his voice trembling with tears. What should we do now? Tutu stood up and looked around. We can't stay here. We have to find Dooku and Xianglan immediately. He helped George to his feet, brushed the snow off his clothes, and picked up the Type 82 rifle that had fallen to the ground. He checked the chamber to make sure there were still bullets inside. With the weapon in hand, his heart settled slightly. Let's go! Tutu held the gun in one hand and used the other to forcefully lift the limp George, almost dragging him along as they rushed silently toward the dilapidated building with the weathered sign reading Tsueyun Pavilion. The front door was already badly damaged and hanging crookedly. Tutu signaled to George to press himself against the wall by the door, then held his breath, crouched down, and carefully used the barrel of the rifle to pry open a small gap in the partially open door. A complex odor of dust, mold, cheap perfume, and a faint hint of blood assaulted their senses. Inside, it was pitch black, with only the wind and snow pouring in through the broken windows, making a whistling sound. "Stay close and don't make a sound," Tutu whispered, his expression solemn. He squeezed inside first, his rifle barrel pointed warily into the darkness. George bit his lower lip tightly, clutching the cold little cross Tutu had given him, following closely behind Tutu, his slender body trembling uncontrollably. The first-floor lobby was in complete disarray, now nothing but rubble and bone-chilling desolation. Tutu's gaze swept every corner like a hawk, but he saw no sign of anyone. Just then, the faint, weak cry echoed again from the second floor. Tutu and George both jolted in unison. They had found it! Tutu rushed in first, only to be met with a scene that made him gasp in horror. A surge of anger rose from the soles of his feet. Chapter 78, A Knife Can Kill, but No Mercy. On the chair, a frail figure was tightly bound by ropes, its tiny body covered in crisscrossing wounds. Her skin had turned a terrifying purple-gray, her muscles twisted and taut from extreme cold and pain. Despite the game's deliberate blurring of the visuals, the harrowing scenes conveyed through the blurred shadows were enough to shatter the hearts of all who witnessed them. The livestream was instantly overwhelmed by a tidal wave of grief and anger. "I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Damn it, how could they do this? This isn't something humans would do. I can't sleep. This image is etched into my bones. Who got the motion simulator? I'll sell everything I own to buy one. I can't wait another moment. This rage is burning me to the core. Motion simulator. I'll tear those bastards apart with my own hands. They're so young. They're like budding flowers. They're not even worth it. Why did they have to do this to them?" "Godfather," a faint whisper echoed. The head, which had been limp and tilted to one side, seemed to muster its last ounce of strength and lifted slightly. The dilated pupils, which had been unfocused, suddenly contracted upon catching sight of Tutu's figure. "Quick run. There's a Japanese soldier going to report this." Tutu felt a sharp pain in his heart, causing him to choke for air. Hot tears burst forth uncontrollably, blurring his vision and burning his cheeks. His throat choked, and he couldn't form a complete sentence, only repeating mechanically, "It's okay. It's okay. Dooku. Don't be afraid. We're coming to save you." He slowly draped his overcoat over Dooku. At that moment, George seemed to have lost his mind as he walked over and knelt beside the chair, frantically trying to untie Dooku. "Dooku sister, we're here to take you home." By the time they returned to the church, it was already dawn. Shanlan had no pulse when she was found, and Dooku had closed her eyes forever on Tutu's back. "We must leave this place quickly." Dooku said 2 Japanese soldiers captured them and asked about the situation inside the church. Uemo translated Tutu's words for the women of Qinhuai. "Run? Where should we run? The entire city has been sealed off by the Japanese soldiers. Without a pass, it's impossible to escape." "Right, we won't run. We'll hide in the cellar and not go anywhere." The Qinhuai women immediately opposed Tutu's suggestion. "Not running is also death. Do you really think you can hide in the cellar for the rest of your lives?" Uemo had lost her usual elegance and shouted at the women. "That's better than being captured by the Japanese and tortured. We'd rather starve to death in this cellar." These words left Uemo speechless. That's right. At this point, running out would only mean being captured by the Japanese soldiers, and their fate would be the same as Shanlan and Dooku's. Tutu was also at a loss. This situation was a dead end. Where's Instructor Lee? Where did he go? He suddenly remembered that he had brought some medicinal herbs that could help treat Instructor Lee's illness. "He's gone. He left while you were looking for cardamom. He said staying here would only cause trouble for us." Uemo explained to Tutu, then added, "Oh, and he said he fixed the truck in the courtyard. You can drive it out of the city if necessary." With Instructor Lee's departure, the church was once again left with only Tutu as the only man capable of taking on the heavy responsibilities. He entered the cellar to check on Pu Sheng's condition, but the latter not only hadn't improved but had grown even weaker. "None of us here know anything about herbs. We can only try them one by one, but the medicines you brought seem to have no effect," Uemo explained from behind. One misfortune after another left Tutu growing increasingly frustrated. "Damn it, what kind of plot twist is this? The game developers are trying to kill us. This guy is really a dog. Is he trying to kill us? Is this plot just meant to make us feel hopeless? Are we really going to end up with no one surviving? This should we log off, streamer? To be honest, this is too heartbreaking. Seeing the screen filled with comments urging him to log off, Tutu also became conflicted. Thinking about his interactions with these NPCs, he really wanted to help them have a good ending. So he gritted his teeth. I won't believe it. I'll find a way to get them all out of here. 666, that's the spirit. The streamer is really going all in. I knew this plot was going to end in a total wipeout. The streamer might even have to sacrifice himself. I'm out of here. This situation is making me feel like I'm suffocating. If you end up with a total wipeout, I won't be able to sleep. You say that, but you can sleep now? Tutu stood up and went to the yard to check the truck. Fortunately, it had been repaired and could drive normally after starting. Clang! 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 Just then, a loud banging sound came from outside the church gate, startling Tutu in the car. He quickly got out of the car and ran toward the gate. However, before he could get close, the gate was violently broken open. Bastard, you! Hands up! Several figures in dirty yellow uniforms burst into the courtyard, immediately raising their guns and aiming them at Tutu. What are you doing? This is a church, you can't do this. Tutu tried to stop them. But they ignored him. The ones in front aimed at him, while the ones behind rushed straight into the church. Stop! You can't force your way into the church. Tutu hurriedly blocked the church entrance, raising his voice several decibels. Though it seemed like he was blocking them, he was actually buying time and also alerting the women inside the church that Japanese soldiers were approaching. Baka! A Japanese soldier struck Tutu aside with the butt of his gun and kicked the door open. A large group of Japanese soldiers poured inside like a tidal wave. Soon, screams from the female students could be heard from inside. Hearing the sounds, Tutu immediately flew into a rage, scrambling to his feet and rushing into the church. At a glance, he saw Japanese soldiers chasing 5 female students around the second floor. Damn you! Tutu sprinted toward the room where the guns were hidden. The Japanese soldiers, perhaps because he hadn't gone upstairs to block them, or perhaps because he was a foreigner, didn't immediately stop him. In that split second, Tutu grabbed the confiscated rifle from the room and burst out. Bang! Just as Tutu was about to aim the gun at one of the Japanese soldiers, a gunshot rang out, followed by a powerful impact that struck his left shoulder. His entire body flew backward uncontrollably, crashing into the wall. Ah! Screaming in agony, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His left shoulder felt as though it had been torn apart, and the gun slipped from his hands, landing on the ground. The Japanese soldier who had fired the shot walked over to the rifle and examined it closely. This is Nakamura-kun's gun. Did you kill Nakamura? He raised the gun and aimed it at Tutu's forehead. Humph. Tutu laughed lightly, blabbering nonsense. If you've got the guts, just shoot your own father. He now understood the nature of this immersive scenario. It was like giving players a knife, one that kills without mercy. Being shot dead now would at least end it. Chapter 79, Lee Instructor's Farewell bonus chapter included. Better off dead. The streamer S dead, let us switch to battle mode and slaughter those Japanese bastards. This plot is too ridiculous. There are so many women, and not a single one can be saved. This sense of helplessness is suffocating. I thought 70% pain was already enough to drive someone to despair, but this plot is worse than killing me. Does anyone know where contestant number 20 lives? I want to send him some local specialties. When the wound was aimed at his forehead, Tutu didn't feel fear, instead, he felt a sense of relief. Bang! With his eyes closed, Tutu didn't feel the sensation he had imagined. The gunshot came from outside the church. Enemy troops. Enemy troops across from the church. The Japanese soldiers chasing the female students on the second floor also stopped and quickly gathered together, rushing toward the direction of the gunfire. Compared to Tutu, this international friend, the Chinese soldiers were clearly more attractive to them. As the Japanese soldiers departed, the church fell silent once more. Tutu struggled to get up from the ground, the pain in his left shoulder causing his face to contort in agony. The second-floor corridor was empty. He checked each room one by one, but the female students who had been chased were nowhere to be found. He pushed open every door, peered inside, and called out hoarsely, "Is anyone there? It's safe, for now." The only response was silence, broken by the occasional distant gunfire from outside the windows. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed from the distance. At this hour, which unit is still nearby? The thought struck his chaotic mind like a bolt of lightning, temporarily overshadowing the physical pain and the urgency of searching for the female students. Jinling City had fallen for days, and large-scale, organized resistance had long been crushed. The main forces of the Huagua army had retreated westward in disarray, with stragglers either being annihilated or hiding in the ruins to survive. At this critical moment, any movement that could help draw attention required organization and near-suicidal courage. He forced himself to ignore the dizziness and excruciating pain, stumbling to the end of the corridor and collapsing beside a window that had been blown apart. Despite the danger, he peered out into the darkness. The explosion site was approximately several hundred meters from the church, seemingly a barricade or small fortification. Through the smoke and dust, he could vaguely make out Japanese soldiers advancing. The fighting has begun. Who are these gods? Tears welling up. Don't stick your head out, streamer. Watch out for flying debris. Your shoulder is still bleeding. Making a commotion at this moment is likely to be fatal. As Tutu carefully observed the situation, a figure ran out of the kitchen. Meng Shuan? Tutu was surprised. With gunfire still ringing out, she dared to run outside. Father, is the army coming to save us? Meng Shuan also climbed onto the windowsill and looked toward the sound. It probably isn't. The gunfire is sporadic, and it doesn't seem like many people are coming. Plus, anyone who would come to help us at this time must know the situation inside the church. Tutu had a hunch. I think it's probably Li the instructor. Ah. But isn't he in great danger? Meng Shuan widened her eyes, filled with concern, and said, let us go help him. How can we help? The only gun was taken by the Japanese soldiers just now. Li the instructor had said earlier that he was the only one left in the entire training unit, and now he was alone, attracting the attention of a 20-person squad. Boom! Another deafening explosion. This time, it was even closer. Tutu and Meng Shuan clearly saw 3 earth-colored figures tumbling through the smoke columns rising from the barricade across the street, flying into the air. Good. Well done. Tutu's fist instinctively slammed into the windowsill. The excruciating pain from his left shoulder erupted, but he didn't have time to care. A surge of scalding blood rushed to his head. Meng Shuan's face lit up with excitement. Li instructor is amazing. 1 blast, 3 hits. Instructor Li is a master of alley combat. There's hope. Instructor Li will wipe them all out. He truly lives up to his reputation as the chief instructor. Li instructor might actually be able to do it. This almost absurd thought instantly ignited the hearts of the two, who were on the brink of despair. They forgot their pain, forgot the danger, and stared intently out the window at the battlefield. With each dull explosion, another Japanese soldier fell in the flames, meaning that the lone figure was still fighting, still dancing defiantly under the scythe of death. The explosions became their only lifeline. Each one made the flickering flame of hope burn a little brighter. In their field of vision, those yellowish, writhing figures were disappearing at a visible pace. 1, 2, 3. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions so intense they made the scalp tingle erupted without warning in the same area. Tutu and Meng Shujuan's faces drained of all color in an instant. However, in their field of vision, the explosions were not coming from the Japanese soldiers. The Japanese soldiers had located Li Jiaguan's position and were counterattacking with numerous hand grenades. After the explosions, there was a moment of silence. It's over. Meng Shujuan's body swayed, as if all her bones had been pulled out, and she slid down the cold wall, collapsing weakly. The only hope they had was now gone. Quick, go hide. Those Japanese soldiers will definitely come back soon, Tutu said to Meng Shuan. However, Meng Shuan sat on the ground, hugging her legs, and began to sob. Father. Father, you said we could survive, right? We can. We will survive. I will lead you out of the city, I will. Tutu hesitated. Could he really survive with these students and women? Perhaps in the end, he might choose to let the Japanese soldiers shoot him dead to end this cursed situation. Boom! At that moment, an even more intense explosion erupted, shaking the ground so violently that even those hundreds of meters away could feel the tremors. The two scrambled onto the windowsill and turned their gaze back toward the direction of the explosion. All that remained of the building was a pile of rubble, and there was no sign of the Japanese soldiers anymore. The Japanese soldiers probably never expected that Li, the instructor, would use such a method for his final strike. Salute! Instructor Li has fulfilled his mission, sacrificing his life to bring momentary peace to the church. I will forever remember this man who fearlessly risked his life to defend the dignity of our nation. He was Li instructor. The comments rolled by quickly, but Tutu didn't look again. He helped Meng Shuan to her feet. The girl's tears were still falling, but she no longer cried out loud. A faint grayish-white hue began to appear on the distant horizon, as if dawn was approaching, but the darkness inside the church seemed endless. Let us go. Tutu led her toward the staircase, his voice steadier than before. We must survive and find a way out of the city. This was what Li Jiaguan had risked his life for. They couldn't waste it. Chapter 80, Is Hasegawa a hypocrite? After everything had temporarily calmed down, Tutu collapsed in the corner of the rehearsal room. A dozen or so female students sat in a circle before him, hands clasped, softly chanting. The song, reminiscent of a prayer, brought him a moment of peace. I must find a way to get them all out of here. Tutu kept thinking about how he could escape this fallen city with these women. The recent batch of Japanese soldiers had already confirmed that even reinforcing the church with him as a fake priest couldn't stop their atrocities. Without the so-called pass, there was no way to get past the Japanese soldiers' checkpoints. The brief peace brought by Li the instructor did not last long. Soon, a large contingent of Japanese soldiers arrived at the church's outer perimeter, with 2 3-wheeled motorcycles leading the way, followed by 4 trucks. When they stopped at the gate, the Japanese soldiers jumped out of the trucks and began forming ranks. First squad, rear gate. Second squad, secure the front gate. Once both sides were cleared and confirmed safe, the Japanese major finally emerged from the second truck. As he walked, he cast a puzzled glance at his deputy. Because trailing behind them was a Chinese man dressed in a black overcoat. The aide hurried forward, bowing and scraping, and explained, "Major, this man used to work for the Ministry of Transportation. The roads in Nanjing are severely damaged, so having him along will be useful." The major glanced at the Chinese man. "Does he speak Japanese?" The man immediately nodded, "Yes." When they entered the church, the Chinese man was stopped at the door and had to stop at the entrance, peering inside with concern. But before he could see inside, the door was closed. Inside the church, Tutu, who had already heard the commotion, was waiting in the main hall, with the female student huddled behind him. There was no choice. He dared not gamble that all the Japanese soldiers from the previous group had been killed. If even one had survived and reported their numbers, the enemy would certainly launch a large-scale search. Even what seemed like a hidden cellar could be exposed, and if that happened, none of them would survive. The major approached Tutu step by step. Tutu immediately stepped forward to block him, telling him to stay away from the female students. However, the major, who had been blocked, didn't get angry. Instead, he surveyed the entire church before fixing his gaze on Tutu. "It seems my men have already been here, correct?" The other spoke in fluent English. Tutu didn't know what the major was up to, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Are you the priest here?" The major stared intently at Tutu. Tutu nodded, "Yes." To his surprise, the major said, "I apologize for my soldiers' behavior. Please understand that such things can happen in war." He looked up again and surveyed the church. "Your church is very beautiful." His gaze fell on the female students. "Hello, are you students from the church school? I'm sorry for startling you." However, the female students were visibly terrified by his apology. "I hope you can truly restrain them and stop hurting them." Tutu's voice carried suppressed anger, cutting off his insincere act. Of course, Hasegawa seemed oblivious to Tuto's anger, his tone remaining calm, even carrying a hint of assurance. "My name is Hasegawa Shinji. I've been assigned to handle public safety in this area. Please, along with everyone in the church, there is no need to worry about safety anymore." He emphasized the word public order, sounding particularly ironic. Tutu's heart raced wildly. The other man's demeanor and words were flawless, sincere to the point of seeming genuine. A faint, dangerous glimmer of hope began to grow in his heart. Could there truly be an outlier among this group of who respected the so-called treaty and retained basic humanity? He was willing to cling to any sliver of possibility. "Can your soldiers obey your orders?" Tutu asked cautiously. "My guarantee is binding," Hasegawa replied firmly, then waved his hand. "To demonstrate our sincerity, from this moment onward, I will station additional guards at the church entrance to ensure your safety." "Protection?" The word stabbed Tutu like a needle. Immediately afterward, the soldiers behind him carried forward 2 heavy sacks and placed them heavily on the ground. Supplies are scarce in Jinling. These potatoes are meant to prevent the children from starving. Hasegawa noticed the piano nearby, walked over, and asked, "May I?" Without waiting for Tutu's response, he removed his white gloves and sat down. Soon, a melody that only Japanese soldiers could understand began to play, and Hasegawa hummed along. However, the female students and the women hiding in the cellar were in agony. Tutu, however, had a different thought. If the other person could play such a melody resembling a children's song, there must be at least a shred of humanity left in their heart, right? After the Japanese soldier left, Tutu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Hasegawa. His attitude is completely different from the other Japanese soldiers. Apologizing, bringing food, and even playing a children's song. Could he really control those monsters? So what if he plays a children's song? Don't forget that a snake flickers its tongue before swallowing its prey. I think he's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Come listen to singing? Who would believe that? He must have ulterior motives. You're being too extreme. He is the only Japanese we've met who seems reasonable. What if the 20th contestant is trying to tell us there's an exception among the Japanese? Naive. On this blood-soaked land of Jinling, you believe in the humanity of the enemy? That nursery rhyme might just be the military song from his hometown. Just wait and see. They say they're protecting the students, but they're really watching the streamer to make sure she doesn't escape with them. I think the 20th contestant's role is quite subtle. Is it a mask of hypocrisy? Or the struggle of humanity not yet extinguished? Hasegawa's gaze, it's chilling when you think about it. After the Japanese soldiers had left, the Qinhuai women finally emerged from the cellar. They looked at the disheveled female students with eyes filled with guilt. "Sisters, we took your cellar. We're so sorry." A woman spoke first, her voice choked with tears, breaking the heavy silence in the church. However, the female students only lowered their heads, remained silent, or turned their faces away, not responding to the apology. Fear and mistrust stood between them like an invisible wall. Meng Shuan, the girl with the stubborn gaze, now had tears welling in her eyes. She took a few steps toward Tutu, her small hands clutching the dusty hem of his robe, lifting her face, her voice weak and trembling. "Father, you won't leave us, will you?" That pleading gaze pierced Tutu's heart like needles. Looking at her pale face, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He knelt down, gently tucking her loose strands of hair behind her ear. His fingertips could feel the slight tremor in her body. Tutu stared into her eyes, his voice firm, giving her the answer she longed for most. "No, Shuan, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here and protect you both." The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the ruined church. Tutu sat alone in the corner where he had taken shelter, having just finished checking the bandage wrapped around his left shoulder. The pain made his brows furrow. Just as he was about to lie down to rest, a faint, rhythmic footsteps echoed from behind him. He turned around alertly. In the dim candlelight, a slender figure appeared, dressed in a well-tailored red floral print cheongsam that highlighted her graceful curves. In this grim environment, she looked both out of place and breathtakingly beautiful. "What are you doing here?" Tutu asked, surprised, his voice tinged with fatigue. Chapter 81, Meng Fu arrives. Absurd speculations. Umo did not respond immediately. She stepped closer, the candlelight dancing across her delicate face. Her eyes, usually full of allure, were now unusually calm, staring deeply into him as if trying to see through him. After a moment, she spoke softly. "I heard about today's events. You're a hero, Mr. John." Tutu heard this and forced a bitter smile. A hero? What kind of hero was he? He had merely done what any Chinese person would do. He couldn't even protect the women and children in front of him. Umo heard the bitter laugh and misinterpreted the meaning of his silence. Her eyes flickered with a hint of subtle testing. "Since you promised that female student, Mr. John, you can't go back on your word and run away halfway. You've misunderstood," Tutu hurriedly explained, accidentally tugging at his injured shoulder, causing him to wince in pain and grit his teeth. "I just feel that I haven't done enough. But I promise you, I won't abandon any of you and run away." Umo looked at his pain-twisted face and heard his firm promise. The corners of her lips finally curled upward slightly, the smile losing some of its forced quality and gaining a touch of genuine warmth. "Originally," she drawled, with a hint of teasing, "I was counting on you, the foreign big shot, to figure out a way to get us sisters out of this Jinling hellhole. But now it seems." Her gaze swept over the wounds on his shoulder and his priestess robe. "You'd better focus on being a priest first." "Indeed," Tutu nodded helplessly, "but rest assured, I will find a way. I will definitely take you both out of here." Umo said nothing, but slowly approached, carrying a faint, alluring scent of rouge. She sat down elegantly on the only old, broken chair beside Tuesday. The distance between them instantly closed. Tutu immediately felt the warm breath and the undeniable fragrance emanating from her, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He nearly jumped to his feet, his movements so swift they tugged at his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. His face flushed red, and he spoke urgently. You can rest assured. Since I've made a promise, I will keep it. But I'm still injured, and I really need to rest soon." Watching Tutu's panicked expression, as if he were a startled bird, Umo's eyes sparkled with a deeper smile, one that was both teasing and seductive. "Humph," she chuckled, standing up and swaying gracefully. "The sisters downstairs were just betting that you, this fake priest, wouldn't be able to pass my beauty test." She stepped closer, almost pressing against Tutu's chest, tilting her head up to look at him, her eyes flickering. "It seems they underestimated you after all." Leaving those meaningful words and the faint scent of perfume in the air, Umo turned and walked away in her elegant high heels. Her figure quickly blended into the shadows of the church, leaving Tutu standing alone, his heart racing, the sting of his wound mingling with the lingering excitement from moments before. Umo was so captivating. She really knows how to tease a man's heart. Tutu, you're so clueless. Umo clearly wants to raise the stakes. This is the time to, you've been blocked. Please keep your comments rational, viewers. Distinguish between live streams and don't use your hormone-driven thinking everywhere. Administrator warning. Good decision to block them. The internet isn't a lawless place. Everyone must be responsible for their words and actions. The little incident in the live stream went unnoticed by Tutu, who shrugged it off. After all, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Moreover, he believed that contestant number 20 had certainly considered this possibility when designing the plot, so nothing too outrageous would happen. Umo had just left when Shen George rushed over. "Father, the Chinese man who followed the Japanese troops earlier is back. He wants to see you." "Just him alone?" Tutu asked as he walked toward the hall. "Just him. He was talking to Meng Shuan for a long time just now." Shen George nodded in confirmation. As the two entered the hall, a man dressed in a black overcoat and wearing a black round hat was waiting with his back to them. Tutu noticed several female students peering over the second-floor railing and gestured to the man. "Let's talk outside." Once outside the church in the quiet courtyard, Tutu cut straight to the point. "What's your relationship with Meng Shuan?" "I'm her father, Meng Mingfan." The man turned around, and the white armband on his left arm, bearing the emblem of a bandage flag, stood out starkly. Tutu's eyes narrowed, and his voice trembled with suppressed anger. Are you working for the Japanese? I cannot save the country, nor can I save others. I can only save myself. Meng Mingfan felt the disgust in Tutu's eyes and defended himself with a dry voice. Do you think I want to work for the Japanese? I just want to survive and save my daughter. Tutu raised his hand to stop him. No need to explain to me. Tell me, how do you plan to save your daughter? I plan to use my status to take her out of the city. Not to the safe zone? The safe zone? Meng Mingfan forced a bitter smile. That place isn't safe at all. This answer confirmed Tutu's worst suspicions. A chill mixed with anger surged through him. Those bastards really had no bottom line. They wouldn't even spare the so-called safe zone. What about the remaining female students? What about the others in the church? Tutu's gaze was intense, fixed on Meng Mingfan's face. The other man silently averted his gaze. The answer was clear, he only cared about his own daughter. Mr. Meng, I need a pass. Tutu suppressed his surging emotions and spoke firmly, get me a pass. I'll take everyone in the church out of there, including your daughter. Meng Mingfan remained silent, offering no response. Tutu finally couldn't hold back any longer. He suppressed his voice and growled, Mr. Meng, where is your conscience? Can you really just stand by and watch these children be harmed by them? When Meng Mingfan finally left, he still hadn't given Tutu a clear promise. Tutu returned to the church hall with a heavy heart. Yumo's figure reappeared in the flickering candlelight, as if waiting specifically for him. Mr. John, do you really think that a single car can take all of us out of here? Tutu stopped in his tracks. He could clearly sense how strongly Yumo longed to escape Jinling. She was constantly on the lookout for any possible way out. We have to give it a try, he said, his voice weary yet resolute. There's no better option. Just then, a faint sound came from the second floor. Both of them looked up simultaneously, only to see Meng Shuan, hiding in the corner, darting away like a startled deer. Yumo watched her hastily disappearing figure and smiled wryly, shaking his head. She doesn't like seeing us together. I can feel it, she likes you. Ha, you're joking. Tutu's mind was filled with black lines. Yumo's speculation was too absurd, and he immediately refuted, they're just in a desperate situation, and I happen to offer help. Don't mistake this dependence for something else. Yumo heard this and remained silent, staring at him with a deep, enigmatic gaze. Tutu felt uneasy under her gaze and quickly turned to leave. He was afraid she might say something else that would leave him speechless. Everyone, I have a bad feeling, Tutu whispered. Is this contestant number 20 setting up a bigger scheme? Is he trying to make us completely fall into the plot, then deliver a heartbreaking blow? The truth is out. This 20th contestant definitely has ulterior motives. Don't kill me with emotional knives. But seriously, this game is too immersive. The NPCs are so lifelike, it's almost disorienting. The person above, is it possible this isn't fiction? Maybe it actually happened? Contestant number 20 is just using a unique way to tell us that in that hellish era, even if genuine emotions arise, they're doomed to end badly? Chapter 82, When the wheat fields are green, listen to the rain again. Extra chapter. Mr. John, Pudong is in trouble. Aren't you going to check on it? Yumo called out to Tutu as he turned around. Without medical treatment, the teenager was already on the brink of death, and he could no longer hold on. The two of them went down to the cellar, which had been turned into a makeshift shelter by the women. The already cramped space was filled with women's belongings. Among them were some old musical instruments. Tutu glanced at them before looking away, then walked to the bed made of stacked wooden planks. Pu Shang lay there with half-closed eyes, his face pale and lifeless under the flickering candlelight. Sister. Pu Shang spoke upon seeing Yumo, but even that single word seemed to have drained all the strength from his body. I'm here, Pu Shang. Speak. Yumo immediately leaned over the bed, pressing her face close to Pu Shang's, trying to hear what he was saying. Bean curd. Sister. Her heart sank suddenly. When Pu Shang first arrived, Do Ko had been taking care of him. She said Pu Shang reminded her of her younger brother, who was very handsome. Later, Duku would often hum Qinhuai scenery, saying she wanted to marry Pu Shang. She had rushed out of the church in search of a pipa string and returned to find her body lying in a pool of blood, cold and lifeless. At that moment, Yumo could only clench Pu Shang's icy hand tightly. Duku went to find the strings. She said she wanted to play the new song she learned for you. Tutu stood silently in the shadows, gazing at the pile of items brought when searching for Duku, including the pipa. The candlelight flickered in Pu Shang's unfocused pupils. He suddenly struggled to lift his head, as if trying to grasp a phantom in the void. Rain, thunder. Sister, the wheat. Yumo's sobs choked her throat. She recalled Duku once whispering by Pu Shang's pillow, when you get better, let's go back to the countryside to plant wheat fields. You'll carry the hoe, and I'll play the pipa. The young boy had laughed and coughed. Our family has no fields left, and everyone is gone. Duku tied a red silk ribbon around his wrist. Then we must plant them. We'll grow a golden field, and when the wind blows, it'll rustle like music better than any song. What thunder! There's not a single drop of water here. Where could the rain come from? Umo was already sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, outside the cellar, it was clearly a dry winter night, but Pu Sheng could hear the sound of rain as described by Doko. He grabbed Umo's collar with his fingers, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Duku's sister, she's coming to get me, she said. The wheat seedlings are green. The young man's hand dropped limply. As Tutu carried Pu Sheng toward the wasteland behind the church, a blood-stained pipa string fell from his embrace. It was the keepsake the women had taken from Duku's tightly clenched palm. Under the moonlight, 2 fresh graves stood side by side on the scorched earth. Tutu buried the string in the soil, then split open half a wooden plaque from the church and carved, "Newlywed couple, Pu Sheng Duku." When the wheat fields turn green, listen again to the sound of rain. As the monument was erected, a sudden night wind swept across the wasteland. Tutu asked Umo for a cigarette for the first time. His heart was heavy, and he struggled to control his emotions, which were on the verge of breaking free. Suppression, despair, suffocation. Host, let us listen to you. Let us not do this anymore, okay? Damn it, those little bastards really deserve it. Duku and Pu Sheng are so young. Wah, it's too much, I can't watch anymore. Is contestant number 20 going to kill me with a sword? By the way, this plot is called The 13 Concubines of Jinling. Who are the 13 concubines? 2 days later, instead of receiving Meng Mingfan's pass, they were greeted by Hasegawa's unexpected arrival once again. Father, I've come to listen to the students sing. The students' Haven Tea recovered from the shock of last time. Father, I'll only listen to one song, then I'll leave. Hasegawa didn't give Tutu a chance to refuse and barged into the church. Under pressure, Tutu had the students sing Angels Singing in the High Heavens, which they had been rehearsing every night. After listening, Hasegawa stood up and clapped his hands. That was beautiful. In 2 days, our army will hold a victory banquet and I will come to take them there to perform. He spoke calmly, as if he truly only wanted the students to perform. But Tutu knew it was a trap. How could the students return safely from a banquet with so many Japanese soldiers present? You promised to protect them. Tutu glared at the Japanese major in front of him, his eyes blazing with anger. Over the past 2 days, I believe the church has not been subjected to any further persecution by other soldiers. Hasegawa seemed oblivious to the anger in Tutu's eyes. I won't let them go. You can't guarantee their safety. That's not up to you, nor is it up to me. Just as Hasegawa spoke, a white cat darted out from behind the church statue. There is someone behind the statue. The lieutenant standing beside Hasegawa immediately waved his hand, and several Japanese soldiers quickly ran toward the statue. A woman was dragged out by them. Tutu saw this and his pupils contracted sharply. It was Xiao Wenzi, the woman from Qinhuai who had been holding the white cat. Let me go. Let me go. I'm not a schoolgirl. Xiao Wenzi struggled desperately, but how could she break free from the grip of 3 Japanese soldiers? 1, 2, 3, 13. Hasegawa counted the numbers, 13 in total. I will come to take them all away the day after tomorrow. I hope the priest ensures the numbers match. Hasegawa turned and left, dispatching an additional squad of soldiers to surround the outer courtyard of the church. Damn it! Tutu kicked the wooden door of the church. He finally realized how ridiculous his previous assessment of Hasegawa had been. He had never intended to let them go from the start. He turned to look at the little mosquito. Why are you here? Why didn't you hide in the cellar instead of coming out? Xiao Wenzi lowered his head. Xiao Bai ran out, so I came to catch him. It was too late to say anything. The little mosquito had already been counted among the female students. Originally there were 12 students, but now there were 13. Umo, upon hearing the news, rushed back to find Tutu for a late-night chat. Are you really going to let the students sing for the Japanese devils? That's impossible, they'll never come back. I know. I won't let them go. We'll escape tomorrow. We'll drive out of this damn church. Tutu was determined to take a risk. Umo's fingertips dug into her palm, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Run? Where to? The church is swarming with Japanese soldiers. The moment the car leaves the gate, it'll be riddled with bullets. Even if we somehow manage to break out, with the city under fire, how many of us, a dozen female students and us, will survive more than a few hours? She walked to the window, gazing at the night sky illuminated by Japanese torches, then suddenly turned around, her eyes flashing with a nearly resolute light. Mr. John, do you remember when we first arrived? George called us useless people? Tutu didn't respond, just staring at her. This woman, who always carried a hint of seductiveness, now had a look of resolve on her face. There's a way to save them. Umo's voice grew softer, but each word was clear. We'll go in their place. You're crazy. Tutu shouted, his voice rising sharply. What's the difference between you going and them going? That's the Japanese's banquet. At least we know how to handle men. Another Qinhuai woman walked in, holding a pipa. She leaned it against the wall. It's better than sending those students who never even touched a man. We've already thrown our dignity into the Qinhuai River. But they're different, they still have a next life. Chapter 83, the world will know that among the 13 hairpins, one belongs to a man. Tutu refused their proposal. He wanted to take everyone out, not a single one left behind. The next day, Meng Mingfan finally arrived. When he handed the pass to Tutu, he emphasized again that Meng Shuan must be taken out. With the pass in hand, Tutu finally saw a glimmer of hope. He ordered everyone to act, carrying the red wine in boxes out of the church. He then found several wooden frames, had the women lie on the cargo beds at the back of the truck, covered them with the frames, and began loading the wine boxes one by one. The wound on his left shoulder, which hadn't fully healed, began to bleed again, but he felt little pain. His mind was consumed by a single obsession. Get these women out of here. Umo and Meng Shuan, lying beneath the planks, watched this man silently sacrificing himself for them, their hearts churning with a mix of emotions. Stop! Just as the truck was about to exit the church courtyard, 3 or 4 Japanese soldiers pointed their guns at them. I have a pass. I have the right to leave the city. Tutu leaned out the driver's side window and handed over the pass. A Japanese soldier who understood English ran up, took the pass, looked at it, and handed it back. The colonel said that no one is allowed to leave the church before the students are picked up tomorrow. Tutu's face darkened instantly. This so-called protection from Hasegawa was nothing but imprisonment. He tried to drive through forcefully. Clang! The Japanese soldier fired directly at the truck's front, the bullet ricocheting off the metal with a loud clang. Damn it! Now he could only reverse back into the yard. If these bastards really punctured the tires, even the last shred of hope would be shattered into dust. As night fell, shrouding the church in darkness, Tutu sat beneath a statue in the hall, holding a slender lady's cigarette between his fingers. Family, I underestimated the Japanese soldiers' humanity. They have no humanity at all. I told you this Hasegawa is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Our ancestors have already shown us through their own experiences that these Japanese bastards are no better than animals. Tutu, please stop playing around. Just end it already. I'm about to go crazy. 13 hairpins, 13 hairpins. You must be talking about Umo and the others, right? Umo and her group only have 12, right? Where's the 12th one? Father, go check it out. Shuan and the others, they're going to jump off the bell tower. Chen George stumbled over. What? Tutu hurriedly stood up and ran toward the church's top floor. Umo and the others also heard the commotion. Upon seeing Tutu's panicked figure, they immediately followed after him. When everyone reached the top of the tower, the cold wind was tearing at the 12 blue silk robes. Meng Shujuan's slender body hung outside the parapet, with a 40-meter drop below her feet. Jump down, your body will be torn to shreds like a sack. Umo's voice was icy. Your intestines will hang on tree branches, your eyeballs will roll into the gutter. Is this the death you want? The female students trembled collectively. So many people have died in Jinling City, even the king of hell can't collect them all. What are you doing here? Come down. But Shuan didn't come down. She pointed at Tutu and stopped him from approaching. Stay calm, we're not going over there. Tutu dared not take another step forward. Shuan, listen to me. I have a plan. I'll go in your place. I'll go tomorrow. Umo revealed the plan she had discussed with Tutu the previous night. The women behind Umo hesitated for a moment before nodding in unison. I'll go with you tomorrow too. Right, we're here. We're not afraid of the Japanese. If they want to kill or torture us, we'll protect you. We'll go in your place. Don't worry, we're here for you. Under the repeated pleas of the Qinhuai women, the female students finally slowly climbed down from the ramparts. The crowd immediately rushed forward and embraced the female students. The female students brought the new school uniforms prepared by the former priest and gently placed them before the Qinhuai women. They giggled as they took them, buttoning them up with their fingertips, occasionally pausing, but their faces remained smiling, as if putting on these clothes could truly take them back to their innocent youth before they entered the world of prostitution. As if they hadn't given a thought to the hell they were about to enter. Tutu stood behind them with scissors in hand, his fingers trembling slightly. Umo turned to look at him and suddenly smiled. When I was 13, I also attended a church school. Back then, my foreign language grades were among the best in the class. She paused, her fingertips gently tracing the collar of her shirt, her voice as soft as a breeze. If it weren't for my stepfather later, perhaps I could be like Shuan and the others now, wearing a school uniform and living a stable life. These casual words made Tutu's Adam's apple bob violently. He turned his face away, but his eyes grew increasingly hot. After getting their hair cut, the women held up the broken mirror pieces and laughed. We really look like students. Just then, Umo suddenly looked at Tutu, 13. We only have 12. We're missing one. The other women froze, then panicked. What's going on? We've been working so hard, and now we have to leave one girl student behind? That means all our effort was for nothing. Exactly. What kind of nonsense is this? The women began to complain in a chorus, their voices filled with resentment. I'll go. Chen Xiaoji suddenly turned to Tutu, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet clear enough for everyone to hear. Uemo seemed not to have heard clearly and stepped forward, grabbing his arm. What did you say? I'll go. Shen Xiaoji took a deep breath and repeated it loudly, his eyes sparkling. Tutu stared at him in shock, his brows furrowed. How are you going to go? Use the hair they cut off to make a wig. Chen Xiaoji pointed at the scattered strands of hair on the ground, his tone unusually firm. No, absolutely not. Tutu refused without hesitation, his voice tightening. Father, please let me go. Chen Xiaoji tugged at Tutu's sleeve, his eyes reddening. You told me that if someone was about to fall into an ice cave, we should reach out to save them. You said that a man of China should stand tall and proud. He repeated every word Tutu had once taught him. Congratulations to player Xiao Xiao Tutu for successfully completing the storyline The 13 Concubines of Jinling and successfully leading 12 female students out of Jinling City. Reward title, Carrier of the Flame. Reward points, 300. Points can be used to unlock various storylines and badges in the game interface. Everyone, who gets it? I watched Tutu's livestream and cried the whole time. There's actually a boy among the 13 concubines. My George is so understanding. The world will know that among the 13, there was also a man. This plot is too amazing. I'm bowing down to the 20th contestant. This is the kind of game that deserves 4D technology. Even the merchant women know the hatred of a fallen nation. This is history, we must remember it. There are still points left, and we can unlock more plot. But these plots won't all be this depressing, right? If I keep watching, my tears will dry up. Chapter 84, The Jinling Fire Order is issued, and the entire internet is ablaze. Host, Xinsheng Shan. Age, 25. Health points, 60. Hand speed, 95. Backpack, 4D version of The Battle of Jinling. Affinity value, 9,988,130. Exchange shop, unlocked automatically unlocked when loyalty points reach 10 million. Oh my goodness, just go up a little more. Stuck here in this middle ground, you're going to drive someone crazy. Xinsheng Shan sat in his gaming chair, wailing. Just as he was lamenting how unskilled this generation of netizens was, his phone suddenly vibrated with a message. He opened it to find that Ouyang Nanbei and Chen Shang from the Jinling Avengers Alliance were flooding the chat. Hurry up and check Douyin. There's a video about Jinling defense battle that's gone viral. I saw it. My goodness, inviting the world to join the defense of Jinling. That's so thrilling. Seeing their chat, Xinsheng Shan hurriedly opened Douyin and searched for it. The first video that popped up was tagged invitation. As Xinsheng Shan clicked on the video, his blood boiled with excitement. Under the viral tag inviting the world to join the Battle of Jinling, a blood-red battle cry burned through the night sky. The Jinling War Order. Hear ye, all. What here tears cloth as a banner, humbly inviting heroes from all four seas. Tomorrow at noon 1 p.m. sharp. The sensory chambers are arrayed and ready to launch, opening the gates to hell. This is no mere game, it is a journey to settle a blood debt. Let us follow the unfinished aspirations of our forebears and retrace the unfinished path of 1937. The gates of Nanjing shall not fall, and the backbone of China shall not be broken. All who accept this invitation will be gifted 100 gold coins as a farewell drink, 100 Huagua currency per person. Flag bearer, Wu Haoren Game ID, Jinling Lonely Wolf. The video background shows a projection of the walls of Jinling City, with comments flowing like a torrent. Damn it! I'm taking tomorrow off to join the fight. Who do you think you're looking down on? I don't need this 100 gold pieces. I don't want the money, I must be there tomorrow. I must bring my grandfather and his medals online. Millions of netizens are online to join the battle at Jinling City. We swear to fight to the death. Xinsheng Shan excitedly opened the comment section. The top comment was from a verified account with an avatar of an elderly man with white hair. War of Resistance Memorial Hall official. In the winter of 1937, General Xiao, the commander of the defending forces, cried out before his death, I swear to stand with Jinling until the end. Today, seeing the youth pay tribute with digital media and offer their blood as incense, history never dies, the spirit of the nation burns eternally. The video and comments sent a chill down Xinsheng Shan's spine. Who said this generation of netizens isn't up to par? This is absolutely amazing. He had originally thought he'd have to wait a while longer to see the scene of 150,000 netizens joining the fray together. But after this call to arms was issued, he dared to guarantee that the number of people tomorrow would only increase. 15,000 people, 100 each, one game, 15 million. This guy named Wu Haoren is really spending big. He quickly searched for Wu Haoren online, but only found a little information about him, with the important details missing. However, he did see that he is the youngest son of the current CEO of Douyin. No wonder he's so bold. That explains it. This battle cry going viral isn't without reason. This Feng Huoling not only caused a stir online but also prompted Huaxiao Technology to hold an emergency meeting. You're all aware of the meeting scheduled for tomorrow at 1 p.m., right? Xin Lang sat at the head of the table, looking at the department managers seated around him. We've seen it, Mr. Qin. This is a great opportunity to solidify our position in the sensory cabin market. I suggest allocating a 50 million yuan reward for the marketing department. Lu Yuhua, the head of the marketing department, was the first to stand up and speak. Xin Lang looked at him with a hint of approval. That's a great idea. How do you propose to structure the reward? Seeing Lu Yuhua being praised, the other department heads grew envious. Lu Yuhua, even more excited, blushed fiercely. We can set up a ranking reward system. By the end of tomorrow's battle with 150,000 participants, the top-ranked hero on the leaderboard will receive 300,000 yuan, the second-place winner 150,000 yuan, and the third-place winner 50,000 yuan. Using this method to motivate players will also make them take this fiery order more seriously for the sake of the rewards. Xin Lang stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's a good idea. It will not only attract more attention to this battle but also boost the popularity of our sensory pods. He then turned to the other department heads. Does anyone else have any suggestions? Feel free to share them. After he finished speaking, Li Yong from the data department stood up. Mr. Qin, I think offering rewards alone isn't enough. Then suggest how we can improve it. Xin Lang looked at Li Yong with interest. Li Yong hurriedly replied, we can have the data team make real-time adjustments and invite 1,000,000 and 10 million follower streamers to participate. Through back-end control, we can distribute them across every defense line so that the real-time situation of the entire battle can be seen by viewers in the livestream. Xin Lang's eyes lit up. Excellent. Let's do it. All departments must act immediately and ensure the best possible outcome for this event. We must let more people see the charm of the Battle of Jinling and make this campaign a significant gaming extravaganza. Everyone quickly got to work, and preparations for the promotional campaign centered around the Fiery Order event for Jinling Defense Battle began in earnest. Soon, under the video posted by Wu Haoren, there was an official comment from Huaxia Technology. Our company will allocate 5 million yuan as a bounty reward for tomorrow's participants. Among the 150,000 players, the top 3 on the hero rankings will receive rewards. First place gets 3 million, second place gets 1.5 million, and third place gets 500,000. That's right, 5 million. Xin Lang thought 50,000 was too stingy, but little did he know that even 5 million was met with mockery and ridicule from netizens. Huaxia Technology has a small vision. Mr. Wu is promoting your game and offering 15 million, and your 5 million isn't even worth looking at. 94. Being so stingy for your own promotion? At least offer 50 million reward the top 100 on the hero rankings. Even though Huaxia Technology is stingy, I love this game so much that I'll reluctantly compete for the top spot. I really love playing Jinling Defense War. I didn't have time tomorrow, but seeing so many netizens joining in, I have to participate too. Meanwhile, all the major live streamers with over 1 million followers in the Douyin gaming section received private messages from Huaxia Technology. Without exception, they were all invited to join tomorrow's battle, with a reward of 10,000 for each game, totaling 15 invitations. When the streamers received the news, they were overjoyed. After all, this alarm call had been issued by Wu Gonzi from their platform, and even if Huaxia Technology didn't offer a bonus, they would have come to support the event anyway. Now, with the unexpected bonus of 100,000 yuan, they took tomorrow's livestream even more seriously. After all, with the money in hand, they had to make it count. Immediately, a certain streamer with millions of followers boldly declared in the video comments, in this situation, the one who laughs last will be the Sima family. Chapter 85, The Veteran Returns. Extra Chapter. Blue Sea City, Yunqi Mansion. The purple copper gates blocked out the outside noise. This was the innermost part of the villa district, an area inaccessible to ordinary people. As the first rays of dawn broke, a thin layer of cold mist drifted over the meticulously trimmed ginkgo trees, winding its way around the artificial mountains and taihu stones. On a sandalwood lounge chair in the courtyard, an elderly man sat with his eyes closed, meditating. Sunlight filters through the sparse branches, casting mottled shadows on his weathered face. His hands are folded across his abdomen, gently swaying with the rocking chair in an extremely slow rhythm, as if to avoid any disturbance. Zhang Zhihong set down the white porcelain teacup in his hand. His gaze fell on the old man, his voice soft with concern. "Grandfather, how have you been feeling lately?" The old man did not open his eyes, but emitted a faint hum from his nostrils as a response. After a few breaths, he spoke slowly, "This old body of mine can still hold on. But you." He paused, and the rocking of the chair seemed to halt for an instant. "How did you find the time to come here?" Zhang Zhihong's face immediately broke into a warm smile, though it was tinged with a hint of flattery. "Grandfather, you're too kind. How could your grandson dare to neglect you? I come to visit you at least twice a week to listen to your wise words." Poof. The old man finally slowly opened his eyelids. His eyes, though cloudy, were sharp as an eagle's. When his gaze fell on his youngest grandson, the sharpness softened slightly, tinged with a hint of the affection only an elder could bestow. "Stop beating around the bush. Spit it out. What did you do to upset your father this time?" Zhang Zhihong's smile froze for a moment, then he sprang to his feet as if granted a pardon, rushing to the side of the recliner. He bowed slightly, carefully lifting the old man's hand, wrinkled by the years yet still with distinct bones, his posture respectful yet tinged with affectionate pleading. Lately, I've been playing a game and missed the blind date my mom arranged for me. Now she is threatening to break my legs. Grandpa, please speak for me. I'm only 20, I don't want to get married so young. Allowing his grandson to hold his hand, the corner of his mouth seemed to curve into a smile. I knew you were up to no good. That girl from the Yun family, what doesn't she have that you don't? Oh, Grandpa. It's not that she is not good enough for me, it's just that I found this really amazing game. Zhang Zhihong pulled out his phone from his pocket and excitedly opened a video to show his grandfather. Look, this is it. Not only does it let you experience China's modern history firsthand, but it's also presented in a way that's more relatable to our generation. The screen displayed a high-octane battle scene from Luo Qianxue's performance in the Battle of Nanjing. Smoke filled the air, and the sound of gunfire echoed everywhere. Soldiers fought fiercely among the ruins, their movements swift and decisive, their expressions resolute. The incredibly realistic visuals and cinematic quality caused the elderly man, who had seen much in his life, to furrow his brows slightly. Nonsense! The old man's voice grew stern, carrying the authority of one who had held a high position for many years. A hint of anger flickered across his brow. I'm not blind yet. This is clearly a movie. What kind of game are you trying to fool me with? Do you really think I'm so easy to deceive? His sharp eagle-like gaze swept over his grandson, filled with scrutiny and disappointment. Zhang Zhihong's heart skipped a beat, but he was prepared. His fingers moved swiftly, quickly pulling up the video of Wu Haoren's Jinling fire order that had gone viral, his voice firm. Grandfather, don't worry. It's really a game. Look at this. This is what Wu Haoren posted. An official recruitment notice. That Wu family brat? The Zhang family had deep ties with the Wu family, and as the eldest grandson of the Wu family, Wu Haoren was known for his calm demeanor, maturity, and prudent actions. The old Zhang knew this well. The name caused the anger in the old man's eyes to turn into a sharp, inquisitive gaze. Oh? Let me take a look. The old man no longer leaned against the recliner but sat up straight, like a sleeping lion awakened by a distant memory. He narrowed his eyes, which seemed to pierce through the world, and scrutinized the screen with almost greedy intensity, where the Jinling fire order burned with blood and fire. The text on the invitation was like a searing hot iron, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The image of the Jinling city walls, battered by cannon fire and littered with bullet holes, loomed in the background like a heavy hammer, striking the old man's long dormant heartstrings with brutal force. Cannon fire, smoke, ruined walls, countless scenes long buried by time, carrying the scent of rust and blood, burst through the gates of memory without warning. The old man's weathered cheeks twitched slightly, and his fingers tightened unconsciously around the armrests of the recliner. Is this really a game? The old man's voice was no longer calm and steady, but instead carried a faint hoarseness and urgency. He suddenly looked up, his cloudy eyes fixed intently on his grandson. Shock, doubt, and a desire buried deep within his bones, ignited in an instant. Can it really take someone back to that time, to kill the Japanese? The last three words were almost forced out of his throat, his voice trembling uncontrollably. It was an old soldier, decades later, once again touching the deepest, most painful, and most burning memories of his soul, an instinctive reaction he couldn't suppress. Zhang Zhihong's heart raced with joy. He knew he had made the right bet. He had deliberately stirred the old man's interest so that he could take him to the battlefield in the future, and his parents wouldn't be able to stop him. He forced himself to suppress the smile that threatened to split his cheeks, his face now wearing an expression of utmost sincerity. Grandfather, your grandson would never dare to deceive you with such a thing. Look at the comments section. It's officially verified. He quickly opened the comment section and displayed the top comment, posted by War of Resistance Memorial Hall official, which was filled with deep emotion, clearly in front of the old man. In the winter of 1937, General Xiao, the commander of the defending forces, cried out before his death, "I swear to stand with Jinling until the end." Today, we see a young person using digital technology as an offering, and their blood as incense. History never dies, and the spirit of the nation burns eternally. The simple words in the official blue V badge were like the final thunderclap, shattering all the old man's doubts and the hard shell around his heart. A stream of hot tears broke through his forced composure, trickling down his weathered cheeks and falling onto the front of his elegant tang suit, leaving a small dark stain. Good. This game, good. So good. The old man praised repeatedly, his voice choked with emotion, heavy with nasal tones. He had completely lost the initial composure and dignified demeanor of a man of status. At that moment, he was simply an old man struck by the weight of history and his love for his country. He suddenly turned his hand, and those hands, though wrinkled with age, were still strong, gripping his grandson's wrist tightly. The force was so great that Zhang Zhihong winced slightly. His eyes burned with a nearly fanatical light, the light of the battlefield, of a mission that had traversed decades to reignite within him. Hurry! The old man's voice was firm and unwavering, leaving no room for argument. Get your grandfather one. This capsule thing? The sensory pod. Grandfather, it's the Qin family's latest 4D immersive sensory pod. Zhang Zhiheng hurriedly added, his heart pounding with excitement at the success of his plan. Yes. The sensory pod. The old man nodded heavily, each word sounding like a hammer on the ground. Listen. I want you to get one here before the clock strikes 1. No exceptions. Chapter 86, Old Ma and Eggplant team up. As Wu Haorun's video went viral, tens of thousands of players who had secured spots for the motion simulation pod were so excited they couldn't sleep all night. Every time they closed their eyes, their minds were filled with the thrilling scenes of defending the walls of Jinling City and fighting enemies in a bloodbath. Time ticked away in anxious anticipation, and before they knew it, it was noon the next day. At this moment, countless people had already settled into the motion simulation pods, frantically refreshing the team room lists, fearing they might miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There was no way around it. Huaxia Technology had sold over 400,000 motion sensing pods, but only 150,000 spots were available for this epic battle. This was the first time in history that players could personally experience the heroic feat of 150,000 soldiers united in purpose, defending the nation's gates. Any player with the means would want to be a witness and participant in this historic moment. Among the surging tide of anticipation, the game streamers who had been heavily rewarded by Huaxia Technology were naturally present. Douyin platform, gaming section. Sima Laozi livestream. At this moment, Sima Laozi was lying in a motion sensing pod, facing the virtual chat panel and beginning his tutorial. Cough, cough. Attention, everyone. New viewers, take note. This game has great educational value. Lao Mai cleared his throat, striving to maintain the tone of a master. Let me tell you, this game, Jinling Defense, ever since Master Sima got his hands on the motion sensing pod, the gameplay, wow. In every game, conservatively speaking, taking out 10 or 8 Japanese soldiers is no problem. Dealing with these little guys is as easy as drinking water. It's smooth and comfortable. Look at my moves, this is muscle memory. You need to learn this approach, the mindset is crucial. The comments flooded in like a burst dam, ruthlessly washing away his master declaration, filled with the characteristic teasing of the Ma-style livestream. Here we go. The classic drinking water theory. Sima Laozi is online. You're drooling. Your mouth is as hard as the corner of Jinling City wall. Then tell me where the enemy commander is. Point me in the right direction? Wake up, old fox. This game is a one-life system. It's not your 3 minutes, 3 games fish pond anymore. Don't end up giving it all away for nothing later. Waiting for Sima Lao to smoke in reverse, oh wait, charge in reverse toward the enemy machine gun emplacements. This wave is a layered pancake tutorial, but you're on the first layer, old thief. Old Ma stared at the rapidly scrolling bullet hell, unfazed, even sporting a smug smile that seemed to say, you don't understand my level. Hey, don't panic, don't doubt the teacher's skills. This move, the teacher has it all figured out. What is this called? This is called having a plan in mind. Just wait and see the results later. This time, I'll definitely win. Let you all see what a true master of Jinling City's defenses looks like. What it means to strategize from behind the scenes. He instinctively reached out to slap the table for some momentum, but his hand hit the sensor-equipped cabin wall instead, causing his body to sway slightly. He looked a bit embarrassed, but his mouth remained firm. Hey, this sensor-equipped cabin is designed very reasonably and humanely. Just then, Old Ma's screen popped up with an extremely eye-catching invitation message. Eggplant has invited you to join the room. Ha! Eggplant brother invited me. Alright, let's accept it. Old Ma's voice carried a hint of familiarity upon encountering an old acquaintance. Bullet screen reaches its climax. What the heck? The horse trainer has arrived. Oh no. Let these two geniuses team up. The show is going to be epic. Old rogue. Show some spirit. Make the eggplant cry again. I want to hear the classic rendition. Eggplant, old horse. WDNMD. Let's charge together. It's over. I can almost see 2 meat and egg scallion chicken about to meet at the enemy's front lines. As soon as the team channel connected, a distinctive, bold, and slightly hoarse voice erupted. Hey! Hey! Old Ma! Old Ma! Can you hear me, Old Ma? Are you stuck? Give me a sign. Hey, I hear you, Comrade Eggplant. Old Ma was startled by the loud voice. From now on, address me as Comrade Old Ma. We're all comrades in arms heading into battle. Remember your status. Status is important. Got it. Got it. Old Ma comrade. Roger that. From the other end, there was the sound of slapping thighs, followed by rapid speech. This is going to be intense. I'll tell you what, Old Ma comrade, stay close to me. I'll take the sniper position, you know my aim. You'll be my bodyguard. Protect me while I take out the enemy. Got it? Comrade Chiezi, this game is randomly assigned. We might not even be in the same trench. It's all about fate. Random is random. If we're not together, we'll just accept our fate. Chiezi's voice was filled with the boldness of a reckless warrior. Let's just do it. Let's go. We've got this. Brothers, watch Chiezi and Old Ma give you a double ghost attack. In the team room, a master strategist trying to plan everything and a reckless warrior full of passion successfully joined forces. The battle hadn't even started yet, but the joy in the live stream and the audience's anticipation for the two to give it their all had already reached the battlefield. As the two chatted, the time reached 12:59. The two frantically refreshed the team-up room. At exactly 1 a.m., Xiezi blurted out, "What the hell? Why are there so many Wu Haoren?" The previously calm room lobby was suddenly flooded with hundreds of matchmaking rooms named Wu Haoren. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. These netizens are causing confusion on the 5th level. This generation of netizens is too clever. Knowing they might not be able to get into the room, everyone changed their room names to Wu Haoren. Old Ma's face turned green. Can they really pull this off? Fortunately, the Douyin backend sent private messages to the streamers participating in the 150,000 person battle, providing them with Wu Haoren's room number. Old Ma and Xiezi finally managed to enter the room. There weren't many fixed spots, and with Old Ma and Xiezi, there were only 35 people in the room. Among them, 24 were live streamers with a large following on Douyin. The remaining 11 included Xinqing Shan and Luo Qianxue, who took 4 spots, along with Qinlin Xiang, Wu Haoren, and the people they brought in. Do any of you still have friends who haven't joined yet? If everyone's here, I'll announce the room number. Wu Haoren's voice echoed from inside the room. Everyone replied that they didn't. Then Wu Haoren took out his phone, edited the room number, and sent it out. Within a few breaths, the room, which could accommodate 150,000 people, was instantly filled to capacity. Alright, everyone's here. Listen carefully. Wu Haoren silenced everyone and then turned on his close friend Qin Shanglin's microphone, instructing him to deploy the strategy. Chapter 87, Fortress Battle. Counterattack. Counterattack for me. Everyone. This battle has no room for flashy moves or retreat. My only demand is this. Hold your ground. You must cling to your positions like nails. Qin Shanglin had clearly studied the overall strategy of the Jinling defense battle in detail over the past few days and had developed his own approach: defend with your lives. Brothers assigned to the 88th Division at Yuatai, use your guns and your bones. Hold Yuatai at all costs. That's the throat of Jinling City. If we lose the high ground, the city gates will be wide open. Let a single Japanese soldier through, and you'll be a traitor to Jinling. Brothers assigned to the Sichuan Army, you must coordinate with the 88th Division to hold the left fork in the road at Yuatai. Your mission is to block the Japanese tanks. Use your weapons, use your very bodies. Block them at all costs. Brothers assigned to the Guangxi Army Suicide Squad, hold the right flank S. Since you're a suicide squad, fight until the blood flows, turn that place into the Japanese graveyard. Brothers assigned to the Training Brigade. The observation post on the summit of Purple Mountain is our eyes. If we lose it, the entire city will be blind. Spread out at the pass on Head Monk Ridge, set up machine guns on the reverse slope, and fire at close range. Finally, Zang Hua Gate, Zhang Hua Gate, and Zhongshan Gate. These 3 lines of defense are the 3 planks of Nanjing gates. If the planks break, the hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians inside the city will be like meat on a chopping block. Qin Linxiang's voice suddenly rose sharply. Retreat? Don't even think about it. From this moment on, every inch of ground beneath our feet is our burial ground. As long as we're alive, the positions must hold. What we seek is not victory reports. What we seek is for every brick of this city to be soaked in the blood of the Japanese invaders. With our lives, we will buy time for our brothers behind us to fortify the defenses. Every inch of land is worth every drop of blood. 10,000 youths are 10,000 soldiers. Today, we are the first drop of blood in the first 10,000 soldiers. Do any of you have anything else to add? Immediately, the silence in the room was broken. Xinqing Shan couldn't help but admit that Qinlin Xiang was indeed fiery with passion. However, his strategic deployment was practically non-existent. He didn't even mention the critical points along the outer lines at Lishui and Zhurong, focusing instead on the main defensive lines. Without time to establish defensive formations, it was all for nothing. Are we just going to rely on brute force? Where would we find enough men to fill the gaps? After all, the entire battle for Jinling City had already begun at the outer lines of Lishui and Zhurong. These outer lines are also crucial. If they could hold out longer, it would give the rear forces more time to prepare their operations, and we wouldn't be in such a passive position. Well, let these 15,000 young men, most of whom have only killed enemies in games, taste the real bitter flavor of being pinned down. Without sweating and bleeding, how can they remember it deeply? Without enduring some hardships, how can one remember it vividly? The channel was deathly silent. That wasn't cowardice, it was 15,000 hearts gripped tightly by those words, with blood boiling and roaring in their veins. No one added anything, no one questioned it. Since there's none then. Charge. Kill. Kill the Japanese devils. Defend Jinling. It was as if a floodgate had been opened. The roars, screams, shouts, and battle cries of 150,000 people erupted thunderously in the channel. 15,000 people entered the game simultaneously. As they entered the game, they were greeted by a brand new scene. The entire city of Jinling unfolded before their eyes in a bird's eye view. Then, scenes began to unfold one after another. Mid-October 1937, during 3 high-level military meetings regarding whether to defend Jinling, the generals were divided into factions. In the end, General Tang, despite his severe illness, stepped forward and took on the heavy responsibility of defending Jinling City to the death. He spoke passionately, "If no one else will take responsibility, I will reluctantly accept the task. I will steadfastly defend the city and share its fate." Thus, the plan to defend Jinling was finalized. When General Chang asked General Tang about his confidence in defending Jinling, he replied with just 8 words. "Remain calm in crisis, act with integrity in adversity." On December 1, 1937, the Japanese invaders' headquarters issued the 8th Continental Order to invade the mainland. The game has begun. You have been assigned to the Pinghai warship on the Jiangyin defense line. Your mission is to prevent Japanese warships from landing. Note, only the captain is not a player. Protect the captain and follow his commands. Soon, Xiaozi's vision cleared, and the mission prompt appeared. What the hell? Stop the warships from landing? Xiaozi felt like he was seeing things, rubbing his eyes. My goodness, this mission name doesn't sound simple at all. When he focused his eyes, he was completely dumbfounded. This wasn't some trench warfare, he was on a ship. A fortress battle? Eggplant, take off. It's our warship. Starting with a warship? This is a lucky break. So jealous. I'm still using a Hanyang rifle to bayonet the Japanese, and Eggplant is already on a big ship. As he watched the chat filled with envy and jealousy, Eggplant finally realized he was fighting a fortress battle on the Yangtze River. Eggplant was thrilled to be on this massive iron warship for the first time. However, just as he was getting excited, an extremely piercing, ear-splitting roar that seemed to tear through the air came crashing down from above. Ha! Xiaozi instinctively looked up, his smile freezing on his face as his eyes widened in shock. Looking up, he saw the sky filled with a swarm of aircraft, so dense they blocked out the sun. All of them were painted in a disgusting green color, adorned with blood-red flags, and were diving down at high speed. Oh my god! Xiaozi's raspy voice suddenly screeched like a dolphin. Planes? All Japanese planes. The next second, he clearly saw countless black dots falling from the undersides of the planes. Bombs! Hide! Quick, get out of the way! To the right! Turn the wheel hard to the right! Quickly, quickly! Captain Gao shouted from the command platform. The steel colossus beneath his feet began to move awkwardly to the right, but its speed was as slow as a duck boat in a park. Oh no! This warship won't obey my commands. It's too slow. Eggplant looked desperately at the black dots growing larger and larger, and subconsciously wanted to find a place to hide. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted nearby. The deck beneath his feet felt as though it had been violently lifted by an invisible giant hand, then suddenly arched upward before violently swaying from side to side. The explosion sent the flagship Pinghai reeling dangerously. The tall captain, dressed in a white naval uniform, was struck in the abdomen by a piece of debris and lay motionless on the command platform. Captain! Players who managed to steady themselves rushed to the command bridge, only to see the captain's abdomen bleeding profusely. Medic! Where's the medic? Hurry up! The players were completely panicked, their hoarse shouts mingled with sobs as they scrambled toward the command deck. At that moment, on the entire ship, aside from this blood-soaked captain, there was no one else who truly knew how to command this warship. If the captain fell, this battered warship and the young men on board would be like giants without a brain, utterly lost in the enemy's steel storm. At that moment, a player carrying a heavy medical kit stumbled onto the command console. His face was deathly pale, his lips trembling, as he frantically opened the medical kit and pulled out a large packet of white hemostatic powder. Hold it! Hold the wound, he shouts, pouring the entire packet of powder onto the captain's horrific wound without hesitation. The white powder was instantly soaked and scattered by the surging blood, turning into a thick, dark red paste, which was quickly covered by new waves of blood. The player desperately pressed his hands against the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Blood soon stained his fingers red and trickled down his arms. The captain's face turned as pale as gold paper from the excruciating pain and blood loss, and beads of sweat mixed with gunpowder residue rolled down his forehead. His eyes, blurred by pain, struggled to focus. His lips trembled as if trying to issue an order, but only a faint whisper escaped his lips. Damn it! Counterattack! Counterattack! After the shaking stopped, the man who had been lying on the ground stood up and roared to the sky, his eyes blazing with anger that seemed capable of igniting the planes darting through the sky. Chapter 88. Don't get too excited too soon. Amidst the thick smoke and the stench of blood on the deck, Eggplant charged toward the lone twin 76mm anti-aircraft gun pointing toward the sky like a raging lion. He had caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that the main gun position was in complete chaos, with his comrades and the gun emplacement torn to shreds. There was no time for grief, not even for fear. He knew only that the iron crows circling overhead were still there, and the next wave of death could strike at any moment. Anti-aircraft guns. Follow me. Xiezi's shout cut through the echoes of explosions and the moans of the wounded. He threw himself onto the gun position, gripping the cold gun wheel and aiming handle with both hands. The glass of the sighting scope had been shattered by flying shrapnel, and the gun barrel was covered in scorch marks and impact scars, clearly showing that the previous battle had left this gun heavily damaged. Even more critical was the fact that the gun mount was littered with the bodies of fallen gunners, severely hindering the operation of the anti-aircraft gun. Damn it! Xiezi gritted his teeth and cursed, using every ounce of strength to violently turn the heavy directional wheel. Squeak! The gun barrel emitted a piercing grinding sound, as if it might jam at any moment. The immense inertia caused his arm muscles to tense to their limits, veins bulging. Where's the loader? Where the hell are you? Hurry up and load the shells! Eggplant roared without turning his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the increasingly clear outlines of the enemy planes through the sight. The shattered lens distorted his vision, and he could only estimate the lead time by feel. Sweat mixed with gunpowder ash trickled down his forehead, stinging his eyes, but he dared not blink. They're coming! They're coming! A young player, the loader, his face covered in soot and his voice hoarse, scrambled over. Seeing the gruesome sight of his fallen comrades beside the gun emplacement, his pupils contracted sharply. He had only recently purchased the motion simulator and had barely had a chance to play the game, but now his face turned deathly pale, and his stomach churned violently. But he forced back the urge to vomit, nearly collapsing beside the heavy ammunition box. With trembling hands, he picked up a golden, cold, and heavy 76mm anti-aircraft shell. The shell's weight far exceeded his expectations, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Quick! Load it! Don't just stand there! Xiezi felt the gun barrel finally struggle into position, and he bellowed again, his voice raspy from straining. The loader took a deep breath, mustered all his strength, aligned the heavy shell with the opening at the rear of the gun barrel, and shoved it forward with all his might. Click! A crisp locking sound echoed. Loading complete! He nearly shouted. Damn it! Taste this! Eggplant's eyes were bloodshot, and he stomped down on the firing pedal with all his might. Boom! Boom! The twin gun barrels suddenly jerked backward violently, and the muzzles instantly erupted with massive orange-red flames and billowing black smoke. The deafening cannon blast echoed like a thunderclap, the violent shockwaves and air pressure slamming into the two men at the gun position. Eggplant's ears rang with a deafening buzz, and his shoulders ached from the immense recoil. But he clenched his teeth, braced his body against the gun emplacement, and gripped the control handles like iron claws, adjusting the gun barrel by feel. The shells screeched through the air, tearing the sky apart and leaving two desperate, furious trails in the gloomy sky. Near miss. Missed. The loader peered through the smoke-filled gaps and saw the shell explode into a cloud of black smoke behind the target aircraft, shouting in disappointment. The Japanese plane skillfully dodged and continued its dive. Shut up. Keep reloading. Xiezi wiped the sweat and dust from his face, his eyes fixed on the diving enemy aircraft. He knew that the old gun's accuracy was already limited, and with the sight damaged, hitting the target was now a matter of luck. He frantically spun the turret again, the heavy gun barrel groaning in agony as it struggled to track the target. The loader lunged toward the ammunition box again. This time, he grabbed the shell slightly faster, but the numbness in his arms and the fear in his heart caused his movements to falter. The shell bumped against the barrel as it was loaded, emitting a piercing scraping sound. Hurry up! Eggplant's shout was urgent. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the diving Japanese plane had already dropped its bombs. The target seemed to be their own battered flagship. The loader finally jammed the shell into the barrel and locked it in place. Eggplant nearly stepped on the pedal at the same time. Boom! Boom! Two more deafening roars. The muzzle flash briefly illuminated Xiezi and the loader's blood-stained, sweat-soaked faces, twisted and distorted in agony. This time, the shell seemed to graze the wing of the diving bomber. Though it didn't hit directly, the shrapnel and blast wave clearly disrupted it. The enemy aircraft jerked violently, and the trajectory of the bombs it dropped clearly veered off course, exploding with a thunderous roar dozens of meters away from the Pinghai in the river, sending a towering column of water into the sky. Good! The loader couldn't help but let out a hoarse cheer. But Xiezi's heart sank to the bottom. He saw more enemy aircraft adjusting their positions and relocking onto their flagship, which was now billowing thick smoke and had drastically reduced its speed. Their gun positions were now completely exposed to the enemy aircraft's line of sight and firepower. Don't get excited. Load the shells. The next wave is coming. Xiezi roared. He once again struggled to turn the heavy, creaking steering wheel, the gun barrel slowly, inch by inch, rising toward the sky. He knew that this gun, and the few of them manning it, might be the last furious roar the Pinghai could send into the sky. Every shot fired could be their swan song. Every reload was like ringing the death knell for this indomitable warship. The fleeting glimpse of joy on the loader's face was instantly shattered by the roar of the gun. He followed the bloodshot gaze of the gunner and his heart stopped. In the sky, at least 3 enemy aircraft were adjusting their angles, their piercing screams echoing through the air as they dove toward the Pinghai shrouded in thick smoke and nearly at a standstill. Beneath those icy wings, black dots of death were gathering. Quick! Load the shells. The loader didn't respond. His throat was filled with the taste of gunpowder and blood, and he was struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. He lunged toward the ammunition box again, his hands trembling even more violently from exhaustion and fear. When he lifted the cold 76mm shell, his arms felt as though they were filled with lead. This time, loading the shell into the barrel was even more difficult. The heavy shell slipped out several times, nearly hitting his feet. Gritting his teeth, he used his shoulders to brace himself and forced the shell into the barrel with all his might. Clang! A dull thud echoed as the shell finally settled into place, but the sound of the breech closing was unusually sluggish. Load, load. The loader's voice trembled with tears and despair, and the last syllable of done hadn't even left his mouth. What the hell? Boom! Chapter 89, On the Brink of Collapse. Renewed Determination. Extra Chapter. The two loud explosions from the gun positions sounded like the final two mournful cries of the Pinghai ship. Thick, acrid black smoke filled the air, instantly engulfing the entire aft deck and the area where the anti-aircraft gun positions were located. As the smoke was slightly dispersed by the river breeze, all the players on the Pinghai were unable to escape, leaving behind a hellish scene. The twin anti-aircraft guns, which had once pointed skyward as a symbol of last-ditch resistance, had completely vanished. In their place lay a grotesque, charred crater with twisted, curling edges. The broken gun barrels lay scattered around the crater, still emitting wisps of smoke. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and burnt flesh. At the edge of the crater, the young loader lay motionless, half his body torn apart by the explosion's shockwave, his right arm hanging limply over the charred rim of the pit. The eggplant on the gun turret has vanished without a trace. I'm crying so hard. This is the first time I've seen Eggplant's livestream be so intense. Who understands? How desperate was Eggplant's final desperate attempt? He really gave it his all. With dozens of planes bombing from the sky, the Eggplant managing to retaliate immediately was already pretty impressive. Meanwhile, the players assigned to Jiangyin County had just landed and were immediately greeted by intense artillery fire at the city walls. The Japanese invaders' heavy artillery rained down like a torrential storm, sweeping across the city walls in a fan-shaped pattern. The eastern, western, and southern walls groaned and trembled under the relentless bombardment, with fragments of stone peeling off and massive cracks spreading menacingly. We can't hold on. The city walls are collapsing. The screams were filled with despair. The Japanese are firing like mad. Planes, tanks, mortars, howitzers, it never stops. What should we do? Who's in command? We're just a bunch of headless flies. The surviving players inside the city were in complete chaos, despair spreading like a plague. When all the soldiers in the city became players, the last remnants of organization vanished. What are you afraid of? Brothers, fight. Aim at the enemy artillery. A near hysterical roar erupted suddenly. Like drowning men clinging to a lifeline, the players were ignited by this desperate scream, reigniting the last embers of hope burning in their chests. They charged forward, disregarding the hail of bullets, their bodies exposed from the collapsed cover. Bang bang bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. The chaotic gunfire was drowned out by the overwhelming barrage of Japanese artillery fire, vanishing into the air in an instant. Bullets struck the thick shields or mud of the Japanese artillery positions in the distance, failing to create even a ripple. Players who dared to peek out were torn to shreds by incoming shells or machine gun fire, their bodies turning into fresh splashes of blood on the city walls. Old Zhao. You're left, someone shouted hoarsely. Boom! Before the words had even finished, the shelter where the warning came from, along with half the city wall, was hit directly by a heavy artillery shell, sending a column of smoke and debris into the sky. Damn it all to hell! Old Zhao, his eyes bloodshot, stared at where his comrade had vanished, then grabbed a check-made light machine gun that had been dropped by someone nearby and fired wildly at an enemy plane diving toward the sky. Die for your grandfather! Old Zhao screamed, his head thrown back. The bullets, however, flew uselessly past the aircraft's hull. Why can't we bring it down? It clearly worked in the TV shows. The Japanese plane dropped a bomb right in front of him, landing precisely on another section of the city wall crowded with players. Boom! Even more intense explosions, even more horrific screams. We can't beat them, we can't beat them. The brutal battlefield had already begun to shake the resolve of some mentally fragile players, their legs trembling. Don't underestimate them before entering the game, they all shouted loudly. But it wasn't until they experienced the ruthlessness of the battlefield and that sense of despair that they truly understood the magnitude of the fear they had to overcome. The suffering endured by their predecessors, the despair, is something that can never be fully captured on the big screen. The players' counterattacks were futile, with casualties mounting and their numbers dwindling rapidly. They were never trained for combat, had no one to lead them in an organized counterattack, and were immediately overwhelmed by Japanese fire the moment they picked up their guns. As shells exploded around them, tearing away parts of their bodies, the pain left their minds in a chaotic mess. Ah! Save me, save me! My hand! My hand is gone! My leg, my leg! Most of the players who had just managed to secure a sensory pod were experiencing the game for the first time, and the intense pain instantly shattered their mental preparation. The city walls were collapsing irreversibly, and every second, lives were being crushed under the shells. Hope had long been reduced to ashes by the. Yet the gunfire did not cease. Even knowing it was a futile effort, even knowing that death might come in the next second. Amidst the rubble and debris, amidst the choking smoke and blood-filled mist, new figures would always struggle to rise. They pick up weapons covered in mud and blood, using their last ounce of strength to fire bullets of hatred at the looming shadow of death. Scatter! All of you, get the hell out of here. Don't crowd together like sitting ducks. Stop fighting. This isn't the time to counterattack. Get down into the trenches. Wait until the Japanese artillery stops firing, wait until they charge forward before fighting again. Just as the players on the southern city wall were about to be wiped out, a hoarse yet unusually clear voice cut through the chaos of the trenches. The voice belonged to a figure crouching low, darting through flying shrapnel and splashing mud. As he moved, he barked orders: spread out. Find cover and avoid the artillery fire. Don't stand there like targets. Save yourselves and wait for the enemy to charge. The voice cut through the chaos like an electric current. Desperate players clung to it like drowning men grasping a lifeline, and the disorganized resistance began to coalesce and organize swiftly. Follow him. Spread out quickly. Into the trenches. Someone reacted first, shouting in response. Get down. Everyone down. Don't show your heads, echoed from another corner. The chaotic crowd was driven by an invisible whip, instinctively following the orders. They no longer fired blindly, but instead clenched their teeth, dragged their wounded bodies, and crawled toward the nearest shell craters, broken walls, or the remnants of cover. Though their movements were chaotic, they were driven by the instinct to survive and their trust in that voice. Artillery fire continued to rage, but the number of exposed targets plummeted, and the rate of casualties visibly slowed. The players huddled in the charred earth and rubble, gasping for breath, their chests heaving violently, their ears ringing, but their eyes no longer held pure fear and confusion. Instead, there was a hint of suppressed anger and anxious anticipation. The owner of the hoarse voice was an old soldier whose face was covered in smoke and blood, making his features indistinguishable, but his movements were unusually steady. He crawled quickly to a relatively sturdy corner of the trench. He suddenly slapped the helmet of a trembling new recruit beside him and shouted, "Stay calm. Don't panic. The Japanese artillery can't keep firing like this. Their infantry is about to charge." He grabbed a Type 82 rifle from the hands of a fallen player nearby, loaded it with a clatter, and cocked the trigger with a swift, precise motion. He peered out, his eagle-like gaze piercing through the thick smoke, fixated on the direction of the enemy's positions outside the city. "Follow my orders. Check your weapons and prepare your ammunition." His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to every player nearby. "Wait for them to get closer. 50 meters. No, 30 meters. Fire again with all your strength. Aim carefully. One shot, one kill. Don't waste any bullets." As if to confirm his words, the Japanese soldiers' furious artillery barrage, which had raged for nearly an hour, finally began to weaken. The suffocating, relentless explosions grew sparse. In their place came the faint sounds of footsteps and Japanese screams, like a rising tide, coming from outside the city. "Kill them all. Ten-na banzai." The Japanese infantry had already charged forward. Chapter 90, the rekindled fighting spirit is crushed once again. The cannons have stopped. The Japanese are coming up. Damn it, they're finally here. Brothers, get ready. The once deathly silent trenches were suddenly ignited. Countless bloodshot eyes emerged from the trenches, from the shell craters, and from beneath the rubble. The players' fingers were tightly gripped around the triggers, their gunstocks firmly braced against their shoulders. The soldier organizing the attack was Captain Kai of the 57th Army, 112th Division. At that moment, he was the first to expose himself. His Zhongjing-type rifle was steady on the charred bricks, the sights locked onto a Japanese sergeant charging at the front, bayonet raised, face twisted in fury. Stay steady, he muttered under his breath, as if speaking to himself and to all the players holding their breath in anticipation. Closer. Closer still. The grotesque rising sun flag, the gleaming bayonets, the snarling faces, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Just as the Japanese sergeant was less than 30 meters away from the outer trench, his face so close that every muscle was visible. Fire! A thunderous roar shattered the brief silence. Bang! The veteran soldier's Type 92 rifle fired first. The Japanese sergeant leading the charge fell to the ground with a thud. "Brothers! Fight!" Old Zhao clutched his checkmate rifle, suddenly leaping to his feet from behind cover. His bloodshot eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance, and the muzzle of his gun spat out deadly flames. "Kill the Japanese!" Countless hoarse shouts erupted simultaneously. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bang bang bang. Boom! The ruins of the southern city wall, which had been silent for a moment, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, intense, and relentless counterattack. Players threw grenades with all their might. Those firing no longer engaged in the chaotic, aimless shooting of before, but instead unleashed shots fueled by suppressed anger and precise aim. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm on the Japanese assault formations, who were completely unprepared and had let their guard down, believing the defending forces had been utterly destroyed. The Japanese soldiers at the front fell like wheat, in large groups. The Japanese troops behind them are stunned by the sudden, ferocious firepower, their charge stalling as they panic and scramble for cover. Disperse! Disperse! Return fire! Long live the Emperor! The Japanese soldiers shouted wildly, as if possessed by the so-called heavenly locust, charging forward recklessly. Good! Fight well! Hit them hard! Captain Kai's voice rang out again, filled with admiration and murderous intent. Don't stop! Hold them back! Machine guns! Seal off that gap! Hand grenades! Aim for the crowded areas! The players felt as though they had been reborn in that moment. They reminded each other, passed ammunition, and some even mimicked Captain Kai's actions, beginning to coordinate small-scale operations around them. The checkmate-like machine guns fired in rhythmic bursts, riflemen learned to aim, and grenades were no longer thrown haphazardly but waited until the Japanese soldiers gathered in a group before being thrown with force. The flames of counterattack finally blazed fiercely across this blood-soaked wasteland. Left flank! Enemy soldiers are sneaking up on us! Throw grenades! A player with a youthful face but a fierce gaze shouted, fiercely throwing a smoking gong-type grenade. A deafening explosion sent several Japanese soldiers attempting to climb over the side of the ruins flying through the air. Old Zhao! Reload! A player beside him, though inexperienced, acted swiftly, shoving a new magazine into old Zhao's hands. Thanks, brother! Damn it, taste Grandpa's bullets! Captain Kai's Zhongjing rifle became the Grim Reaper's ledger. With each crisp gunshot, another Japanese soldier collapsed to the ground. Stay steady! Conserve ammunition! Aim carefully! Don't let the Japanese get within 10 meters. However, the Japanese soldiers in the rear reacted swiftly. After a brief period of chaos, sharp whistles and the roars of officers echoed from the rear. Artillery fire! Artillery support! Tank unit, charge! The grenades from the grenade launchers whistled piercingly as they began to strike the players' exposed firing positions with precision. Hit the ground! Boom! 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 Several machine gun positions that had just established effective counterfire were instantly silenced by explosions, with debris and body parts flying everywhere. Xiao Chang! Damn it! Mortars fired precise barrages at the Chinese Army's trenches, while Japanese infantry and tanks coordinated their attacks, beginning to show the effectiveness of their combined operations. Jiangyin County had a flat terrain with an average elevation of 6 meters, allowing tanks to perform at their peak, racing across the ground as if on flat ground. Dozens of tank turrets locked onto the trenches and fired wildly. Due to the lack of initial command, the already heavily depleted player forces were decimated at an astonishing rate. Grenade launchers fired shells overhead, while the dull rumble of tracks and the roar of engines grew louder as they approached. Those dozens of steel behemoths painted with the red cross flag charged across the barren wasteland without hindrance, raising dust that obscured the sky. Their cold turrets slowly turned, their black barrels precisely locking onto every trench still spewing flames. Boom! A tank shell exploded just 20 meters in front of Colonel Kai's position, tearing apart the edge of the trench. The searing blast wave, carrying shards of rock and dirt, slammed into him with brutal force. Kai was thrown violently backward, his ears ringing, vision blurring, and his mouth filled with the taste of blood and scorched earth. He struggled to lift his head and saw that the young player who had just handed the ammunition clip to old Zhao, along with the half-buried shelter he had been hiding behind, had vanished without a trace. Tank! Shoot the tank! A player screamed in desperation, raising his rifle and firing futilely at the tank charging at the front. The bullets struck the thick armor, only spattering a few insignificant sparks and making a clinking sound, like scratching an itch. It's useless. The bullets can't penetrate it. Then grab some grenades and explosives and blow it up. We have to hold the line. Our mission is to hold the position, hold the position. The players finally realized how difficult the term pin down meant when Qin Shanglin had mentioned it at the beginning. The players watched helplessly as the tank's tracks rolled over a shallow trench without pausing, dragging two players who hadn't managed to crawl out in time into the steel tracks with a brief, agonizing scream. The piercing sound of bones shattering and the dull thud of tracks tearing through flesh echoed clearly in the ears of the surrounding players, sending chills down their spines and causing their stomachs to churn violently. Ugh! Someone vomited, their face as pale as paper. More tank barrels spewed deadly flames. High explosive shells detonated in the narrow trenches, their shockwaves tearing bodies apart and hurling them through the air. Dismembered limbs and blood-soaked flesh, mixed with internal organs, rained down on the survivors' heads and bodies like a storm. The thick, overpowering stench of blood, gunpowder, rotting entrails, and the acrid smell of burning flesh mingled together, creating an suffocating odor. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The tank's coaxial machine guns and the machine guns of the Japanese infantry charging alongside them intertwined into a dense hail of bullets, mercilessly mowing down exposed lives. The situation was suddenly reversed, and the players fell like cut wheat in vast swathes. A player who had just poked his head out to throw a grenade had his head explode like a watermelon. Another player, dragging a broken leg, tried to crawl toward cover, but the next second, machine gun bullets severed his waist, leaving his upper body twitching helplessly on the ground. "We can't hold on. Commander! We can't hold on!" Old Zhao clutched his scorching hot check-made machine gun, screaming hoarsely at Commander Kai. His comrades around him were nearly all dead or wounded. The machine gunner's assistant had just had half his shoulder blown off by shrapnel from a tank shell and was lying in a pool of blood, letting out inhuman screams. Despair swept over them like a cold tide, instantly dousing the flickering flames of their counterattack. The players' eyes shifted from anger and ferocity to endless fear and confusion. They watched as familiar and unfamiliar faces disappeared one by one, as the unstoppable steel tide grew closer, and as their weapons, in the face of the enemy's overwhelming power, seemed as useless as sticks. "My hand, my hand!" A player with his arm blown off curled up in a corner, staring at his mangled stump. The excruciating pain and blood loss were causing his consciousness to fade, leaving only instinctive moans. The intense pain was transmitted through the sensory pod, feeding back into his nerves and completely shattering his will, leaving only physiological convulsions and tears. Captain Kai wiped the blood and sweat from his face, surveying the area. Within his line of sight, the once intact defensive positions were now in shambles. The remaining players cowered like frightened rabbits in the gaps between shell craters and rubble, their eyes vacant, their bodies trembling violently from fear and pain. The gunfire of the counterattack grew sparse, and the occasional explosions of hand grenades sounded more like the desperate struggles of the dying. The small force he had managed to gather, under the overwhelming combined assault of the Japanese infantry, artillery, and tanks, was being vaporized and crushed at a heartbreakingly visible pace. He knew it was over. The southern city wall could not be held. Chapter 91, The Price of a Lost Defense. If our firepower is far inferior to the enemy's, what can we possibly rely on to win this battle? We rely on a willpower far stronger than the enemy's, on the resolve to protect our families and our homeland. However, the players currently lack such qualities. Under direct fire from the enemy, they are also being overwhelmed by Japanese warships occupying the fortress, which are firing down on them from above. The Jiangyin defense line, which was supposed to fall completely on December 2nd, had already been overrun by the end of November. Those players who were incapacitated but not yet dead were dragged out of the trenches by the Japanese soldiers and thrown like discarded sacks onto the edges of the ruined civilian district. The cold stone ground collided with their broken bodies, and the excruciating pain instantly tore through their nerves. "Ah! It hurts!" A player with a leg blown to pieces by an explosion fell to the ground, his body convulsing violently from the pain. The scene around him was even more horrifying. This had once been an ordinary street in Jiangyin County, but now it was a wasteland of destruction. The shattered walls and debris resembled the remains of a giant beast, with charred beams jutting out of the rubble. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, blood, and an even more suffocating stench. The surviving civilians huddled like frightened birds in the corners that offered any semblance of shelter, or behind the shattered door panels. Most of them were dressed in rags, gaunt and emaciated, their faces etched with extreme fatigue, fear, and a despair bordering on numbness. When the Japanese soldiers brutally threw these bloodied, moaning players onto the street corner, the numb crowd stirred slightly, but more than anything, there was panic and a rush to avoid the scene. "Mother! I'm scared!" A little girl huddled in her mother's arms, seeing the player on the ground writhing in agony, buried her face deeply into her mother's skirt, her tiny body trembling uncontrollably. "Don't look, my child, don't look!" The mother clung tightly to her child, her voice hoarse and dry, her eyes vacant as she stared toward the direction of the still smoking city walls. Her own face was covered in dust, with dried bloodstains at the corners of her mouth, as if she had just endured a beating or being pushed around. Another player struggled to lift his upper body, the excruciating pain from his severed arm causing his vision to darken. He saw an old woman in a tattered cotton coat, hunched over, frantically searching through the rubble for something, her movements slow and mechanical. "Old lady! Do you have any water? Please? Give me some water." The player's voice was hoarse and weak, his throat feeling like it had been sandpapered. The old woman paused, her cloudy eyes turning toward the source of the voice. When she saw the player's blood-stained military uniform, there was no sympathy in her eyes, only a fleeting glimpse of deeper despair and hatred. Her lips trembled, but she said nothing, only bowed her head lower and accelerated her search, as if trying to dig out the last remnant of something to cling to in this completely destroyed home. The player didn't understand why he saw hatred in the eyes of the civilians. He was fighting for them, wasn't he? Water? Where is there any water? A middle-aged man leaning against a half-collapsed wall gasped, his voice hoarse, his eyes filled with lifelessness. "The wells have all been taken by the Japanese. The river is filled with corpses." His gaze swept over the players lying on the ground, moaning in pain, his tone almost cruel in its numbness. Why didn't you hold them back? You soldiers. We did our best." A player with a wounded abdomen struggled to breathe, trying to explain, "the Japanese tanks, cannons, planes, there were too many." "Did your best? The man suddenly erupted, his bloodshot eyes fixed on them, his voice rising with a mix of tears and suppressed anger. What good is that? My home is gone. My shop is gone. My parents were killed yesterday by the Japanese soldiers' artillery. Not even a proper burial. You did your best, but Jiangyin is still fallen. What about us? What about us? Are we just supposed to wait to die? He pointed at the streets around them, which looked like a wasteland of ruins, his voice choked with emotion. You can't fight them, so you ran away or died, but what about us? We common folk can't run away, we can't die, we can only stay here waiting for the Japanese to kill us, waiting for them to desecrate us or starve to death. Freeze to death. By the end, he was nearly screaming, then collapsed onto the ground, slumping against the ground, clutching his head, his shoulders shaking violently as he emitted suppressed, animal-like whimpers. Monster. From the corner, someone muttered under their breath, their voice faint but piercing like needles into the players' hearts. Those words carried a deeper pain. Their failure had completely extinguished the last glimmer of hope in the people's hearts. The player with the broken leg listened to these words, feeling the excruciating pain tearing through his body and the cold, numb stares of those around him. An overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness engulfed him completely. The intense pain simulated by the sensory chamber continued, but the pain in his heart was even more excruciating. Only now did they vaguely realize how their predecessors had endured the pressure of being misunderstood and even resented, while shouldering the mission of defending their homeland. They had once believed that by setting the game's pain intensity to 70%, they could experience the pain and despair their ancestors had endured. Now they understood that physical pain paled in comparison to the agony of the heart. They had no right to forgive their ancestors, let alone forget this history soaked in blood and tears. The players not only failed to protect anyone but had become the source of disaster in the eyes of these suffering people, bringing even more calamity upon them. A player struggled to lift his still moving hand, staring at his palm covered in blood and dirt. The excruciating pain and blood loss began to cloud his consciousness. He recalled the passionate slogans from the forum before entering the game, and the excitement of securing a motion-sensing pod. Now, only cold reality remained. Father. Mother. Another player, severely injured and unconscious, began to mutter incoherently, tears mixed with blood streaming down his face. On this land utterly shattered by war, whether players or ordinary civilians, all shared the unbearable, suffocating suffering that stretched endlessly before them. Death might be the only escape, but for those still alive, the suffering has only just begun. Just then, a Japanese soldier wielding a gun pushed his way through the crowd, reaching out with a dirty hand to roughly pull the mother of the child. Let go of me. Let go of me. The mother struggled fiercely. Mother. Let go of my mother. The little girl, terrified, wails and cries, futilely pounding the Japanese soldier's legs with her tiny fists. The Japanese soldier laughed lewdly. Pretty girl, resisting will only get you killed. No. Don't touch my daughter. The mother stopped struggling instantly because her daughter had been grabbed by the neck by another Japanese soldier and lifted up like a chicken. The little girl's cries suddenly stopped, her face turning purple from suffocation, her legs kicking helplessly. Seeing that the woman had stopped struggling, the Japanese soldier tossed the little girl to the ground like trash and then dragged the woman away. The players lying on the ground, unable to move, felt their anger boiling over, screaming in agony. Damn it! You're all worthless dogs. Ah! I hate it! Why didn't we hold them back? Why? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Chapter 92, The Battle of Guangda. December 25, 1937, outside Guangda County. The sky was so overcast it seemed ready to collapse, with tiny snowflakes mingling with icy rain droplets, stinging the face. The remnants of the 886th Regiment of the 433rd Brigade of the 145th Division of the Sichuan Army, who had just withdrawn from the bloody battlefield of Songhu, had gathered in this damp, cold, open field of southern Jiangnan. The frozen mud beneath their feet was hard as rock, and the straw sandals they wore felt like ice, the cold seeping into their bones. Wu Haoren stamped his numb feet, and the white vapor he exhaled was instantly blown away by the biting wind. Qin Linxiang, Zhang Zhiheng, and the other players standing beside him had faces frozen blue, their thin, tattered gray military uniforms stained with blood and mud that wouldn't wash off. Looking around, the entire group was sparsely scattered, most of them as exhausted and wounded as they were. The ranks were silent, broken only by the whistling of the cold wind through the bare tree branches and the occasional suppressed cough. Standing directly in front of them was Colonel Liu of the 886th Regiment. This regiment commander exuded the sternest characteristic of a soldier, coupled with a solemn gravity bordering on tragedy. He stood as straight as a pillar, like an iron rod driven into the snow and wind, his gaze sweeping over the faces before him, each one etched with exhaustion and confusion. Brothers! Colonel Liu suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but it thundered through the silence like a clap of thunder. He did not use official language but the local Sichuan dialect, with its distinctive rhythm and a raw determination. Stand straight! Listen to me! His eyes blazed, his voice rising sharply, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. There's an order from above. Guangda! You must hold the line until the end. Hold it at all costs. He spat out the words "hold the line" with force, swinging his fist in the air as if to drive the invisible military order into everyone's hearts. The battle at Songhu was brutal, I know. Everyone here has survived against all odds, you're all exhausted and in pain. Luo's voice grew hoarse, his gaze sweeping over the figures still wrapped in bandages. I'm in pain too. Seeing my brothers in arms fall, it feels like my heart is being torn apart. But there's no choice. The brothers behind us, the main force of the nationalist government, and the countless fathers, mothers, and fellow villagers, they need a breather. They need time. Gwanda, we have to hold the floodgates. If the gates collapse, the Japanese will pour in like a flood, devastating our homes. He took a step forward, the frozen ground beneath his feet emitting a dull thud. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, sweeping across the eyes of the front row soldiers. You Japanese bastards, relying on your iron turtles and fierce planes, you think we Sichuan rats are easy to bully? Go to hell. He spat, and the droplets froze instantly in the cold wind. We Sichuan troops are men of honor and integrity. We stand for righteousness and backbone. During the railway protection movement, our ancestors never backed down. Today, fighting the Japanese, we dare not retreat. Colonel Lu slammed his chest, producing a dull thud. This battle, I'll tell you straight, is a fight to the death. Those who survive are heroes. Those who fall are martyrs. There is no third option. The biting wind carried snowflakes, which hit the soldiers' thin uniforms, making a soft rustling sound. The ranks fell silent, broken only by the heavy breathing of the men. The players felt their hearts pounding in their chests. The words 1 in 10 survive pierced their ears like ice picks, bringing a bone-chilling cold. But Lu, the company commander's words, spoken in a thick Sichuan accent and as scorching as a red-hot iron, ignited a faint flame within their frozen bodies. They instinctively straightened their hunched backs. Now! Lu suddenly drew his pistol from his waist, raised it high, and bellowed his final command. Brothers! Are you afraid? This roar was like a spark igniting dry kindling. The brief silence was shattered in an instant. No, we're not afraid. Wu Haoren nearly shouted in unison with Qin Linxiang and Zhang Zhihong, their voices hoarse and distorted from excitement and the cold. Immediately, the remaining soldiers of the 886th Regiment erupted like a dormant volcano. We're not afraid. Fear my ass. Only cowards are afraid. Let us fight the bastards to the death. Let us go. A cacophony of Sichuan dialect shouts merged into a massive, bloodthirsty roar. The players stood tall, their frozen faces stiff with fear, which was replaced by a nearly feral determination. At that moment, Wu Haoren and the other players who had just been thrown into this bloody storm were ignited by Lu Tuanghang's pre-battle speech, delivered in his thick hometown accent and saturated with bloodlust and responsibility, kindling the last embers of passion in their chests. Looking at the ragged, poorly equipped soldiers before him, whose eyes were filled with blood and determination, Lu, the company commander, couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Good. Brave. You're my men. Take your positions. As the order to disperse was given, the players surged forward like a floodgate opening, swiftly turning and rushing toward their respective positions, their feet sinking into the cold mud and thin snow beneath them. Wu Haoren, Qin Linxiang, and Zhang Zhihong were also caught up in the crowd, rushing toward the same relatively intact section of the trench. Hey! I never thought the three of us would end up together again. Wu Haoren ran while grinning, but his voice trembled slightly. We're like grasshoppers tied to the same string now. We've got a bond for life, right? Wu Haoren noticed that their speech automatically took on a Sichuan accent. Friendship? Just don't hold me back, and I'll be grateful. Qin Shanglin rolled his eyes in annoyance, panting heavily. His feet were tripped by the frozen dirt, nearly causing him to fall, but he refused to let up. When the fighting starts, be smart and don't charge forward like an idiot. Damn it! Qin Shanglin, your mouth is so foul. Zhang Zhihong also panted, rolling his eyes. Like I'm some kind of idiot who wants to be with you. I'd rather be with my grandfather. His aim is much better. What? What did you say? Wu Haoren and Qin Shanglin both stopped in their tracks, turned their heads, and stared at Zhang Zhihong with eyes wide like copper bells, looking utterly disbelieving. Zhang Lao? He's over 80 years old. How did you get him involved in such a dangerous game? Don't you value your life? Hey! You two don't know anything. Zhang Zhihong was amused by their exaggerated reactions and explained with a hint of exasperation, my grandfather is in great shape. He can eat 2 big bowls of rice in one sitting. He climbs hills and stairs more easily than I do. Besides, he lowered his voice, sounding a bit mischievous, to avoid my mom arranging blind dates for me all day long, I really had to think hard. I finally convinced the old man to come in for some reminiscing about the good old days, and he's helping me avoid trouble. He then looked at Qin Shanglin, who was frowning disapprovingly, and you promised me, Xiangzi, didn't you? You said this sensory chamber is state-of-the-art and adjusts the data automatically based on the player's physical condition. The safety mechanisms are top-notch. What's there to worry about? The old man is safer in there than taking a stroll in the park. Qin Shanglin was taken aback, opened his mouth to argue, but eventually just waved his hand impatiently. Fine, you're right. Hurry up and go. Don't block the brothers behind you. Chapter 93, The Little Soldier in the Militia Unit. The makeshift airfield outside Guangde City. Wu, Qin, and Zhang followed the main group of players to this location to defend against the Japanese invaders advancing from Muzhou. Damn, it's freezing. I'm so cold and hungry, I feel like my soul is freezing out of my body. You're cold? My toes are frozen solid. Now my whole leg feels like it's not even part of my body, stiff as a board. Shut up, both of you. Look at me. The third player pulled one foot out of his torn straw sandal halfway, revealing several swollen, red toes with cracked, bleeding wounds, severe frostbite. This is what you get for being so reckless. It's freezing cold and painful, and you can't even cover it up. The slightest bit of warmth makes it itch unbearably, and I'd rather cut off my toes with a knife. In the unit, similar complaints echoed constantly. The players' faces were pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They rubbed their hands, stamped their feet, and exhaled sharply, trying to squeeze out even a tiny bit of warmth from this hellish cold. There's nothing we can do. Zhang Jiahong was also freezing to the bone, wrapping himself tightly in his tattered military uniform that couldn't block the wind, his voice trembling. This damn game is all about realism. What's our suffering compared to that? The veterans who came before us must have been 10 or 100 times more furious than us. We're nothing compared to them. Ah. Wu Haoran sighed, his gaze sweeping over the ruined battlefield before settling on the two lone heavy machine guns propped up behind sandbag emplacements, their barrels frosted over. A whole regiment and we only have 2 heavy guns? When the Japanese tanks roll in and the planes drop bombs, what are we supposed to use to defend ourselves? Our heads? Xin Shanglin, though his lips were purple from the cold, forced himself to stay strong. We have to hold on even if we can't. Didn't they make it clear at the beginning of the game? We're just nails. We have to nail ourselves to this spot. Don't back down. Just then, a commotion of footsteps and suppressed coughing sounds came from behind them. Everyone turned to look and saw another group of people approaching. Unlike the players, who at least wore uniform military attire, these people were dressed in a mix of casual clothes, some in patched cotton coats, others in thin jackets. What they had in common was that their clothing was extremely thin, utterly inadequate to withstand the damp, biting cold of the Jiangnan winter. At the front was a man in his 30s, lean and weathered, with a face etched by hardship and a stubborn determination in his eyes. He ran up to a player officer, stood tall, and tried to adopt a standard posture, saluting awkwardly but loudly. Reporting to the officer. Captain of the 3rd Militia Squad of the Guangde County Security Battalion, Goshen. I have brought my men to report for duty. We await your orders. The player officer froze. Xin Shanglin, Wu Haoran, and Zhang Jiahong also widened their eyes, their gaze sweeping past Goshen to the group of so-called members behind him. Among the crowd were 7 or 8 half-grown children. The oldest was no more than 13 or 14, and the youngest looked to be just over 10. They were dressed in even more ragged and thin clothes, their little faces frozen red and purple, their lips blue, and their bodies shivering in the cold wind. Dog Rem Captain. What the hell are you doing? The player officer was both shocked and angry, pointing at the children and raising his voice. This is the front line. This is where people fight. People could die here. What are you doing bringing these kids here? This is nonsense. Exactly. What are you doing? Wu Haoran couldn't help but shout out, looking at the children huddled together in the cold wind, his heart aching. These kids can't even carry a gun. What's the point of bringing them here? To send them to their deaths? Oh, sir, please don't get so worked up. Goshen forced a bitter smile, one that looked worse than crying. He glanced back at the children behind him, then turned back, rubbing his rough, cracked hands. His voice was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Sir, this is all that's left of our militia. The only ones who can handle weapons are here. He pointed to the few emaciated adult men behind him, then to the children. These kids have lost their parents. If we leave them behind, they'll starve and freeze to death. They insisted on coming with us, saying they wanted to fight the Japanese and avenge their parents. Sir, give us a chance. Assign the children to tasks like delivering ammunition or tending to the wounded. We truly want to contribute. We'd rather die here than retreat. No way. Absolutely not. Xin Shanglin was the first to stand up, his brows furrowed, pointing at the group of child soldiers. Captain Go Shang, what are you doing? This is a battlefield. It's a place where people risk their lives. It's not a playground for children. How could you bring them here? Take them away immediately. Exactly. Wu Haoran also grew impatient, looking at the children who weren't even as tall as a gun, his heart aching with both urgency and pain. Captain Goshen, don't act recklessly. These kids can't even hold a gun steady. Sending them to the battlefield is nothing but suicide. We soldiers eat the people's grain and defend the country, that's our duty. How can we let these kids take the blame? If this gets out, where will we soldiers hide our faces? Zhang Jiahong and the other players also chimed in, speaking all at once, firmly opposed. What kind of joke is this? Sending these half-grown children to face the Japanese planes and cannons? Just thinking about it makes my heart tremble. Just then, from the militia ranks, the tallest boy, about 13 or 14 years old, suddenly stepped forward. His face was frozen red, his lips blue, but his neck was stiff and straight, trying to look like an adult. He clenched his teeth to stop them from chattering and raised his chin, shouting at Wu Haoran and Qin Shanglin, who were opposing the most fiercely. Who dares to say we're no good? Don't underestimate us. I'm Doozy. I led them over there at the boundary marker and fought the Japanese. I killed one of them with my own hands. Wu Haoran looked at the half-grown child trying to act like an adult, feeling both angry and bitter. He sighed, walked over to Doozy, knelt down, and softened his tone, speaking as if he were comforting a younger brother. Boy, listen to me. War isn't a game, it's dangerous. You're still kids, your bones aren't even fully grown yet. Don't try to be a hero. Go back with Uncle Goshen and find a safe place to hide until it's over. I'm not little. Doozy erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He hated being called a child. Wu Haoran's tone, as if he were talking to a child, completely ignited the humiliation and anger in his heart. Words like child, be good, and go back felt like needles piercing his heart. At the border marker, he had witnessed his parents fall under the bayonets of the Japanese soldiers. He had clutched a grenade he had found and blown up 2 of them. He wasn't a kid, he was a soldier. Anger and resentment drove Doozy to instinctively gather all his strength, clench his tiny fists, and punch Wu Haoran in the face with all his might. Fast and fierce. Chapter 94, My name is Momo, and I eat bread every meal. Ah! Wu Haoran wasn't prepared and took the blow full force. He felt a searing pain in his left eye socket, stars danced before his eyes, and his center of gravity shifted. With a thud, he fell backward onto the icy snow. Doozy! What the hell are you doing? Goshen was terrified, rushing forward in a single bound, grabbing Doozy's arm and pulling him behind him to protect him. Then he bowed repeatedly to Wu Haoran on the ground, his voice trembling. Sir! Sir! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The kid doesn't know any better. He must have hit his head. Please forgive him. Doozy! Quickly kneel down and apologize to the officer. Goshen was nearly frantic with worry, fearing that Wu Haoran might fly into a rage and drag Doozy out to kill him. At that moment, Wu Haoran was clutching his burning left eye, lying in the icy snow, his head ringing, and stars dancing before his eyes. Ugh! He sucked in a sharp breath, rubbing his throbbing eye socket while glaring at Doozy behind Goshen with his uninjured right eye. The boy was still panting heavily, looking like an angry little leopard. Ouch! Little brother, you hit me way too hard. Wu Haoran winced in pain, his voice trembling. You almost knocked my eyes out. Stars are dancing in my head. You're the one who is small. You're the little bastard. Doozy was being held tightly by Goshen, but he still stuck out his neck, clenched his fists, and glared at Wu Haoran with no less ferocity, snarling back at him. Doozy! Shut your mouth. Goshen was so flustered he started sweating, turning to scold Doozy harshly before turning back to Wu Haoran with a forced smile. Sir, don't listen to him. He's just a kid, he doesn't know any better. I'll discipline him when I get home. It's nothing, dog remain. Don't shout at him. Wu Haoran struggled to sit up and waved his hands. Looking at Doozy's stubborn and fierce gaze, the anger in his heart subsided by more than half, leaving only helplessness and a vague, indescribable emotion. He rubbed his still aching eyes and forced a smile. I spoke out of turn. I deserve it. You're not a little kid, you're a tough little guy. That's the spirit. The last sentence, however, carried a genuine sense of acknowledgement. Goshen saw that Wu Haoran not only didn't press the matter but actually admitted his mistake. The tension in his throat finally eased, and he exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your understanding. In the end, under the pleading gazes of Goshen and the militia team, and the menacing glare from Doozy, the players couldn't resist any longer and reluctantly agreed to let the security team stay to assist with security. But the conditions were set in stone. Staying is allowed. But... Qin Shanglin frowned, pointing at Doozy and the other children, his tone leaving no room for argument. These kids are not allowed to approach the front lines under any circumstances. They must stay at the rear and assist. Carry ammunition boxes, pass water bottles, and tend to the wounded. Got it? If any of you dare to charge forward, I'll be the first to tie you up and throw you back. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, rest assured. We'll definitely do it. Goshen, hearing he could stay, was overjoyed. He nodded his head vigorously, like a chicken pecking at grain, and kept promising, I'll keep a close eye on those kids. I'll only do the work in the rear. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your mercy. A look of relief finally spread across his face, as if being able to stay on this battlefield that was about to be reduced to ashes was already a tremendous blessing. At night, the players were freezing and couldn't stand it anymore, so they lit a fire in the trenches and gathered around it to warm themselves. Haha, you got knocked down by a little kid's punch, and I never saw that coming. Zhang Zhaheng glanced at Wu Haoran, who was using snow to cool his eyes, and teased him with a laugh. What are you laughing at? Wu Haoran rubbed his eyes angrily. Don't underestimate that skinny kid. He's got some serious strength. Didn't you see how swollen my eyes are? Just as they were having a good time, Duzi suddenly appeared in front of Wu Haoren. He was leading 7 children even younger than himself, struggling to dig something at the base of a large tree. Duzi, what are you up to? Wu Haoren shouted loudly. Duzi turned his head and looked over, his innocent eyes warily watching Wu Haoren and the others. Seeing that he didn't respond, Wu Haoren waved his hand, come here. Duzi remained motionless. Qin Shanglin also waved from the side, Dopot, come on over. As soon as Duzi heard that nickname, his guard dropped immediately. He tucked the small shovel into his waistband and slowly made his way over. Xiangzi, you're such a fool. Look at you, spoiling him by calling him Bean Pot. Wu Haoren glared at Qin Shanglin, his eyes rolling back in his head. Qin Shanglin ignored him and asked Duzi, who had come closer, Dopot, what are you digging? The bean seller was disoriented by the repeated calls of Bean Pot, and with his 7 children, he surrounded Qin Shanglin. We're digging up tree roots. What are you digging tree roots for in the middle of the night? Zhang Zhahong couldn't figure it out. Because the bread is hungry, Dogui is digging tree roots to fill the bread's belly, another little girl, about 7 years old, answered quickly. Clang. Hearing this, their hearts seemed to stop for a few seconds. Hungry? Digging up tree roots to fill their stomachs? They had never imagined these two things could be connected. Eat tree roots when you're hungry. Zhang Zhahong couldn't believe it. My old man said that grain is very expensive. If you're starving at night, just chew on some tree roots to fill your stomach. By morning, there'll be something to eat. Duzi didn't understand why they were so surprised. It seemed like common knowledge to him. Are you a dumpling? Qin Shanglin reached out and pulled the little girl who had just answered the question over to him. As soon as he touched her, the icy coldness on his hands made his heart race. Almost instinctively, he raised his right hand and wrapped her tightly in his arms. It's so cold, like holding a block of ice. That was his first thought. The little girl's body was small and frail, and through the thin clothing, the cold seeped into his palms. That's right. The little girl lifted her dirty face, her eyes clear and bright like spring water in a mountain stream, without a single impurity. My father said to call me Momo because it sounds nice, and everyone will know that I come from a good family where we have white steamed buns to eat every meal. The firelight illuminated her face, making the mud stains more prominent, but those bright, sparkling eyes made Qin Shanglin's heart soften, and his throat felt a bit tight. Then we won't eat tree roots anymore. Big brother will get you some bread to eat. How about that? Qin Shanglin softened his voice, trying to sound more reliable. Really? The steamed bun suddenly widened its eyes, its little mouth opening wide, the glimmer of hope inside shining brightly. But that light flickered for only a moment before being extinguished by the cold wind, fading away bit by bit. She lowered her head, her small hands unconsciously tugging at the torn hem of her old clothes, murmuring softly, we can't eat it tonight. If we do, there won't be any left for tomorrow morning. Chapter 95, Hiding Food? So thoughtful it breaks your heart. Momo's soft mutter was like a cold needle piercing Qin Shanglin's heart, and the hearts of every player gathered around the fire. The faint flickering of the fire seemed to dim slightly. Momo! Qin Shanglin's throat tightened, and his voice grew hoarse. He unconsciously tightened his arms around the girl, trying to warm her with his own body heat, but the cold emanating from her thin frame felt as though it could freeze the bones in her body. Don't worry about tomorrow. I have extra. I'll give you one. Do you want it? As he spoke, he freed one hand and quickly reached into his inner pocket, pulling out a hard, frozen multigrain steamed bun wrapped in oil paper. He broke off a small piece with a firm grip, warmed it in his palm, then held it to her lips. The child's eyes fixed intently on the small, yellowish-brown piece of food. The flickering light from the fire danced in her clear eyes, filled with disbelief and a primal fear. Her tiny nostrils fluttered rapidly, and a faint swallowing sound escaped her throat, but her body remained stiff and motionless. Come on, open your mouth. Qin Shanglin's voice grew even softer, as if he were coaxing his most cherished little sister. He gently touched the small piece of white steamed bun to her dry, cracked lips. The warm sensation and the primal scent of food finally broke down the child's last defenses. The child almost instinctively opened her mouth wide and devoured the small piece of bread in one gulp. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. She chewed the tiny piece of food with all her might, like a starving little animal. The frozen, hard bread began to melt in her mouth, the coarse grains of grain rubbing against her mouth, but to her, this was the sweetest taste in the world. She chewed quickly and urgently, afraid that the taste would disappear in the next second. Qin Shanglin watched her devouring the food, feeling as though something had clenched his heart, causing a mix of bitterness and swelling. He quickly broke off another small piece and handed it to her. This time, the bread didn't hesitate at all, almost snatching it and shoving it into her mouth. But after chewing a few times, her movements suddenly slowed down. A fleeting glimpse of struggle flashed across her bright eyes. Just as Qin Shanglin thought she was choking and reached out to pat her back, he saw the little girl's hand quietly spit out the half-chewed piece of bread from her mouth, clenching it tightly in her palm, and then swiftly stuffing it into the pocket of her tattered cotton coat. The action was as swift as a little squirrel hiding a pine cone. Momo? Qin Shanglin froze, his voice filled with confusion and a hint of pain. What are you hiding? The steamed bun felt like a thief caught red-handed, her body tensing up, and she clutched the pocket even tighter. She lowered her head, unable to meet Qin Shanglin's eyes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, filled with tears and deep shame. I'm saving it for tomorrow morning. I daren't eat it all now. Tomorrow morning, there won't be any left. Clunk. This time, it wasn't just his heart that stopped beating. Qin Shanglin felt his own breath catch in his throat. It wasn't just him. By the fire, Wu Haoran forgot to rub his eyes, and Zhang Zhihang's smile froze completely. All the players who heard those words felt as though they had been frozen in place. The entire trench was filled only with the crackling sound of burning firewood and the howling cold wind in the distance. Hiding food. This action, which sounded absurd and even unsanitary in peacetime, felt like a red-hot branding iron searing into everyone's souls on this freezing winter night, especially on the body of a child who had resorted to digging up tree roots for food. This was the indelible mark of starvation etched into their very bones. It was the most desperate, most primal instinct for survival after enduring countless bouts of starvation. She wasn't being irresponsible, she was too responsible. So responsible it broke your heart. Bread. Qin Zilan's voice trembled violently. He could no longer contain himself, and he tightly embraced the small, cold child, who was hiding half a piece of bread, pressing his chin against her dirty, earthy-smelling little head. Don't hide it. Eat. Eat it all. I promise. Tomorrow morning, you'll have some too. Every meal. I swear. Believe me this once. Will you? His chest rose and fell violently, his eyes hot and swollen. The small body in his arms first stiffened, then began to tremble slightly, and finally, the suppressed, faint whimpers broke through, coming out in fits and starts. Wu brother, I'm so hungry, so hungry. Wu. She finally let go of all her defenses, clutching tightly to Qin Shanglin's shirt, burying her face in it, and burst into tears. The cries were filled with the pent-up sorrow, fear, and desperate plea for the simplest desire to be fed. The area around the fire was deathly silent. Zhang Zhihang silently stood up, walked to his backpack, pulled out the half-steamed bun he had saved, and walked over, silently stuffing it into Qin Shanglin's hand. Wu Haoran also stood up, covering his eyes, felt around for his own ration bag, took out the last mixed grain cake inside, placed it by the fire to roast, and said in a hoarse voice, "Roast it until it's warm and soft for the child to eat." The other players also silently pulled out their meager rations and quietly piled them beside the fire. No one spoke, but a heavy, indescribable emotion filled the cold trench. Looking at the tiny figure crying hysterically in Qin Shanglin's arms, and at the pile of food that represented their own scarcity, everyone felt as though a boulder was lodged in their chests. Go Shang and a few militia members watched silently from a distance. Go Shang's eyes turned red, he wiped his face roughly, turned away, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Dizzy stood beside Qin Shanglin, biting his lower lip tightly. He looked at the trembling bread and then at the pile of food gathered by the players. His clenched fists slowly relaxed, and the stubborn glint in his eyes faded. All that remained was a deep sadness and confusion that didn't belong to someone his age. The other children also approached quietly, waiting for Qin Shanglin and the others to distribute the food. They didn't make a sound, quietly lining up in order. The younger ones ate first, while the older ones waited their turn. Though their saliva flowed, they behaved themselves and did not fight over the food. It's heartbreaking. This is the most authentic side of that era. Not enough to eat, not enough to wear, and facing the threat of death every day. Qin Shanglin's words were not translated into the game's dialect, clearly meant for the players to hear. Zhang Zhihang and Wu Haoran nodded vigorously, tears already blurring their eyes, their throats feeling blocked, unable to speak. They're so mature. I've already recorded this and posted it on my account. We need to let people of our generation see the hardships of the past and how mature these children are. An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. The three looked in the direction of the voice and saw that, unnoticed, a soldier was standing not far away. Hello, my name is Daysai, and I'm a game streamer. Chapter 96, The Viral Bean. Enemy Forces Attack. The comments in Daysaima's livestream were like a burst-tear bag, with lines of tearful text flowing down the screen. I'm going to cry so hard. How old are they? They're so mature, like little fruits ripened by wind and rain, hiding their pain. There are more than just the 8 of them. There must be many more children like them. Didn't you hear that they've already participated in previous battles? Many of them might have already sacrificed their lives. Old Ma, I've carried a gun and defended a position in my life, but I've never begged anyone. But now I'm begging you, these kids, you have to make sure they see next spring, see the wheat grow. Count me in. I'll beg too. Soon, the screen was filled with stacked please characters, like an invisible armor shielding the children. It hurts so much. My heart feels like it's being squeezed. I just opened the food delivery app, fried chicken, fries, and soda, but they can't even get a bowl of hot porridge. I cancelled my delivery and transferred some money to the donation channel. Me too. Count me in. Messages flooded the screen, as if trying to send the warmth from this end of the internet directly to those children's hands. The livestream's viewership skyrocketed, not because of the commotion, but because so many people were holding their phones, tears welling up in their eyes. No one posted funny jokes or irrelevant comments. Everyone just stared at the screen, watching the tiny figures huddled around the campfire in the camera's view. They wanted to witness these children survive, to wait until they could see them like ordinary children, holding hot food in their hands and laughing out loud. The number of online fans in the live stream was rising astonishingly fast, nearly breaking the million mark. If this were any other time, Decimo would be grinning from ear to ear, but at this moment, his heart was heavy. December 26, 1937, early morning. As the first faint light of dawn broke over the horizon, the makeshift airfield outside Guangde City erupted like an ice block dropped into boiling oil. Piercing screams rent the air, the earth groaned and cracked beneath their feet, and flames engulfed in thick smoke shot skyward, completely devouring the faint light of dawn. As the players froze to the point of losing consciousness, 27 Japanese bombers circled overhead like vultures, unleashing a torrent of steel and death. The Japanese invaders have launched their attack. Hit the ground. Get down. Stay close to the trench. Keep your heads down. The desperate shouts echoed between explosions, only to be shattered by even more intense, closer blasts. Qin Shanglin was thrown around by the violent tremors, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Duzi curled up at the bottom of the trench. The child's hands were clamped tightly over his ears, his frail body curled into a ball, his face buried in his arms. Dogwa! Qin Shanglin's heart tightened, and almost instinctively, he pushed through the flying debris and scorching heat, diving forward with all his might. He shielded the child with his body. Dirt, rocks, and snowflakes carrying the acrid smell of burning flesh rained down on his back like hailstones. The acrid smoke choked him nearly to suffocation, the intense sulfur smell mingling with the foul odor of burning flesh, stinging his nostrils and causing tears to stream down his face. Quick! Protect the child! Wu Haoran saw Qin Shanglin's actions and immediately shouted. The other players reacted instantly, rushing toward the children who had been terrified into a daze, using their own frail bodies to form a fragile human wall, holding them tightly in their arms or pressing them beneath their bodies. Despite the adults' protection, the children's tiny bodies trembled like leaves in the wind. Zhang Zhihong was knocked off balance by the blast, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the despicable black dot in the sky, unleashing a torrent of vulgar curses. Damn you, you bastard! You little Japanese dog! If you've got the guts, come down here. Don't play God up there. Come down and fight me with bayonets. I'll take your life. The intervals between the bombings were extremely brief. Immediately afterward, a deeper, more heart-pounding roar rolled in from the distant horizon. Wu Haoran cautiously peered out with half an eye. All he saw was a despairing tide of yellow water sweeping over the charred, smoking fields, with countless gleaming steel helmets reflecting a cruel light in the dim morning glow. At the forefront were a dozen steel monsters spewing black smoke. Their low-slung bodies were covered in ugly riveted armor, and their short, thick gun barrels jutted forward like the deadly fangs of venomous snakes. The Japanese tanks and armored vehicles were advancing. Heavy tracks crushed the shattered barricades and barbed wire, kicking up black muddy waves, advancing with unstoppable momentum. Quick! Quick, take the kids back! Retreat to the rear! Dogwa! Qin Shanglin took advantage of a momentary lull in the explosions to steady the trembling Duzi in his arms, gazing at his purple-tinged face from the cold. His voice was hoarse but commanding. You're the eldest brother. Take the younger siblings with you and get them to a safe place behind us immediately. Not a single one can be left behind. Do you understand? Protecting their safety is your responsibility. Duzi nodded, looking into his eyes. Those damn iron turtles are coming. Mortars. Where are the mortar gunners? Shoot them. Shoot their turtle shells. The desperate orders were drowned out by the increasingly intense gunfire. On the entire battlefield, the only two old, rusty heavy machine guns finally roared to life. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Da-da-da-da. The crisp bursts of fire intertwined with sustained fire, bullets raining down on the armored vehicles charging at the front. However, this brave firepower seemed utterly futile against the steel monsters. The bullets struck the thick armor plates, only spattering a string of feeble sparks and emitting a faint, tinkling sound like scratching an itch. They can't penetrate it. They can't penetrate it. It's useless. A machine gunner's assistant screamed in despair. Just as despair gripped the scene, the turret of a Japanese Type 89 medium tank leading the charge suddenly swiveled. The black muzzle instantly locked onto a heavy machine gun emplacement still firing stubbornly to the right front of the machine gun position. Boom! A massive orange-red flame erupted from the barrel. The shell screeched through the air, tracing a visible trajectory, and struck its target with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The deafening explosion seemed to shatter the very soul. Amidst the blinding flames and flying debris, a scorching heatwave, hot enough to burn the skin, swept over the area, carrying fragments of rock and sand, slamming into the faces of all nearby players like a heavy hammer. Ears were filled with a piercing buzzing sound, and the world around them became a blur. The players instinctively turned their heads in fear. The heavy machine gun emplacement that had been spewing flames just moments ago, along with the familiar figures inside, had completely vanished. All that remained was a massive crater spewing rolling green smoke, with soil still trickling down its edges. Several fragments of military uniforms stained with dark red blood, resembling soul-summoning banners, fluttered feebly in the wind along the edge of the crater. The air was filled with an overpowering stench of blood and the suffocating, sweet-sour odor of ruptured internal organs. Damn it! Zhang Zhiheng, seeing his comrade who had been chatting with them last night now dead, his eyes turned blood red. Like a madman, he suddenly lunged out of the trench, disregarding the bullets whizzing overhead, raised his Hanyang type rifle, and fired wildly at the still smoking tank. I'll kill your ancestors. Give me back my brother's life. The bullets bounced off the tank's armor, useless. This scene was like a cold iron claw, gripping the hearts of everyone who witnessed it. Their stomachs churned violently, and a strong urge to vomit surged up their throats. Some clamped their hands over their mouths. Fear-cold, viscous, serpentine fear wrapped itself tightly around their hearts, nearly severing the last remnants of their courage. Is this what a real battlefield is like? Flesh and blood, before the torrent of steel, are so fragile and helpless? Hold on. Hold the line at the foot of the mountain. Guangda City is right behind us. Not a single step back. A hoarse yet thunderous voice, as firm as a hammer, suddenly erupted from the rear of the battlefield. Chapter 97. Hold on, we must hold on. The players turned to look, only to see General Rao, who should have been commanding the troops from the rear, had brought all the senior officers to the front lines. General Rao's gaze swept over the ranks of players like a physical force. That gaze carried an unspoken weight and a searing power. Xin Shanglin, Wu Haoran, Zhang Zhiheng, Dai Saima, and all the warriors who could still move straightened their already hunched and aching backs instinctively and with great effort under that piercing gaze. Brothers! Rao Guo's voice was not loud, but it carried an unusual penetrating quality, clearly reaching every ear that was buzzing with the sound of battle. Sichuan soldiers, no cowards here. The boundary marker is lost. Sishan Hill is now our graveyard. We will be buried here, even if it's in the ground. Let those Japanese devils see what it means to be a Sichuan soldier. He suddenly drew his pistol from his waist, the muzzle pointing like a blade-piercing despair toward the direction of the Japanese tanks advancing on Sishan Hill. With all his strength, he let out a thunderous roar. Fight with me. Let those damn Japanese know that if they want to bite into the hard bone of the Sichuan army, they'll have to break all their teeth. General Rao's sudden appearance, like a stabilizing force, instantly ignited the flames of determination in the players' hearts. Kill. Kill these bastards. Kill. Let us fight to the death with those bastards. Xuan army, rise up. Let's go. The thunderous roar of Sichuan echoed like a volcano erupting after years of suppression. At General Rao's command, the players charged head-on into the overwhelming tide of steel and hail of bullets, launching a desperate counterattack. Shells whistled through the air. Even those that veered off course by several meters still sent shrapnel flying, inflicting significant damage on the players. The Japanese soldiers' mortar fire was unusually accurate, and their numbers were so overwhelming that the players couldn't lift their heads. The continuous explosions echoed, making their ears ring. Damn it! These Japanese troops' firepower is too intense. There's no way out. We have to hold on. The Japanese tanks are charging toward us. The Japanese forces' infantry, tanks, and artillery coordinated seamlessly, forming wedge-shaped assault formations with Type 89 medium tanks and armored vehicles, advancing toward the position like a steel hill. The heavy tracks crushed the ground, even brutally rolling over the shallow trenches. The tracks were caked with mud, shreds of military uniforms, and dark red flesh. The coaxial machine guns on the tank turrets and the Type 96 machine guns wielded by the accompanying infantry formed a dense, impenetrable web of death, pouring bullets like rain onto the charging players. The players at the forefront trembled violently, twisted, and shattered in the intense hail of bullets, falling in large groups into the cold, muddy ground. Yet the bullets striking the thick armor only sparks a blinding shower of sparks and the crisp clang of metal. Some players clutched cluster grenades, attempting to approach the tanks, but were torn apart by machine gun fire before they could get close. A player screams, "For the troops behind us, for the people, for beans and bread, charge." He clutched the cluster grenades tightly wrapped in leg bindings, crouching low as he charged toward a tank spewing flames. Machine guns. Fire. Cover the brothers charging forward. Everyone else. Grenades, rifles. Take out the Japanese infantry. Target the infantry behind the tank. Crush them. Though the players coordinated somewhat, their efforts were negligible against the Japanese soldiers' superior equipment and overwhelming firepower. Just as they charged forward a dozen meters, a burst of machine gun fire struck him, sending his body flying into the air. The grenade rolled to the ground, emitting a despairing white smoke in the pool of blood. Boom! The grenade exploded in the mud, creating a massive charred crater. Courage, in the face of overwhelming steel superiority, seemed so tragic and futile. Casualties were rising at an alarming rate, with each explosion claiming several lives. Wu Haoran, his eyes bloodshot, struggled to throw a grenade at the tank's tracks. Boom! The smoke and debris from the explosion cleared, but due to the distance from Taiyuan, the grenade had not hit its mark. The blast's aftermath left only an insignificant charred mark on the tank tracks. Damn it! It's useless! General Rao frantically directed from the trench, machine guns. Left flank. Suppress the infantry. Mortars. Take out that turtle shell. Hurry! Commander, we're out of shells. We've fired all our ammunition. The 147th Division's mortar guns numbered 13 in total. After several rounds of simultaneous fire, the remaining shells had been exhausted. Even those few shells had only managed to disable 2 tanks. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Qin Shanglin dragged a bundle of heavy explosives from under the body of a fallen comrade. He suddenly looked up at Wu Haoren, who was futilely firing his rifle beside him, his voice hoarse, "Mouse. Cover me. I'm going to blow up that iron turtle up front. Make sure to crush the Japanese infantry following alongside." Wu Haoren turned his head and saw the familiar, suicidal gleam in Qin Shanglin's eyes. His heart felt like it had been stabbed with a knife. "Xiangzi. Don't be crazy. Wait until the iron turtle gets closer before charging." "Wait for what? If we wait for it to come closer, our entire defense line will be breached. Xiangzi. We can't charge like this. Open your eyes and look. This suicidal tactic has already cost us so many brothers." Wu Haoren grabbed Qin Shanglin's arm tightly. "War isn't about charging blindly. This is throwing our lives away. I need to think of a plan." Just as the situation reached a desperate, suffocating stalemate, the battlefield commander suddenly pointed to several half-collapsed aviation fuel drums leaking oil along the edge of the ruined airport. "Look over there. The fuel drums." A few people followed the general's gaze. The fuel drums were about 30 meters away from their trenches, a short enough distance to make a dash for it. Qin Shanglin clenched his teeth and said, "Let's do it. I'll push that fuel drum over there." Without hesitation, he jumped out of the trench. Under a hail of gunfire and artillery shells, Qin Shanglin crouched as low as possible, but this slowed him down considerably. The Japanese soldiers behind the tank spotted him, raised their light machine guns, and opened fire, bullets puff 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 striking the mud beneath his feet. General Rao saw Qin Shanglin risking his life to charge toward the oil drum. He immediately understood his intention, a flash of determination crossed his eyes, and he ordered, "Machine guns. Concentrate fire. Cover that brother. The rest of you. Use grenades and rifles. Target the Japanese infantry's observation windows. Target the infantry behind the tanks. Hold them back." With the cover of several comrades, Qin Shanglin finally reached the oil drum safely. He took a deep breath, suddenly picked up the heavy oil drum soaked in gasoline and bound with explosives, and, using the terrain and his comrades' firepower for cover, crawled forward in a low position. He charged with all his strength toward an 89 Type medium tank that was arrogantly crushing a shallow trench, with its side exposed. Bullets whizzed past him, and at that moment, he felt as though his lungs were about to explode, each step feeling like walking on the edge of a knife. Just a few meters away from the tank, at the edge of a crater, he came to a halt. The tank's turret was turning to the side to fire, and the accompanying infantry behind it were temporarily suppressed by Wu Haoren and other players' fire. The opportunity was fleeting. "Damn it! Taste the gift your grandfather sent you." Qin Shanglin mustered all his strength and violently rolled the heavy oil drum toward the tank's vulnerable rear engine compartment. At the same time, he lit the fuse of the explosive charge, which began to sizzle. The oil drum, emitting an ominous gurgling sound, collided precisely with the tank's rear. Almost simultaneously, the fuse burned out. Boom! A deafening explosion, far more muffled and terrifying than a regular bomb. A massive orange-red flame, tinged with black smoke, erupted from the rear of the tank. The intense flames instantly engulfed the entire rear half of the tank and seeped into the interior through the cracks. The terrifying high temperatures from the aviation gasoline explosion far exceeded those of ordinary explosives. The ammunition inside the tank was ignited by the intense heat, triggering even more violent explosions. Steel is melted and deformed, tracks snap, and thick smoke billows. The once mighty steel colossus was instantly transformed into a massive, blazing torch. The Japanese soldiers inside let out inhumanly horrific screams before being quickly consumed by the flames. "Good. Well done. Xiangzi. That's the spirit." Wu Haoren was the first to let out a deafening roar. The towering flames and the destruction of the colossal beast were like a shot of adrenaline, piercing the hearts of all who witnessed it. Chapter 98, Repelling the First Wave of the Charge. Who is this guy? He's so fierce. He's like a war god incarnate. Look quick. Other players are clearly panicking, but he's the only one staying calm, with a clear target and decisive actions. So brave. This is making my blood boil. But blowing up one tank and rendering two others useless cost us half our brothers. That casualty rate is terrifying. At this rate, if Guangde can hold out for 2 days, I'll stream myself doing a headstand while washing my hair. Sigh, that hits hard, bro. The gap is everywhere. It's not just the weapon technology gap. Even if we, the junior generation, were up there, our combat will and battlefield experience are way too far behind. The defenses collapsed faster than in history. Those few are true men. They're holding their ground under the Iron Turtle's artillery fire. That courage deserves respect. Pass the cigarettes to the boss.jpg. Daisima stared at the constantly updating comments on the screen, his gaze fixed on Qin Shanglin and Wu Haoran as they fought fiercely in the steel torrent, charging left and right. The screen was filled with exclamations of awe, admiration, and even a touch of tragedy, deeply moving even this veteran streamer who had seen it all in the gaming world. He took a deep breath, adjusted his tone, and spoke with genuine emotion. Guys, let's be real, Daisima's voice was a few octaves lower than usual. I've been playing FPS games for years, from CS to COD to Battlefield, and I've seen my fair share of tough guys and reckless players. But the way these guys are playing today, charging toward planes, tanks, and heavy artillery while clutching explosives, to be honest, it really blew me away. That courage is unmatched. You're real men. In real life, you'd be getting medals. He paused for a moment, his professional instincts as a seasoned FPS player and tactical analyst taking over, and his tone inevitably shifted to a more analysis. But, he emphasized his words, guys, we need to get back to reality. From a purely tactical and battlefield operations perspective, I have to be honest. That countercharge just now was truly heroic, but the cost was too high. He pointed at the chaotic battlefield and the sparsely held positions. It was literally sacrificing lives. Trading high casualties for a brief respite and minimal gains. From a purely military perspective, the cost-benefit ratio is too low. The chat exploded. Cost effectiveness? Old Ma, snap out of it. This is war. Not a video game where you calculate KD ratios. Exactly. It's easy to talk when you're not in the thick of it. In the face of overwhelming firepower, all those fancy tactics are just empty gestures. If you think you can do better, go ahead. Old Ma's lost his mind? Playing commander from the clouds? Tell me, in this situation, what else can we do besides risk our lives? Stop with the nonsense. Old Ma, I'll ask you a straightforward question. Where is the enemy commander's position? Mark it on the map. We'll crowdfund to buy you a rocket launcher, and you go take him out. Dog head. The guy above is a genius. Old Ma, point out the direction. If this works, it'll turn the tide of the battle. Funny. Watching the live stream being flooded with disagree and challenge comments, Daisima sighed helplessly and shook his head, performing his signature tactical lean back. Oh my, you guys, can't you be reasonable? I'm just analyzing the situation objectively. He fully understood that on such a desperate battlefield, courage itself was the most precious weapon. The so-called tactical cost-effectiveness seemed so cold and meaningless in the face of the belief in defending one's homeland. And the final comment that dubbed him the punctuation mark sniper commander left him speechless, forcing him to shift the topic back to the game itself. About that punctuation mark sniper commander thing, the difficulty level is a bit high. Let us see how Shangzi and the others handle it next. The smoke of battle seemed to be torn apart by a sudden gust of wind, revealing a suffocating scene of the battlefield. The wreckage of Japanese tanks that had been spewing flames and rumbling forward moments ago now lay scattered across the front lines. The tanks that had been destroyed were reduced to piles of scrap metal, blocking the path of the tanks behind them. The Japanese infantry, without the protection of tanks, attempted to continue their charge using sheer numbers, but the casualties piled up too quickly, and they were eventually forced to retreat. They retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood. On the battlefield, the brief silence was broken by heavy, labored breathing, like the sound of a bellows. Stop. Stop? They're retreating? A new recruit suddenly raised his head, his face covered in mud and sweat, mixed with undried tears, his voice hoarse and trembling with disbelief and joy. He dropped his rifle, its barrel smoking from spent rounds, and braced himself against the cold trench wall, gasping for breath in the murky air. They're retreating. Those bastards have been driven back. A blood-covered soldier beside him slammed his fist into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He grinned, revealing teeth yellowed by gunpowder smoke, and roared. The roar was like a fuse being lit, instantly igniting the entire battlefield. We VE-won. We held them off. Damn them, those damn Japanese bastards. Come on. Xiangzi. Haoran. Did you see? We VE driven them back. We VE repelled the first wave. Zhang Zhihong collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The intense battle that had just lasted nearly 2 hours had left him dizzy and disoriented, especially since he was already starving. The surviving soldiers, some standing, some crawling, some supporting each other, had smoke-stained faces and bodies covered in bloodstains. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm them, but at that moment, a euphoria born of narrow escape and immense sacrifice surged through their nerves. Some raised their broken rifles in the air, others embraced their comrades with all their strength, some let out hoarse cries to the sky, while many more collapsed to the ground, their faces lit up with pure, fleeting smiles. It was the most primal celebration of life after escaping the brink of death. Qin Shanglin leaned against the half-collapsed shelter, his chest heaving violently. Sweat trickled down his temples, washing away several mud stains. He wiped his face, looked at the weary yet gleaming eyes of his comrades on the battlefield, and listened to the cheers of those who had survived the ordeal. His tightly drawn lips finally curled upward slightly. He checked the few grenades left in his hands, his eyes darting sharply toward the retreating Japanese troops. Wu Haoren knelt silently beside a silenced heavy machine gun, the body of the fallen gunner lying beside him. He silently pulled out the remaining ammunition belts from the fallen comrade's ammunition pouch, his movements stiff, his face devoid of any smile, only showing the exhaustion and heaviness that seemed to have no bottom. But when his gaze swept over the cheering young faces, a faint glimmer of warmth flickered in the depths of his eyes. He rasped, "Stop wailing. Save your strength. Check your ammunition. The Japanese will be back soon. Good work. Brothers, good work." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Company Commander Rao General, accompanied by 2 orderlies, bending over as he quickly crossed the shattered trenches and arrived at this frontline position that had just undergone a baptism of fire. His uniform was equally covered in dust, and his face bore the signs of days of relentless command, but his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's, now burning with an intense, almost blinding light. He strode to the center of the battlefield, his gaze piercing, sweeping over every face covered in smoke and blood. "I saw what happened just now. I saw how you stood your ground against the enemy's planes and artillery, how you charged forward despite the machine gun fire from their tanks. I saw how you used your own bodies to overturn their iron tanks. You are heroes. You are the pride of the Chinese army. You are the pride of the Sichuan troops. The cost was great. Very great. We lost many good brothers. My heart is bleeding." General Rao's voice was filled with a tearing pain, silencing everyone, even the heavy breathing grew faint. "But, brothers, look at your feet. Look toward Guangda City. Look at the countless civilians behind you." His finger pointed behind him, toward the direction shrouded in smoke yet still standing tall. "Every minute we hold them back here, we give our fellow villagers in the rear another minute to evacuate. We give our main forces another minute to regroup. Every tank we destroy, every charge we repel, costs the enemy more blood. Do they think they can crush us with steel? They're dreaming." Rao Guo's voice suddenly rose, filled with indomitable resolve. "We Sichuan troops came here to fight the enemy. Not to enjoy a life of ease. Today, we are here to tell them with our lives. China is not something they can just take. Guangda is not somewhere they can just march into. The victories you fought for with your lives are not insignificant. It's time. It's hope. It's to make the Japanese know that if they want to devour this bone, they'll have to shatter their teeth. Kill. Kill. Kill." The players raised their guns and shouted in response. Chapter 99, A Moment of Warmth, Xiao Momo's 3 Pots. Dai Saima had long since abandoned any analytical expression. He stared intently at the screen, where General Rao was speaking passionately, and at the players who, inspired by the general, had once again unleashed astonishing fighting spirit. He felt his heart pounding violently in his chest, a surge of heat rushing to his eyes. He muttered involuntarily, his voice trembling with emotion, This is the general, brothers, this is the real morale boost. Full power." The chat exploded. "This is insane. General Rao is amazing. Tearful. As long as the army stands, we stand. We swear to live and die with Guangda." This slogan sends chills down my spine. Damn it, this is the real leader. A few words brought our souls back. Old Ma, did you see that? That cost effectiveness? That's priceless. It's the backbone of the nation. Chuan Army. Rise up. Hit them hard for me. To General Rao. To all the Sichuan Army brothers. Salute. That line, "We are Guangda," broke my heart. Wah. Dai Saima wiped his face forcefully, took a deep breath, and spoke with unprecedented solemnity, "Brothers, no more words. General Rao and all the players on the front lines, they are the true priceless treasures. This time. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced." Zhang Zhihong was wolfing down half a ration of dry bread distributed by the messenger, as if it were the most delicious thing in the world. Qin Shanglin and Wu Haoren, already exhausted, began organizing men to reinforce the bombed-out shelters. A solemn and resolute atmosphere, which had briefly dissipated after the initial surge of inspiration, began to coalesce once more. Everyone knew that an even greater storm was on the horizon. The players quickly cleaned up the battlefield and collapsed in the trenches, licking their wounds. After the brief excitement, extreme exhaustion and the cold harshness of reality once again overwhelmed them. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, blood, and despair. A player leaned against the cold earthen wall, his voice hoarse as he broke the silence. "Damn, this is too hard. I gave it my all and only took down 2. The heroes list is probably out of reach now." A player with his face blackened by gunpowder smoke was awkwardly trying to bandage a wound on his arm caused by shrapnel. Hearing this, he sighed wryly. You're way better than me. I've fired so many bullets, they're all just making noise now. The Japanese are all hiding behind their iron turtle shells, not even a hair on their heads." Not far away, a player carefully counted the few remaining bullets in his magazine, his voice hoarse with despair. "There's not much left. With this meager supply, if the next wave of Japanese soldiers charges, we might not hold out. He looked up, his eyes blank as he scanned the exhausted faces of his comrades. Does anyone know how long our ancestors held out in Guangda back then? No one could answer. Silence weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like lead. Another player leaned against the trench wall, eyes closed, his voice barely a whisper. I don't know, but at this rate, if we hold out for 2 more days, we'll all be dead. On the other side, Qin Shanglin had just sat down against the cold trench wall, barely catching his breath, when Duzi arrived with his 7 little followers in tow. The children's faces were covered in gunpowder, their eyes filled with fear and deep concern. Duzi stood at the front, his small hands nervously tugging at the torn hem of his clothes. After stammering a few times, he finally managed to speak. Pot, what happened to you? Dodo actually wanted to say something caring, like are you hurt, or does it hurt? But seeing the dried blood and smoke on Qin Shanglin's face and body, along with his obvious exhaustion, those words got stuck in his throat, turning into the clumsy yet concerned, what happened to you? His young face was filled with anxiety, afraid he had asked the wrong question. Qin Shanglin looked at Duzi and the other children behind him, their eyes fixed on him with anticipation. His heart warmed, and he forced a reassuring smile, replying, it's nothing, Duzi. The pot is fine. Don't worry. He tried to make his voice sound light and confident. As soon as he finished speaking, a small figure darted toward him. It was Momo. She didn't care about the dirt and blood on Qin Shanglin's clothes. She simply threw herself into his arms, her little hands tightly clutching his mud-stained collar. She tilted her little face upward, her clear, timid yet hopeful eyes fixed on Qin Shanglin's scruffy chin, and asked in a soft, childlike voice, though her words were clear. Pot Momo, can Momo be your little sister? These words were like a small pebble, instantly stirring up waves in Qin Shanglin's heart. The other children all looked at Qin Shanglin with eager eyes, as if the steamed bun had spoken the longing in all their hearts. In this precarious battlefield, someone like Qin Shanglin, a pot who could protect them and give them a sense of security, was the one they desperately clung to for support. Qin Shanglin looked down at the tiny figure in his arms, at her dirty little face and those eyes brimming with hope, and the softest part of his heart was pierced deeply. The exhaustion and tension from the recent battle seemed to melt away slightly in that moment, replaced by the pure reliance of the child. His rough hands gently stroked the sparse, yellowish hair of the child, his movements clumsy yet incredibly tender, his voice unusually soft. Of course you can. Why wouldn't you? Momo, be a good girl. From today on, you're Pot's little sister. Duzi, and all of you little rascals. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over Duzi and the other children, his expression carrying an unwavering promise. You are all Pot's brothers and sisters. With Pot here, there's nothing to fear. Really? Momo's little face lit up instantly, excitedly confirming. Really? When has Pot ever lied to you? Qin Shanglin smiled, gently wiping away a speck of dirt from Momo's cheek with his fingertip. Pot. Pot. The other children couldn't help but cheer softly, crowding closer, as if being near Qin Shanglin could give them a sense of safety and warmth. Duzi finally broke into a smile, his tense shoulders relaxing. Though it was merely a verbal promise, fragile as a soap bubble in this desperate battlefield, it was the most precious thing to these children who had lost so much. This heartwarming scene was witnessed by Wu Haoren standing nearby. He had just finished inspecting the machine gun and was wiping the grease off his hands with a dirty cloth. Seeing Qin Shanglin surrounded by a group of children calling him Pot, looking like a father with children around him, he felt a mix of sadness and amusement. He grinned and deliberately let out an exaggerated Sichuan-accented shout, breaking the small circle of warmth. Oh my goodness! Shangzi, you're moving pretty fast, aren't you? Have you already identified all your younger siblings? He walked over in a few steps, squatted down beside the children, and winked at Duzi and Momo, saying, Duzi, Momo, and you other little brats. Don't just recognize him as your Pot. Look at me. I'm Wu Haoren. I can fight the Japanese like a pro. I'm pretty cool, right? What do you think? Will you recognize me as your big brother too? How about it? He tried to make a friendly expression, but with his face covered in smoke and blood, and his still menacing demeanor, it came off as rather comical. The children were startled by his sudden close-up face and strange voice, and the steamed buns instinctively shrunk further into Qin Shanglin's embrace. Just then, Zhang Zhiheng, who was sitting nearby, slowly raised his head. Chapter 100, Carelessness Leads to Disaster, Locusts Force Evacuation. Zhang Zhiheng suddenly looked up. He watched the children surrounding Qin Shanglin and listened to Wu Haoren's half-serious, half-joking battling for attention, and the string deep within his heart that had been buried for so long was finally plucked. As the youngest son in the family, he had always been the one cared for and protected by his older siblings. Deep down, he had always longed to be someone else's pillar of strength, to have a younger brother or sister who needed his protection. At that moment, seeing the timid yet hopeful gaze of the child, this desire surged within him with unprecedented intensity. He swallowed the dry, hard piece of bread in his mouth and moved closer, his voice not as exaggerated as Wu Haoren's, but sincere and tinged with a hint of nervousness. Yes, yes. Duzi, Momo, and the rest of you, don't just recognize those two. I, Zhang Zhiheng, also want to be your little brother. He patted his not very muscular chest, straightened his back as much as he could, and looked at the children with eager eyes. I promise. If any bastard dares to bully you, I'll fight him to the death. I'll risk my life to protect you. Is that okay? His voice started off stuttering but grew more urgent as he spoke, as if afraid the children would refuse. The children were completely baffled. One pot was enough. Why did three suddenly appear? They looked at Qin Shanglin, then at the intimidating Wu Haoran, and finally at Zhang Zhiheng, whose eyes sparkled with innocence and a touch of naivety. Their little minds couldn't process it all. Momo peeked out from Qin Shanglin's embrace, blinking her big eyes, looking from one to the other, and asked in a babyish voice, So there are 3 pots now? Qin Shanglin ruffled Momo's hair, then looked at Wu Haoran and Zhang Zhiheng with a smile and said, That's right. All of you. Duzi, Momo, and the rest of you, listen up. From now on, you all have 3 pots. Shanzi S pot. Haozi S pot. Zhiheng S pot. They're all your pots. 3 pots will protect you all. See which little rascal dares to bully you now. Yay! 3 pots. Momo was the first to cheer, her little face beaming with joy. 3 pots. The other children joined in happily, though they didn't fully understand what it meant. But they knew that having more people to protect them was a good thing. Duzi scratched his head and smiled, feeling a bit more at ease. Wu Haoran chuckled, reaching out to pinch Momo's cheek, but Momo dodged him. He didn't mind. Zhang Zhiheng, on the other hand, seemed to have accomplished a major life goal. He exhaled deeply, his face glowing with satisfaction and a touch of embarrassment. His eyes, filled with the protective instinct of a new older brother, gazed at the children. Qin Shanglin held the little Momo in his arms, surrounded by the children who looked to him for support. In this corner of scorched earth repeatedly ravaged by, a bittersweet warmth briefly filled the air. In the live stream, this sudden, out-of-place scene of warmth, so at odds with the brutal battlefield, sent the entire livestream into a frenzy. Is that Qin Shanglin and Wu Haoran? One is the heir to a tech giant, the other is the second son of a live streaming platform. They're together. It really is them. I never expected them to be so loving. Whoa, I'm crying. When the bread asked if she could be his little sister, it broke my heart. Duzi's voice, Pot, what is wrong with you? So cautious and careful, it broke my heart. Shanzi Ji's line, sure. Why wouldn't you, is so gentle. A tough guy with a soft heart. Shanzi brother has adopted a whole bunch of younger siblings. This is a total win. The children are relying on him as their only support. Shangzi Gu's pressure is even greater now. The details in this game are so heart-wrenching. The warmth in the midst of war is the most devastating. Old Ma, say something. Who can handle this? At this moment, the great general was indeed struggling to hold on. He watched the scene in the trench where Qin Shanglin was holding a small steamed bun, surrounded by children calling him Pot, and the emotions he had just calmed down after being inspired by General Rao surged again, making his nose sting. He forced his blurry eyes open and shouted with a heavy nasal tone. Brothers, this who the hell wrote this script? It's too cruel. Are they trying to stab us in the heart? Did you see that? The little bun. Such a young child. What does she know? She just wants a pot to protect her. Shangzi, he promised. He took all these children under his wing. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but it had little effect. This is worse than the Japanese artillery. This is true morale binding. Shangzi isn't just fighting for the country now, he has these children calling him Pot behind him. He absolutely can't fall. This responsibility is too heavy. The chat feed was flooded with comments like tears, protect, broken, and rocket gifts. Daisima looked at the children gathered around Qin Shanglin, then at the rising columns of smoke from the Japanese positions in the distance. An indescribable heaviness and heartache gripped him. He knew that the next storm would be even more brutal for these children and the Pot they had just sworn to protect. Japanese Imperial Army Central China Expeditionary Force, 11th Army, 18th Division, Frontline Command Post. The smell of gunpowder seemed to seep into this makeshift command post, which was arranged with an eerie solemnity. A large operational map was spread out on a rough wooden table, with red and blue arrows crisscrossing across it. One of the arrows, a thick, crimson one, was firmly pinned to the point marked Guangda. Lieutenant General Ushijima Shinyu, commander of the 18th Division, stood before the table. He was stocky, with his trademark short mustache, and his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, scanning the 11 officers standing before him with heads bowed. The air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Niu Dao's voice was low but commanding. Gentlemen. Just 2 words caused the officers, who had been keeping their heads bowed, to straighten their spines, and the atmosphere tensed abruptly. The commander-in-chief of the front army has issued a strict order. The 18th Division must capture Guangda within 3 days. After that, without pausing for a moment, we will advance with lightning speed to swiftly capture Yicheng and Wuhu. His fingers slammed down on the Guangda mark on the map, then swept sharply to the side, tracing a sharp arc. The target is clear. Cut off and seal off the main forces of the Chinese army currently regrouping in the southern Anhui region. Encircle them completely and annihilate them. Under no circumstances are they to be allowed to retreat to the rear and form new resistance forces. Do you all understand? Yes, sir. 11 officers bowed in unison. Niu Dao's icy gaze swept slowly over the crowd, as if assessing the resolve and fighting spirit of each subordinate. At that moment, a short yet exceptionally muscular lieutenant colonel suddenly stepped forward from the left side of the front row. His head held high, his face bearing an almost frenzied expression of having spotted a weakness in his prey. He spoke loudly and urgently. Commander of the division. May I report? Niu Dao nodded slightly, gesturing for him to continue. The stocky lieutenant bowed again, speaking rapidly and confidently. Commander of the division. During the recent probing attack, my 3rd Infantry Regiment encountered unusually fierce resistance from the Chinese troops. However, after close observation and fire contact by my troops, we can confirm. The enemy facing us, though their fighting spirit is indeed fierce, their combat proficiency is extremely poor. Their tactical movements are clumsy, their firepower coordination is chaotic, and their equipment is utterly rudimentary. Their performance fully matches the characteristics of a disorganized rabble hastily cobbled together from conscripts and deserters. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling with excitement, his voice rising in a tone of unyielding arrogance. Division Commander. I confidently declare that with the overwhelming firepower advantage and superior training of our brother nation's Locust Army, we will not need 3 days. In the next wave of the general assault, our forces will charge forward with unwavering resolve, shatter the enemy's defenses, and place Guangda City under our rising sun banner. Please await the outcome with bated breath. This report, brimming with contempt and unwavering confidence, instantly transformed the icy, oppressive atmosphere in the command center into a searing fervor for battle. Though the other officers remained silent, the same flame burned in their eyes. Niu Daozhenxion listened to his subordinate's report, his facial muscles unmoving, but a fleeting look of satisfaction flashed across his icy eyes. He spoke slowly. Very well. Since all of you share this unwavering belief in victory. He suddenly turned around, facing the map of Guangdong once more, clenched his fist, and slammed it down with all his might. All right, proceed as planned. Artillery Brigade, extend fire coverage. Air Force, provide full support. All infantry brigades, charge forward like a hammer. Crush them. In the next wave of the attack, I want to see the flag of the Second Kingdom flying over the walls of Guangda City. End the battle before sunset. Hooray! Swear allegiance to the heavenly locusts. Board the ships. Chapter 101, Why not take up the sword and conquer the passes? Outside Guangda City, the front lines of the Sichuan army. In the direction of the Japanese enemy's positions in the distance, the dull sound suddenly became dense and sharp, like the roar of death, shattering the brief tranquility. Artillery fire. Take cover. Drawing on his previous experience, Wu Haoran was the first to shout. Almost as soon as he shouted, the piercing screech reached their heads. Boom! 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 The earth shook and the sky trembled. The artillery fire, several times more intense than the first wave, poured down like a torrent of steel and flame, crashing down on the Sichuan army's positions. The earth trembled violently, and scorching heat waves carried shrapnel, debris, and dirt, sweeping everything in their path like the scythe of death. The newly reinforced shelters were torn apart like paper by the heavy artillery, and soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were instantly engulfed by flames, leaving no trace of their bodies. The entire position was instantly transformed into a raging inferno of fire and smoke. The artillery barrage continued unabated for 20 minutes, feeling like an eternity of torment. As they finally began to fade, the smoke on the battlefield was so thick it seemed impossible to disperse, the acrid smell of sulfur mingling with the overpowering stench of blood, making one want to vomit. Many trenches were blown apart, and the surviving players were shaken to the core, bleeding from their 7 orifices, their ears ringing, many still in a semi-conscious state. Ghosts, the Japanese are coming. A player buried in the dirt, struggling to crawl out, saw through the thick smoke a dense wave of yellow figures on the horizon, accompanied by the dull rumble of tank tracks crushing the ground, and screamed in despair. Hold on. Prepare for battle. Qin Shanglin shook the dirt off his head, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and shouted hoarsely. His eyes turned blood red in an instant, the tenderness he had shown moments ago while holding the steamed bun gone, replaced by the savage ferocity of a beast. Wu Haoran and Zhang Zhihong struggled to their feet, grabbed their weapons, and began to fight back. The Japanese invaders' assault surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, growing even more ferocious under the cover of tanks. Machine gun bullets sprayed like water, forcing the defenders to keep their heads down. The Japanese infantry crouched low, advancing rapidly, while grenade launchers fired shells that exploded near the trenches. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Every inch of ground was being contested with blood and lives. Qin Shanglin's machine gun position had become a primary target for the Japanese tanks. Machine gun bullets struck the sandbags covering the machine gun emplacement with a deafening clatter, sending mud and debris flying into Qin Shanglin's face. He operated the heavy machine gun, which had been painstakingly repositioned, its barrel glowing red-hot as it roared and spewed flames, attempting to suppress the advancing Japanese infantry. The ammunition handler had just been blown to pieces by a grenade launcher, sacrificing his life. Doozy! Momo! Get down! Don't come out! Qin Shanglin fired wildly while shouting at the children huddled in the corner behind him. Duzi clung tightly to Momo, who was trembling in fear, his pale face fixed on Qin Shanglin's direction. Bullets! No more bullets! Qin Shanglin pulled the trigger violently, but only the hollow click of an empty chamber echoed. His heart sank. The ammunition box for the heavy machine gun was empty. The spare ammunition box had been blown away during the earlier bombardment. Mouse! Zhahong! Give me bullets! Qin Shanglin was so desperate his eyes bulged. Without the machine gun's firepower, the Japanese soldiers would be able to charge forward at any moment. However, Wu Haoran and Zhang Zhahong were being held up by Japanese soldiers on the other side and couldn't break free. Just then, a small figure suddenly darted out from the corner. It was Duzi. His frail body erupted with astonishing strength, clutching a heavy ammunition box tightly to his chest. It was a box of heavy machine gun ammunition that had been scattered around him after the spare ammunition box was blown away earlier. He saw Qin Shanglin's predicament. Pot! Bullets! I'm bringing them to you! Duzi shouted with all his might, his voice faint yet clear amidst the gunfire. Duzi! Go back! Get down! It's dangerous! Qin Shanglin saw Duzi charging toward him with the ammunition box, nearly losing his mind with fear. The position where he was under heavy Japanese fire. Duzi's small figure darted through the billowing smoke and flying bullets, stumbling and falling, yet moving forward with unwavering determination toward Qin Shanglin. His eyes were fixed on his pot. The pot needed bullets. Duzi! Get down! Wu Haoran also witnessed the scene and screamed in terror. Zhang Zhahong was so desperate he started crying, Duzi! Don't come over here! Just as Duzi was less than 5 meters away from Qin Shanglin. Boom! A precise Japanese grenade launcher round, accompanied by the piercing screech of death, struck the ground between Duzi and Qin Shanglin with pinpoint accuracy. Blinding flames instantly engulfed everything. The massive shockwave violently hurled Qin Shanglin into the trench wall, his internal organs feeling as though they had been dislodged. And that small, stubborn figure clutching the ammunition box vanished in an instant amid the explosion's flames and thick smoke. All that remained was a charred crater and scattered, twisted brass shell casings. Time seemed to freeze. All sound in the world vanished. Qin Shanglin struggled to get to his feet, his ears ringing sharply. He looked blankly at the shell casing, at the scattered casings, at the empty space. Where was Duzi? The little boy who had just been running toward him with a box of bullets? Duzi? His voice was dry and raspy, trembling with disbelief. There was no response. Only the growing screams of the Japanese soldiers and the whistling of bullets. The next moment, an excruciating pain, intense enough to shatter his mind, erupted from Qin Shanglin's chest like a volcano. Duzi! A piercing scream, inhuman in its intensity, erupted from Qin Shanglin's throat. His eyes instantly filled with blood, turning completely red, and the entire world was shrouded in a crimson haze. Almost simultaneously, Wu Haoran and Zhang Zhahong also witnessed the explosion and saw Duzi vanish. Wu Haoran let out a bestial roar, grabbed the bayonet rifle of his fallen comrade, and charged out of cover like a mad tiger, stabbing at the advancing Japanese soldiers. Completely abandoning defense, there was only the most primal, most slaughter. Damn Japanese devils! May your ancestors rot in hell! Zhang Zhahong's tears mixed with blood as they streamed down his face. He no longer felt fear or hesitation. He grabbed a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it with all his might toward the densest group of Japanese soldiers. His mind was consumed by a single thought: kill! Avenge Duzi! They all recalled the first time they met Duzi so young, yet his body brimming with courage. They remembered how Wu Haoran had underestimated Duzi and been knocked to the ground with a single punch. They remembered Duzi saying he wanted to dig up tree roots for the bread. They remembered how much Duzi loved listening to Dogwei air. Qin Shanglin had completely lost his mind. He stumbled over to the silent machine gun, grabbed a Type 38 rifle that had been dropped by a fallen comrade, and clutched it tightly. The bullets that Duzi had sacrificed his life for were right at his feet, but he no longer cared about the machine gun. He needed the most direct form of killing. Give me back Duzi. Chapter 102, Raging Fury. Qin Shanglin in a sea of blood. Give me back my beans. Qin Shanglin roared, thrusting his bayonet forward, like a vengeful red whirlwind, charging straight at the advancing Japanese soldiers. The bayonet pierced the first Japanese soldier's chest, was pulled out, spraying a shower of blood, and then plunged viciously into the next one. He cared nothing for his own safety, attacking relentlessly, trading his life for theirs. His military uniform was quickly soaked through with blood, some of his own, but mostly the enemy's. The battle instantly became even more brutal and bloody. 3 men, like Avengers returned from hell, unleashed a storm of death on the battlefield. Their grief and anger transformed into boundless strength and, forcing the Japanese infantry who had charged to the front lines back. However, the enemy's firepower was too overwhelming. Just as Qin Shanglin had just stabbed the third enemy and was about to charge at the next one, a Japanese tank that had broken through the defenses turned its turret, and the black muzzle of its cannon aimed directly at his position. Boom! A deadly tank shell screeched toward him, taking both the damned enemy and his own men in its crosshairs. Xiangzi! Wu Haoran's eyes bulged, and he screamed hoarsely. Pot! The steamed bun curled up in the corner let out a heart-wrenching cry. Qin Shanglin could only instinctively dive to the side. A massive explosion erupted around him. The scorching heat wave and brutal force hurled him violently into the air. His left arm, along with the rifle he held, was flung high into the blinding flames before plummeting lifelessly to the ground. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed arm. The excruciating pain instantly overwhelmed Qin Shanglin's consciousness, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Pot! The wailing cries of the little girl grew increasingly desperate. Despite her tiny frame, she tried to rush forward. Fortunately, another boy grabbed her. At that moment, Wu Haoran and Zhang Zhihong's hearts sank to the depths of despair. However, just as everyone thought Qin Shanglin was done for, the figure lying in a pool of blood, having lost an arm, struggled to rise, using his remaining right arm to push himself off the ground. Inch by inch, he crawled to his feet. His pale face was covered in blood and dirt, and the severed arm was bleeding profusely. The intense pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, and cold sweat mixed with blood trickled down. But his eyes, those blood-red eyes, still burned with madness, hatred, and an unyielding flame. Staring intently at the Japanese soldiers charging toward him, he saw the scattered hand grenades on the ground, which had been dropped beside the bullets that Duzi had risked his life to try to deliver to him. With his trembling right hand, he struggled to pick up a grenade and bit off the pin with his teeth. Then, with the last ounce of strength remaining in his body, he hurled it with all his might toward the Japanese tank that had just fired its cannon. At the same time, he let out a scream from the depths of his soul, filled with endless grief and hatred. You bastards! Give me back Duzi! The grenade arced through the air. Though it failed to destroy the tank, it did blow several Japanese infantrymen taking cover beside it to pieces. Qin Shanglin's body swayed. Severe blood loss caused his vision to grow dark, but he still used his lone right arm to support himself. He stood like a blood-soaked, broken yet unyielding war god statue, firmly rooted at the very front of the battlefield. At his feet lay the spot where Duzi had sacrificed his life, the position he had sworn to defend to the death. In Desai Ma's livestream, the entire livestream fell into a deathly silence. Just seconds ago, the chat was filled with concern for Duzi's bravery and Qin Shanglin's dire situation. The next moment, an explosion engulfed Duzi's small figure in flames. Immediately after, came Qin Shanglin's heart-wrenching cry of Duzi, followed by the three of them launching a furious counterattack. Then came the brutal scene of the severed arm flying through the air. Finally, the bloodied, dismembered figure struggled to rise, throwing a grenade and screaming in agony. The immense visual and psychological impact left all viewers speechless. Until Qin Shanglin's blood-soaked scream, "You bastards! Give me back my Duzi!" echoed through the livestream, shattering the silence like a thunderclap. The chat exploded. It wasn't just a flood of messages, it was an explosion. A tsunami. Beans. Ah! The beans are gone. He's holding the bullets to help his Siang pot. Xiangzi's arm. My god. Everyone's gone mad. Wu Haoran and Zhang Zhihong are also going all out. He's lost his arm, but he's still throwing grenades. He's still screaming. Xiangzi brother. Voice breaking. War god. This is the real war god. The one-armed war god. Wah, I'm going to cry so hard. Give me back my beans. This line made me shiver all over. I can't stop crying. The crying and screaming. I can't take it anymore. It's too tragic. Contestant number 20, come out and explain yourself. Why did you do that? Angry and breaking down. Huangda. Sichuan army. Rise up. Kill those little devils. Desai Ma, a veteran streamer who had seen it all in the gaming world, stood frozen on the battlefield, his face ashen, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. At the moment Duzi was sacrificed, he felt as though his heart had been stabbed. When Qin Shanglin's arm was severed and flew through the air, he instinctively covered his own left arm. And when he saw Qin Shanglin, covered in blood, his severed arm a mangled mess, yet still struggling to stand up and throw a grenade while screaming, the overwhelming grief, anger, and indescribable shock completely overwhelmed him. Tears burst forth uncontrollably, mingling with sobs and a torrent of rage, his voice completely distorted. You Japanese bastards! Go to hell! This roar echoed the thoughts of every viewer in the livestream. At that moment, the battlefield was bathed in the blood-red glow of the setting sun, casting a grim light over the scorched earth and the bodies lying everywhere. Qin Shanglin stood tall and unwavering like a blood-stained monument, with the crater where Duzi had sacrificed himself at his feet. Wu Haoran and Zhang Zhihong, covered in blood, stood like wounded beasts on either side of his broken body. The Japanese army's next wave of attacks was already gathering. Tragic, brutal, furious, and unyielding, all emotions converged on this land soaked in blood and fire. Qin Shanglin's blood-soaked scream, filled with tears, echoed like a war drum, pounding fiercely on the hearts of Wu Haoran and Zhang Zhihong. It also ignited every Sichuan soldier still able to stand on the battlefield. Protect Xiangzi! Let's fight those damn Japanese dogs to the death. Wu Haoran's eyes were bloodshot. Qin Shanglin, who had sacrificed himself to protect Duzi, had his arm blown off. The overwhelming grief and rage instantly overpowered the physical exhaustion and pain. He no longer charged recklessly like before, but instead displayed a nearly ruthless precision. He suddenly lunged toward a Japanese soldier escorts, swiftly grabbing the crooked barbed light machine gun beside it, checking the magazine and the bullets. Zhahong! Protect Xiangzi's flank! Wu Haoran bellowed, his voice hoarse and raspy. He raised the machine gun, the cold but firmly pressed against his shoulder, the muzzle spitting out flames of revenge. Rat-tat-tat! Rat-tat-tat! The precise bursts were no longer for suppression, they were aimed shots. The bullets seemed to have eyes, targeting the Japanese soldiers attempting to flank Qin Shanglin or throw grenades at him. 1, 2, 3. Japanese soldiers attempting to approach Qin Shanglin fell like wheat cut down by a scythe. Chapter 103, The Escaping Steamed Bun, The Dying Will. Zhang Zhahong heard Wu Haoran shout and shuddered. He looked at Qin Shanglin's swaying figure, his severed arm gushing blood yet still standing firm, and recalled the scene of Duzi charging toward the pot while clutching a box of bullets before his sacrifice. A surge of unprecedented strength, mingled with excruciating pain, exploded in his chest. He was no longer the helpless child in need of protection. He was the pot for the steamed buns. He was the pot for Duzi. He was Xiangzi's brother. Xiangzi! Hold on! Zhang Zhahong screamed in response, crawling and rolling toward Qin Shanglin, using his own frail body to shield the exposed left side of Qin Shanglin. He grabbed a Type 82 rifle from the ground, his hands trembling from excitement and fear, but he forced himself to aim. Bang! A Japanese soldier who had tried to approach was struck in the chest, his chest blooming with blood. He didn't have time to look at the result. He immediately pulled the trigger and searched for his next target. His aim wasn't very accurate, but at that moment, every bullet was fired with the resolve to avenge the beans and protect Xiangzi. Qin Shanglin felt as though he were on fire. The excruciating pain from the severed left arm felt like the flames of hell, searing his nerves. Every breath brought a tearing agony. The coldness and dizziness from blood loss kept overwhelming his consciousness, and his vision grew dark. He clung to a single thought: I can't fall. Duzi is watching. The bread is watching. The brothers are watching. His right arm trembled violently, barely able to hold onto anything, as he struggled to keep his body upright. He mustered every ounce of strength, clenching his teeth so hard that blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. His bloodshot eyes, like two unyielding flames, were fixed on the surging yellow tide before him. Especially that Type 97 tank that had just fired at him and was now repositioning its turret. Damn iron bastard! Qin Shanglin ground out the curse between his teeth. He saw it. The turret was turning, and the black muzzle once again locked onto their position. It didn't care about the few infantrymen still charging ahead. The cold, steel beast only wanted to crush everything in its path. Watch out for the cannon! Wu Haoran also noticed and screamed in terror. He aimed his gun at the tank's observation window, but the distance was too great. The bullets ricocheted off the armor with a clang, utterly ineffective. He grabbed the last grenade by his side and tried to charge forward, but the dense fire of the enemy soldiers and the charging infantry blocked his path. There was no way through. Zhang Zhahong also saw the terrifying cannon barrel, and the shadow of death instantly engulfed him. He instinctively lunged toward Qin Shanglin, but Qin Shanglin's stubbornly upright figure seemed welded to the ground. At that critical moment, pot! A faint cry filled with endless fear and despair rang out once more. It was Momo. Her tiny figure had somehow broken free from her companion's grasp and was rushing toward Qin Shanglin. All she saw was her pot covered in blood, standing there on the verge of collapse. She just wanted to get closer to him. To protect him? Or to be with him? Momo! Don't come over! Zhang Zhahong was petrified with fear, turning to stop her, but it was already too late. This scene acted as the final catalyst, completely igniting the last remnants of life in Qin Shanglin. Momo! The sister he had just recognized. The sister he had risked his life to save. The sister he had promised to protect. How could he let her die here? Ah! A scream unlike any human voice, a mix of extreme pain, anger, and the will to protect, erupted from the depths of Qin Shanglin's throat. The sound was like the mournful cry of a dying beast, yet also like the defiant roar of an unyielding warrior's soul. In that roar, his body, which had been trembling from blood loss, suddenly erupted with the last shred of unimaginable strength. He violently pushed aside Zhang Zhahong, who was trying to block him, and with his remaining right arm, in a twisted posture, once again grabbed a grenade scattered on the ground. He clenched it between his teeth, then dug his right thumbnail into the trigger, using every ounce of strength and willpower left in his body to yank it with all his might. Whoosh! The fuse ignited. Without looking, he used the last ounce of life in his body, aimed at the Japanese tank with its rotating turret about to spew deathly flames, and with all his might, threw the grenade, which was spewing white smoke, as if throwing his own life, with all his strength. His target was no longer the infantry beside the tank, but the open, aiming cannon barrel. You bastard! Die! The grenade traced a desperate arc through the air. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared intently at the grenade. Wu Haoran stopped firing, Zhang Zhihong forgot to breathe, and even the charging Japanese soldiers instinctively paused. Momo fell to the ground, her little face covered in tears and dirt, staring in terror at her pot. Boom! A deafening, unusually deep explosion echoed from the tank's gun barrel. This was followed by even more intense explosions and the terrifying sound of metal tearing apart. The Type 97 tank convulsed like a giant beast with its throat clamped shut, its turret shaking violently as thick smoke and flames erupted from the gun barrel, observation ports, and gaps in the hatch. The Japanese crew inside couldn't even scream before being engulfed by the flames. The entire tank, as if its bones had been pulled out, collapsed onto the ground and burned fiercely, turning into a heap of burning scrap metal. Success? Qin Shanglin threw the grenade with his last ounce of strength, and the taut string inside his body finally snapped completely. The world before his eyes was completely engulfed by endless darkness. All sounds vanished, leaving only the faint, slow thud of his heart beating in his chest. He lost all support, like a felled giant tree, collapsing backward with a heavy thud. Blood spread rapidly beneath him, staining the scorched earth where Duzi had sacrificed his life. The small depression was now filled with reddish-brown clotted blood. Pot! Momo let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiangzi! Wu Haoran and Zhang Zhihong, their eyes bulging with fury, rushed forward without hesitation. In the live stream, the chat was completely chaotic. The gun barrel. He's aiming at the gun barrel. Xiangzi brother. Don't! Oh my god. He's risking his life to throw the grenade. It has to hit. It has to hit. Praying. Hit. Exploded. The cannon barrel exploded. The tank's destroyed. Xiangzi brother is a legend. Aha! Xiangzi brother has fallen. Doctor! Medic! Hurry and save him! Crying and screaming. The cries of the bred my heart is shattered. War god! He's truly a war god. He traded his life for the Iron Turtle. Long live the Sichuan army. Long live Qin Shanglin. Hero! Desai Ma could no longer speak. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms, tears and snot mixing together to cover his face. When he saw the hand grenade miraculously land in the cannon barrel and blow up the tank, he was so excited he trembled all over, but when he saw Qin Shanglin collapse with a thud and blood spreading everywhere, the immense grief nearly choked him. All his emotions were transformed into the chaotic sea of rockets and super rockets rolling across the screen, blurred by tears, the only way the audience could express their deepest respect and sorrow. On the battlefield, the burning wreckage of the tank became the most striking tombstone. Wu Haoran and Zhang Zhihong rushed to Qin Shanglin's side, frantically trying to stem the gushing blood from his severed arm while shouting the medic's name. The small body of Momo lay on Qin Shanglin's blood-soaked chest, crying so hard he nearly passed out. The Japanese attack was momentarily delayed due to the unexpected destruction of the tank, but more tanks and infantry, like sharks sensing blood, were adjusting their direction. They charged once more toward this position, which had lost its heavy machine guns, its backbone, and was now filled with endless grief and the last remnants of resistance. The setting sun dyed the sky and earth a despairing crimson. Chapter 104, Desertion in the Face of Battle. The Cruelty of War and the Duty to Protect. General Rao commanded from a relatively safe distance, his pistol aimed at the most critical breach in the defenses, shouting orders for the remaining forces to mount a futile counterattack. He watched as soldiers were crushed like ants by the steel behemoths, and young players were torn to pieces by explosions. His bloodshot eyes burned with endless anger and profound sorrow. His presence on the front lines greatly boosted morale, but it could not alter the brutal reality of the overwhelming disadvantage in equipment and manpower. Just as the counterattack had stalled and casualties were mounting, a blood-soaked, staggering messenger arrived with even more devastating news. Commander! The right flank can't hold. Lu, the regiment commander, has fled with his men. The enemy has breached the line and is encircling us from the rear. Lu Ruzai. General Rao's eyes bulged with fury. The bitter taste of blood that rose to his throat was forced back down, erupting instead as a primal growl deep within his chest. This roar was not one of pain, but of a raging fury capable of consuming reason. Desertion in the face of battle. At the most critical moment, at the most crucial position on the flank. This was not merely betrayal, it was pushing the entire Sishan Ridge defense line, along with the lives of thousands of soldiers, into an abyss of eternal ruin. Commander! The Japanese are pouring through the breach. They're flanking us from the rear. The radio operator's voice was choked with tears, his face covered in blood and dust, his eyes wide with terror. It's over. General Rao's heart froze in an instant, then was consumed by a fiercer rage. On the front, tank formations advanced relentlessly, spewing death. The fatal breach on the flank had been torn open, and enemy troops poured in like a flood breaking through a dam. The Sishan Ridge defense line, the blood-soaked barrier he had built with every ounce of his strength, finally collapsed under the dual assault from both sides. To hold on any longer would only lead to certain death for everyone. Order! His voice was hoarse and raspy, yet it carried an unwavering iron will, cutting through the deafening explosions and screams. All units, listen up, alternate cover fire. Retreat toward the east gate of Guangda City. The Suicide Squad stays behind to cover the rear. At all costs, delay the Japanese armored forces. Every minute counts. He suddenly pointed behind him at the relatively complex terrain, the only way out. As the orders were issued, a tragic yet orderly chaos emerged on the despairing battlefield. The surviving soldiers struggled to climb out of the trenches and craters, some carrying wounded comrades, others picking up the last remaining weapons. Zhang, help me get Xiangzi onto my back. Wu Haoren grabbed the unconscious Qin Shanglin and hoisted him onto his back. Zhang Zhiheng hurried forward to help, but accidentally touched Qin Shanglin's wound, causing excruciating pain that jolted him awake. Cough. Qin Shanglin coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining Wu Haoren's shirt, his voice weak and faint. Bread, where's the bread? His voice was filled with panic. The bread is here. Xiangzi, hold on. We're heading to a safe area. You must hold on. Zhang Zhiheng carried the unconscious little girl on his back, following closely behind to encourage Qin Shanglin. Seeing the steamed buns safely nestled on Zhang Zhiheng's back, Qin Shanglin's tense nerves seemed to relax slightly, but his breath grew even weaker. Put me down, take the steamed buns, run. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Haoren shouted angrily, cutting him off. We're brothers. We're comrades. If we leave you behind, what kind of people would we be? Think about Momo. She just lost her father. Without you, how will she survive? Wu Haoren's voice was hoarse, but every word cut to the bone. Bread, bread. Qin Shanglin's dazed pupils struggled to refocus. At that moment, the concept of the game had long since faded. The figures in his arms and on his back were no longer cold data, but heavy, living beings. The cruelty of war and the meaning of protection had never been so clear. They had promised to keep her alive with steamed buns, ensuring she had white steamed buns to eat at every meal. This oath was what kept them from giving up. The officers shouted orders for crossfire, as machine guns, grenades, and even cluster grenades turned into desperate barriers, unleashing a torrent of fire toward the advancing tanks and waves of infantry. With each burst of fire, lives were lost. Machine guns. Suppress the enemy on the flank. Grenades. Blow up the tracks. First platoon hold the line. Second platoon fall back. Hurry. The Suicide Squad members, clutching explosive charges and cluster grenades, charged headlong toward the Japanese steel behemoths. Explosions erupted one after another, some successfully crippling tanks in place, while others, along with the bodies of the warriors, turned into towering columns of blood and fire. Soldiers rolled, ran, fired, and fell in the mud and blood. The retreating column writhed like a wounded giant serpent, struggling to move under the Japanese army's brutal fire, scales flying, leaving behind a trail of corpses and the agonized screams of the wounded. General Rao stood firm at his command post, not moving an inch. His pistol pointed at the most critical breach. He personally directed the final defensive fire. One familiar face after another vanished in explosions, young bodies torn apart by machine gun bullets. He witnessed it all. The fiery rage in his bloodshot eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a profound sorrow so overwhelming it nearly suffocated him. This sorrow was the excruciating pain of losing comrades, the bitter hatred of betrayal, and the most heartfelt indictment of this brutal war. Commander! It's too dangerous. Retreat immediately. The adjutant rushed forward, grabbing his arm tightly. Just then, a wave of fleeing soldiers surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing toward the gap in the flank with panic in their eyes. In an instant, they overwhelmed the ranks that had been alternating in an orderly fashion to provide cover, threatening to trigger a catastrophic stampede. Hold your ground. No panic. General Rao bellowed, violently shaking off his aide and charging forward to the front of the fleeing soldiers. He drew his gun, his gaze locking onto the figure of the officer leading the charge at the front, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot pierced the chaos. The officer collapsed to the ground. This player never understood why General Rao had shot him. He had merely been following the order to retreat. He didn't understand that on a battlefield as hellish as this, retreat was a matter of life and death. A panicked retreat, disregarding the rear, would only scatter the formation, exposing more comrades to the enemy's blades and increasing casualties. Chaos froze in an instant. All the fleeing soldiers stared in horror at General Rao, at the smoking muzzle of his gun, at the cold, ruthless expression on his face. Those who desert the battlefield and undermine military morale execute without mercy. General Rao's voice was as cold as ice, each word striking the hearts of the fleeing soldiers. If you want to live, pick up your guns, follow the covering forces, and retreat in an orderly manner. Anyone who disrupts our ranks will be an example. The iron-fisted measures temporarily halted the retreating momentum. The panicked soldiers, under the officers' shouts, regained their composure and rejoined the retreating ranks, beginning to organize their defense against the Japanese troops flanking them from the side. The adjutant seized the opportunity to step forward again. Commander! The greater good must come first. You must leave. The entire division still needs you. General Rao cast one last glance at the burning wasteland. Sison Hill, this position built with countless lives and ultimately lost. The raging flames illuminated his face, covered in gunpowder and blood, his eyes filled with sorrow and anger, which eventually settled into resolve. "Withdraw," he shouted, turning abruptly and never looking back, striding into the retreating ranks. His figure, silhouetted against the backdrop of blood and fire, appeared extraordinarily heavy, yet it carried an indomitable strength. Sison Hill fell completely behind him, engulfed in flames and under the iron hooves of the Japanese troops. But General Rao knew that this brutal war was far from over. The burden on his shoulders grew heavier. The blood debt owed to Lu Ruzai and the countless souls now lying in the scorched earth would be settled in the future, with blood and fire. Chapter 105, Alternating Cover for the Retreat. The blood-red sunset over Sison Hill finally sank below the horizon, but darkness did not bring peace. At the eastern gate of Guangda City, this makeshift defensive position, after a brief respite, plunged into the frenzy of constructing the final defensive line. General Rao's voice was hoarse and barely audible, yet it still rang out like nails driven into the ground. "Hurry! Reinforce the defenses! Set up all available heavy weapons! The enemy won't give us much time! Scouts! Advance 5 miles and keep a close watch on the enemy's movements!" The players worked like tireless ants, using shovels, bayonets, and even their bare hands to frantically dig foxholes and makeshift trenches. Stretchers carrying the wounded darted through the chaos, their suppressed moans intertwining with the urgent commands. The air was thick with the smell of blood and sweat, a scent they had grown accustomed to. In the distance, the rumble of Japanese tank engines and sporadic gunfire could be heard faintly. Inside the makeshift field hospital, the scene was even more harrowing. Under the makeshift canvas tents lay countless severely wounded soldiers. With a severe shortage of medical supplies, the medics, exhausted from their efforts, could only treat the gruesome wounds with the most basic tools. The cries of the wounded, the labored breathing of the dying, and the pungent smell of disinfectant mingled in the air. In a corner on a straw mat, Qin Shanglin lay motionless, his face as pale as paper, his lips cracked and dry, his breath faint and barely perceptible. His left arm, where the wound had been roughly bandaged, was soaked through with blood, turning the thick gauze a deep brown. The military doctor had done everything he could, the rest was up to his will to survive. The tiny figure of Momo was curled up beside Qin Shanglin. She had woken up at some point, her once clear eyes now swollen and red like peaches, filled with immense fear and helplessness. Tears fell silently, large drops rolling down her cheeks. She dared not cry out loud, fearing she might disturb Xiangguo's rest. Instead, she bit her lower lip tightly, her small shoulders trembling. She saw Wu Haoren and Zhang Zhihong anxiously gathered around Qin Shanglin, and heard the military doctor say solemnly, "He's lost too much blood, his body temperature is very low. Whether he wakes up or not is up to fate." Those words pierced her heart like needles. She didn't know what fate meant, she only knew that they were saying Pot might not wake up. Gore! Gore! She couldn't hold back any longer. She reached out her dirty little hand and gently, trembling, touched Qin Shanglin's cold cheek. The icy coldness from his fingertips sent a shiver down her spine, and a wave of panic engulfed her. Don't be like Dogwater." Momo sobbed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She roughly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, as if she had made up her mind. She looked around and spotted a water canteen belonging to a wounded soldier nearby. She stumbled to her feet, ran over, and with all her strength managed to lift the heavy military canteen, then staggered back to Qin Shanglin's side. Her tiny body was tense from the effort, and her face was flushed red. She struggled to unscrew the lid, then looked around frantically, unable to find a cup. She hesitated for a moment, then wiped her small hands on her shirt several times before carefully scooping up a little water and bringing it to Qin Shanglin's cracked lips. Most of the water dripped down his chin, soaking the straw mat. The steamed bun was about to cry again, but she held it back, focusing even more intently on trying to drip the water into Qin Shanglin's mouth. "Pot, drink water, drink it, you'll be okay." She fed him water clumsily while repeatedly calling out in her childish voice, as if her cries could pull him back from the brink of death. Seeing the blood-soaked bandages on Qin Shanglin, Momo's little brows furrowed tightly. She remembered that when she saw others injured before, the medic would change the bandages with clean cloth. Momo looked down at her own dirty, mud-stained, blood-soaked cotton coat and began tearing at the hem of her garment without hesitation. The fabric was sturdy, and Momo used her mouth and small hands together, her face turning bright red from the effort, her nails splitting, before finally tearing off a relatively clean strip of cloth. Momo tried to imitate the medic and untie the blood-stained bandage on Qin Shanglin's arm. But the bandage was tightly wrapped, and the blood crusts had adhered to it. Momo dared not use force, growing frantic with sweat pouring down her forehead, her small hands trembling violently. She gently wiped away the fresh blood seeping from the edges of the bandage with the cloth strip, her movements as soft as a feather, afraid of hurting him. "Momo, give it to the pot. Be good. The pot doesn't hurt." As she wiped, she murmured to the unconscious Qin Shanglin, her words more like a comfort to her own frightened heart. Tears still fell uncontrollably, landing on Qin Shanglin's collar and spreading into a small dark stain. Outside the tent, Wu Haoren and Zhang Zhihong hurried past. They had been sent to transport ammunition. Zhang Zhihong caught a glimpse of the small, busy yet helpless figure of the steamed bun inside the tent. His nose grew sore, and he nearly shed tears. Wu Haoren slapped him hard on the shoulder, his voice hoarse. Hurry up. Holding the position is the best way to protect them. In the distance, the Japanese artillery fire suddenly grew intense, landing on the outer defenses of Qingshuping, producing dull explosions. The ground trembled, and dust fell from the tent roof. The cannon fire made the steamed buns tremble all over. She looked out of the tent in terror. But the next moment, she immediately threw herself onto Qin Shanglin like a startled little animal, using her tiny body to shield his head as best she could. Her small face buried in Qin Shanglin's cold chest, her eyes tightly closed, her body trembling uncontrollably. Don't be afraid. Momo is here. Pot, don't be afraid. In the deafening roar of the cannon fire, she repeated this pale yet unwavering promise over and over again in a voice only she could hear. During the lulls in the shelling, everything fell temporarily silent, broken only by the suppressed moans of the wounded. Momo lifted her head, her small face covered in dust and tears. She looked at Qin Shanglin's still closed eyes and pale face, and a wave of immense sorrow and helplessness washed over her once again. She silently picked up the blood-stained cloth, which was now even redder, and continued to wipe it futilely. Tears flowed silently, dripping onto Qin Shanglin's wrist. The warmth of her tears was slightly warmer than the temperature of his skin. In this corner of hell on earth, a child was using every means she understood clumsily, stubbornly, and heartbreakingly to protect the pot she cherished. She did not understand war, she only knew that her Xiang pot must not leave her like the bean pot had. This love and devotion that transcended life and death, in this night filled with the sound of gunfire, seemed so fragile yet so deeply moving. Every inch of Qingshuping was suffused with a deeper sorrow, weighed down by this innocent yet profound love. Time was passing, the enemy's iron hooves were drawing nearer, and Qin Shanglin's flickering flame of life wavered uncertainly between faint hope and cold reality. Chapter 106. If we can't drive back the enemy, how can we face the elders of Jiangdong? The eastern gate of Guangde City had become the final barrier of a meat grinder. Japanese planes, like bloodthirsty vultures, dive-bombed the city walls in waves, reducing them to a honeycomb of holes. Heavy artillery shells rained down like hailstones, each explosion sending columns of smoke and debris into the sky, claiming countless lives. Tank formations, surrounded by infantry, advanced like mobile steel fortresses, closing in on the city walls and unleashing relentless direct fire on the crumbling gates and defensive structures. General Rao personally commanded at the East Gate. His pistol was already empty, and now he clutched a bayonet rifle in his hands. His hoarse shout pierced the deafening explosions. Hold on! Hold on! Reinforcements are on their way. As long as the city stands, we stand. The city stands as long as we do. The players, using their last ounce of strength, roared in response to the general fighting alongside them, hurling bullets and grenades at the enemy surging forward like a tidal wave. The barrels of the machine guns were red hot and even twisted out of shape. Hand grenades rained down, exploding into bloody clouds among the enemy ranks. Bayonet charges erupted repeatedly at the breaches in the city walls, each clash accompanied by the loss of life. At the foot of Guangde City, players like Wu Haoren and Zhang Zhihong were now like seasoned veterans, using the ruins as cover to fire precise shots and cluster grenades at Japanese tanks and infantry attempting to break through. Every time Zhang Zhihong pulled the trigger, the image of Qin Shanglin charging toward the tank's gun barrel flashed before his eyes, and the flames of revenge burned fiercely in his chest. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides was like an insurmountable chasm. The defenders' ammunition was being depleted rapidly, their heavy fire points were being neutralized one by one, and casualties were rising sharply. Even the most fortified walls collapsed under relentless artillery fire, exposing massive breaches. The Japanese troops, like sharks sensing blood? As defenders, the players used their bodies to block the way, bayonets to stab, teeth to bite, and every possible means to slow the enemy's advance, falling in droves in pools of blood. Time ticked away, each second feeling like an eternity. General Rao's bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the northeast direction where reinforcements should have appeared. On the horizon, there was nothing but the smoke and debris from the bombs dropped by Japanese planes. None of the messengers sent out had returned. Where are the reinforcements? Where are our reinforcements? An officer shouted in despair. The sound spread like a plague among the remaining defenders. Hope, like a flickering candle in the wind, was finally extinguished under the relentless barrage of artillery fire and the enemy's relentless advance. General Rao's heart sank into an abyss. He knew better than anyone else that Guangde could not be held. Sisan Hill, the eastern gate of Guangde City. The brave soldiers under his command had fulfilled their duty as soldiers with their very lives, shedding their last drops of blood. Yet the promised reinforcements remained nowhere in sight. The immense grief and shame pierced his heart. He looked at the few remaining soldiers around him, covered in blood but still defiant in their eyes, at Guangde City groaning under at the Japanese troops' grotesque flags fluttering at the breaches in the city walls. If we cannot drive back the enemy, how can we face the people of Jiangdong? As a soldier, it is his duty to defend the land. Losing it is a disgrace to the nation. Guangda had fallen into enemy hands under his command. He could never escape the blame, even if he died 10,000 times. The battle was nearing its end. The remaining defenders were cornered in the last narrow area near the city gate, making their final stand. Gunfire grew sparse, and the Japanese soldiers' triumphant shouts grew louder. Just as the Japanese bayonets were about to overwhelm the last bastion of resistance at the city gate tower, a stray heavy artillery shell, accompanied by the piercing screech of death, struck the precariously swaying makeshift hospital with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The intense explosion instantly tore the fragile tents into shreds. The blast wave, carrying mud, wood chips, and human remains, shot skyward. No! Zhang Zhihang's eyes widened in horror. He saw the center of the explosion. He saw that tiny figure, the one they had always protected and treated like a sister Momo. And his brother Xiangzi, who had shared life and death with him. A searing pain ripped through his heart, nearly choking him. Momo! Xiangzi! Wu Haoran also saw it. He let out a bestial howl of grief, and the flames of revenge were instantly extinguished by the overwhelming sorrow, leaving only endless emptiness and despair. As the smoke and dust from the explosion began to clear, the area was left with nothing but a charred crater and scattered, blood-stained fragments of cloth. Among the debris, a fragment of Momo's tattered cotton coat could be discerned, still bearing the traces of her attempt to wipe the blood from Xiangzi's pot. Xin Shanglin and Momo, along with their unfulfilled wish of having bread every meal, vanished into the fiery inferno beneath Guangda City, leaving no trace behind. This devastating scene became the final straw that broke the camel's back for Zhang Zhihang and Wu Haoran. Damn Japanese devils! I'll fight you to the death! Zhang Zhihang had completely lost his mind. He threw away his empty rifle and, like a moth drawn to a flame, charged toward the densest cluster of Japanese tanks, his eyes bloodshot, heedless of his own safety. His mind was consumed by a single thought, to avenge Duzi, Xiangzi, and the steamed buns. Zayang! Wait for me! Wu Haoran screamed. He knew this was a suicide mission, but he couldn't let his brother go alone to his death. He grabbed his weapon and followed closely behind, using his last bullets to cover Zhang Zhihang. Dense machine gun bullets rained down like a storm. Zhang Zhihang's body erupted in several bursts of blood. He staggered but, driven by sheer madness, he threw the smoking grenade with all his strength at the tank's tracks. Boom! The tracks were severed, and the tank came to a halt. But more bullets instantly engulfed him. He fell, his eyes still fixed on the direction of the explosion, his mouth seemingly muttering silently, "Bread." Xiangzi. Wu Haoran, who was providing cover, was hit by several bullets. Leaning against a half-collapsed wall, he fired the last bullets in his magazine, taking down several Japanese soldiers who had charged forward. Finally, a burst of machine gun fire pierced his chest. He slowly slid to the ground, his gaze fixed on the ruins of the first aid station, his eyes filled with resentment and deep compassion. He murmured, "I'm sorry. I still couldn't take you all home." His head lolled to the side, and his breath ceased. General Rao surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping over the weary, despairing yet still clenched fists of the young faces around him. He took a deep breath, as if to inhale the smoke, the blood, and the tragedy into his very being. He picked up paper and pen and wrote furiously. This unit has successfully defended Guangda, covering the retreat and regrouping of friendly forces, and has completed its mission. All our soldiers are willing to sacrifice their lives for the country, their loyalty and bravery are commendable, and this brings me great comfort. Guangda is strategically located, and I cannot bear to see it fall into enemy hands. Therefore, I have decided to stand with the city until the end, reporting to the nation for its nurturing and to our superiors for their care. In the future, I earnestly hope that our troops will fight bravely against the enemy, drive the invaders out of the country, restore our nation's spirit, and complete my unfinished mission. I shall die without regret. If we cannot repel the enemy, how can we face the elderly of Jiangdong? The loss of Guangda is a crime deserving of death. Commander of the 145th Division of the National Revolutionary Army, Rao, final words. Every word is written in blood, every sentence rings out with resolve. After finishing, he solemnly handed the blood-stained letter to a trusted aide standing beside him, his gaze intense. "Take this out. Tell the world that the 145th Division of the Sichuan Army has no cowards." The aide tearfully took the blood-stained letter, but before he could say anything, General Rao barked, "Go. This is an order. Kill as many of those devils as you can." The aide saluted tearfully and disappeared into the smoke. At that moment, the Japanese bayonets were already closing in. General Rao straightened his already tattered uniform, stood tall, as if carving the dignity and indomitable spirit of a soldier into the very soil about to fall. He cast one last glance at his comrades in arms fighting fiercely in the bloodshed, then at the city of Guangda engulfed in smoke and flames. His eyes held no fear, only endless sorrow and resolve. Long live China! The war of resistance will triumph, he shouted with all his remaining strength, his voice shaking the heavens. Before the echo of his shout had faded, amidst the horrified and heartbroken gazes of countless soldiers, and at the very moment when Japanese bayonets were about to strike, General Rao Guowo resolutely raised his pistol, aiming the barrel at his temple. Bang! A single gunshot pierced the chaos of the battlefield, as if shattering the heavy fabric of time and space. The general's towering figure collapsed to the ground, his blood staining the scorched earth beneath him, mingling with the blood of countless fallen soldiers. He fulfilled his oath, the city stands or falls with me, with his life, defending the honor of soldiers and the indomitable spirit of the Chinese nation in the most tragic yet noble manner. Commander! The surviving soldiers let out heart-wrenching cries of grief and anger, channeling their despair into their last remaining strength. Like wounded tigers, they charged at their enemies, launching a desperate assault with no hope of survival. The eastern gate of Guangda City fell completely in the gunfire of General Rao's heroic death. Chapter 107, The Deaf and Amnesiac Cheng Datsuan Disrupts Military Morale, Zhongli. On November 30th, Japanese forces captured all the outer defenses of Jinling City and issued the Eighth Order of the Continent to the besieged city. Due to the unusually smooth progress of the outer defense line assault, the Japanese forces decided to launch their final assault on December 3rd. A defensive battle initiated by the players began 2 days earlier than the originally planned date of December 5th. The biting cold wind carried the scent of gunpowder, swirling through the streets and alleys of Jinling City. Cheng Dachuan stood at a crossroads near the drum tower, looking around in confusion. His hearing was impaired, and the world seemed to him as though separated by a thick layer of frosted glass. The sounds from the street came and went, as if echoing from the depths of water. "Where am I?" he muttered to himself, his rough fingers unconsciously rubbing the stubble on his chin. He had asked himself this question countless times, but the answer remained as elusive as his own blurred memories. Most of the shops along the street were already closed, but a few were still open, their owners wearing the same expression. A numbness that came from knowing a great disaster was imminent yet being powerless to stop it. A few elderly men in cotton robes sat at the entrance of a tea house, silently puffing on their pipes. The embers in their pipes flickered in the twilight. "Have you heard? The Japanese have reached Zhuang." A hoarse voice drifted into Cheng Datsuan's ears. "Shoo, keep your voice down. The military police have arrested several people for spreading panic." Cheng Datsuan shook his head. These scattered pieces of information swirled chaotically in his mind. Jiuquan? Japanese soldiers? He vaguely felt that these words were important, but he couldn't recall their exact meaning. His temples throbbed, and every attempt to recall the details caused the same sensation. A sharp whistle suddenly pierced the evening's tranquility. Cheng Datsuan turned to look. A squad of soldiers in gray-blue uniforms was running past, their heavy boots thudding rhythmically on the cobblestone road. Pedestrians hurriedly made way, and a few young people stood by the roadside, their eyes flickering with complex emotions. The instructional brigade, a street vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes, whispered, "They're reportedly heading to Purple Mountain to reinforce the defenses." The training brigade. Cheng Dachuan silently repeated the words under his breath. Strangely, the word had a familiar bitter taste on his tongue, as if he had said it countless times before. As the sky grew darker, Cheng Datsuan walked aimlessly. His stomach growled, but he searched his pockets and found only 2 copper coins. Under the streetlight at the corner, several ragged children were fighting over half a moldy steamed bun. Cheng Dachuan stopped in his tracks and quietly placed the 2 copper coins on the nearby stone steps. Turning into a narrow alley, he suddenly heard the sound of a fight. The sound seemed to come from a great distance, faint and intermittent. Cheng Datsuan furrowed his brows and followed the sound. Deep within the alley, 5 or 6 burly men were surrounding a man lying on the ground, beating him mercilessly. In the dim light, Cheng Datsuan saw the man on the ground clutching his head tightly, but blood was already seeping through his fingers. "Traitor! Traitor to the country! Beat him to death! You traitor, you're thinking of surrendering before the Japanese even arrive." The insults echoed in Cheng Dachuan's ears, but the words traitor and traitor to the nation stood out clearly. A surge of anger suddenly welled up inside him, and before he could react, he had already charged forward. "Stop!" Cheng Datsuan's shout echoed through the narrow alley. His voice was louder than he had imagined, startling even himself. The group froze, then turned to face him. The leader had a face covered in scars, with a gruesome scar across his right eye. "Who the hell are you?" "Mind your own business," the scarred man spat. Cheng Datsuan stood there, suddenly at a loss for words. Yeah, what was it to him? He didn't even know why he had stepped forward. But looking at the huddled figure on the ground, he felt a heavy weight on his chest. "So many people beating one person, that's not honorable," Cheng Dachuan managed to say. The scar-faced man sneered, "Oh, you're one who upholds the code of the underworld." He suddenly changed his expression, "Get out of the way. Or I'll beat you too." Cheng Datsuan didn't move. His gaze fell on the man on the ground, who happened to lift his head, and their eyes locked. Those were eyes filled with bloodshot veins yet unusually clear, filled with pain, but more so with stubbornness. With that single glance, Cheng Dachuan knew he wouldn't leave. "I'll say this one last time," before the scarred man could finish, Cheng Dachuan had already bent down to help the man on the ground. What happened next happened too quickly. Cheng Datsuan felt a searing pain at the back of his head, and stars danced before his eyes. He staggered around and saw the scarred man holding a half-broken brick. The world began to spin before his eyes, but he instinctively stepped in front of the stranger. Fists, feet, and unknown hard objects rained down on his body. Chang Dachuan clutched his head tightly, feeling as though one or two ribs might be broken. Strangely, amidst the pain, he felt an odd sense of clarity, as if he had experienced this violent scene countless times before. Just as he was about to collapse, a loud shout came from the alley entrance. "What are you doing? Stop!" The beating stopped. Chang Dachuan struggled to lift his head and saw a group of soldiers armed with rifles standing at the alley entrance. The officer leading them had a stern expression and furrowed brows. The group led by the scar-faced man panicked immediately. Sir, we were just disciplining a traitor." "Shut up." The officer strode forward, and Chang Dachuan finally saw the rank insignia on his collar. It was a lieutenant. During the city-wide curfew, gathering and fighting in a crowd is prohibited. All of you are under arrest. Sir, please hear me out. The man on the ground, who had been saved by Chang Dachuan, struggled to his feet. "I am Zhang Lifeng, a professor at Jinling University. They are framing me." The officer's scrutinizing gaze darted back and forth between Zhang Lifeng and Chang Dachuan. "Are you both injured?" His tone softened slightly. Chang Dachuan tried to speak, but a cough brought up a mouthful of blood. Zhang Lifeng supported him and said to the officer, "This brother risked his life to save me. Thank you, sir, for intervening." The officer waved his hand, and several soldiers stepped forward, escorting the scar-faced man and his group away. He approached Chang Dachuan, pulled out a clean handkerchief, and handed it to him. "Wipe the blood." "Can you walk? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Chang Dachuan shook his head and wiped his lips with his sleeve. His vision was still blurry, but the name tag on the officer's chest gradually came into focus. Shen Shan. "Thank you, Officer Shen." Chang Dachuan's voice was hoarse. Shen Shan looked slightly surprised. "You know me?" Chang Dachuan also froze. He didn't remember seeing the name tag, but the word Shen Shan just came out naturally, as if he had known them all along. Chang Dachuan didn't know how to explain. Zhang Lifeng interrupted. "Sir, where are you heading?" "Purple Mountain." Shen Shan gave Chang Dachuan a meaningful look before responding briefly. "The training brigade has been ordered to deploy defenses." He glanced at his watch. "We have to go. You two, hurry home. The city isn't safe right now." Shen Shan turned to leave, but Chang Dachuan suddenly grabbed his arm. "Wait." Shen Shan frowned and turned back. "Take me with you," Chang Dachuan said, not even sure where the thought had come from. I want to join the army." Zhang Lifeng looked at Chang Dachuan in surprise but quickly nodded in agreement. "Right, sir, take us with you. The Japanese are almost at our doorstep. We scholars should also pick up arms." Shen Shan studied the two of them. Chang Dachuan was tall and muscular but covered in wounds, while Zhang Lifeng was refined and scholarly but had a determined gaze. The distant sound of cannon fire grew faintly audible, and Shen Shan's expression grew complex. "Do you know what going to the front lines means?" he asked in a low voice. Chang Dachuan and Lu Mingyuan nodded simultaneously. Shen Shan sighed. "Follow me. But let me make this clear, this is no child's play. There's no turning back." Thus, Chang Dachuan and Lu Mingyuan followed the ranks of the training brigade, heading toward Purple Mountain. Night had fallen, and the outline of Jinling City grew faint behind them. Chang Dachuan walked in the middle of the group, each step causing pain from his injuries, but his heart was surprisingly calm. "My name is Zhang Lifeng," the man beside him whispered. "Thank you for saving me." Chang Dachuan nodded, suddenly realizing he hadn't told the man his name. Strangely, it took him several seconds to remember his own name. Chang Dachuan, he said, the name feeling both familiar and foreign on his tongue. "Where are you from? What do you do?" Zhang Lifeng asked. Chang Dachuan stammered. "Where are you from? What do you do?" These questions pounded his head like hammers. Chapter 108. No matter who I am now a soldier. He should have known, but his memory was like a lake shrouded in thick fog, obscuring everything. "I can't remember," he finally admitted honestly. Lu Mingyuan looked at him in surprise. "Your injuries affected your memory?" Chang Dachuan shook his head. "No, it was before." He didn't know how to explain his condition. Zhang Lifeng nodded thoughtfully and didn't press further. The two walked in silence, the only sounds being the steady footsteps of the soldiers and the occasional distant. The troops arrived at the Purple Mountain battlefield at dawn. In the morning mist, Chang Dachuan saw that trenches had already been dug crisscrossing the hillside, and machine gun emplacements made of sandbags were scattered about like the lairs of monsters. Soldiers bustled back and forth, carrying ammunition and reinforcing the defenses. The air was thick with tension. Shen Shan led the two men to a temporary tent and called for medics to tend to their wounds. "Rest for now, training will begin this afternoon," Shen Shan said. "We don't have much time left." When the medic examined Chang Dachuan, he found that his ribs had indeed suffered minor fractures, and his body bore numerous old scars. These injuries. The medic looked at the healed scars with confusion. Chang Dachuan was equally confused. He didn't remember getting these injuries, but they were definitely there. The afternoon training was simple yet brutal. Due to the tight schedule, Xin Shan immediately took them through weapon familiarization. When the official rifles were handed to Cheng Dachuan and Zhang Lifeng, something strange happened. Their hands automatically found the correct positions, and the actions of pulling the trigger, aiming, and firing were executed seamlessly, as if they had practiced them a million times. Xin Shan looked at them in astonishment. Have you two been in the military before? Zhang Lifeng nodded. I used to serve in the military. Cheng Dachuan, however, shook his head in confusion. He didn't know how to explain this muscle memory, just as he didn't know why he could instantly recognize the models and ranges of various weapons. The training continued into the late hours of the night. Cheng Dachuan and Zhang Lifeng's performance surprised everyone, including themselves. Throwing grenades, bayonet charges, tactical maneuvers, they performed them all as naturally as breathing. In the dead of night, Cheng Dachuan lay on the makeshift bunk bed in the temporary barracks, listening to the snores of the soldiers around him. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silver line across the ground. He suddenly felt an inexplicable fear, not for the upcoming battle, but for his own blank memories. Can't sleep? Zhang Lifeng's voice came from beside him. Cheng Dachuan murmured a soft Me neither. Zhang Lifeng turned to face him. What are you thinking about? Cheng Dachuan remained silent for a moment. I was thinking, who am I? Zhang Lifeng didn't laugh at him but spoke seriously. Maybe you were once a soldier. The way you handled the gun during training today didn't look like a beginner. But I don't remember anything. Cheng Dachuan closed his eyes in pain. It's like I had a very long dream, and when I woke up, I only remembered scattered fragments. Your memories will come back. Zhang Lifeng comforted him. What matters is now. You're here with us, preparing to defend this city. The sound of cannon fire echoed in the distance, this time clearer. Cheng Dachuan suddenly sat up, and a flash of imagery streaked through his mind, a battlefield shrouded in smoke, deafening explosions, and a blurry face shouting something at him. What's wrong? Zhang Lifeng asked with concern. Cheng Dachuan gasped. I think I remember something. What is it? I'm not sure. It's like a battlefield, but it's also. Cheng Dachuan struggled to hold on to the fleeting image, but it had already dissipated like smoke. Zhang Lifeng patted his shoulder. Don't force yourself. Memories are like fish in water. The harder you try to catch them, the faster they swim away. Cheng Dachuan lay back down, but the flashback image made his heart race. What was that? Was it a memory from the past, or just imagination? He couldn't tell, but the fear and tension felt all too real. You've been asking me all along, but I still don't know why you were beaten by those people. Cheng Dachuan turned his head to look at Zhang Lifeng. Hey! I've been telling the people in the city that Jinling can't be defended, urging them to leave early. But they didn't believe me, accusing me of spreading panic and calling me a traitor. Zhang Lifeng said with a self-deprecating tone. Why do you know Jinling can't be defended? Cheng Dachuan was puzzled. Because I am. The next morning, the urgent sound of a whistle woke everyone up. Assemble immediately. The Japanese vanguard has reached Jilin Gate. Xin Shan's voice echoed through the barracks. Cheng Dachuan and Zhang Lifeng quickly dressed and followed the other soldiers toward the assembly point. In the morning light, the mist on Purple Gold Mountain had not yet dissipated, shrouding the entire battlefield in a mysterious veil. Xin Shan stood on a wooden box, his expression solemn. Brothers, the time has come. The training battalion has been ordered to hold the Purple Gold Mountain position at all costs to buy time for the retreat of the city. He paused. I know many of you are new recruits, but Nanjing needs you. China needs you. Cheng Dachuan stood among the ranks, feeling an odd emotion welling up inside him. He looked around and saw the young faces of the soldiers, each one filled with determination. Zhang Lifeng stood beside him, his lips tightly pressed together, his eyes gleaming with determination behind his glasses. Now, take your battle positions. Xin Shan ordered. The ranks quickly dispersed, and the soldiers rushed to their respective battle positions. Cheng Dachuan and Zhang Lifeng were assigned to the same machine gun squad, tasked with defending a section of the trench on the eastern side of the position. As they lay in the damp trench, inspecting the Maxim heavy machine gun, Cheng Dachuan's movements were once again surprisingly skilled. He swiftly inspected the barrel, cooling jacket, and feeding system, adjusted the tripod's height, and completed the entire process in under 3 minutes. Zhang Lifeng watched him and asked, You really don't remember using this before? Cheng Dachuan shook his head, but deep down, a voice told him, Yes, you have, more than once. The wait for the battle to begin felt interminable. Cheng Dachuan leaned against the trench wall, listening to the distant artillery fire growing louder. Suddenly, he noticed Zhang Lifeng secretly glancing at him. What's wrong? Cheng Dachuan asked. Zhang Lifeng hesitated. The wound on your back, it looks like a gunshot wound. Cheng Dachuan froze. He instinctively reached behind him and felt several uneven scars. Gunshot wounds? What did that mean? Are you sure? His voice tightened. Zhang Lifeng nodded. I've been on the battlefield. I've seen what gunshot wounds look like after they heal. He paused. Cheng Dachuan, I think you might not be an ordinary person. Those scars, some of them look very old, like they're from years ago. Cheng Dachuan felt a wave of dizziness. Who was he? A battle-hardened veteran? Or something else? Just then, a sharp whistling sound pierced the sky. Artillery fire. Hit the ground, someone shouted. Cheng Dachuan instinctively threw himself on top of Zhang Lifeng, pinning him beneath him. The next second, deafening explosions shook the entire position, and dirt and debris rained down like bullets. The artillery fire continued for a full 10 minutes. When the explosions temporarily ceased, Cheng Dachuan raised his head and shook the dust off his body. His ears were ringing, but strangely, this environment gave him an eerie sense of familiarity, as if he had always belonged here. Don't worry about me, I know this area well. Zhang Lifeng shouted into Cheng Dachuan's ear. Got it. Get ready for battle. The enemy is approaching. The officer's shouts echoed across the battlefield. Cheng Dachuan took a deep breath and gripped the machine gun's handle. Through the dissipating smoke, he saw gray figures writhing on the hillside below. The Japanese assault troops were advancing up the mountain in a scattered formation. In that moment, Cheng Dachuan suddenly realized, no matter who he was, no matter where he came from, at that moment, he was a Chinese soldier defending Nanjing. And that was enough. Chapter 109. Who are you? Where have you fought before? Prepare for battle. The enemy is advancing. Xinxing Shan's shout pierced through the deafening explosions, echoing across the battlefield. Cheng Dachuan's fingers clenched tightly around the trigger of the Maxim machine gun, the cold metal sending a strange sense of familiarity through him. In the morning mist, the Japanese soldiers' yellowish-brown figures surged toward the hillside like a tidal wave, their steel helmets glinting coldly in the morning light. 800 meters. Zhang Lifeng crouched at the edge of the trench, raising his binoculars and calmly reporting the distance. Dirt clung to his glasses, but it did not hinder his sharp gaze. Cheng Dachuan adjusted the machine gun's angle, the sights locked firmly on the front row of Japanese soldiers. His breathing was unusually steady, as if his body had long since grown accustomed to the scent of battle. They're within range. Zhang Lifeng whispered. Xinxing Shan's voice echoed from the other end of the trench. Fire. Cheng Dachuan pulled the trigger. The Maxim machine gun erupted with a deafening roar, spewing a half-meter-long flame from its muzzle. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain, mowing down the Japanese soldiers in the front ranks like wheat being harvested. Cheng Dachuan's hands were steady as a rock, and his firing trajectory was so precise it was spine-chilling. He targeted the weak points of the Japanese assault formations, ensuring each burst inflicted maximum casualties. Nice work. Zhang Lifeng quickly loaded a new magazine. You're shooting like a veteran. Cheng Dachuan didn't respond. His entire focus was on the battlefield, as a memory buried deep within his muscles began to awaken. When the Japanese machine guns returned fire, he instinctively ducked, and the bullets whizzed past his steel helmet. Left. The Japanese are trying to flank us. Xinxing Shan's voice rang out. Cheng Dachuan immediately swung his gun and emptied a magazine into 5 Japanese soldiers attempting to flank him, pinning them to the hillside. His movements were so swift they seemed almost supernatural, as if he could anticipate every one of the enemy's actions. Zhang Lifeng suddenly tapped his shoulder. Reload. Cheng Dachuan didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately stepping aside to make room. Zhang Lifeng swiftly removed the empty magazine and replaced it with a new one, the entire process taking no more than 3 seconds. Their coordination was flawless, like battle-hardened comrades who had fought side by side for years. How did you know I needed to reload? Cheng Dachuan asked during a pause in firing. Zhang Lifeng raised the corner of his mouth. Your breathing rhythm changed. You always do that when there are only 10 rounds left in the magazine. Cheng Dachuan was startled. He hadn't even noticed that detail himself, yet Zhang Lifeng had observed it so closely. What was even more peculiar was how natural this sense of coordination felt, as if they had truly shared life and death on the battlefield. The Japanese charge was temporarily halted, but the artillery fire grew more intense. A shell exploded nearby, causing the dirt in the trench to rain down. Watch out! Mortar! Cheng Dachuan suddenly shouted, throwing Zhang Lifeng to the ground. Almost at the same moment, a mortar shell landed precisely where they had been, the explosion sending sandbags flying. Zhang Lifeng, still shaken, stared at the crater. How did you know the shell would land there? Before Zhang Lifeng could finish speaking, Cheng Dachuan had already dragged him into a nearby shelter that had been partially collapsed by an explosion. Almost simultaneously, a piercing whistling sound ripped through the air. The second mortar shell, accompanied by the screech of death, struck the machine gun position where Cheng Dachuan had just been lying. Boom! Scorching hot air mixed with debris and mud erupted, engulfing the area in thick smoke. The remains of the Maxim machine gun were hurled high into the air, the twisted barrel crashing several steps away, still smoking. Damn it! Zhang Lifeng was choked by the smoke, coughing violently as his ears rang. He wiped the mud from his glasses and looked at the recently leveled position, still shaken by the close call. He whipped his head around and glared at Cheng Dachuan beside him. This isn't luck. You predicted the impact point of the first shot, and now you timed the second one perfectly? Cheng Dachuan leaned against the damp, cold earthen wall, gasping for breath. His face was covered in gunpowder and dust, but his eyes shone brightly in the smoke, with a sharpness that Zhang Lifeng couldn't understand, almost cold. He didn't respond immediately, instead straining to hear the increasingly closer sounds of Japanese infantry boots crunching through the mud and the chaotic shouts between the grenade launcher. 3 o'clock direction. Behind the earthen slope. Chang Datsuan's voice was low and urgent, completely drowning out Zhang Lifeng's question. He pointed to an inconspicuous mound to the right front, both ends. They're reloading. Zhang Lifeng instinctively raised his binoculars in the direction he was pointing. Through the lingering smoke, he indeed saw 2 blurry, dung-yellow figures crouching behind the earthen embankment. One held a grenade launcher, while the other was stuffing a black, slimy round into it. The distance was no more than 150 meters. Dachuan! Xin Shan shout echoed from another section of the trench, filled with urgency. The machine gun has gone silent. We can't hold back their infantry. Give me a gun. Cheng Datsuan barked, his eyes darting toward a Type 38 rifle lying beside the body of a fallen soldier. Zhang Lifeng almost reflexively threw the Hanyang type rifle he was carrying on his back toward Cheng. Cheng Dachuan snatched it with lightning speed. He cocked the trigger, aimed the gun, and fired in one fluid motion. He didn't take a prone position or even use cover, instead kneeling half bent behind the broken sandbags at the edge of the trench, the gun steady in the crook of his arm. Bang! The crisp gunshot rang out sharply amid the lingering echoes of the explosion. Behind the earthen slope, the Japanese soldier holding the grenade launcher stiffened suddenly. A clear hole appeared in the center of his steel helmet, and his body collapsed backward. Damn it! The reloader on the other side looked up in panic. Bang! The second bullet followed the echo of the first almost instantly. The reloader's steel helmet was blown off, and red and white splattered across the earthen embankment. The entire process was so fast it took one's breath away. Zhang Lifeng didn't even have time to see how Cheng Datsuan had managed to cycle the bolt twice and reload. The motion was as smooth as breathing, as precise as a machine. Great shooting! Xin Shengshan, who had witnessed the split-second exchange from a distance, couldn't help but shout. But the crisis was far from over. Without the heavy machine gun as suppressive fire, more Japanese infantry soldiers charged forward, screaming, their bayonets glinting in the smoke, less than 50 meters from the front of the trenches. Hand grenades rained down like hailstones. Grenades! Take cover! Zhang Lifeng shouted hoarsely, diving toward Cheng Datsuan. Cheng Datsuan suddenly pushed him away, his eyes fixed on several black dots in the air, speaking at an astonishing speed, left 3, right 2. 3 seconds before impact. Hit the ground. As he shouted, he rolled forward with all his strength, diving into a shallow crater, simultaneously grabbing the Mauser pistol left behind by a fallen comrade. Boom! 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 The grenades exploded almost simultaneously, sending a shower of dirt and rocks raining down. Zhang Lifeng lay flat on the ground, following Cheng Dachuan's instructions, as the blast wave swept past him, shaking his internal organs violently. He raised his head and, through the billowing smoke, saw Cheng Datsuan emerge halfway from the shallow crater, the box magazine pistol in his hands firing a rapid burst of shots. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The muzzle danced, bullets spraying like water toward the Japanese soldiers charging at the front. The pistol in his hands seemed to have a life of its own, seamlessly switching between single shots and bursts, targeting the knees and faces of the charging enemy soldiers. The 5 or 6 Japanese soldiers at the front screamed and rolled on the ground, instantly halting the enemy surging behind them. Hand grenades! Throw them back! Cheng Datsuan emptied a magazine, shouting the warning as he lightning quickly reloaded with a new one and continued firing to suppress the enemy. His terrifyingly precise battlefield instincts and unimaginable gunmanship single-handedly held back the Japanese soldiers' sharp charge in that local area. Zhang Lifeng and several nearby soldiers who had reacted in time grabbed the unexploded grenades and threw them back with all their strength. Several loud explosions erupted, and flames and screams rose from the Japanese assault formation. Taking advantage of the brief chaos, Xin Shan reorganized the flanking fire to re-establish coverage, finally temporarily suppressing this desperate charge. The Japanese left behind over 20 bodies and retreated in disarray to seek cover over 100 meters away. The battlefield was temporarily filled with the moans of the wounded, heavy breathing, and the distant curses of the Japanese soldiers. Zhang Lifeng leaned against the cold trench wall, his chest heaving violently. He removed his glasses, which were cracked and covered in mud, wiped them roughly, and put them back on. His gaze, filled with an unprecedented intensity and a faint, barely perceptible tremor, once again fixed on Cheng Dachuan, who was silently loading bullets into his boxer pistol. Cheng Dachuan kept his head down, his fingers steady as he loaded the golden bullets one by one into the magazine. His movements were as smooth and precise as if he had performed the task 1,000 times. Dachuan, Zhang Lifeng's voice was hoarse. He slowly walked over, knelt down beside Cheng Dachuan, and stared intently at his profile. How did you know the grenade launcher's position just now? How did you calculate the grenade's impact point and explosion time? And your gunmanship, that reloading maneuver? He paused for a moment, then asked each word slowly, his voice low but carrying a piercing intensity. Who are you? Where did you fight before? Chapter 110, Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. Who are you? Where did you fight before? At first, Zhang Lifeng thought he had encountered a disillusioned player who had been in the game all along. But the other person's advanced combat style made him realize that the person in front of him was also a player. Chang Datsuan froze upon hearing the question, his pupils seeming to revisit the past. Gradually, Chang Datsuan's expression grew savage. He clutched his head with both hands, his knuckles turning white as they tensed, emitting a faint cracking sound. Zhang Lifeng's question, "Where have you fought before?" felt like a red-hot iron branding his chaotic memories. The calm on his face shattered abruptly, replaced by a near-suffocating sense of confusion and pain. He suddenly raised his head, his pupils contracting and dilating violently, as if trying to focus on an invisible point, or as if struck by an invisible hammer. Who am I?" Chang Dachuan's voice was hoarse, filled with a dreamlike confusion. His fingers dug deeply into his short hair, which was covered in gunpowder and dirt, scratching furiously as if trying to pull something out of his head. "I am Chang Dachuan," he murmured, as if confirming a fact that might vanish at any moment. "Don't ask. I beg you, don't ask anymore." Just as the suffocating pain reached its peak, Zhang Lifeng heard a voice suddenly ring out in his ears, a voice young yet drenched in sorrow and urgency. "Who?" Zhang Lifeng's entire body tensed, his nerves as taut as a bowstring. He almost instinctively raised the gun barrel, the cold barrel sweeping warily across the smoke-filled trenches, his heart pounding in his chest. The voice was too close, too clear. "Don't panic. Don't shoot." The young voice hurriedly explained, its tone weak and labored from the recent brush with death. "I'm Chang Dachuan's grandson. My name is Cheng Ziyuan. I'm also in the game. I just died on the Zhuang front line. The system prompted me that I could choose a spectator view. I couldn't bear it, so I came to check on my grandfather." "A deceased player?" Zhang Lifeng's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly, a sense of absurdity welling up in his heart. In this brutal virtual battlefield, death was not the end one could actually observe in this manner. "You said Chang Dachuan is your grandfather?" Zhang Lifeng asked the air in disbelief, his gaze returning to the figure curled up in the corner of the trench, writhing in agony as if his soul were convulsing. The man who had been as precise and calm as a war god on the battlefield now looked as fragile as a leaf in the wind. "Yes." Cheng Ziyuan's voice was choked with tears, each word heavy with sorrow, weighing down on Zhang Lifeng's heart. "He's already 89 years old." The young voice paused, as if struggling to calm the surging emotions, before continuing. "My grandfather, when he was young, he was a true hero. He carried a gun and fought on the battlefield. During the self-defense counterattack war against India, he climbed icy snow-covered mountains. In the Sino-Vietnamese War, he fought hand-to-hand with the enemy in the damp jungles." Cheng Ziyuan's voice was filled with admiration for his grandfather and an indescribable sense of heartache. But it was in that brutal battle in the southern border region. His voice grew hoarse, trembling violently, a bullet pierced his right cerebellum. Zhang Lifeng's heart sank suddenly, his gaze involuntarily fixating on the right side of Cheng Datsuan's head, which was being firmly pressed down by his own hands. Cheng Ziyuan's voice continued, each word cutting like a dull knife. "When he was young, he endured it, appearing no different from others, though he occasionally suffered headaches. He rarely mentioned those war memories. We assumed he had forgotten them or didn't want to recall them. Over the years, he grew older, his health deteriorated day by day, and his memory grew increasingly fuzzy." Cheng Ziyuan's voice was filled with helpless pain. "He gradually forgot what he ate yesterday, forgot his neighbors' names, and even, sometimes, when my father, his own son, stood right in front of him, he would stare blankly for a long time. The doctor said that those experiences he lived through have become the most blurry, chaotic, and painful parts of his memory. The old man is truly on the verge of forgetting who he is. He can't remember where he came from, or what he's done." Cheng Ziyuan's voice grew low, filled with endless bitterness. "Big brother, please don't push him anymore. Those questions are too painful for him now, more painful than a bullet hitting his body." Zhang Lifeng listened quietly, unconsciously relaxing his grip on the gun. The look in his eyes toward Cheng Datsuan shifted from initial wariness and curiosity to deep shock, silent respect, and an indescribable sense of compassion. The man before him, a comrade in arms who had once dominated the virtual battlefield, was now an elderly man struggling in the quagmire of his memories. Deep within his shattered memories lay the true scars and glory of the Republic. His body had become the final, silent, yet unwavering monument to that tumultuous era. Just then, the piercing whistle of the Japanese troops' charge once again shattered the brief tranquility. Even more intense artillery fire, like the roar of death, poured down on the battlefield. A wave of dung-yellow mud surged forward once more. Cheng Datsuan, huddled in the deafening roar of artillery fire, suddenly raised his head. Those eyes, which had been filled with chaos and pain just moments ago, suddenly ignited with a chilling, almost instinctive glare, the kind only a seasoned veteran of 100 battles could muster the moment he heard the charge horns and explosions. He roughly wiped the mud and tears from his face, not even glancing at Zhang Lifeng, his body already lunging like a cheetah toward a nearby spare checkmate like machine gun. The metallic grinding of the bolt being cocked echoed crisply and resolutely amid the roar of artillery fire. No matter how fragmented his memories were, the battlefield had long since become part of his blood and bones. Your grandfather was a hero of the nation. Zhang Lifeng exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Before his words had even finished, a piercing screech that made the scalp tingle tore through the air. Artillery fire! Zhang Lifeng screamed hoarsely, his body instinctively lunging toward the nearest cover. But someone was faster. Just as the shell screeched down from the sky, a figure burst forward like a cannonball, colliding violently with Zhang Lifeng. It was Cheng Datsuan. That 89-year-old body was now unleashing unimaginable strength and speed on the virtual battlefield. He didn't choose to dodge but instead used his entire body to pin Zhang Lifeng firmly beneath him. Boom! The earth shook violently. Scorching heat waves swept through the air, carrying debris in their wake. Zhang Lifeng was nearly suffocated by the massive shockwave, his ears ringing with a piercing buzz. He could clearly feel the body pressing down on him tremble violently, accompanied by a muffled groan. The smoke from the explosion had not yet dissipated, and the acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with the strong stench of blood filled his nostrils. Dachuan! Zhang Lifeng suddenly sat up. The scene before him made his heart stop. Cheng Dachuan's left shoulder blade was gushing blood, his face contorted in agony, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and his lips pale from the intense pain. Grandfather! Cheng Ziyuan's voice echoed in Zhang Lifeng's ears. Grandfather, what happened to you? Are you injured? Speak, grandfather. The fear and panic in that voice gripped Zhang Lifeng's heart. Cheng Dachuan's body trembled violently, each breath pulling at his wounds and causing excruciating pain. He struggled to lift his head, his cloudy eyes bloodshot from the pain, but his gaze remained stubbornly fixed beyond Zhang Lifeng's shoulder, staring intently ahead. In the brief lull between, the distorted faces of the Japanese infantry and their gleaming bayonets were clearly visible. The nearest enemy was less than 30 meters from the front of the trench. Don't, help me! Cheng Datsuan forced out a hoarse voice from between his teeth, each word accompanied by sparks of blood. With his uninjured right arm, he erupted with astonishing strength, violently pushing away Zhang Lifeng, who had been trying to check his wounds. His gaze was like burning charcoal, fixated on the surging yellow tide ahead. There was no fear, no confusion, only a savage determination to tear apart every enemy that dared to approach. Gun, give me the gun! He growled, his voice breaking from blood loss and excruciating pain. His left hand trembled, yet it pointed with astonishing precision at an assault rifle covered in mud lying beside the body of a fallen soldier. Zhang Lifeng instantly understood. This old man, this man whose memories were shattered and whose soul had been tormented by the past. Despite his severely injured body and consciousness teetering on the brink of chaos, the only thing clear and etched into his bones was to fight. To defend this land he was now bleeding for. To defend the countless compatriots behind him. Chapter 111, this time, we will protect Jinling. Purple Mountain Fortress, 371 high ground, east of the first peak. Smoke and dust swirled like an endless fog, shrouding the scorched earth ravaged by relentless artillery fire. The trenches are no longer recognizable, with shattered sandbags, twisted gun parts, scattered shell casings, and the remains of fallen comrades all mixed together. In front of the trenches lay piles of Japanese soldiers' bodies, and the craters created by artillery shells and hand grenades were filled with a dark brown liquid. Purple Mountain had become a graveyard for both sides. However, amidst this hellish battlefield, the figures of two veteran soldiers, Cheng Datsuan and Zhang Lifeng, stood out like two bedrock stones, firmly wedging themselves into the Japanese onslaught. Their presence prevented the 371 high ground, which had been on the verge of collapse, from succumbing to the Japanese troops' relentless assault for several hours. The jagged shrapnel embedded in the lower part of Cheng Datsuan's left shoulder blade still caused excruciating pain with every breath, and blood had already soaked through half of his body. His face was as pale as paper, his lips cracked and dry, and cold sweat mixed with mud and dirt kept trickling down. Yet, despite the agony and blood loss, his eyes, now clouded with pain, burned with an unyielding flame, fixated on the front. His right hand steadied the captured Japanese Type 100 submachine gun. Each burst of fire, each short burst of rapid fire, was precise to the point of sending shivers down the spine. No words were needed for commands. A single glance in a direction, and Zhang Lifeng immediately understood, his rifle or the grenade launcher he had picked up roaring forward to suppress any potential threats to Cheng Datsuan's flank. Left flank. Grenade launcher. Cheng Datsuan's voice was hoarse and low, nearly drowned out by the explosions. Zhang Lifeng didn't even turn to confirm his body instinctively dived toward the grenade launcher left behind by a Japanese soldier's corpse. His movements were astonishingly swift, estimating the distance, loading the grenade, and firing all in one fluid motion. The shell screeched through the air, striking the Japanese soldiers who had just emerged on the left flank, erupting in a burst of flames and screams. Good! Cheng Datsuan growled, his submachine gun instantly swiveling to sweep down several Japanese soldiers on the right wing who were trying to advance using the shell craters. Between the two of them, a near-instinctive battlefield coordination had formed. Cheng Datsuan, relying on the combat instincts ingrained in his bones and his deep understanding of the enemy's tactics, could always anticipate the enemy's movements in advance. Zhang Lifeng, on the other hand, relied on his keen observation, precise aim, and absolute trust to execute Cheng Datsuan's intentions flawlessly. They operated like a precision-engineered killing machine, with Cheng Dachuan as the sharp core and Zhang Lifeng as the sturdy shield, forging an impenetrable wall of flesh and blood on the narrow expanse of 371 high ground. Grandfather! Hold on! You're doing great! Look! The Japanese soldiers are scared of you. Cheng Ziyuan's voice rang in Cheng Dachuan's ears, filled with tears and unbounded excitement. Though he had already fallen in battle, his soul seemed to be tightly bound to this battlefield and to his grandfather, who was fighting fiercely in the bloodshed. The Japanese assault surged like an enraged tide, each wave more ferocious than the last. They deployed more grenade launchers and heavy machine guns, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the 371 high ground. Mortars! 3 rapid-fire rounds! Coordinates! Zhang Lifeng shouted into the walkie-talkie, trying to call for the last remaining artillery support from the rear, but all he heard was the static of the radio. Communication was cut off again. Damn it! Zhang Lifeng slammed his fist against the trench wall. No reinforcements, no retreat, only they and the dwindling number of brothers by their side. Just then, a deafening explosion and even more intense gunfire erupted from the adjacent 369 high ground, followed by the gunfire suddenly trailing off as if cut off, and then the savage cheers of the Japanese soldiers. 369, we've lost it. Zhang Lifeng's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. This meant that Hill 371 was now completely exposed to the enemy's flanking fire. Sure enough, machine gun bullets from the direction of Hill 369 swept across like venomous snakes, instantly mowing down several players at the edge of the trenches on Hill 371 who were still firing. Hit the ground! Cheng Dachuan roared, his body trembling violently from the force of the movement, and fresh blood gushed from his shoulder wound. The surviving soldiers on the battlefield were suppressed so severely they could barely lift their heads. The Japanese infantry, protected by flanking fire, charged forward with wild screams, their bayonets glinting in the smoke, closing in rapidly. There's no way out. Brothers! Let's fight to the death! A young soldier covered in blood, who looked like a student soldier, shouted. He suddenly leaned out of the trench, firing his rifle wildly. When he ran out of bullets, he threw a grenade, and continued firing until he was struck in the chest by a bullet from the flank, falling backward with a grenade still clenched in his hand, the pin still unpulled. For Nanjing! Kill the Japanese! Behind another foxhole, a player with a severed arm bit open the pin of a grenade with his teeth and threw it toward the enemy with his remaining arm. In the flash of the explosion, a faint smile of relief appeared on his face. This time, we didn't retreat a single step. I killed 5 of those damn Japanese. Charge! This time, we'll defend Jinling. Kill! Kill the Japanese, and make it onto the heroes list. Amidst the players' shouts of battle, the Japanese soldiers had already charged to the front lines. Fix bayonets. Close combat with swords. Cheng Dachuan grabbed a 3-foot-7-inch long demon-headed sword, its blade polished to a mirror-like shine. Kill! The charging Japanese soldiers also bellowed, kill them all. Heavenly locusts, fire! Fierce close combat erupted across the 371st high ground. The clanging of bayonets colliding, the furious screams and agonized cries of the dying, and the dull thuds of shattered bones intertwined. Players struck with gun butts, bit with their teeth, and used their bodies to block bayonets. They knew they couldn't hold out, but not a single one retreated. They were willing to give their blood and their lives to buy even a single second more for the city of Jiling behind them and for the civilians evacuating. Grandfather! Watch out on the right! Cheng Ziyuan's voice was filled with terror. A fierce Japanese sergeant, taking advantage of the chaos, lunged like a demon from the side toward Cheng Dachuan, who was suppressing the enemy at the front with his submachine gun. The sharp bayonet aimed straight for Cheng Dachuan's back. Cheng Dachuan, fully focused on the enemy in front of him and severely wounded from blood loss, reacted a split second too late. At the critical moment, Dachuan! Zhang Lifeng roared in anger. He was too far away to reach him in time. In that split second of life and death, he suddenly leaped out of the trench, his body hurtling forward like a cannonball, colliding violently with the Japanese sergeant who was attacking Cheng Dachuan. The bayonet in his hand stabbed at the Japanese soldier's groin at a vicious angle. Put! Ah! Damn it! The sound of the bayonet piercing flesh was bone-chilling. The Japanese soldier's agonizing screams sent a chill down the spine. The Japanese soldiers who witnessed this scene trembled in fear. They never expected their enemy to attack such a vulnerable area, causing them to instinctively move away from Zhang Lifeng. Chapter 112, Hold the position, execute the mine-laying plan. The Japanese sergeant was killed by Zhang Lifeng's bayonet, paralyzing the command center instantly. However, the 371 high ground, within easy reach, was right before their eyes. This immense temptation drove the remaining Japanese soldiers into a frenzy. They seemed to have been injected with the blood of rabid beasts, ignoring the deaths of their officers and instead letting out even more piercing kill, screams, like demons crawling out of hell. The ethereal heavenly locusts seemed to have become their talismans, blindly convincing them of divine protection. They formed human walls with their flesh and blood, charging forward recklessly despite the whistling bullets and flashing bayonets, desperate to advance. But this madness of the mob was precisely the perfect stage for Chang Dachuan. Zhang Lifeng stood like a rock beside him, his bayonet flashing like lightning, deflecting and parrying every cold bullet and treacherous bayonet strike from any angle, protecting Chang Dachuan's back and flanks with impenetrable defense. With this life and death shield, Chang Dachuan completely transformed into a battlefield demon. With a tiger's roar, he charged into the enemy ranks like a mountain tiger descending, his blood-soaked ghost-headed sword now transformed into the scythe of death from the underworld. Every fierce swing of the blade, every powerful, forceful strike, tore through the air, emitting a deafening, bone-chilling whistling sound. Put! The dull thud of blades piercing flesh followed closely behind, each accompanied by a spray of scalding, blinding blood shooting into the sky. The enemy's agonized screams, the crisp cracking of bones being severed by the blade, and the dull thud of flesh being brutally torn apart intertwined with his deep, thunderous roar, forming a terrifying vortex of absolute death within a 10-foot radius around him. Dismembered limbs flew through the air, fragments of yellowish-brown military uniforms mixed with crimson flesh, staining the scorched earth beneath his feet a horrifying dark brown. Other players on the battlefield witnessed this scene, as if a demon god had descended from the heavens. Chang Dachuan, covered in blood, stood tall amidst the smoke and blood mist, his figure flickering in and out of view. With each swing of his blade, he reaped lives. Zhang Lifeng followed closely behind, silent and deadly, guarding his every move. This scene of iron and blood, this unspoken bond of life and death, erupted into a furious torrent, instantly sweeping away the last remnants of fear in the players' hearts and surging straight to their heads. It burned their eyes red, their throats felt like they were filled with scorching hot iron, and every breath was accompanied by a searing pain. The suppressed, boiling battle intent erupts like a volcano. Kill! Kill every last one of these inhuman monsters! A player screamed with all his might, his voice distorted by extreme anger. Kill! For the blood vengeance of our ancestors! Another player's eyes bulged, as if he saw his homeland being ravaged. Kill! We will defend Jinling to the death! Not an inch of ground shall be surrendered! All the players were ignited by Chang Dachuan's fearless courage, their hearts ablaze with passion. They clenched their teeth, gripping their bayonets and swords even tighter, veins bulging on their foreheads. Their gazes locked, exchanging a shared resolve to destroy the enemy, a spirit of self-sacrifice that knew no bounds. The dawn of victory seemed to pierce through the thick fog of blood and smoke, becoming clearer and more tangible than ever before in this sea of blood and steel forged with lives and courage. Across the battlefield, Japanese soldiers were desperately charging forward. As they witnessed the enemy troops growing increasingly fierce and relentless in battle, like a steel furnace, the fanatical fervor instilled in them by the samurai code quickly cooled and dissolved in the face of brutal reality and the sight of their comrades falling in droves. A cold, chilling thought, known as fear, began to spread through their minds. These Chinese, are they demons? A Japanese soldier watched as his comrade was split in two by Chang Dachuan's sword, his liver and intestines spilling out. No! I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on. Another soldier, terrified by the sight of his comrades being mercilessly stabbed by flanking players, was on the verge of losing his mind. This desire to retreat spread like a plague, growingly as more comrades fell like wheat being cut down. Finally, like a flood breaking through a dam, it completely shattered their already crumbling psychological defenses. Retreat! Retreat! No one knew which Japanese soldier first let out the desperate scream, but the sound echoed like the tolling of a death knell. In an instant, the remaining Japanese soldiers' last shred of fighting spirit collapsed completely. They screamed in terror, turning around like startled rabbits, exposing their backs to the deadly blades and gun barrels. In their desperation to flee faster, they even discarded their Type 38 rifles, which were longer than their own height, as if they were burning hot irons, carelessly tossing them onto the ground or into the mud. They cursed their parents for not giving them two more legs, scrambling and crawling back toward the way they came, desperate to escape this deathly hell that had devoured so many of their comrades. We've won. We held the line. The position is secure. A player who had been on edge the entire time, witnessing the Japanese soldiers abandoning their armor and fleeing in disarray, could no longer contain the overwhelming joy and relief of survival. He screamed with all his might. That shout was like lighting the fuse. We won. We held the line. The Japanese are fleeing. The entire 371 high ground erupted in a deafening roar. All surviving players, regardless of injuries, excitedly waved their weapons, embraced one another, and shed tears of joy. The deafening cheers pierced the smoke and echoed into the sky. Chang Dachuan wiped the sweat and dust from his face, his sharp gaze sweeping over the positions where they had just repelled the Japanese soldiers' small-scale probing attack. Zhang Lifeng leaned against an ammunition box beside Chang Dachuan, his back against the compacted earthen wall, his chest rising and falling slightly. He closed his eyes for a moment to rest, then opened them again, his eyes filled with calmness and insight. Old Chang, these bastards won't give up easily. The next wave of attacks will be even more ferocious. Chang Dachuan nodded, taking the map from Zhang Lifeng's hands, glancing at it before pointing to a red-marked area. It was a relatively open riverbank area in front of the position, with sparse trees and scattered rocks on both sides. They just sent a small team to test our firepower and gather intelligence. The main force will be advancing soon. We need this riverbank. Let us prepare some heavy artillery for them. He turned to several players beside him, their expressions tense yet excited. The Japanese troops' next assault might be even more ferocious. I'm taking 10 men to plant the booby traps. Who's willing to go? Me. As soon as Chang Datsuan asked, all the players raised their hands. Good. That's the spirit. I know you're not cowards. You're real men. Chang Datsuan first shouted to boost morale, then changed his tone. But this mission is of the utmost importance. There can be no room for error. If the landmines are planted properly, we can catch the enemy off guard. If not, we risk exposing our plans and even endangering our own men. I need 10 men who are uninjured, agile, and have the quickest reactions. Chapter 113, The Art of Planting Mines. We need a commander. Chang Dachuan quickly selected 10 players who met the criteria, including several who had stood out for their bravery and swift movements during the recent close combat. Zhang Lifeng, the position is yours. Keep everyone steady and prepare for backup. Chang Dachuan said to Zhang Lifeng in a serious tone. Don't worry, old Chang. You be careful, and act quickly. Zhang Lifeng nodded firmly. Their eyes met, and no words were needed. Trust and understanding were evident between them. There was no time to waste. Chang Datsuan waved his hand, and the 10 carefully selected players immediately followed him, slipping silently down the main battlefield like ghosts. They used shell craters, collapsed trenches, and the deepening twilight as cover, creeping toward the deadly riverbank. Each step landed on soft mud ore, emitting barely audible rustling sounds that echoed like drumbeats in the silent battlefield, pounding against everyone's hearts. The heavy smell of gunpowder, burning, and the lingering stench of blood filled their nostrils. Cheng Datsuan led the way, moving like the most seasoned cheetah, sometimes crawling, sometimes using the terrain to make quick leaps forward. Every pause was accompanied by a sharp glance forward and to the flanks. 10 players followed closely behind, holding their breath, mimicking his movements, and striving to control every muscle in their bodies, daring not to let their guard down for a moment. They saw the scattered steel helmets, broken guns, and even the mangled corpses of the Japanese soldiers along the way, all serving as stark reminders of the extreme danger they were in as they ventured deep into enemy territory. Up ahead lay the open riverbank. The murky river water glowed a dark red in the fading sunlight, resembling congealed blood. The bodies of the Japanese soldiers lay scattered haphazardly along the riverbank and in the shallow water, a gruesome sight. Spread out, take cover. Stay alert. Cheng Datsuan whispered hoarsely, issuing a brief command. 10 players immediately scattered like drops of water into the sand, quickly dispersing to the rocky outcrops along the riverbank, the low-lying shell craters, and the withered reeds. They raised their guns, vigilantly monitoring the opposite bank and the direction of the forest where enemies might be hiding. Dead silence reigned, broken only by the rustling of reeds in the wind and the slow, mournful flow of the river. After confirming temporary safety, Cheng Datsuan made a few hand signals. The players immediately emerged from their hiding places, moving swiftly and in an orderly fashion to gather around him. Each carried a heavy cloth bag or wooden box filled with various types of landmines and materials for making booby traps. Pressure-activated mines, tripwire mines, booby traps, cluster grenades modified into gift packages, and camouflage materials like dry grass, loose soil, broken stones, and even rags torn from Japanese soldiers' corpses. Listen up! Cheng Datsuan's voice was low but clear. The riverbank is muddy. When the enemy's main force arrives, they will inevitably take the relatively dry and hard areas and paths with shallower water. Our mines must be buried where they think it's safe. He quickly assigned tasks. At the edges of the muddy areas where they meet waterlogged spots, plant pressure-activated mines and waterproofed anti-personnel mines, using the natural camouflage of the mud. In the narrow passages between the rock piles, place trip mines and chain mines. The enemy will have their vision obstructed while moving through the rocks, making them more likely to trigger the hidden tripwires. On flat, hard sandy ground, bury large anti-personnel mines or cluster grenade gift packages, and cover them with a thin layer of sand for camouflage. In the shallow fords where troops must cross rivers, waterproof booby traps are placed underwater, secured with stones, with tripwires hidden in the murky water. On the paths and slopes leading from the riverbank to the rear, pressure-activated mines and jumping mines are buried, specifically targeting retreating enemies. Cheng Datsuan spoke while demonstrating the process himself. He dug pits, buried mines, set the fuses, and camouflaged them, completing the task seamlessly, like a precision machine. The players worked in pairs, tense and focused as they carried out the orders. Some were responsible for digging pits and camouflaging, while others handled transporting the mines and setting the detonator cores. Sweat trickled down their temples, mixing with dirt, but they were oblivious, fully focused on their tasks. Every time they placed a landmine into the pit, every time they carefully laid tripwires or pressure plates, and every time they used dry leaves, loose soil, or even deliberately placed Japanese army helmets for camouflage, it felt like dancing with death. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, blood, and the damp scent of freshly turned soil. As one player moved a rock to set up a tripwire trigger point, the loose stones beneath his feet suddenly shifted, emitting a soft clatter. Everyone froze instantly, their hearts pounding in their throats. They quickly lowered their bodies, fingers tightly gripping the triggers, gun barrels fixed on the direction where the sound might have come from. Across the river, everything was deathly quiet, except for the whistling of the wind through the trees. False alarm. Chang Datsuan's stern gaze swept over the player, who nodded shamefully and moved with even greater caution. Time ticked away in the intense tension. As dusk fell, the sky grew dark, providing better cover for their actions but also increasing the difficulty of their operations. Finally, the last landmine was carefully planted and camouflaged. Withdraw. Cheng Dachuan confirmed that all minefield markers were in place and issued the order decisively. 10 players quickly gathered their tools, slung their empty backpacks over their shoulders, and once again moved like ghosts, using the deepening night and the riverbank terrain for cover, retreating swiftly and stealthily along the path they had come. The return journey was even more tense than the outward one, as they knew the riverbank beneath their feet had become a massive, deadly trap. When they finally made it back to the main base without incident, climbing into the familiar trenches, everyone couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The tension in their nerves suddenly relaxed, and they realized their backs were soaked through with cold sweat. How's it going? Zhang Lifeng rushed over, his voice filled with concern. Everything's set. We just need those damn Japanese bastards to take their seats. Cheng Datsuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He looked toward the riverbank, which appeared unusually peaceful, even eerie in the twilight, and a cruel smile curled the corners of his mouth. On the battlefield, the players watched the 10 mud-covered but safe companions return, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. If they weren't injured, they would have wanted to take on this crucial mission themselves. How was it? Quick, tell me how you planted the landmines. The players in the trenches surrounded the 10 who had gone on the mission, their faces brimming with curiosity. The 10 men couldn't help but curve their lips into smiles, patiently answering every question from the curious crowd. After hearing the explanations, everyone couldn't help but think, so there's so much to consider when planting landmines. On another ridge of Purple Mountain, the smoke of battle had yet to dissipate. The battle has just ended. Or rather, this wave has ended. The trenches were in complete disarray, collapsed breastworks, scattered ammunition boxes, twisted and deformed firearms, soil soaked in dark red liquid, and bodies lying haphazardly on the ground. Xin Qingshan leaned against the cold, damp trench wall and slowly slid down to the ground. One of his arms hung limply, the makeshift bandage already soaked through with blood and mud. His face was covered in soot and smoke, and his lips were cracked and peeling. Around him, sitting or lying down, were the surviving players. No one cheered, no one spoke. Only heavy, suppressed gasps echoed in the air. Has anyone here ever been in the military? Or is there anyone skilled in tactical command? Xin Qingshan shouted. He could feel how weak he was in tactical command and battlefield control. The next charge might make it difficult to lead the team to hold the position. Chapter 114, Effective Battle Deployment. Xin Qingshan knew that he had already pushed everyone to their limits by relying solely on sheer courage and determination. He understood fighting and courage, but when it came to actual tactical command, battlefield coordination, and firepower allocation, he was far from adequate. The next charge? Xin Qingshan dared not imagine it. Without effective tactics, relying solely on passion and willpower, on this hellish battlefield, everyone, including himself, would likely meet their end here. A strong sense of crisis and responsibility suddenly gripped him. This can't go on. We must find someone capable of taking on the burden of command. He took another deep drag on his cigarette, letting the bitter smoke burn in his chest, then crushed the butt out between his fingers. Struggling to steady himself, he used his uninjured right arm to push himself up and brace himself against the trench wall. With all his strength, his voice hoarse yet carrying an unyielding authority, he broke the oppressive gasps in the trench. Men! Listen up! His gaze swept over every exhausted face. I know you're all exhausted and wounded. But now is not the time to give up. Those damn Japanese bastards are catching their breath. The next wave will be even more brutal. He paused, his voice growing heavier, tinged with a frank, almost brutal self-reflection. I, Xin Qingshan, am not afraid of death. I'm willing to fight the Japanese to the death. But to be honest, my limited education makes me ill-equipped to lead a battle. If it weren't for you men risking your lives just now, this position would have been lost. He took a deep breath, his eyes growing unusually sharp, filled with urgency and desperation, and shouted, Who among you has ever served in the military? Who has ever held a gun and fought in battle? Or, is there anyone who understands tactics, knows how to use machine gun fire networks, knows how to dig trenches to withstand artillery fire, or knows how to organize crossfire to repel the enemy's charges? Even if you only know a little, it's enough. This isn't the time to hide your skills. Whether we can survive, whether we can hold on to every inch of Purple Mountain, depends on whether there are any brothers who know what they're doing stepping forward to show us a way out. Xin Qingshan's voice echoed in the silent trenches, filled with desperation. He placed himself in the position of needing help, and this honesty and urgency struck a chord with every surviving player. The trench fell silent, broken only by the whistling wind through the ruined walls. The players looked at each other, their weary eyes filled with a mix of thought and confusion. Most of them were ordinary players, relying on their gaming experience and sheer passion to fight. True military expertise? Almost none. Time ticked away, and Xin Shan's heart sank deeper with each passing second. Could it really be? Just as despair began to spread, a voice rang out from the corner, not loud, but unusually steady, with a hoarseness that betrayed the hardships of real combat. Reporting, sir. I used to be a platoon deputy in the military for a few years. Everyone's attention immediately turned toward the speaker. The speaker was a player who wasn't particularly tall, but had a sturdy build and broad shoulders. His face was covered in dirt and blood, but his eyes were unusually bright and sharp, like those of a hawk. His name was Wang Yi. He had been silent and reserved up until now, focusing solely on combat with brutal and efficient movements. Many had witnessed him use his bayonet to swiftly eliminate several Japanese soldiers attempting to crawl into the trenches. Xin Shan's eyes lit up with hope. He urgently asked, Wang Yi? Good. Quick, tell us. What do you think is the biggest problem with our current position? If the Japanese come again, how should we defend it? Wang Taizhu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he struggled to his feet. His leg was wounded, but not seriously. He limped to the edge of the trench, his gaze darting swiftly over the defensive positions and the terrain across the front. His expression was focused and professional, starkly contrasting with the exhausted and bewildered players around him. After a few seconds, he pointed to several key positions, speaking slowly but clearly. Commander Shen, first, our firepower is too concentrated. Earlier, the enemy's grenade launchers nearly wiped out our heavy firepower. The machine gun positions should be spread out to form a crossfire network. If one point is taken out, the others can still suppress the enemy. Second, the foxholes at the front line are too shallow and lack connecting trenches. When the enemy artillery fire hits, our men have no cover and suffer heavy casualties. We need to deepen them immediately, at least enough to crouch and take cover from artillery fire. Then use serpentine trenches to connect the foxholes to the main trenches, facilitating movement and reinforcements. Third, the reverse slope is underutilized. The enemy's artillery and grenade launchers love to target our front lines. The slope behind the main position can be secretly used to set up several backup machine gun positions and grenade launchers. When the enemy infantry gets close, we can ambush them from the side. Fourth, use grenades in concentrated bursts. Don't throw them one by one. Organize a few strong men, follow the command, and throw them in bundles toward the densest part of the enemy's charging formation. Create a localized killing storm. Fifth, and most important, Wang Yi looked at Xin Shan with a serious expression. We must divide into a reserve force. Not everyone can be crowded at the front lines. Earlier, once the front line was breached, the rear fell into chaos. We need to keep a team of quick-reacting, physically fit brothers in the rear, ready to plug gaps and launch counterattacks at any moment. Otherwise, if the enemy breaks through at a single point, the entire defense line will collapse. Wang Tiezhu's analysis was spot on, hitting the nail on the head. He wasn't spouting some highfalutin theory. These were hard-won lessons learned on the battlefield, simple, direct, and effective. The players around him listened intently, their eyes sparkling as if they had seen a glimmer of hope in the fog. Could battles be fought this way? Could so many casualties have been avoided earlier? Xin Shan was so excited he almost slapped his thigh, but the pain from his wounds made him wince and stop. However, the excitement and approval in his eyes were unmistakable. Good. Good. Wang brother, you're absolutely right. Every word makes sense. How could I have never thought of these things before? Without any hesitation, he forced himself to stand straight, surveyed all the players, and announced in a loud voice, brothers. Did you all hear that? Wang Yi is a true expert. From now on, all tactical commands on the battlefield will follow Wang's instructions. I, Xin Shan, and everyone else will fully cooperate. Whatever he says to dig, we will dig. If he says how to deploy firepower, we'll do it. If he says who from the reserve team should go, they'll go. If you want to survive and hold the position, follow Wang's orders. Any questions? No. This time, the response was no longer weary gasps but a shout filled with a glimmer of renewed hope and trust. Though hoarse, their voices were far stronger than before. Wang Yi's arrival and his clear thinking were like a shot of adrenaline, injecting new life into this nearly collapsed unit. He didn't hesitate. He felt the trust of Xin Shan and the expectations of his comrades. He nodded firmly, his gaze growing even more resolute. Sir, rest assured. The brothers trust me. I, Wang Taizhu, will risk my life to hold this position with you all. Time is of the essence. Let's get moving immediately. Those who are uninjured and able to move, follow me to reinforce the defenses. The severely wounded should stay put and tend to their wounds. Hurry! As Wang Tiezhu's decisive orders were issued, the trenches, which had been as still as stagnant water, suddenly came to life. Though their bodies were still weary and in pain, the players' eyes once again burned with determination, having been given a clear goal and a seemingly feasible plan. They struggled to their feet and, under Wang Yi's guidance, began digging, moving, and setting up with every second counting. Xin Chengshan endured the excruciating pain, striving to coordinate the remaining personnel and scarce supplies. A faint, flickering flame of hope, barely visible in the blood-soaked purple mountains, struggled to reignite. The next time the enemy charged, they would no longer rely solely on their flesh and blood to withstand the assault. Chapter 115, The Landmine Array Works. The enemy launches another fierce attack. 371 position. Cheng Dutsuan assigned tasks to the remaining players one by one, then personally led a small squad to ambush near the riverbank in the pre-designated minefield. The enemy is currently at the height of their arrogance. The second wave of attacks could come at any moment. Everyone, stay alert. Cheng Dutsuan crouched in the icy snow, his voice low yet piercing, instilling strength into the players. The players had already witnessed Cheng Dutsuan's tactical prowess and now trusted him implicitly. He was the undisputed military leader in their hearts. As expected, the Japanese artillery fire soon ripped through the air. The shells screeched through the air, crashing into the preset fake positions in frontline fortifications, sending mud and rocks flying everywhere, with columns of smoke rising into the sky. As the artillery fire ceased, a reinforced company of Japanese troops, numbering around 200, advanced under the cover of a hail of fire from Type 92 heavy machine guns and Type 96 light machine guns. They formed a relatively dense line of skirmishers and began wading across the river, closing in on the riverbank step by step. The muddy riverbank severely slowed their advance. Stay calm. Cheng Dutsuan's voice cut through the echoes of the explosions, steady as iron. He personally operated a check-made light machine gun, but its muzzle was not aimed at the riverbank just a few feet away, but instead locked onto the Japanese heavy machine gun positions in the rear, which were furiously spewing fire. Sniper team, fire at will. Prioritize officers, flag bearers, and machine gunners. The rest of you, take cover and stay on standby. Do not show yourselves. The Japanese aren't stupid. They'll use artillery and grenade launchers to clear the way if we charge head-on. We have to play it real. When the shells come, hide well. Wait until they've waded into the minefield before we move. Remember, our lives are precious. Every bullet, every grenade must tear a piece of flesh from the enemy. Meanwhile, Zhang Lifeng led several agile players, using pre-dug trenches and shell craters for cover, and quietly moved to the edge of the forest on the riverbank's flank. Their mission was not to charge, but to observe the Japanese soldiers' reactions after entering the minefield and use precise firepower to guide them toward the pre-designated death path. Bang! A crisp gunshot suddenly erupted from a concealed sniper position designated by Cheng Dutsuan. A Japanese sergeant wielding a command sword collapsed instantly, his steel helmet pierced by a gaping hole. Immediately afterward, several precise shots rang out from different directions, killing the Japanese machine gunner's assistant and a soldier attempting to set up a grenade launcher. A faint stir rippled through the Japanese ranks as the fierce heavy machine gun fire momentarily faltered. At that moment, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the riverbank. Mud mixed with shattered limbs and equipment debris shot into the sky. A Japanese soldier stepped on the pressure-activated landmine meticulously laid by Zhang Lifeng. The explosion was like lighting the fuse of fear. The Japanese soldiers instinctively tried to scatter to the sides, seeking cover or a safer path. Good. Push them to the left. Keep them moving left. Zhang Lifeng's eyes flashed with cold determination as he issued the order in a low voice. The players around him understood immediately, and several rifles fired simultaneously at key points on the Japanese soldiers' right flank. Bullets struck the rocks, sparks flying, or splashed into the muddy water, creating a series of water droplets. This seemingly random herding maneuver, combined with the relentless pressure from the sniper team targeting key Japanese soldiers, forced the Japanese troops to instinctively rush toward the left side, an area they believed to have relatively sparse firepower. That area, which appeared to be nothing but scattered rocks and low shrubs, was precisely where the booby trap was set. And there, at the heart of the minefield, lay the tripwire mines, chain mines, and jumping mines, all cleverly concealed beneath fallen branches, leaves, and loose soil, ready to strike. Boom! 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 One after another, intense explosions erupted violently on the Japanese left flank. Flames and thick smoke instantly engulfed over a dozen Japanese soldiers. Jumping landmines erupted into the air, showering the surrounding area with a hail of deadly steel pellets. Chain landmines tore apart a small group of Japanese soldiers huddled together. Under the feet of the panicking soldiers, tripwires mercilessly claimed lives. The Japanese soldiers were completely stunned, never expecting such a dense network of deadly traps to be buried near the riverbank. After all, this riverbank was less than a kilometer from their own front lines. How had the enemy managed to lay this minefield without being detected? Another Japanese soldier, panicking, shouted, "Retreat! Call for tactical guidance! Engineers! Engineers, clear the mines!" The muddy riverbank instantly turned into a meat grinder, with piercing screams and desperate wails drowning out the sporadic gunfire. The Japanese army's formation completely collapsed, and the soldiers scrambled around like headless flies, inadvertently triggering more booby traps. Now! Fire! Cheng Dutsuan roared, his check-made rifle erupting in a burst of fire. Almost simultaneously, all hidden firing positions on the front and flanks of the position erupted in gunfire. Cheng Dachuan's light machine gun and several captured Type 92 machine guns formed a crossfire, sweeping across the Japanese soldiers exposed in the riverbed, who had lost their effective cover. Bullets pierced flesh with dull thuds, and blood blossomed on the yellow-green uniforms. On the flanks, Zhang Lifeng and the group led by the player no longer hid, firing rifles and grenades with precision at the chaotic Japanese troops. They focused particularly on sergeants, corporals attempting to organize a counterattack, and soldiers operating grenade launchers. A grenade thrown by a player landed precisely among a Japanese group that had just set up a grenade launcher, exploding with a loud boom and completely destroying them. Ambush teams scattered throughout the area continued their pinpoint attacks, suppressing Japanese heavy machine guns attempting to provide fire support from the rear and continuously sniping any officers trying to regroup their forces. The Japanese machine guns attempted to suppress the attack, but the snipers and flanking fire reserved by Cheng Dachuan held them in place, forcing the gunners to keep their heads down. The grenade launchers, lacking effective observation and command, fired sporadically, greatly reducing their threat. Seeing that the main Japanese force was suffering heavy casualties on the riverbank, the remaining troops began to retreat in disarray, desperately trying to return to the other side of the river. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Cheng Dachuan's eyes flashed with cold determination. Second group, block their retreat. Prepare the Molotov cocktails. A small unit that had been ambushing near the shallow riverbank downstream from the Japanese crossing point suddenly emerged. They used captured Type 100 submachine guns and grenades to block the main retreat route of the fleeing Japanese troops. The retreating Japanese troops collided with an invisible wall, and in an instant, another wave was knocked down. At the same time, Zhang Lifeng led several players with strong arms to ignite the homemade Molotov cocktails. Throw! Zhang Lifeng ordered. Several Molotov cocktails arced through the air, landing precisely at several key choke points leading from the riverbank to the riverbed and in the low-lying areas where Japanese troops had gathered. Bang! Clatter! The glass bottles shattered, and the viscous flames erupted violently, forming blazing walls of fire. The raging flames not only further divided the remaining Japanese troops but also ignited the fear within them. Several Japanese soldiers, engulfed in flames, screamed as they jumped into the river, but the icy water could not save their bodies, which were coated in a substance resembling solidified gasoline. The riverbank had turned into a slaughterhouse. The surviving Japanese soldiers were divided into several small groups, caught between crossfire, sniper fire, the burning hell, and booby traps, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Their will to fight was completely shattered. A few Japanese soldiers attempted to surrender, but more, driven by despair, made futile attempts at resistance before being ended by precise bullets or grenades. Gunfire gradually grew sparse and eventually ceased. The riverbank was littered with corpses, charred remains, twisted weapons, unburned flames, and the acrid smell of death mingled in the air. A preliminary count revealed that over 150 Japanese soldiers had been left behind on the muddy riverbank, along with a large quantity of weapons and ammunition, including 2 valuable Type 92 heavy machine guns and several grenade launchers. On Cheng Dachuan and Zhang Lifeng's side, the casualties were astonishingly low. Only one new recruit was hit in the leg by a stray bullet while moving positions, and a few others suffered minor injuries from shrapnel or flying debris. The only casualty was a player who, while diving to protect a comrade targeted by a Japanese sniper, used his own body to block the fatal bullet. Cheng Dachuan silently walked over to the fallen player, removed his own tattered military cap, and gently placed it over the player's peaceful face. Zhang Lifeng patted the shoulder of the rescued player, who was still shaken and tear-streaked, without saying a word. But his gaze conveyed strength and a sense of duty. Clear the battlefield, reinforce the defenses. The Japanese suffered a heavy loss. The next wave will be even more brutal. Cheng Dachuan's voice returned to its usual calm tone, but deep in his eyes burned the flames of vengeance for his fallen comrades and a deeper hatred for the enemy. He looked at Zhang Lifeng, who nodded in understanding. No words were needed. Their eyes met, and the next defensive strategies and possible counterattacks were already taking shape in their minds. However, they had no time to catch their breath. The sky once again echoed with the piercing screech of tearing sounds. Chapter 116, Today is a day we must never forget. Before they could catch their breath, the earth trembled violently once more under the Japanese troops' retaliation. This time, the enraged Japanese commander, clearly driven mad by the devastating defeat at the riverbank, had mobilized several times the number of mortar batteries and launched a ruthless, all-out assault on Hill 371. Shells no longer fell sporadically but poured down like a torrential rain, accompanied by piercing screams that tore everything apart, violently striking every inch of the battlefield. The entire 371 high ground seemed to be repeatedly squeezed, tossed, and smashed by an invisible giant hand. The earth shook, and columns of smoke rose like a black forest of death, obscuring the sky. Players who had just survived 2 bloody battles and were basking in the brief euphoria of victory were instantly pinned to the scorched earth by the apocalyptic barrage. Each explosion felt like a sledgehammer striking the chest, and every tremor caused the internal organs to shift. The faint glimmer of victory that had just begun to shine was as fragile as a candle in the wind, flickering violently in the brutal shockwaves and searing flames, as if it would be completely consumed and extinguished in the next instant. The deafening explosions nearly shatter the eardrums and willpower of those present. At the very edge of the suffocating abyss of despair, a hoarse yet volcanic voice pierced through the layers of explosive roars, echoing from some corner of the trench. "Brothers! Do you know what today is?" The voice belonged to a player covered in soot and blood, half his body buried in dust, screaming with all his might, his eyes blazing with an unyielding flame. "It's July 31st. This single shout struck every player's heart, igniting a fiery rage that consumed every cell in their bodies. It's the day of blood debt repayment. It's the day we avenge the countless innocent villagers and brothers and sisters who were brutally slaughtered by the Japanese invaders." All the players, nearly crushed by artillery fire and struggling in despair, felt the last flickering ember of courage in their chests ignited by this date etched into their souls and the deep-seated hatred for their enemies. A battle intent that originated from the depths of their blood, tragic to the extreme yet ferocious to the extreme, erupted like a sleeping dragon awakened, charging skyward with the resolve to destroy everything in its path. Revenge! Revenge for our fallen comrades. Fight for the indomitable souls of the fallen. The entire 371st position erupted in a deafening roar, like an avalanche and a tidal wave. The sound waves, filled with endless grief and the will to fight to the death, seemed to surge upward, threatening to crush the steel and flames pouring down from the sky. The Japanese troops' iron hooves did not falter in the face of this roar. The artillery fire had not yet ceased completely, only retreating slightly into the depths. Amid the thick smoke of the battlefield, the hysterical screams of the Japanese commander echoed through the air, his harsh yet murderous Chinese words amplified by loudspeakers. "Charge! For the emperor! For the honor of the samurai! Take this vile Chinese position! Kill them all! Brave warriors of the allied nations! Advance! Today is the day we shatter like jade! Let the enemy's blood stain our bayonets! Wash away the shame of the riverbank with their skulls! Those who hesitate will be executed by military law! Charge forward! Crush their bones! Capture the position, leave no one alive!" Under the urging of their commanders, thousands of Japanese soldiers, their faces distorted with fury, charged forward like a swarm of locusts. Amid the lingering smoke and the barrage of artillery fire, they advanced in a dense, disorienting line, screaming as they launched their desperate assault on Hill 371. They trampled over the bodies of their comrades and enemies, ignoring the sniper fire from the flanks, like a murky wave carrying the stench of death, surging toward the crumbling front lines of the position. The artillery shells exploded just inches from the trench edges, sending showers of dirt and debris raining down. Under this deadly cover, the first wave of desperate Japanese soldiers finally screamed as they leaped into the trenches fiercely defended by the players. "The Japanese are coming in! Bayonets!" The cold gleam of bayonets flashed across the smoke-filled air. The piercing clang of metal, bestial growls, and the agonized screams of the wounded instantly drowned out the roar of guns and cannons. The trenches turned into the most primitive, bloodiest arena of combat. Players roared, smashing with gun butts, hacking with entrenching tools, stabbing with bayonets, and even biting with their teeth. Every inch of ground was being fought over with blood. The numerical and physical disadvantages gradually became evident in the brutal close combat. Though the players fought bravely, under the relentless, wave-like charges of the Japanese troops, the defensive lines were torn open in multiple places, and more Japanese soldiers poured into the trenches. The situation was as precarious as an egg balanced on a knife's edge, and the position was about to fall into enemy hands. At this critical moment, when defeat seemed inevitable and the players were about to be overwhelmed by the enemy, a player, surrounded by 3 Japanese soldiers in a blind spot of the trench, covered in blood, with his bayonet broken, leaned against the charred earthen wall. He saw the Japanese commander in the distance, brandishing his sword and watching the battle with a savage expression, saw his comrades in the trenches fighting desperately but falling one after another, and saw the flag fluttering on the battlefield, torn by yet still stubbornly standing. Blood poured from his mouth, but his eyes shone with an astonishing intensity. With the last ounce of strength in his body, he let out a heart-wrenching scream that could shake the heavens, his voice piercing through the chaos of battle. July 31st. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. For Nanjing. For the souls of the countless innocent. Kill the Japanese invaders. This cry rang out like a thunderclap from the heavens, shattering the souls of every player on the brink of despair. July 31st. This was no longer just a date, but a symbol of humiliation and hatred etched deep into the veins of the nation. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. This was a promise to the departed souls, the final judgment on the invaders. Boom! Across the entire 371st position, every player still standing, whether engaged in bayonet combat, struggling with injuries, or just crawling out of the mud, had their souls ignited in that moment. A fury harder than steel, hotter than flames, and more fearless than death surged forth, shattering the limits of the flesh and reaching an unprecedented peak. Kill! Let us fight to the death with those damn Japanese bastards. The earth-shaking roars were no longer mere slogans. The players seemed to have been infused with a frenzied power, completely abandoning defense, their eyes filled with nothing but bloodthirsty intent. They charged at their enemies like mad tigers, using bayonets, fists, teeth, and any weapon they could grab, launching a reckless counterattack. One player clung to a Japanese soldier and detonated a cluster grenade, while another player used his severed arm to tightly grip the Japanese soldier's neck, allowing his comrade to stab through his heart. The defense line, which had been on the verge of collapse, was suddenly held firm by this ultimate outburst fueled by deep-seated hatred, and even began to push back the Japanese soldiers who had charged into the trenches. The Japanese commander watched this unbelievable scene unfold before him, seeing the Chinese soldiers, despite their injuries and numerical disadvantage, unleashing a destructive fighting spirit. For the first time, his face betrayed shock and disbelief. The military knife in his hand seemed to grow heavier. Chapter 117, Retreat? Not a single step back. In another part of the battlefield, the sky was also dyed blood red by Japanese artillery fire. The same devastating artillery barrage that had ravaged the 371 high ground had just swept through. Trenches had collapsed in multiple places, fortifications lay in ruins, and shattered limbs and weapon parts littered the smoke-filled craters. The surviving players were dazed and disoriented by the brutal assault, their ears ringing. Many had cuts and bruises on their faces and bodies, their blood mingling with dirt. "We can't hold on, we really can't hold on." A young player huddled in the corner of a collapsed shelter, his voice trembling with tears, his eyes unfocused as he stared at the dust still falling. "The artillery is too intense, and there are too many of them. Going up there is suicide." Another hoarse voice echoed, the butt of his rifle shattered from the blast. "Retreat! If we don't leave now, we'll all die here." Despair spread like a plague among the remaining players. Some began crawling backward, others stared blankly ahead, having lost all will to fight. The morale of the entire position plummeted like ice shattered by a heavy hammer, plunging to the depths of despair. Fear and the shadow of defeat enveloped everyone, and the icy touch of death seemed to have already gripped their throats. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of collapse, a figure suddenly rose from a pile of loose earth. It was Xin Changshan. His face was covered in soot, his military uniform torn in several places, with dark red blood seeping through. But his eyes burned like charcoal, blazing brightly in the thick smoke. He did not glance at his retreating comrades, nor did he look at the Japanese soldiers charging forward like a tidal wave, their bayonets raised and screaming. He rushed to a heavy machine gun whose mount had been blown askew but whose barrel was still intact. The heavy Maxim machine gun lay silent amid the chaos. Xin Xingshan growled, using all his strength to steady it. The heavy gun barrel nearly crushed him, but he clenched his teeth and forced it onto the remains of the relatively stable fortifications. Click! The ammunition belt was forcefully jammed into the gun barrel. The next moment, the machine gun's distinctive, heart-pounding, muffled roar suddenly tore through the despairing silence of the battlefield. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The Japanese soldiers at the front were struck as if by an invisible hammer, their bodies jerking violently before being torn apart and hurled through the air like torn sacks by the furious bullets. Sizzling bullet casings, trailing wisps of smoke, clattered to the ground around Wang Yi's feet. Xin Xingshan unleashed a barrage of fire while screaming at the top of his lungs, every word a thunderclap that echoed in the ears of every player present. "All of you listen to me. As long as the Chinese nation still stands. As long as there's still one person left on this land. Even if there's only one person left. We will never bow down to these damn invaders." The machine gun's flames illuminated his face, twisted from extreme anger and exertion, as sweat mixed with blood trickled down his temples. He continued to scream, his voice piercing through the smoke and shattering the players' walls of despair. "Look at what we're standing on. It's the mountains and rivers our ancestors defended inch by inch with their blood and lives. They used their bones to keep our spine straight. We absolutely cannot. Never let them bend under our generation's hands." The words "bend" were almost shouted to the point of breaking his voice. This resounding cry, like a thunderclap, shattered the gloom that had enveloped the battlefield. Those players who had been retreating suddenly raised their heads, and a glimmer of disbelief began to gather in their scattered eyes. The cry about the spine felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing the souls of every Chinese person. However, the Japanese troops reacted with equal speed. Xin Xingshan's suddenly erupting heavy machine gun instantly became the most conspicuous target. Boom! A precision mortar shell, accompanied by a piercing whistle, exploded with a deafening roar less than 5 meters behind Xin Xingshan's machine gun position. A massive fireball erupted with a deafening roar. The scorching heat waves, carrying deadly shrapnel and debris, swept across the small area like a storm. The machine gun's roar abruptly ceased. Smoke, dirt, and fragments of shattered equipment were hurled high into the air before crashing back down with a deafening clatter. The battlefield fell into complete silence. Every player who witnessed the scene felt their hearts plummet to the icy depths. The faint spark of hope that had just been ignited seemed to be completely extinguished by the explosion. Shen Shan. Brother Cheng Shan. It's over. The shadow of despair once again engulfed them. Someone closed their eyes in agony, unable to bear the sight. But in the very next second, amidst the lingering smoke that had yet to dissipate, a figure staggered to its feet, as if emerging from the depths of hell, standing once more. It was still Shan. His left arm, below the shoulder, was gone. The severed stump was charred and blurred, with blood gushing out like a fountain, instantly staining half his body red. His face was covered in blood-soaked scars from shrapnel, one eye was completely covered in blood, his military uniform was in tatters, and his entire body resembled a broken statue pieced together from blood and fire, his appearance too horrific to describe. However, the single eye he had left burned with a light even more intense than before. It was a flame of willpower that transcended physical pain, pure and intense to the extreme. He didn't even glance at his horrific wounds, let alone utter a single groan of pain. His body trembled violently from the excruciating pain and blood loss, but he used his lone right arm to brace himself against the ground, and then, with that right arm, he managed to grasp the scorching, warped grip of the Maxim machine gun with an unimaginable strength and balance. Aga! A scream filled with endless pain and unbearable rage erupted from his torn throat. With the last ounce of strength in his body, he pressed his body firmly against the buttstock and, with his trembling, blood-soaked right hand, pulled the trigger with all his might. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The machine gun's roar, symbolizing defiance and revenge, once again shattered the battlefield's silence. The flames spewing from the muzzle illuminated his blood-soaked figure, resembling a war god reborn from the flames. Amidst the roar of gunfire, he mustered his last ounce of strength and, facing the swarming invaders and the land he had sworn to defend with his life, let out a soul-shaking, sky-piercing cry. Long live the new China! This cry echoed like a thunderclap. Every player on the battlefield who witnessed the scene felt their blood boil to the boiling point. The hearts that had grown cold from the death were completely ignited by Wang Yi's utterly brutal yet heroic stance, and by that cry of "Long live the new China!" Raging anger and fearless battle intent swept away the dams of fear. Xingshan Gu. Kill. Let's fight to the death with those damn Japanese devils. Long live the new China. Despair instantly transformed into a tidal wave of shared hatred and resolve. The players, tears streaming down their faces, let out bestial roars, grabbing any weapons within reach. From every corner of the trenches, from the ruins of the bunkers, they charged forward like a pack of enraged lions, charging toward the Japanese bayonets. Xingshan used his shattered body and the last embers of his life to ignite the entire battlefield. The heavy machine gun still roaring beneath his severed arm continued to mow down the Japanese soldiers. Chapter 118, After this battle, I'm going to enlist. The deafening shouts and explosions finally ceased, fading away as quickly as a receding tide, leaving behind a deathly silence and the overpowering stench of blood and gunpowder mingling in the air. As the last Japanese soldier's figure vanished into the smoke at the front lines, it signaled the temporary retreat of this assault. The nerves, stretched to their limit, suddenly relaxed, and all the surviving players collapsed onto the cold, blood-soaked trench mud, as if their bones had been pulled out. Heavy breathing echoed in waves, intertwined with suppressed moans of agony. There were no cheers, no celebrations. Only the exhaustion of having narrowly escaped death and the excruciating pain that permeated every bone remained. Damn. A player leaning against the collapsed chest wall had his right arm twisted irregularly, with a deep gash on his forehead exposing bone, and blood smearing half his face. He lacked the strength to lift his hand, only able to utter meaningless curses through cracked lips. Is this a game meant for humans? I feel like every bone in my body is shattered. The pain feels too real. A player lying face up in the mud beside him gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. One of his legs had been sliced open by shrapnel, the flesh hanging outward, and blood was still oozing out, causing him to tremble with pain. During the bayonet charge, that damn Japanese soldier stabbed his bayonet into my stomach and started twisting it wildly. I thought I was going to die. That pain was 10,000 times worse than appendicitis. A player with a face charred black fumbled in his chest for a half-crushed cigarette, trembling as he tried to light it, but the lighter wouldn't ignite. He angrily threw the cigarette away. Hold out for 30 days? Ha ha. I'd be lucky to survive 3 days. This is only the 3rd day, and the position is already being pounded into a sieve. How many brothers have died already? Exactly. Another player tried to sit up excitedly, but the movement aggravated his abdominal wound, causing him to suck in a sharp breath of pain before collapsing back down. This isn't something you can beat with skill. This is suicide. They're just using our lives as cannon fodder. We won? Won what? Look around you. His gaze swept over the scattered, mangled bodies of his fallen comrades in the trenches, his voice trembling with tears. Look at those brothers lying there. This victory, it's too damn expensive. It's costing us our very souls. These 30 days, it's an impossible mission. Despair and helplessness swept through the surviving players like a cold tide. The excruciating physical pain, the immense mental exhaustion, the horrific casualty toll, and the nearly hopeless prospect of the next 30 days all weighed heavily on them, leaving them gasping for breath. Medic! Medic! Over here! Xingshan is dying. A urgent shout cut through the players' complaints and moans. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. At the corner of a trench, near a relatively hidden crater, two medic players were carefully trying to lift a person onto a makeshift stretcher. As the medic moved his body, the surrounding players caught a glimpse of his injuries and gasped in horror, forgetting even to groan. The intense battle and the lingering smoke had obscured many details. At that moment, Xinqing Shan lay motionless on the stretcher, his face ashen, his lips devoid of any color, already in a deep coma due to the excruciating pain and blood loss. And his body, the sight was horrifying, too gruesome to look at. His entire left shoulder, along with his left upper arm, had completely vanished. The wound was a mess, with charred flesh hanging in tatters, and broken bones protruding grotesquely from the air. Dark red blood had soaked through the stretcher and the mud beneath him. But that wasn't all. When the medics tried to stabilize his body, the players were horrified to discover that his left lower leg, from the knee down, had also vanished. The pad leg was torn, and the condition of the severed limb was similar to that of the shoulder, a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. He looked as though he had been violently torn apart, losing nearly a third of his body. He was barely clinging to life, sustained only by his sheer willpower and the medic's hasty bandaging and bleeding control. Goodness gracious. The player who had been complaining about the intense pain moments ago now had a different tone in his voice, his stomach churning violently. The two medics carrying the stretcher had pale faces that were terrifying to behold. One of the younger ones, his hands trembling violently, spoke with a choked voice, "It's too severe. He's lost too much blood. We have to get him down there quickly. It might be too late." The heavy stretcher moved slowly through the mud, leaving behind horrifying bloodstains with every step. All the players huddled in the trenches watched the scene in silence. The earlier complaints about the game being too difficult and the pain feeling too real now seemed so trivial and even absurd in the face of Xinqing Shan's broken, dying body. As the stretcher passed by a player with a wounded abdomen, he struggled to move aside to make way for it. The movement aggravated his wound, causing excruciating pain that made his vision go black, but he clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to utter a single moan. He stared at the lifeless, ashen face on the stretcher, hearing the medic's urgent cries, and the words he had just shouted in anger, "This victory is too damn expensive," echoed in his ears. Expensive? How could it be just expensive? This was nothing more than taking a living, breathing life and forcing it through the crucible of despair for a moment's respite. Looking at Xinqing Shan and then at the fallen comrades around him, the anger and sorrow he had felt moments ago seemed so pale and selfish. He didn't feel anger, but a bottomless sense of guilt for still being alive, guilt for having had the strength to complain just moments ago. The heavy stretcher struggled forward through the mud, each jolt feeling like it was tearing at everyone's nerves. A young medic carrying the stretcher suddenly slipped, nearly falling, causing the stretcher to shake violently. The deeply unconscious Xinqing Shan on the stretcher twitched slightly, and a faint gurgling sound emerged from his throat, followed by a trickle of dark red blood foam oozing from the corners of his mouth. "Hold steady! Hold steady!" another medic shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with urgency. The entire trench fell into a deathly silence. The earlier complaints, curses, and painful moans had all vanished. Are we complaining like this worthy of the sacrifices our predecessors made for us? Are we worthy of the position Xinqing Shan risked his life to hold? When a player voiced this heartfelt question, those sitting beside him felt even more ashamed. That's right. We're only experiencing 70% of the pain and already want to retreat. Our predecessors were risking their lives to hold the line. Yes, my father once said that soldiers must never lack resolve in their bones. We agreed to hold the line when we entered the game, so we must keep our word. Well said. We'll die on the battlefield if we have to. Now I truly understand less than half of what our predecessors went through. This little bit of suffering is already killing me. What right do we have to forget this history? A player suddenly stood up from the trench. He surveyed the chaos around him, then fixed his gaze on the flag planted on the battlefield, his expression growing increasingly resolute. I've made up my mind. As soon as I get back, I'm enlisting. I want to become a soldier who defends our homeland. Chapter 119, The Rainflower Terrace Garrison Breaks Out? Jinling Garrison Command Headquarters Operations Room, as dusk approached. The room was filled with choking smoke and an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. A large map of Jinling City's defenses was spread out on the table, with red and blue arrows representing enemy and friendly forces crisscrossing each other. However, the blue arrows representing the Japanese forces were advancing toward the core area at an alarming speed. Report! A communications officer burst through the door, his voice hoarse. Commander! Urgent military intelligence. Commander Tang, who had been facing away from the door and staring intently at the shrinking red area on the map, spun around abruptly. His eyes were bloodshot, and he barked, "Speak!" The messenger gasped for breath, his face a mix of sweat and tears. "Guangda, the Guangda front has fallen. Sihan town was lost yesterday afternoon. The defending troops suffered heavy casualties. The Japanese main force is launching a fierce assault on Guangda County. General Rao, leading the 145th Division of the Sichuan Army, is fighting desperately, but they are outnumbered and the positions have been breached. General Rao. General Rao has made the ultimate sacrifice. Guangda City has fallen. The communications officer's voice choked with emotion. He took a deep breath and continued with even worse news. With Guangda lost, the Japanese mechanized forces are advancing rapidly along the Guangda-Longxi highway. The vanguard has already reached Longxi. The garrison there is outnumbered and outgunned. They may not hold out much longer. Urgent report from General Yu of the 74th Army. Their flank in the Lishui and Zhejiang directions has been completely exposed, and the pressure on the front has suddenly increased. Request immediate reinforcements or permission to withdraw to Nanjing City. With each place name reported, the communications officer's voice grew quieter, and his shoulders slumped further, as if each piece of bad news had drained the life from his body. What? Commander Tang was struck as if by lightning, his body swaying slightly. He slammed his palm down on the massive map table, causing the ceramic cups to jump. He rushed to the communications officer, his eyes bloodshot, nearly spitting fire. Sihan, Guangda, Longxi. In just a few days? The Guangda frontline, the gateway protecting Jinling southwest, has fallen? His roar shook the rafters, causing them to hum. Did they die for the country? An entire division. Not even a day? What is he doing? Is his flank made of paper? He turned furiously to several senior generals in the operations room, their faces ashen, his fingers trembling violently with anger as he jabbed at the locations of Guangda and Longxi on the map. Su Yuchuan. Your 2nd Army Corps was supposed to provide flank support. Why couldn't you stop the Japanese from breaking through? And you? He swept his gaze across the others. With Guangda lost, Longxi is in dire straits. The Japanese mechanized forces are advancing along the main road and will reach Moling Pass in Jiangning Town in less than 2 days. That's the last line of defense southwest of Jinling. If we lose it, we'll all be trapped inside Jinling like fish in a barrel. A turtle in a jar. Do you understand? Commander Tang's chest heaved violently, his face turning as red as a pig's liver, spittle flying everywhere. The commander-in-chief entrusted Jinling to me. He entrusted tens of thousands of soldiers to me. He entrusted 1 million civilians to me. We swore to defend it to the death. And what happened? The southwestern gateway is wide open. The Japanese troops are advancing unopposed. You all hoard your troops, preserve your strength, and fear the enemy like tigers. Do you think that since Guangda has fallen, we still have the Yangtze River's natural defenses? Can you face the late General Rao and the fallen Sichuan troops who died in battle? Can you face the people who placed their hopes in you? Are you all just freeloaders? The operations room fell into complete silence, broken only by Tang's heavy breathing and the growing sound of cannon fire outside the window. Su Yuchuan and the others, who had been called out, looked as pale as death, their lips trembling but unable to utter a sound. The news of Guangda's fall, Rao's martyrdom, and the Japanese forces advancing directly toward Longxi was more devastating than any previous defeat. This meant that the Japanese were about to complete their strategic flanking maneuver southwest of Nanjing, completely cutting off the land retreat routes for the defending forces and directly threatening the flanks and rear of Nanjing's core defenses. Commander Tang's voice grew sharp. Rao Shizhang has risked his life. With Guangda lost, how much depth do we have left? How much time do we have? What will we use to fulfill our pledge to stand or fall with Nanjing? He slumped back into his chair, rubbing his temples fiercely. The immense pressure and the devastating news of the southwest gateway being breached nearly crushed him. Just then, a staff officer entered with a grave expression, hurrying toward the commander. Without looking at anyone, he walked straight to Commander Tang's side, leaned close to his ear, and whispered a few words before gently placing a sealed manila envelope on the table. Commander Tang's body stiffened noticeably. He slowly raised his head, the rage in his eyes replaced by a more complex emotion. He waved his hand, and the aide silently withdrew. He picked up the envelope, his fingers trembling slightly as he tore it open and pulled out the telegram inside. After reading just a few lines, his brows furrowed tightly, and his face grew even paler. The telegram was brief, its wording vague, but its core meaning was clear and unmistakable. It was from the Supreme Command Headquarters, signed by Generalissimo Chang. If the situation cannot be sustained, a strategic retreat may be considered to reorganize and prepare for a counterattack. Please deliberate and act accordingly. Withdraw at an opportune moment. Commander Tang muttered to himself. The order to hold the line was his, and the bold declaration to stand or fall with the city was his own. Now, the highest authorities had issued such a vague and weighty directive. Retreat? It meant abandoning Nanjing, abandoning the positions won with the blood of countless soldiers, and abandoning the hundreds of thousands of civilians still trapped within the city. Not retreat? With the current state of the troops' depleted forces and low morale, holding out in an isolated city would only lead to total annihilation. The immense contradiction and responsibility weighed heavily on him, leaving him breathless. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the generals who were watching him with equal tension, his voice hoarse and weary. Send the order, summon all commanders at the brigade level and above for an emergency meeting. Immediately. The atmosphere in the operations room grew even more oppressive. The generals exchanged glances. From Commander Tang's reaction and the mysterious telegram, they all sensed something was amiss. Staff officers began frantically preparing the meeting room as phone bells rang incessantly. The meeting had not yet officially begun, and the generals had barely settled into their seats when the heavy atmosphere grew so thick it seemed to freeze into ice. Suddenly, report! Report! Another communications officer stumbled into the room. Commander, the Rainflower Terrace position has fallen. The 88th Division under Division Commander Sun has been largely wiped out. Japanese forces are advancing along the Zang Hua Gate direction, charging fiercely. Boom! It sounded like a thunderclap exploding in the operations room. What? Commander Tang leaped to his feet, his movement so forceful it knocked over the chair behind him. His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared intently at the messenger bearing the grim news. Yu Huatai has fallen? His voice was no longer a furious roar, but a growl, each word seeming to be forced out between clenched teeth. He could no longer contain himself, grabbing the teacup on the table and smashing it to the ground. Ceramic shards and tea water flew everywhere. How many troops have retreated? Less than 1,000 soldiers have returned, the messenger replied, his own voice trembling with shock. Over 10,000 men and less than 1,000 have returned? General Tang was so shocked he had lost his senses. However, the most shocking part came from the communications officer's final words. He stammered, Sun, the division commander, said that a large portion of them broke through the front lines. Chapter 120, Ouyang Nanbei's Battlefield Experience. At the Yu Huatai battlefield, smoke filled the air, and explosions echoed continuously. Ouyang Nanbei, Chen Shang, Su Rui, and Luo Qianxue were all assigned to the Rainflower Terrace. The acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with the stench of blood assaulted their senses. Ouyang Nanbei clung tightly to the cold cover, his gaze sweeping over the land ravaged by artillery fire, then fixed on the Japanese troops advancing like a tidal wave in the distance. A thought erupted in his mind like a bolt of lightning. Break out! If we just hold our ground, we're waiting for death. We have to find a way to break out. He clenched his fists tightly. History had already sealed the fate of Yuatai. Rather than being ground down to nothing on the battlefield, it was better to take the initiative and bring the flames of war to the enemy's rear. Launch hit-and-run attacks, conduct sabotage operations, let the Japanese invaders taste the flames of war in their own backyard. Chen Shang. Ouyang Nanbei grabbed Chen Shang, who was equally covered in dust and dirt, his voice drowning out the but clear as a bell. His eyes shone with a near-fanatical determination. We can't just wait here to die. We have to break out. Breaking out is our only chance to survive and turn this place upside down. Chen Shang wiped the dust from his face, his brows furrowed, his voice filled with doubt. Nanbei, are you sure this will work? There are Japanese soldiers everywhere outside. Charging out, isn't that suicide? He looked at Ouyang Nanbei, clearly uneasy about this bold, almost plan. It can work. It must work. Ouyang Nanbei pounded his chest forcefully, producing a dull thud, as if to instill confidence in himself and Chen Shang. His face bore the confidence of a top-tier game streamer, forged through countless virtual battlefield comebacks. You forget? I've survived countless hardcore military games. This dead end requires breaking the mold using our brains. Using strategy. Holding our ground is a dead end. Charge out, that's our only chance to survive and make the most of our strengths. His gaze shifted to Su Rui and Luo Qianxue. The two female players, clutching their weapons, sat slumped beside them. They knew almost nothing about military strategy, but the unwavering certainty in Ouyang Nanbei's words made them believe him. I believe in Ouyang. Su Rui spoke first, her voice trembling slightly, but her eyes grew determined. Luo Qianxue nodded vigorously, right. Holding on is pointless. Let's give it our all. Chen Shang looked at his two companions, who had been convinced, then met Ouyang Nanbei's gaze, which was burning with determination. Finally, he nodded heavily, all right. Let's do it. I'll go convey the message. Soon, with Chen Shang, Su Rui, and Luo Qianxue's assistance, Ouyang Nanbei's decision spread to the ears of numerous players. Leveraging Ouyang Nanbei's status as a top streamer and the tactical communication skills honed through years of playing military-themed games, the breakout was portrayed as an epic surprise attack that would shatter fate, a masterstroke that could greatly alleviate frontline pressure and even alter the course of the local battle. Brothers, sisters, listen up. Ouyang Nanbei's voice cut through the chaos, conveying strength clearly. I am Ouyang Nanbei. Many of you probably recognize me. When it comes to military games, I've never backed down. Now, even though I don't treat this place like a game, the principle remains the same. Holding out at Yuatai, we can't outlast the enemy's planes and artillery. We all know what the outcome will be. He paused, letting the weight of reality settle on every player's heart, then shifted his tone to ignite a flame of hope. But we have another path. A path that can strike the enemy hard, a path that can fight for our own survival and for the brothers still holding the line. Break out. Charge forward. We must be like a red-hot dagger, plunging deep into the enemy's heart. Blow up their supplies. Burn their ammunition. Make their rear lines chaos. Let them be unable to protect their front and rear. As long as we can stir up chaos in the rear, the pressure on the front lines at Yuatai will be greatly reduced. We are not fleeing, we are executing a bolder, more deadly offensive. His words were filled with infectious passion, transforming the desperate breakout into a daring offensive. In the end, the over 2,000 players remaining on the battlefield, driven by Ouyang Nanbei's fiery rallying cry and their longing for a surprise attack behind enemy lines, made their choice. Half of them, approximately 1,000 players, chose to follow Ouyang Nanbei and carry out this unprecedented breakout operation. Looking at the over 1,000 faces before him, covered in smoke but with eyes once again ablaze with determination, Ouyang Nanbei's heart pounded wildly in his chest. This wasn't commanding pixelated soldiers in a game, this was leading a reinforced battalion-sized force in real life. A surge of unprecedented passion and responsibility instantly filled his entire body. He took a deep breath of the air filled with the scent of gunpowder and blood, his voice loud and resolute. Brothers! Together, we will make history. This will be a feat worthy of being recorded in the annals of this war. As long as we succeed in breaching the enemy's defenses, penetrate their rear, and stir up chaos within their ranks. Turn their rear into a new front line. The pressure on the front lines at Yuatai will be greatly reduced because of our actions. Every raid we launch is buying time for our brothers still holding the line. It's buying hope for this city. He suddenly drew his bayonet from his waist, pointed it high toward the Japanese positions, and let out a thunderous roar. Break through! Break through! Break out! Damn them! The players' fighting spirit was completely ignited, and thus the breakout operation that Colonel Zhu had never known about was decided. Deep into the night, the pitch-black sky shrouded the anxious Rainflower Terrace. The crescent moon was obscured by thick smoke, casting a dim, eerie glow that barely outlined the grotesque contours of the ruins. Over 1,100 players gathered at the designated assembly area as if by prior arrangement. There were no lights, only the suppressed breathing of the crowd and the occasional faint clinking of weapons and equipment colliding. Ouyang Nanbei, Chen Shang, Su Rui, and Luo Qianxue stood at the front of the ranks. Ouyang Nanbei used the faint light to give his reinforcement camp one final glance. Though many faces bore signs of exhaustion, the gleam of hope in their eyes remained unwavering. Excellent! The heavens are on our side. The enemy's planes are blind at night. Now, they've just captured the main peak and are busy consolidating their positions, moving bodies, and replenishing ammunition. Their vigilance is at its lowest. This is our only chance. He didn't bother with lengthy pre-battle speeches, everything that needed to be said was already etched into the bones of every soldier. He swiftly issued the simplest, most concise order, break out. And so, over 1,000 men silently slipped out of the positions and moved forward stealthily from the left flank. Chapter 121, Raid the Japanese Frontline Area 113. The pitch-black night served as the perfect cover. Led by Ouyang Nanbei, over 1,100 players moved like a pack of wolves in the night, crawling forward silently. They used the shadows of shell craters, ravines, and ruins to inch their way toward the front lines of the Japanese 6th Division. The air was filled with the smell of burning and the faint stench of decay, while the campfires of the Japanese positions flickered in the distance. As Ouyang Nanbei had anticipated, after capturing the main peak of Yuatai, the Japanese troops were in a brief period of victory complacency. Most soldiers were busy constructing makeshift fortifications, transporting the wounded and dead, and distributing food. The sentries' attention was primarily focused on the front lines and potential counterattacks from within the city. As for the flanks, especially this area they believed had been cleared, vigilance had dropped to its lowest point. Target, the circular fortification ahead. Judging by its size, it's roughly a company-sized unit. Ouyang Nanbei lowered his voice, conveying the order through simple hand signals and whispers. Using the faint glare of moonlight, he pointed to a Japanese circular fortification about 200 meters away, constructed using several bombed-out houses reduced to skeletal frames. Shadows flickered inside, and the loud chatter and unrestrained laughter of Japanese soldiers could be clearly heard. Chen Shang. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Take the elite squad and eliminate every single sentry, both visible and hidden, without making a sound. Su Rui, Qianxue. Immediately organize all grenade launchers and hand grenade teams. Target the Japanese machine gun nests and areas where enemy personnel are concentrated. Wait for my signal, then blow them to smithereens. Blow them to pieces. The rest of you. He scanned the countless pairs of eyes flickering with tension and excitement in the darkness. Fix bayonets. Check grenades. Prepare to charge. Remember, fast, accurate, ruthless. If you're overwhelmed, retreat immediately, no lingering. We're here to break through enemy lines, not to die here. The orders were swiftly and silently relayed down the ranks. Chen Shang led several agile players skilled in close combat, disappearing into the darkness like foxes. A few minutes later, faint muffled sounds and struggles echoed through the night. The Japanese sentries were swiftly and efficiently neutralized. Attack! Ouyang Nanbei growled, swinging his hand violently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several grenades fired from grenade launchers sliced through the night sky, striking the center of the Japanese troops' circular fortifications and suspected machine gun positions with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! 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 Almost simultaneously, dozens of cluster grenades were fiercely thrown by the players, exploding violently in every corner of the Japanese stronghold. Flames shot skyward, instantly illuminating the area as bright as day. The deafening explosions shattered the silence of the night. Charge! For our fallen brothers! The deafening battle cries erupted suddenly. Over 1,000 players, brimming with energy and as fierce as tigers released from their cages, surged out of the darkness under the cover of the explosion's smoke and flames. They brandished bayonet rifles, swung large swords, and even held entrenching tools, forming combat groups of 3 or 5. Like a flood breaking through a dam, they charged fiercely into the Japanese stronghold, which had been left dazed by the explosion. Baka, enemy attack. Counterattack. Counterattack. The Japanese soldiers were completely caught off guard. The Japanese soldiers inside the stronghold were completely disoriented, as the massive explosions and deafening battle cries descended upon them like a nightmare. They couldn't comprehend how, in the heart of a battlefield they believed they had just secured with overwhelming forces, such a ragtag, fearless force could suddenly appear, equipped with nothing but broken weapons yet fighting like demons from hell. Many Japanese soldiers were still dreaming of occupying Nanjing in their sleeping bags when they were torn to pieces by the intense explosions, or impaled on bayonets by the charging players. A few Japanese soldiers who managed to react grabbed their guns, only to be instantly overwhelmed by the surging tide of people. The crude Type 38 rifles were even less effective than a shovel in close combat. The sporadic gunfire and desperate screams were like stones thrown into the sea, instantly drowned out by the players' furious tide of revenge and the terrifying sounds of blades piercing flesh. This raid was no longer like cutting butter with a hot knife, it was like pressing a red-hot branding iron into unprotected flesh. The entire Japanese company's camp was reduced to a bloody, mangled mess in just a few minutes. The frontline command post of the Japanese 6th Division. The deafening explosions and sudden bursts of gunfire and battle cries thundered like a bolt of lightning over the head of Colonel Kuranaga Tatsuji, the commander of the 6th Division's frontline command post. He abruptly lifted his head from the map, his leisurely expression freezing in shock and rage. Damn it! Where's the gunfire? Where's the explosion? Kawanaga rushed out of the command tent and shouted angrily. The towering flames and intense gunfire in the distant flank already told the story. A staff officer, pale-faced, ran over. Report, Colonel. It's the Rainflower Terrace flank. The 113th area defended by Asano's squadron is under fierce attack by an unknown number of enemy troops. Communications have been cut off. What? Korayama couldn't believe his ears. Enemy attack? The flank? What the hell is the Asano company doing? How could there still be a well-organized enemy force there? Could they be retreating troops from the Iwatai position? He immediately dismissed the idea retreating troops could never possess such organization and firepower. Orders! Korayama's face contorted with rage, his voice roaring like a wild beast. 13th Regiment, 3rd Battalion. Immediately rush to Area 113 at full speed. Wipe out all the Chinese troops who ambushed us. Leave none alive. Artillery! Engage in blocking fire around the outer perimeter of Area 113. Do not let a single enemy escape. Notify the division headquarters. Remaining enemy forces from Iwatai are launching a large-scale counterattack from our flank and rear. Request surrounding units to converge on Area 113 and form an encirclement. Investigate. Find out where this unit came from. You bastards! How dare you dare to stir up trouble under my 6th Division? I'll skin them alive. The entire Japanese front line was instantly thrown into chaos. Piercing alarm bells rang out, and countless Japanese soldiers leaped to their feet from their resting positions. The shouts of officers, the sound of troops assembling and running, and the roar of car engines blended into a chaotic din. The once quiet Japanese rear lines erupted like a swarm of bees, with countless Japanese units, driven by the roaring commands of officers at all levels, charging toward the fiery 113 area with murderous intent. The 6th Division was completely enraged. At the main battlefield of Iwatai, the headquarters of the 262nd Brigade, Colonel Zhuqi, the brigade commander, leaned wearily against a chair, closing his eyes to rest. The heavy casualties at Iwatai were tearing his heart apart, but he was still thinking about how to use the remaining positions to resist step by step and buy time. Suddenly, a deafening explosion and intense gunfire erupted from the rear. What? Zhuqi snapped his eyes open, leaped to his feet, and rushed to the observation post. In the direction of the Japanese positions, flames shot into the sky, and the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and faint shouts of battle intertwined. What's happening? Where is the fighting? Zhuqi was both shocked and confused. Could it be reinforcements sent from the city? Impossible. The direction is wrong. Could it be other friendly units counterattacking? We haven't received any notifications. Scout! Scout! Zhuqi shouted harshly. A scout, covered in mud, rushed in, panting heavily, reporting to the brigade commander. Something major has happened. Chapter 122, we're about to be surrounded. Breakout! Breakout! Reporting to the brigade commander. Something terrible has happened. Speak quickly. What's going on? Shu Qi's heart was pounding in his throat. The scout's face was filled with disbelief. Commander. It's our men. Over 1,000 of them have sneaked out from the left flank of our position. What? Colonel Zhu Qi felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire body going rigid. He thought he must have heard wrong. Say that again? Who? How many people? What are they doing? Shu Qi's voice suddenly rose sharply, filled with shock and rage. It's Chen, the platoon leader, leading at least over 1,000 of our men. They said they're breaking out to attack the enemy's rear and launch some kind of harassment and sabotage operation. The scout's voice grew fainter as he saw the brigade commander's face turn from shock to a deathly pallor, then swell to a purplish red hue, with veins bulging on his forehead like earthworms. Damn it! Colonel Zhu Qi violently kicked over the ammunition box in front of him, causing a loud clang. He was so enraged that his entire body trembled. Pointing at the scout and then toward the direction of the intense gunfire, his voice raspy and distorted from extreme anger, he shouted with heartbreaking despair and incomprehensible fury. Chen Jianben! You insolent fool who doesn't know his place! Who gave him the order? Who authorized him to act on his own? With over 1,000 men, over 1,000 precious lives at stake. He slammed his fist on the table, sending the teacup crashing to the ground in shards. Breakthrough? Raid? Ambush? Bull! This is suicide! He is leading his men to their deaths. Does he even know what the 6th Division is? They're armed to the teeth, like wolves. With their old guns and cannons, they're going to charge into the enemy's ranks and cause a disturbance? Shu Qi was filled with grief, his eyes red with tears. Over 1,000 brothers, over 1,000 brothers. They should have been here with us, using the fortifications to hold them back, even if it was just for another minute. That would have been a minute gained for Jinling City. Now it's all been ruined by this fool. Foolish. Reckless. Disregard for military discipline. They deserve to die. They deserve to die. The brigade headquarters fell into complete silence, everyone stunned by the brigade commander's unprecedented rage. The staff officers were silent, not daring to breathe a word. Outside, the gunfire and explosions from the Japanese forces grew increasingly intense, the flashes of fire lighting up half the sky. Each explosion felt like a bomb going off in Zhu Qi's chest, causing him to feel a suffocating pain. He collapsed into his chair, covering his face with both hands, his shoulders shaking violently. Through clenched teeth, he managed to utter a despairing growl. It's over, over 1,000 brothers, it's over. At that moment, at the heart of the Japanese encirclement, Ouyang Nanbei was leading the players' forces in a desperate battle, trying to break through the enemy lines. They had lit the fuse, only to find themselves at the epicenter of the explosion. The brief victory in Area 113 was like a drop of water into boiling oil, instantly triggering a devastating reaction. Ouyang Nanbei and his players hadn't even had time to clean up the battlefield or catch their breath before a deadly crisis surged in from all directions. Mortars! Take cover! A player with keen hearing let out a piercing warning, and the sharp whistling sound tore through the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! Dense mortar shells rained down like hailstones on the players' newly established strongholds and outer perimeters. Mud and severed limbs mixed with smoke and debris shot skyward. The explosive shockwaves hurled several players violently through the air. Ah! My leg! Medics! Over here! The Japanese are reacting too quickly. Chen Shang, covered in dust and dirt, peered out from behind a collapsed wall, his voice hoarse. Oh Yang! The retreat route is cut off. Su Rui's face was covered in blood and dirt. She pointed behind her at the area that had been repeatedly pounded by artillery fire, now a sea of fire and a death zone. Damn it! The Japanese are trying to trap us here. Ouyang Nanbei spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with fury. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. Charging into the open field under the Japanese artillery fire and machine gun nets, there wouldn't be enough of us to fill the gaps. Don't look back. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with the fierce gaze of a lone wolf. His voice rang out clearly amid the explosions. Looking back means certain death. Everyone listen. Follow me and charge forward to the left. The artillery fire is less intense there. The Japanese haven't fully closed the encirclement yet. That's our only way out. Charge out. Keep pushing into the Japanese lines. He pointed to the left front, where the Japanese 3rd Battalion's reinforcements were relatively weak. Though more dangerous, it wasn't a dead end. Take all the ammunition you can carry. Especially the enemy's hand grenades and grenade launchers. Any tanks or trucks still operational. Use them to clear the way ahead. Ram your way through if you have to. Brothers! Don't want to be wrapped in the enemy's dumplings. Follow me and fight. There was no time to hesitate. Amidst Ouyang Nanbei's roars, the players quickly gathered scattered ammunition, especially the Japanese melon grenades and usable grenade launchers. Several battered, smoke-belching beam tanks and reinforced trucks roared forward toward the left front where Ouyang Nanbei had pointed. Breakout! Let us fight the Japanese to the death. The players followed closely behind the armored spearhead, launching a fierce charge against the Japanese reinforcements encircling from the left flank. Gunfire, explosions, the clanging of bayonets, and the agonizing screams of the dying erupted on the left flank, even more brutal than when they had overrun the stronghold earlier. At that moment, Kuroyama Tatsuji was roaring at the frontline command post. Report, Major. The remnants of the Chinese army are attempting to break through toward the northeast. They VE clashed with my 3rd Battalion S 7th Company. The battle is extremely fierce. The staff officer reported urgently. What? Northeast? They're trying to head toward the division headquarters? Kuroyama Tetsuji froze for a moment, then his face twisted into a savage grin. Damn it! These Chinese are crazy. They're walking into a trap. Order the 7th Company to hold them back at all costs. Don't let them break through. He pointed his finger fiercely at the northeast of the 113 area on the map. Order the 47th Regiment's flanking force to accelerate. Surround them from the front. Block them off. The tank company, crush them from the flanks. Cavalry squadron, charge from the rear. Split them up. Devour them. I want to see these damned raiders crushed to pieces with my own eyes. His voice was filled with savage delight, as if he could already see his prey struggling in the trap. Chapter 123, Micromanagement Master Ouyang Nanbei. At that moment, on the bloody path of breakout, Ouyang Nanbei was enduring hellish torment. Nanbei. Chen Sheng's holding out no longer. The Japanese firepower is too intense. Luo Qianxue had just dragged back a player hit in the abdomen. Tank! Our tank has been destroyed. Su Rue screamed, pointing ahead. A Type 95 tank leading the charge had been hit by Japanese anti-tank fire, turning into a ball of flames. The Japanese encirclement tightened like a pair of iron clamps, each step forward accompanied by heavy casualties. Players fell one after another, their blood soaking the charred ground. Ouyang Nanbei's arms were grazed by bullets, and his sleeves were stained red with blood, but he continued to shout and swing his bayonet, leading the remaining troops in a charge through the Japanese gunfire. It's over. Nanbei has led his men straight into the Japanese soldiers' trap. Don't panic. With Nanbei's years of military game experience, he'll definitely find a way to handle this. What strategy? We're already surrounded by the Japanese. There's no way out. Ouyang Nanbei's strategy of if the enemy doesn't move, we move first. If the enemy moves, we create chaos. Directly led 1,000 players into a trap. Up ahead, the Type 95 tanks, serving as the vanguard of the breakout and the last line of defense, erupted into towering flames, illuminating the ghostly figures of Japanese soldiers surging forward in the. On the left, the gunfire from Chen Sheng's sniper team had shifted from intense exchanges to sporadic, desperate shots, soon drowned out by the Japanese soldiers' mounted assault cries. We can't hold on. North-south, over there, over there. A player covered in blood stumbled and rolled to Ouyang North-south's feet, half his face a bloody mess, his voice filled with fear. The Japanese encirclement was no longer a tightening iron vise but had transformed into an impenetrable steel noose. Japanese soldiers were everywhere, the rattling of submachine guns, the crisp clicks of Type 38 rifles, and the dull thuds of grenade launchers intertwined into a deadly web. The players were like beasts trapped in a trap, futilely flailing their limbs, only hastening their own deaths. Every charge met with even more intense gunfire and heavier casualties. The charred earth was littered with more and more fallen bodies, their blood pooling into dark red streams that soaked through the shattered uniforms and cold soil. Ouyang Nanbei's wounds on his arms burned fiercely, but the pain in his heart was far more excruciating, accompanied by a cold, bone-chilling fear. His hand, clutching the bayonet, began to tremble uncontrollably, and his hoarse voice grew raspy and strained. He looked around at the faces that had once been filled with trust and fervor, following him to make history, but now they were filled with despair, pain, and a silent accusation. It's over, it's over, it's over. We're surrounded. Enemy soldiers are everywhere. I told you this plan was too reckless. In other games, you can load a save, but here, you only have one life. North-South leader, think of something. Where's your tactics? Where's your strategy? Think of something. Even a god couldn't save us now. This is a guaranteed wipe. Chen Sheng is about to die. Su Rue and Luo Mei are injured too. It's all because of this crappy plan. If the enemy doesn't move, we move first. If the enemy moves, we move randomly. This is just moving randomly and sending ourselves to the crematorium. The chat messages flew past Ouyang Nanbei's eyes, each word like a whip lashing at him, shattering what little tactical expertise he had as a game streamer. A solution, a solution. Ouyang Nanbei's lips trembled as his mind spun in chaos. He had played countless hardcore military games, commanding thousands of troops to turn the tide in virtual battlefields. But now, those tactical micro-maneuvers, extreme maneuvers, and rear-area infiltrations from the games seemed utterly useless and laughable under the Japanese forces' overwhelming firepower and strict battlefield control. Ouyang! What do we do? The Japanese are closing in from the right. We're completely surrounded. Luo Qianxue's face was deathly pale. Su Rue, who had been shot in the arm, looked at him in despair. The trust they once had in him was now replaced by confusion and fear. Ouyang Nanbei opened his mouth but couldn't utter any effective commands. His once proud unconventional mind felt as though it had been filled with lead. His so-called fighting to the death had turned into pure suicide. An overwhelming sense of guilt and fear engulfed him. He clutched his head tightly and let out a low, beastly growl filled with pain and regret. Ah! That scream seemed to drain the last ounce of strength from all the players. Watching their once revered commander collapse in the face of certain doom, the last remnants of their resolve flickered out like a candle in the wind. A sense of betrayal and despair spread among the survivors. We shouldn't have listened to him. A young player stared at the lifeless body of his comrade, muttering to himself as tears mixed with blood trickled down his face. What kind of bull tactics, what kind of surprise attack behind enemy lines, it was all a lie to send us to our deaths. Another player slammed his empty rifle to the ground, his eyes vacant. It's over, everything's over. Despairing whispers spread like a plague. Just then, a mortar shell screeched like the death knell, landing precisely near the rubble where they were hiding. Boom! The intense explosion completely blew the broken wall to pieces. Ouyang Nanbei felt a tremendous force hurl him into the air, and the world was instantly engulfed by scorching heat waves, blinding flames, and deafening explosions. Shards of rock, dirt, and scorching shrapnel rained down like a torrential storm. Ugh! Intense pain surged through his body, and warm liquid instantly soaked his back and chest. His vision blurred, and his ears were filled with a sharp ringing sound. In the split second before losing consciousness, he seemed to catch a blurry glimpse of Qin Shang, covered in blood, still attempting to throw his last grenade at the Japanese soldiers. He saw Su Rue and Luo Qianxue clinging to each other in terror and despair. He saw countless players falling under the bayonets and bullets of the Japanese soldiers. And then, like a tidal wave, the Japanese soldiers, their faces twisted in savage grimaces, surged forward. The streamer has disconnected? It's over. Nanbei data has been hit. Total wipeout. Completely wiped out. Over 1,000 people. All gone. What a crappy tactic. What a crappy streamer. You killed so many people. I'm unfollowing you. Wow, this is too brutal, I can't watch anymore. Is this what real war is like? What were we expecting all along? The comments flooded into Ouyang North and South's consciousness, which had plunged into endless darkness, turning into the final cold mockery and mournful cries. He lit the fuse, leading over 1,000 lives into the enemy lines, and in the end, he was completely consumed by the devastating explosion he had unleashed. Chapter 124, The Fall of Yuatai, the Purple Mountain Defenses Hold. The collapse of the Yuatai defense line was faster and more complete than anyone had anticipated. Ouyang Nanbei's order to break through was distorted, misunderstood, and executed in a chaotic mess on the battlefield. The troops that had been able to hold their ground behind fortifications were instantly shattered by conflicting orders and the loss of unified command. Shaoguan Wharf, Jinling Garrison Command Headquarters. The ringing of telephones, the ticking of telegraph machines, and the hurried footsteps of staff officers mingled together, the air so thick it seemed you could squeeze water from it. On the large map of Jinling's city defenses on the wall, the red marker representing the Yuatai position was crossed out with a trembling hand. Report! Yuatai has fallen. A sweaty communications officer burst into the command room, his voice hoarse with disbelief. Colonel Zhu reports that the defense line has completely collapsed, with heavy casualties. He is leading the remnants of his troops toward the city along the Qinhuai River without receiving clear orders to retreat. Request instructions. Sitting at the main desk, Tang Xingji, the commander of the Nanjing garrison, had a deathly pale face, his fingers clenched tightly around the teacup. He snapped his head up, his gaze sharp as he swept over the map, where the commander of the training brigade, Gue Yongqing, stood with an equally grim expression. If we lose Yuatai, Zang Hua Gate will be wide open. If we let this continue, the Japanese forces will soon converge on other defense lines within the city. Commander, a liaison officer struggled to speak. The last wireless signal received from Yuatai was extremely chaotic. It seems the command post has come under artillery fire. Damn it! Tang Xingji slammed his fist on the table, causing the cup lid to jump. An incompetent general endangers the entire army. Yuatai is our most important defensive line in the south. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and fixed his gaze back on the map, tapping his finger heavily on the location of Zang Hua Gate. What's the situation at Purple Mountain? The staff officer in charge of eastern defenses reported immediately. The main position at Purple Mountain is still under intense combat. The Japanese 16th Division is launching a fierce assault, but the 2nd Regiment of the Training Division is still holding its ground with fierce resistance. All eyes instantly turned to Gue Yongqing. This Huangpu Academy graduate, renowned for his strict military discipline and the combat effectiveness of his troops, now furrowed his brows, staring intently at the map. His instructional brigade was the best equipped and most well-trained unit among the Jinling garrison, currently holding the last strategic high ground in the eastern part of the city at Purple Mountain. Commander, Guo Yongqing's voice was low and firm, tinged with an unmistakable sense of urgency. The situation is extremely dangerous. He strode to the map and picked up the command staff. Purple Mountain is here, and Zang Hua Gate is here. The baton drew a line between the eastern and southern parts of the city. If the Japanese main force pours in through the open Zang Hua Gate, they will not be satisfied with merely occupying the southern part of the city. Their objective must be to quickly penetrate eastward. The baton traced along the inner side of the city walls, pointing straight from Zang Hua Gate toward Chaoyang Gate and Taiping Gate. Once the Japanese forces successfully break through from the Zang Hua Gate direction and advance eastward swiftly, Guo Yongqing's voice suddenly rose. They are highly likely to link up with the main force of the Japanese 16th Division currently attacking Purple Mountain. Commander, this convergence point is likely to be in the area between Purple Mountain and the city walls. The baton traced a deadly pincer formation on the map. At that point, Guo Yongqing's tone was unwavering. Not only will the Purple Mountain defenses be caught between two enemy forces, but more critically, all the defenders within Nanjing City, including our command headquarters, will be completely cut off and surrounded by Japanese forces. The Japanese will complete their encirclement of the entire city of Nanjing. We will all become trapped like turtles in a jar. The command room fell into complete silence. Guo Yongqing's analysis pierced through the last shred of hope in everyone's hearts like icy steel needles. The invisible pincer route on the map seemed to have already tightened its grip around the throat of Jinling. Tang Xingji's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He understood every word Guo Yongqing spoke. They were brutal facts. He looked at Guo Yongqing. What does Commander Guo mean? Guo Yongqing did not hesitate for a moment, his eyes burning with determination. Commander, the only option now is to immediately stop the Japanese troops from advancing eastward through the Zang Hua Gate. The main force of the training corps must immediately split up from the Purple Mountain position and return to defend the city. We must establish a temporary defensive line along the Japanese troops' key eastward advance route, utilizing the city's streets and alleys as well as pre-established fortifications. Delay their eastward advance and disrupt their plans to regroup. He pointed to the areas around Guanghua Gate, Tongji Gate, and the main streets leading eastward on the map. Here, we will resist step by step to relieve pressure on the main Purple Mountain position. More importantly, we must buy valuable time for other units within the city to adjust their deployments and for any potential follow-up actions. Otherwise, once the encirclement is complete, all will be lost. Tang Xingji was engrossed in intense internal conflict. The training brigade was the cornerstone of Purple Mountain. Withdrawing them to reinforce the city would greatly increase the pressure on Purple Mountain. If it were to fall, the consequences would be equally unimaginable. But if we fail to stop the Japanese forces from advancing eastward and encircling us, it would be a dead end. This was a choice between two evils, choosing the lesser of two harms. Time was ticking away, and every second meant the Japanese might advance another step toward Zang Hua Gate. Commander, we can't hesitate any longer. Guo Yongqing urged urgently. The main defensive position at Purple Mountain can still hold out. I only need to withdraw the main battalions and some of the direct command units to reinforce the city walls. Leave the elite troops to continue defending the core fortifications. The top priority is to seal that fatal breach and prevent encirclement. Otherwise, no matter how long we hold Purple Mountain, it will be meaningless. Tang Xingji suddenly raised his head, a flash of resolve crossing his eyes, but more so a sense of heaviness. All right. Commander Guo, do as you say. Immediately redeploy the main forces of the training brigade and rush back to reinforce the inner sides of Guanghua Gate and Tongji Gate, as well as the key routes leading eastward. Establish blocking positions at all costs and prevent the Japanese troops from advancing eastward. Under no circumstances must they be allowed to link up with the enemy at Purple Mountain. Yes, Commander. Guo Yongqing snapped to attention and saluted, turning to leave. Wait. Tang Xingji called him back, his tone complex. Yongqing, take care. Nanjing depends on you now. Those words carried hope, helplessness, and a hint of indescribable sorrow. Guo Yongqing paused, did not turn back, and replied in a solemn voice, it is our duty we cannot refuse. Commander, rest assured. As long as there is still one person left in the training brigade, we will not let the Japanese easily encircle us. With that, he strode out of the command room, his footsteps echoing urgently down the corridor. Commander, when should we retreat? As soon as Guo Yongqing had left, the commander's aide rushed forward to ask. Now that the Rainflower Terrace had fallen, it was highly likely that the defenses at Purple Mountain would collapse even faster. Jinling was now in imminent danger. Chapter 125, the 382.5 high ground will not be abandoned. Purple Mountain, the forward command post of the training brigade. The sound of gunfire and explosions deafens the ears, and smoke fills the air. Guo Yongqing shouted into the battlefield phone, barely able to be heard. Hey! Is this Instructor Li? This is Guo Yongqing. The Rainflower Terrace has fallen. The Japanese are pouring into the city. Listen carefully, immediately take the 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, the regiment's machine gun company, the mortar company, and the engineer platoon, and withdraw from your current positions. Yes, immediately. Take all heavy equipment that can be carried, destroy anything that can't be moved. Head for the inner streets near Zang Hua Gate. That's right. Don't go to defend the city gates, establish a defensive line inside the city to stop the enemy from advancing eastward toward Taiping Gate and Zhongshan Gate. Understood? Stop them from linking up with the enemy forces attacking Purple Mountain. This is a direct order. Move quickly. 3rd Battalion stays behind, under the command of Deputy Battalion Commander Wang, and holds the core positions at all costs. Tell the men to hold their ground. Reinforcements, we are the reinforcements. We must buy time for our brothers inside the city. Li, the instructor, replied hoarsely but firmly, understood. Commander. Block the enemy's eastward advance and prevent them from encircling us. My unit will act immediately. We will ensure the mission is completed. After hanging up the phone, Guo Yongqing looked toward the main peak of Purple Mountain, shrouded in, then turned his head to the southern urban area of Nanjing, enveloped in smoke and the faint sound of gunfire. He took a deep breath of the air filled with the smell of gunpowder and ordered his aide, assemble the guard company and all available units under my direct command. We're moving out. Head to Zang Hua Gate. Inform Zhu, the brigade commander, to have anyone who can make contact gather at Zang Hua Gate, regroup the stragglers, and join the rear guard. Yes, sir. The aide saluted and departed. Guo Yongqing cast one last glance at Purple Mountain, where his brothers in arms were still fighting fiercely. He murmured softly, as if to himself, yet also as if making a vow to the land about to be engulfed by blood and fire, hold this position, delay them. There may still be a sliver of hope for survival within the city. He spun around abruptly, leaped onto the waiting jeep, and the convoy kicked up a cloud of dust, racing toward the southern and eastern outskirts of Nanjing, where gunfire was more intense and the situation more perilous. Their objective was no longer to hold a single hilltop but to block a massive breach that could plunge the entire Nanjing garrison into annihilation, buying the besieged capital its last chance to breathe. On Purple Mountain, the shouts of Li, the instructor, still echoed in Chang Datsuan's ears through the telephone receiver, mingling with the deafening and machine gun fire outside the position. Yuwatai has fallen. Zang Hua Gate is wide open. The Japanese are entering the city. These words pierced his numb nerves like icicles after days of relentless combat. Company Commander. Lieutenant Li's orders. The communications soldier, clutching the phone, was covered in smoke and blood, his voice urgent, withdraw immediately. Head for the inner side of Zang Hua Gate. Establish a defensive line to block the enemy's eastward advance. Prevent the Japanese from encircling us. Cheng Datsuan snatched the phone and shouted into the receiver, instructorly. What about Hill 371? The enemy is pressing us hard. We need to retreat now. Carry out the order. Li's voice was firm and unyielding, the crackling of the static unable to mask the urgency. This is the commander's direct order. Take whatever heavy equipment you can carry, destroy the rest. Immediately. 3rd Battalion, stay behind and defend the main peak. You must withdraw and head to Zang Hua Gate. This is to plug the gap and save the city. There's no time. Move quickly. Yes. Understood. Block the enemy's eastward advance and prevent them from encircling us. Cheng Datsuan almost ground his teeth as he repeated the order. He abruptly hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and forced down the pent-up frustration and helplessness surging in his chest. He looked around at the battlefield he and his brothers had defended for days and nights, now a wasteland of destruction and corpses. Messenger. Cheng Datsuan's voice suddenly rose, filled with a desperate determination, notify everyone who can still move. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies, machine gun platoon, mortar squad. Assemble immediately. Carry the lightly wounded to the heavily wounded. Heavy machine guns and mortars, anything that can be moved, take it. If it can't be moved, dismantle the critical components, smash the firing pins, and stuff grenades into the barrels to blow them up. Hurry! 5 minutes. We must leave the position in 5 minutes. Fall back to the second retreat route, target Zang Hua Gate. The orders echoed like drops of boiling oil, exploding instantly among the remaining defenders. Some were dazed, others reluctant, but military orders are absolute. The surviving officers shouted hoarsely, urging the soldiers to move. Meanwhile, on the other side of the high ground, in a concealed position, Xin Qingshan remained unconscious, his face pale and his breathing faint. Several members of the player squad gathered around him, the atmosphere tense. Retreat? To Zang Hua Gate? A player wiped the blood and sweat from his face and looked at the others. What about this high ground? If Captain Chang and his men retreat, only the 3 battalions on the main peak will be left. What about our flank? Damn it, this high ground was paid for with the lives of so many of us. Another player, with half his glasses shattered, glared with an unusually sharp gaze. Now you want us to retreat? What about the brothers who died here? Did they die for nothing? Captain Chang and the others are following orders to plug a bigger breach. A relatively composed player spoke in a low voice. Lieutenant Lee said it's to prevent the enemy from encircling the entire city. The greater good comes first. The bigger picture? A young player with a youthful face but a fierce gaze suddenly stood up. What about our situation? Xingu is still lying here. So many brothers have fallen here. If we retreat, the enemy will immediately advance, and the flank of the 3rd Battalion on the main peak will be completely exposed. How long can they hold out? If they can't hold out, won't the encirclement still succeed? He pointed toward the direction of the intense artillery fire, his voice trembling with emotion. Listen to that artillery fire. The Japanese are right under our noses. If we retreat now, we're just exposing our backs to them to be chased and killed. How many of us will survive to reach Zang Hua Gate? And how long can we hold out there? Rather than being scattered and wiped out on the retreat route, it's better to. He took a deep breath, scanned the faces of every comrade, and said slowly, let's stay here. Hold our ground. By time for Captain Chang and the others to retreat. Hold the flank for the 3 companies defending the main peak. Hold out as long as we can. Every extra minute gives our brothers in the city more time to prepare. Xingu, we'll at least have done our duty to him. A brief silence fell. The flashes of artillery fire shone through the cracks, illuminating the complex expressions on their faces. Oof. You're right. Rather than die cowardly on the retreat route, let's fight our last battle here with honor. Let's do it. We're not leaving. Many players looked at the unconscious Shin Shan, then at the retreating allies outside, and finally sighed deeply, their eyes growing resolute. All right. We're staying. Contact 371 high ground and tell them we're not retreating. The communications officer immediately dialed the battlefield phone. Call 371 high ground. Respond if you can hear me. Repeat, the remaining forces at 382.5 high ground have decided to hold the position. Cover your retreat. Don't worry about us. Please evacuate to Zang Hua Gate at full speed. Repeat. 382.5 high ground. Hold your ground until the end. By time for Zang Hua Gate. Chapter 126, all troops on Hill 358.2 killed in action. The radio operator's frantic calls echoed through the smoke-filled 382.5 high ground. The dull thuds of incoming shells and the intense gunfire from the main peak of Purple Mountain could be heard in the distance. The players exchanged glances, no heroic words spoken, only a frozen resolve. Wang Yi stepped forward at this moment. He was the only one left with any combat experience. He quickly scanned the remaining few. Blacksmith, bayonet, move Xingu to the corner of the innermost tunnel and block the entrance with sandbags. Veteran, check the ammunition. Find all the hand grenades and cluster grenades. Hurry. He gave everyone nicknames based on their characteristics to make it easier to assign tasks. There was no time for words. Everyone sprang into action. Heavy sandbags were dragged and piled up, blocking the passage leading to where Shan was hiding. Veteran and Wang Yi scavenged the chaotic battlefield like scavengers, searching for the last remaining weapons. Several wooden-handled grenades, 2 captured Japanese Type 97 melon grenades, and a box of Mauser pistol magazines packed with bullets. Through the gaps in the ruined fortifications, a sea of yellow-brown figures surged upward like a tide, bayonets glinting coldly in the smoke. The Japanese army's plaster flags were faintly visible in the distance, accompanied by the hysterical shouts of officers. Hold steady. Aim closer. The veteran's voice was unusually steady. He quickly looped the pins of several hand grenades around his fingers, while his other hand tightly gripped the bayonet-mounted Zhongxing type rifle. Follow my command. Aim for the vital areas. Conserve ammunition. The air seemed to freeze. The heavy footsteps of leather boots crunching on gravel grew louder and louder, and the Japanese soldiers' heavy breathing and low growls seemed to echo in their ears. The players held their breath, fingers tightly gripping triggers or pulling firing cords, bodies pressed against the cold walls of their cover, like crouching cheetahs. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Fire! The veteran's roar thundered like a clap of thunder. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The blacksmith fired his check-made rifle first, unleashing a torrent of revenge-fueled flames. A precise burst of fire mowed down the Japanese sergeant and 2 soldiers at the front. Almost simultaneously, Wang Yi and Bayonet fired their rifles, bullets piercing the bodies of the Japanese soldiers trying to find cover. Boom! Boom! The booby traps preset in the open area at the front of the position were triggered, sending 2 fireballs mixed with debris and body parts skyward. The charging Japanese formation was instantly torn open in several places, with screams echoing non-stop. Damn it! Firepoint! Suppress! Grenade launchers! The Japanese commander was furious. An even more intense barrage of bullets poured down instantly. Bullets from Type 92 heavy machine guns swept across the players' fortifications like plows, striking the sandbags with a dull thud, sending wood chips and debris flying everywhere. Several grenades fired from grenade launchers exploded near the positions, the shockwaves reverberating painfully in the eardrums, and dirt rained down. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the veteran's body jerked violently, his left shoulder exploding in a spray of blood. He grunted, clenching his teeth to stay upright, his rifle still steady as he aimed and fired, taking down another enemy soldier attempting to approach. Veteran, the bayonet-wielding soldier shouted. "I'm not dead." The old soldier spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse. "Look to the right. Japanese soldiers are sneaking up." Wang Yi heard the shout and quickly turned his gun, firing a burst that took down 2 Japanese soldiers trying to break through from the flank. But his position was now exposed. A barrage of bullets swept toward him. He ducked sharply, the bullets whizzing past his scalp, shattering the already broken lenses of his glasses and leaving a deep gash on his temple. Blood instantly blurred half his vision. "Damn it!" Wang Yi cursed under his breath, roughly wiping his face. The mixture of blood and sweat made him look ferocious. He fumbled for a grenade, pulled the pin by feel, counted to 2, and threw it toward the direction the bullets were coming from. Boom! An explosion erupted, mingled with the screams of the Japanese soldiers. The battle entered its bloodiest close-quarters combat phase. The first wave of Japanese soldiers, stunned by the initial attack, retreated, but the second wave came even faster and more ferociously. Some Japanese soldiers had already breached the shattered trenches. Bayonets! The blacksmith roared, swinging his empty check-made rifle like a fire poker and smashing it down on the head of an enemy soldier who had charged in. At the same time, he felt a chill on his side as a bayonet had already pierced him. The excruciating pain made him see black, but he grabbed the Japanese soldier's rifle with both hands and screamed with all his remaining strength, "Bayonet! Kill him!" Plop! The bayonet's tip pierced the Japanese soldier's neck like a venomous snake. Scalding hot blood sprayed Iron Smith in the face. The blacksmith tried to smile, but coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body slumping against the trench wall. The check-made rifle clattered to the ground. Iron Smith! The bayonet-wielding soldier's eyes bulged with fury. He pulled out the bayonet and charged at the next enemy like a mad tiger. He had completely abandoned defense, focusing solely on attack. Bayonet thrusts, but strikes, even biting with his teeth. He looked like a madman. After taking down 2 Japanese soldiers in quick succession, he was struck by several bayonets at once. His body was lifted high into the air and then crashed heavily onto the ground, his blood quickly staining the soil beneath him red. He struggled to lift his head, gazing toward the direction of Zang Hua Gate. His lips trembled as if trying to speak, but eventually his head lolled to the side, and he fell silent. The veteran, dragging his wounded body, struggled to move beside Wang Yi. Only the 2 of them remained on the battlefield, along with Xin Shan, who lay unconscious in the depths of the trench. Wang Yi's face was half covered in blood, and his lone eye stared fixedly outward. No more bullets. He fumbled around and found the last 97-style hand grenade he had captured. The old soldier leaned against the sandbags, gasping for breath, his body soaked in blood. He looked at the fallen ironsmith and bayonet beside him, then glanced at the Japanese soldiers outside, who were once again stirring. He struggled to pull out a blood-stained, long-stopped pocket watch from his chest and gently rubbed the case. "It's enough." The old soldier's voice was weak but carried a hint of relief. "I've held on long enough. Captain Chang and the others should be arriving soon." Wang Yi, using the eye that could still see, stared intently at the Japanese troops regrouping below the hillside, preparing for their final charge. A nearly smile spread across his face. He violently pulled the pin from the Type 97 hand grenade and slammed it against his steel helmet. "You little devils! Grandpa's treating you to your final melon!" He screamed with all his might, leaping from behind the cover and hurling the smoking grenade toward the densest cluster of Japanese soldiers. At the same time, he grabbed the half-smoked Hadman cigarette that the blacksmith had left behind and clenched it tightly in his hand. Boom! A massive explosion echoed across the hillside, engulfing several Japanese soldiers in flames. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of bullets struck Wang Yi's chest. His body trembled violently, but he did not fall. Instead, with his last ounce of strength, he threw the blood-stained half-cigarette deep into the tunnel, toward where Xin Shan was hiding. Then, like an unyielding statue, he slowly collapsed backward, crashing heavily onto the blood-soaked, charred earth. The hand that had clutched the cigarette loosened helplessly. On the battlefield, only the severely wounded veteran remained. He listened to the faint breathing of Xin Shan deep within the tunnel, to the Japanese soldiers' screams of fear and anger echoing from outside, and to the intense gunfire still raging in the direction of the main peak of Purple Mountain. He struggled to lift his head and look toward the direction of Nanjing City. There, above the Zang Hua Gate, the smoke seemed even thicker. With his last ounce of strength, he fumbled for the fuse of the last bundle of cluster grenades by his side. It was his final gift for himself and any Japanese soldiers who might break through. Sizzle! The faint yet clear sound of the fuse burning echoed, like the final countdown of life. "Brothers, wait for me. Zang Hua Gate. I'm counting on you." The old soldier muttered to himself, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he slowly closed his eyes. His hands, covered in blood and calluses, gently rested on the smoke-billowing grenade. Flames and deafening explosions engulfed the final sounds of Hill 382.5. The tattered remnants of the blue sky white sun red field flag, which had been riddled with bullet holes yet never fell, fluttered stubbornly one last time in the explosion's shockwave before being completely engulfed by thick smoke and flames. Below the hill, the Japanese company commander stared grimly at the completely destroyed, lifeless battlefield on the slope and the bodies of his soldiers lying in disarray. He could not comprehend why, after the main force had retreated, these few stragglers were so desperately clinging to this worthless hill. Why resort to such a brutal method, merely to delay this precious hour? Madmen, a bunch of madmen. He muttered, his voice devoid of the previous arrogance, leaving only a cold, bone-chilling chill. This chill was more biting than the December winds of Jinling City.